After the doubling in the productive forces, he can do it with 140 thalers without restricting his consumption. A larger part of the exchange value solidifies as exchange value, instead of vanishing in use value, whether it solidifies as such, through production, directly or indirectly. To create a larger capital means to create a larger exchange value, although exchange value in its direct form as simple exchange value has not been increased by the growth of productivity, it has in its intensified form as capital. This larger capital of 140 thalers represents, absolutely, more objectified labor than the earlier capital of 120 thalers. It therefore also, at least relatively, sets more living labor into motion and therefore also ultimately reproduces more simple exchange value. The capital of 120 thalers at 40% produced a product or simple exchange value of 60 thalers at 40%, the capital of 140 thalers a simple exchange value of 64 thalers. Here, then, the increase in exchange value in the form of capital is still posited directly as an increase in exchange value in its simple form. It is of the highest importance to remember this. It is not enough to say, like Ricardo, that exchange value does not increase, i.e. the abstract form of wealth, but only exchange value as capital. 57 In saying this he is looking only at the original production process. But if relative surplus labor increases, and capital therefore increases absolutely, then there is necessarily also an increase within circulation also of relative exchange value existing as exchange value, money as such, and therefore, through the mediation of the production process, absolute exchange value. In other words, of this same amount of exchange value, or money, and the product of the realization process appears in this simple form, the product is surplus value only relative to capital, to value such as it existed before the production process. For itself, regarded as an independent existence, it is merely quantitatively defined exchange value. A part has become liberated, which does not exist as equivalent for already present exchange values or for already present labor time. If it is exchanged for those already present, it gives them not an equivalent but more than an equivalent, and thus liberates a part of the exchange value on their side. In a static state, this liberated exchange value by which society has become richer can only be money, in which case only the abstract form of wealth has increased, is in motion. It can realize itself only in new living labor, whether labor which had been dormant is set into motion, or new workers are created, population growth is accelerated, or again a new circle of exchange values in circulation, is expanded, which can occur on the production side if the liberated exchange value opens up a new branch of production, i.e. a new object of exchange, objectified labor in the form of a new use value, or the same is achieved when objectified labor is put in the sphere of circulation in a new country, by an expansion of trade. The latter must then be created. The form in which Ricardo attempts to clarify the matter for himself, and he is very unclear in this regard, says at bottom nothing more than that he just introduces a certain relation, instead of saying, simply, that out of the same sum of simple exchange values a smaller part posits itself in the form of simple exchange value, equivalent, and a larger part in the form of money, money as the original, antediluvian form out of which capital always arises anew, money in its character as money, not as coin etc., that therefore the part posited as exchange value for itself, i.e. as value, increases, i.e. wealth in the form of wealth, whereas he comes to just the mistaken conclusion that it increases only in the form of material, physical wealth as use value. The origin of wealth as such, in so far as it arises not from rent, i.e., according to him, not from the increase in productive force, but rather from the decrease of the same, is therefore totally incomprehensible to him, and he entangles himself in the wildest contradictions. Let us take the form of the matter. 58 Capital 1000 sets 50 workers into motion, or 50 living work days. Through a doubling of the productive force, it could set 100 working days into motion. But these latter do not exist in the presupposition, and are introduced arbitrarily, because otherwise, unless more real working days are introduced, he does not grasp the increase in exchange value which arises from increased productivity. At the same time, the growth of population is never developed by him as an element in the increase of exchange values, never clearly and definitely stated. Let the presupposition be capital 1,000 and workers 50. The correct deduction, which he himself also draws, see Notebook, 59, capital 500 with 25 workers can produce the same use value as before, the other 500 with the other 25 workers establish a new business and likewise produce an exchange value of 500. The profit remains the same, since it arises not from the exchange of 500 for 500, but from the proportions in which profit and wages originally divide in the 500, and since exchange deals in equivalents, which can no more increase value than external trade can, which Ricardo explicitly demonstrates. Since the exchange of equivalents just means nothing more than that the value in the hands of A before the exchange with B still exists in his hands after the exchange with B. The total value or wealth has remained the same. Use value, however, or the material of wealth, has doubled. Now, there is absolutely no reason here why wealth should grow as wealth, exchange value as such, as far as the increase in the productive forces is concerned. If the productive forces again double in both branches, then capital A can again divide into 2 of 250 with 12 1/2 working days each, capital B can do the same. 60 There are now 4 capitals with the same total exchange value of £1,000, consuming 50 living work days as before, producing 4 times as much use value as before the doubling of consumption value. Ricardo is too classical to commit absurdities, like those who claim to improve on him, who derive the larger value after the increase in productive force from one party selling at a higher price within circulation. As soon as the capital of 500 has become commodity, simple exchange value, instead of exchanging it for 500, he exchanges it for 550, at 10%, but then the other party obviously only gets 450 in exchange value instead of 500 and the total sum remains 1,000 as before. This happens often enough in commerce, but explains the profit made by one capital only by the loss of the other capital, and not the profit of capital, and without this presupposition there can be profit neither on one nor on the other side. Ricardo's process can therefore go on without any other limit than the increase of the productive force, and this is again physical, located outside the economic relation itself, possible with a capital of 1,050 workers. See the following passage. Capital is that part of the wealth of a country which is employed with a view to future production, and may be increased in the same manner as wealth. 61. Wealth for him the abundance of use values, and, seen from the standpoint of simple exchange, the identical objectified labor can express itself in limitless use values and constantly remain the same exchange value, as long as it remains the same amount of objectified labor, for its equivalent is measured not by the mass of use value in which it exists, but rather by its own amount. An additional capital will be equally efficacious in the formation of future wealth, whether it be obtained from improvements of skill or machinery, or from using more revenue productively. For wealth, use value, always depends on the quantity of commodities produced, also somewhat on their variety, it seems, without regard to the facility with which the instruments employed in production may have been produced, i.e., the labor time objectified in them. A certain quantity of clothes and provisions will maintain and employ the same number of men, but they will be of twice the value, exchange value, if 200 have been employed on their production. If, owing to an increase in the productive force, 100 produce as much in use values as 200 earlier, then, of the 200, half are let go, so that the remaining 100 produce as much as the 200 did before. Thus a half of the capital can be withdrawn from this branch of business, as much capital has become free as labor. And since 1/2 of the capital now does quite the same service as did the whole, 2 capitals have now been formed, etc. Cf 39, 40 Ibid on national trade 62, to which we must return. Ricardo does not speak here about the working day, the fact that, if the capitalist earlier exchanged half of an objectified working day for the worker's entire living work day, he thus at bottom gains only half a living work day, since he gives the other half in objectified form to the worker, and obtains it from him in the living form, i.e. pays the worker a half of the working day, instead of in the form of simultaneous working days, i.e. of different workers. This does not alter the matter, only its expression. Each one of these working days furnishes so much more surplus time. If the capitalist, before, had the working day as limit, he now has 50 working days, etc. As has been said, this form does not posit an increase in exchange values with an increase in the number of capitals through productivity, and, according to Ricardo, it would also be possible for the population to fall from, say, 10 million to 10,000, without a decrease in exchange values or the quantity of use values. See conclusion of his book. Point 63. We are the last to deny that capital contains contradictions. Our purpose, rather, is to develop them fully. But Ricardo does not develop them, but rather shifts them off by considering the value in exchange as indifferent for the formation of wealth. That is to say, he contends that in a society based upon the value of exchange, and wealth resulting from such value, the contradictions to which this form of wealth is driven with the development of productive powers etc. do not exist, and that a progress of value is not necessary in such a society to secure the progress of wealth. Consequently, that value as the form of wealth does not at all affect that wealth itself and its development, i.e. he regards exchange value as merely formal. Then, however, he remembers, 1. That the capitalists are concerned with value, 2. That, historically, with the progress of the productive forces, of international trade too, he should have noted, there is a growth in wealth as such, i.e. the sum of values. Now, how to explain this? Capitals accumulate faster than the population, thus wages rise, thus population, thus grain prices, thus the difficulty of production and hence the exchange values. The latter are then finally reached by a detour. We will here entirely omit the moment of rent, since we are not yet concerned with increased difficulty of production but rather with its opposite, with increase in the productive forces. With the accumulation of capitals, wages rise unless population grows simultaneously, the worker marries, production is spurred on or his children live better, do not die before their time etc. In short, the population grows. Its growth, however, gives rise to competition among the workers, and thereby forces the worker to sell his labor power to the capitalist at its value again, or momentarily even below it. Now the accumulated capital, which has meanwhile grown up more slowly, again has the surplus which it earlier spent in the form of wages, i.e. as coin, in order to buy the use value of labor, available to it in the form of money, in order to realize it as capital in living labor, and, since it now also disposes over a greater amount of working days, its exchange value grows in turn. Even this not really developed in Ricardo, but mixed up with the theory of rent, since the surplus which capital earlier lost in the form of wages is now lost to it in the form of rent, owing to the growth of population. But even the growth of population is not really comprehensible in his theory. At no time has he shown that there is an inherent relation between the whole of the labor objectified in capital and the living workday, whether the latter is represented as one working day of 50 x 12 hours, or as 12 hours of labor by 50 workers, is the same thing as far as the relation goes, and that this inherent relation is just the relation between the fractional part of the living workday, or that between the equivalent of the objectified labor with which the worker is paid, and the living working day, where the whole is the day itself, and the inherent relation is the variable relation, the day itself is a constant, between the fractional part of the necessary hours of labor and the hours of surplus labor. And, just because he has not developed this relation, he has also not developed the point, which did not concern us up to now, since we were concerned with capital as such and introduced the development of the productive forces as an external relation, that the development of the productive forces itself presupposes both the increase of capital and the increase of simultaneous working days, which, however, within the given barrier of a capital that sets one working day into motion, even if it be a day of 50 12 hours, 600 hours, is itself the barrier to the development of its productive force. The wage covers not only the worker, but also his reproduction, so that when this specimen of the working class dies, another replaces it. After the 50 workers are dead, 50 new ones are there to replace them. The 50 workers themselves, as living labor capacities, represent not only the costs of their own production, but also the costs which had to be paid to their parents above and beyond their wages as individuals, in order to replace themselves with 50 new individuals. Thus the population progresses even without a rise in wages. But now, why does it not progress rapidly enough? And why does it need a special stimulus? Surely only because the aim of capital is not served merely by obtaining more wealth in the Ricardian sense, but because it wants more value, to command more objectified labor. But indeed, according to him, it can command the latter only if wages fall, i.e. if more living work days are exchanged for the same capital with objectified labor, and hence a greater value is created. In order to make wages fall, he presupposes increase of population. And in order to prove increase of population here, he presupposes that the demand for working days increases, in other words, that capital can buy more objectified labor, objectified in laboring capacity, hence that its value has grown. Originally, however, he proceeded from just the contrary presupposition, and took the detour only because that is where he began. If £1,000 was able to buy 500 working days, and the productive force increases, then either it can proceed to employ the 500 in the same branch of work, or again it can divide up and employ 250 in one branch of work, 250 in another, so that this capital splits into two capitals of 500 each. But it can never command more than 500 working days, since otherwise, according to Ricardo, not only the use values it produces but also their exchange value must have multiplied itself, the objectified labor time over which it exercises command. Thus, given his presupposition, an increased demand for labor cannot take place. But if it does take place, then capital's exchange value has grown. Compare Malthus on value, who senses the contradictions, but falls flat when he himself tries to develop them. 64. Labor does not reproduce the value of the material in which, and of the instrument with which, it works. It preserves their value simply by relating to them in the labor process as to their objective conditions. This animating and preserving force costs capital nothing, appears, rather, as its own force, etc. We have always spoken only about the two elements of capital, the two parts of the living workday, of which one represents wages, the other profit, one, necessary labor, the other, surplus labor. But what about the other two parts of capital, which are realized in the material of labor and the instrument of labor? As far as the simple production process is concerned, labor presupposes the existence of an instrument which facilitates the work, and of a material in which it presents itself, which it forms. This form gives it its use value. This use value becomes exchange value through exchange, to the extent that it contains objectified labor. But are they, as components of capital, values which labor must replace? Thus in the above example, and such objections were heaped on Ricardo, that he regarded profit and wages only as components of production costs, not the machine and the material. It seems that if the capital is 100, divided 50 for cotton, 40 for wages, 10 for instrument, and if the wages, of 40 thalers, equals 4 hours of objectified labor, and capital orders a working day of 8 hours, then the worker who has to reproduce 40 thalers for wages, 40 thalers surplus time, profit, 10 thalers. Instrument, 50 thalers cotton equals 140 thalers, reproduces only 80 thalers. For 40 thalers are the product of half a working day, 40 are the other, surplus half. but the value of the two other component parts of capital is 60 thalers. Since the worker's real product is 80 thalers, he can reproduce only 80, not 140. He would have, instead, decreased the value of the 60, since 40 of the 80 is replacement for his wages, and the remaining 40 of surplus labor is smaller by 20 than 60. Instead of a profit of 40, the capitalist would have a loss of 20 on the part of his original capital consisting of instrument and material. How is the worker supposed to create still another 60 on top of the 80 thalers of value, since 1/2 of his working day, as his wages show, creates only 40 thalers out of the instrument and the material, the other half only the same, and he disposes of only one working day, cannot work 2 days in one. Suppose the 50 thalers in material equals X pound of cotton yarn, the 10 thalers in instrument equals spindle. Now, first, as regards the use value, it is clear that if the cotton did not already have the form of yarn and wood and iron the form of the spindle, then the worker could produce no fabric, no higher use value. For him himself, the 50 thalers and the 10 thalers in the production process are nothing but yarn and spindle, not exchange values. His labor has given them a higher use value, and added objectified labor to the amount of 80 thalers to them, i.e. 40 thalers to reproduce his wages, 40 surplus time. The use value, the fabric, contains one additional working day, half of which, however, replaces only that part of capital for which the disposition over the laboring capacity has been exchanged. The worker has not created the objectified labor contained in yarn and spindle, which form a part of the value of the product. For him they were and remain material to which he gave another form and into which he incorporated new labor. The only condition is that he should not waste them, and this he did not do, in so far as his product has use value, and a higher use value than before. It now contains objectified labor in two parts, his working day, and that already contained in his material, yarn and spindle, independent of him and before him. The previously objectified labor was the condition of his labor, it was necessary to make his labor what it is, costs him no labor. Suppose they were not already presupposed as components of capital, as values, and had cost him nothing. Then the value of the product, if he worked a whole day, would be 80, if a half day, 40 thalers. It would just equals one objectified working day. Indeed, they cost him nothing in production. However, this does not destroy the labor time objectified in them, which remains and merely obtains another form. If, in addition to the fabric, the worker also had to create the yarn and the spindle in the same working day, then the process would be in fact impossible. The fact, therefore, that they call for his labor neither as use values in their original form, nor as exchange values, but are on hand, makes it possible for the addition of a working day by him to create a product of a value higher than one working day. He succeeds in this, however, to the extent that he does not have to create this additional part, but rather finds it on hand as material, as presupposition. It can therefore only be said that he reproduces these values in so far as without labor they would rot, be useless, but without them, labor would be equally useless. In so far as the worker reproduces these values, he does so not by giving them a higher exchange value, or entering into any process with their exchange value at all, but merely by subordinating them to the simple production process, merely by working. But this costs him no additional labor time besides what he needs for their processing and higher realization. It is a situation into which capital has put him so that he may work. He reproduces the values only by giving them a higher value, and this giving of a higher value is equals his working day. Otherwise he lets them be as they are. That their old value is preserved happens because a new one is added to them, not that the old is itself reproduced, created. In so far as they are products of previous labor, a product of previous labor, a sum of previously objectified labor remains an element of his product, so that the product contains, in addition to its new value, the old as well. He therefore in fact produces in this product only the day's work which he adds to it, and the preservation of the old value costs him absolutely nothing apart from what it costs him to add the new. For him it is only a material, and remains that no matter how it changes its form, therefore it is something present independently of his labor. That this material, which remains that, since it only obtains a different form, itself already contains labor time is the business of capital, not his own. Similarly, it is independent of his labor and continues on after it, just as it existed before it. This so-called reproduction costs him no labor time, but is rather the condition of his labor time, since it is nothing more than positing the substance on hand as the material of his labor, relating to it as material. He therefore replaces the old labor time by the act of working itself, not by the addition of special labor time for this purpose. He replaces it simply by the addition of the new, by means of which the old is preserved in the product and becomes an element of a new product. Thus the worker in his working day does not replace the raw material and the instrument in so far as they are values. The capitalist thus obtains this preservation of the old value just as free of charge as he obtains surplus labor. But he obtains it free of charge, because it costs the worker nothing, and is, instead, the result of the fact that the material and the instrument of labor are already in his hands as presupposition, and the worker cannot work, therefore, without making this already objectified labor, now in the hands of capital, into the material of his own labor, thereby also preserving the labor objectified in this material. The capitalist, then, pays the worker nothing for the fact that the yarn and the spindle, their value, reappear, as far as their value is concerned, in the fabric, and are thus preserved. This preservation takes place simply by the addition of new labor, which adds a higher value. What arises from the original relation between capital and labor, then, is that the same service which living labor performs for objectified labor costs capital nothing, just as it costs the worker nothing, but merely expresses the relation that the material and the instrument of labor confront the worker as capital, as presuppositions independent of him. The preservation of the old value is not a separate act from the addition of the new, but happens by itself, appears as a natural result of the same. But the fact that this preservation costs capital nothing and costs the worker nothing either is already posited in the relation of capital and labor, which in itself is already the former's profit and the latter's wage. The individual capitalist may imagine, and for his accounts it serves as well, that, if he owns a capital of 100 thalers, 50 thalers in cotton, 40 thalers to buy labor with, 10 thalers in instrument, plus a profit of 10% counted as part of his production costs, then labor has to replace his 50 thalers of cotton, 40 thalers subsistence, 10 thalers instrument plus 10% of 50, of 40, and of 10, so that in his imagination, labor creates 55 thalers of raw material, 44 thalers subsistence and 11 thalers instrument for him, together equals 110. But this is a peculiar notion for economists, even though it has been advanced with great pomp as an innovation against Ricardo. If the worker's working day equals 10 hours, and if he can create 40 thalers in 8 hours, i.e. can create his wage, or, what is the same, can maintain and replace his labor capacity, then he needs of a day in order to replace his wages for capital, and he gives capital in surplus labor, or 10 thalers. In exchange for the 40 thalers in wages, for 8 hours of objectified labor, therefore, capital obtains 10 hours of living labor, and this excess constitutes the entirety of its profit. The total objectified labor which the worker has created, then, is 50 thalers, and, regardless of the costs of the instrument and of the raw materials, more he cannot add, for his day cannot objectify itself in more labor than that. Now, the fact that he adds these 50 thalers, 10 hours of labor, of which only 8 replace the wage, to the 60 thalers contained in raw material and instrument, and thereby has simultaneously preserved the raw material and the instrument, they are preserved. Just by coming into contact again with living labor, and being used as instrument and as material, this costs him no labor, and he would have no time available in which to do this, nor does the capitalist pay him for it. Like every other natural or social power of labor, unless it is the product of previous labor, or of such previous labor as does not need to be repeated, e.g. the historical development of the worker etc., this natural animating power of labor, namely that, by using the material and instrument, it preserves them in one or another form, including the labor objectified in them, their exchange value, becomes a power of capital, not of labor. Hence not paid for by capital. As little as the worker is paid for the fact that he can think etc. We have seen the original presupposition of the coming into being of capital is the existence of money, i.e. as money which has withdrawn from circulation and asserts itself negatively towards it, i.e. value which has become independent from and against circulation, i.e. the commodity for which the character of exchange value is not merely a formal, vanishing character, which it possesses only before being exchanged for another use value and finally disappearing as an object of consumption. On the other side, money, in its third, adequate form, as value which no longer enters circulation as equivalent, but is not yet potentiated as capital, i.e. value independent of and relating negatively against circulation, is at the same time the result of capital's product, insofar as that product is not merely its own reproduction, but this reproduction is merely formal, since, of the three parts of its value, only one is really consumed and hence reproduced, namely that which replaces. Wages, profit, on the other hand, is not reproduction but addition of value, surplus value. Just as money at first appeared as the presupposition, the cause of capital, so it now appears as its effect. In the first movement, money arose out of simple circulation, in the second it arises from the production process of capital. In the first, it makes a transition to capital, in the second it appears as a presupposition of capital posited by capital itself, and is therefore already posited as capital in itself and such, already contains the ideal relation towards capital. It does not simply make a transition to capital, but rather, as money, its potential to be transformed into capital is already posited in it. Absolute surplus labor time. Relative. It is not the quantity of living labor, but rather its quality as labor which simultaneously preserves the labor time already contained in the material etc. The change of form and substance in the direct production process. The preservation of the previous stage of production by the subsequent one is contained in the simple production process etc. Preservation of the old use value by new labor etc. Process of production and process of realization. The quantity of objectified labor is preserved because contact with living labor preserves its quality as use value for new labor. In the real production process, the separation of labor from its objective conditions of existence is suspended. But in this process labor already incorporated in capital etc. appears as capital power of self-preservation. Eternalization of value. The increase of values is therefore the result of the self-realization of capital, regardless of whether the self-realization is the result of absolute surplus time or of relative, i.e. of a real increase in absolute labor time or of an increase in relative surplus labor, i.e. of a decrease in the fractional part of the working day which is required as labor time necessary to preserve the laboring capacity, as necessary labor in general. Living labor time reproduces nothing more than that part of objectified labor time, of capital, which appears as an equivalent for the power of disposition over living labor capacity, and which, therefore, as an equivalent, must replace the labor time objectified in this laboring capacity, i.e. replace the production costs of the living labor capacities, in other words, must keep the workers alive as workers. What it produces in addition to that is not reproduction but rather new creation, and, more specifically, creation of new values, because it is the objectification of new labor time in a use value. That the labor time contained in the raw material and instrument is preserved at the same time is a result not of the quantity of labor, but of its quality of being labor as such, and there is no special payment for this, its general quality, for the fact that labor, as labor, is labor, leaving aside all special qualifications, all specific kinds of labor, because capital has bought this quality as part of its exchange with the worker. But the equivalent for this quality, for the specific use value of labor, is measured simply by the quantity of labor time which has produced it. Initially the worker's use of the instrument as an instrument, and his shaping of the raw material, adds to the value of the raw material and of the instrument as much new form as is equals to the labor time contained in his own wage. What he adds additionally is surplus labor time, surplus value. For their part, the raw materials and the instrument are preserved not in their form but in their substance, through the simple relation of being used as instrument and being posited as the raw material of labor, the simple process of coming into contact with labor, being posited as its means and object and therefore as objectification of living labor, moments of labor itself, and, viewed economically, their substance is objectified labor time. By being posited as a material mode of existence, means and end object, of living labor, objectified labor time ceases to exist in a one-sided, objective form, in which, as a mere thing, it is at the prey of processes of chemical decay etc. There is an indifference on the part of the substance stuff towards the form, which develops out of merely objectified labor time, in whose objective existence labor has become merely the vanished, external form of its natural substance, existing merely in the external form of the substantial das Stoff like, e.g. the form of the table for wood, or the form of the cylinder for iron. 65. No immanent law of reproduction maintains this form in the way in which the tree, for example, maintains its form as a tree. Wood maintains itself in the specific form of the tree because this form is a form of the wood, while the form of the table is accidental for wood, and not the intrinsic form of its substance. It exists only as a form external to the substance, or it exists only as a substance stofflich. The dissolution to which its substance is prey therefore dissolves the form as well. However, when they are posited as conditions of living labor, they are themselves reanimated. Objectified labor ceases to exist in a dead state as an external, indifferent form on the substance, because it is itself again posited as a moment of living labor, as a relation of living labor to itself in an objective material, as the objectivity of living labor, as means and end object, the objective conditions of living labor. The transformation of the material by living labor, by the realization of living labor in the material, a transformation which, as purpose, determines labor and is its purposeful activation, a transformation which does not only posit the form as external to the inanimate object, as a mere vanishing image of its material consistency, thus preserves the material in a definite form, and subjugates the transformation of the material to the purpose of labor. Labor is the living, form-giving fire, it is the transitoriness of things, their temporality, as their formation by living time. In the simple production process, leaving aside the realization process, the transitoriness of the forms of things is used to posit their usefulness. When cotton becomes yarn, yarn becomes fabric, fabric becomes printed etc. or dyed etc. fabric, and this becomes, say, a garment, then, 1. The substance of cotton has preserved itself in all these forms. The chemical process, regulated by labor, has everywhere consisted of an exchange of natural equivalents etc. 2. In each of these subsequent processes, the material has obtained a more useful form, a form making it more appropriate to consumption, until it has obtained at the end the form in which it can directly become an object of consumption. When, therefore, the consumption of the material and the suspension of its form satisfies a human need, and its transformation is the same as its use. The substance of cotton preserves itself in all of these processes, it becomes extinct in one form of use value in order to make way for a higher one, until the object is in being as an object of direct consumption. But when cotton is posited, say, as twist, then it is posited in a specific relation to a further kind of labor. If this labor were not to take place, then not only has the form been posited in it uselessly, i.e. the previous labor is not reaffirmed by new labor, but the material is also spoiled, because, in the form of twist, it has a use value only in so far as it is worked on further, it is a use value only in respect of the use which further labor makes of it, is use value only in so far as its form as twist is suspended in the form of fabric, while cotton in its existence as cotton is capable of an infinite number of useful employments. Thus, without further labor, the use value of cotton and twist, material and form, would be botched, it would be destroyed instead of produced. Material as well as form, substance like form, are preserved by further labor, preserved as use value, until they obtain the form of use value as such, whose use is consumption. It is therefore already a part of the simple production process that the earlier stage of production is preserved by the later, and that positing the higher use value preserves the old, or, the old use value is transformed only to the extent that it is raised to a higher use value. It is living labor which preserves the use value of the incomplete product of labor by making it the material of further labor. It preserves it, however, i.e. protects it from uselessness and decay, only by working it in a purposeful way, by making it the object of new living labor. This preservation of the old use value is not a process taking place separately from the increase or the completion of the use value by new labor, it takes place, rather, entirely in this new labor of raising the use value. When the labor of weaving transforms yarn into fabric, i.e. treats yarn as the raw material of weaving, a particular form of living labor, and twist has a use value only if it is woven into fabric, it thereby preserves the use value which cotton had as such, as well as that which cotton had obtained specifically as yarn. It preserves the product of labor by making it into the raw material of new labor, but what happens is not that it, 1. Adds new labor and, 2. Besides that, by means of additional labor, preserves the use value of the raw material. It preserves the utility of cotton as yarn by weaving the yarn into fabric. All this belongs already in the first chapter on production in general. Preserves it by weaving it. This preservation of labor as product, of the use value of the product of labor by its becoming the raw material of new labor, being again posited as material objectivity of purposeful living labor, is given with the simple production process. As regards use value, labor has the property of preserving the existing use value by raising it, and it raises it by making it into the object of new labor as defined by an ultimate aim, by changing it in turn from the form of its indifferent consistency into that of objective material, the body of labor. The same holds for the instrument. A spindle maintains itself as a use value only by being used up for spinning. If it is not, the specific form which is here posited in iron and wood would be spoiled for use, together with the labor which posited it and the material in which it did the positing. The use value of wood and iron, and of their form as well, are preserved only by being posited as a means of living labor, as an objective moment of the existence of labor's vitality. As an instrument of labor, it is their destiny best immune to be used up, but used up in the process of spinning. The increased productivity which it lends to labor creates more use values and thereby replaces the use value eaten up in the consumption of the instrument. This appears most clearly in agriculture, because there the instrument appears most easily, because most anciently, as a use value, directly as a means of life, in contrast to exchange value. If the hoe allows the tiller to grow twice as much grain as before, then he has to spend less time on the production of the hoe itself, he has enough food to make a new hoe. Now, in the realization process, the value components of capital, the one in the form of the material, the other in the form of instrument, confront the worker, i.e. living labor, for the laborer exists in the process only as such, not as values, but rather as simple moments of the production process, as use values for labor, as the objective conditions of its efficacity, or as its objective moments. It lies in the nature of labor itself to preserve them by using the instrument as instrument and by giving the raw material a higher form of use value. But, as components of capital, the use values thus obtained from labor are exchange values, as such, determined by the costs of production contained in them, the amount of labor objectified in them. Use value is concerned only with the quality of the labor already objectified. The quantity of objectified labor is preserved in that its quality is preserved as use value for further labor, through the contact with living labor. The use value of cotton, as well as its use value as yarn, are preserved by being woven, by existing as one of the objective moments, together with the spinning wheel, in the weaving process. The quantity of labor time contained in the cotton and the cotton yarn are therefore also preserved thereby. The preservation of the quality of previous labor in the simple production process, hence of its material as well, becomes, in the realization process, the preservation of the quantity of labor already objectified. For capital, this preservation is the preservation of the amount of objectified labor by the production process. For living labor itself, it is merely the preservation of the already present use value. Living labor adds a new amount of labor, however, it is not this quantitative addition which preserves the amount of already objectified labor, but rather its quality as living labor, the fact that it relates as labor to the use values in which the previous labor exists. But living labor is not paid for this quality, which it possesses as living labor. If it were not living labor, it would not be bought at all, rather, it is paid for the amount of labor contained in itself. What is paid for is only the price of its use value, like that of all other commodities. It does not receive payment for its specific quality of adding new amounts of labor to the amounts of labor already objectified, and at the same time preserving labor which is already objectified as objectified labor, and this quality does not cost the worker anything either, since it is a natural property of his laboring capacity. Within the production process, the separation of labor from its objective moments of existence, instruments and material, is suspended. The existence of capital and of wage labor rests on this separation. Capital does not pay for the suspension of this separation which proceeds in the real production process, for otherwise work could not go on at all. Nor does this suspension take place in the process of exchange with the worker, but rather in the process of work itself, during production. But, as ongoing labor, it is itself already incorporated in capital, and a moment of the same. This preserving force of labor therefore appears as the self-preserving force of capital. The worker has merely added new labor, as for previous labor, owing to the existence of capital. This has an eternal existence as value, quite independent of its material existence. This is how the matter appears to capital and to the worker. If it had to pay for this quality also, then it would just cease to be capital. This is part of the material role which labor plays by its nature in the production process, of its use value. But as use value, labor belongs to the capitalist, it belongs to the worker merely as exchange value. Its living quality of preserving objectified labor time by using it as the objective condition of living labor in the production process is none of the worker's business. This appropriation, by means of which living labor makes instrument and material in the production process into the body of its soul and thereby resurrects them from the dead, does indeed stand in antithesis to the fact that labor itself is objectless, is a reality only in the immediate vitality of the worker, and that the instrument and material, in capital, exist as beings for themselves for sich selbst sind. Return to this. The process of the realization of capital proceeds by means of and within the simple production process, by putting living labor into its natural relation with its moments of material being. But to the extent that labor steps into this relation exists not for itself, but for capital. Labor itself has become already a moment of capital. Capitalist obtains surplus labor free of charge together with the maintenance of the value of material and instrument. Labor, by adding a new value to the old one, at the same time maintains, eternizes the latter. The preservation of values in the product costs capital nothing. By means of the appropriation of ongoing labor, the capitalist already possesses a claim to, and, respectively, appropriation of future labor. We see therefore that the capitalist, by means of the exchange process with the worker, by indeed paying the worker an equivalent for the costs of production contained in his labor capacity, i.e. giving him the means of maintaining his labor capacity, but appropriating living labor for himself, obtains two things free of charge. First, the surplus labor which increases the value of his capital, but at the same time, secondly, the quality of living labor which maintains the previous labor, materialized in the component parts of capital, and thus preserves the previously existing value of capital. But this preservation does not take place as a result of an increase in the amount of labor objectified by living labor, a creation of value, but simply as a result of its existence as living labor in the proper relation with material and instrument, i.e. through its quality as living labor. As such a quality, it is itself a moment of the simple production process and does not cost the capitalist anything, any more than yarn and spindle do, apart from their price, for having also become moments of the production process. When e.g. in times of stagnations of trade etc. the mills are shut down, then it can indeed be seen that the machinery rusts away and that the yarn is useless ballast and rots, as soon as their connection with living labor ceases. If the capitalist employs labor only in order to create surplus value, to create value in addition to that already present, then it can be seen as soon as he orders work to stop that his already present capital, as well, becomes devalued, that living labor hence not only adds new value, but, by the very act of adding a new value to the old one, maintains, eternizes it. This shows clearly the absurdity of the charge against Ricardo, that he conceives only profits and wages as necessary components of the cost of production, and not also the part of capital contained in raw materials and instrument. To the extent that the value which they represent is merely preserved, there are no new production costs. But as far as these present values themselves are concerned, they all dissolve again into objectified labor, necessary labor and surplus labor, wages and profit. The purely natural material in which no human labor is objectified, to the extent that it is merely a material that exists independently of labor, has no value, since only objectified labor is value, as little value as is possessed by the common elements as such. The maintenance of present capital by the labor which realizes it therefore costs capital nothing and hence does not belong among the production costs, although the present values are preserved in the product and equivalents have therefore to be given for them in exchange. But the maintenance of these values in the product costs capital nothing and cannot therefore be cited among the costs of production. Nor are they replaced by labor, since they are not consumed, except in so far as they are consumed apart from and outside labor, i.e. as labor consumes, suspends, their transitoriness. Only the wage is really consumed. Let us return once more to our example. 100 thalers capital, i.e. 50 thalers raw material, 40 thalers labor, 10 thalers instrument of production. Let the worker require 4 hours in order to create the fraction of production necessary for his maintenance, the 40 thalers representing the means of his life. Let his working day be 8 hours. The capitalist then obtains a surplus of 4 hours free of charge, his surplus value equals 4 objectified hours, 40 thalers, hence his product equals 50 plus 10, preserved, not reproduced values, remained constant, unchanged as values, plus 40 thalers, wages, reproduced, because consumed in the form of wage, plus 40 thalers of surplus value. Sum, 140 thalers. Of these 140, 40 are excess. The capitalist had to live during production and before he began to produce, say 20 thalers. He had to own the latter apart from his capital of 100 thalers, hence equivalents for them had to be present in circulation. How these arose does not concern us here. Capital presupposes circulation as a constant magnitude. These equivalents now present again. Thus consumes 20 thalers of his gain. These enter into simple circulation. The 100 thalers also enter into simple circulation, but only in order to be transformed again into the conditions of new production, 50 thalers of raw material, 40 subsistence for workers, 10 instrument. There remains a surplus value, an addition as such, newly created, of 20 thalers. This is money, posited as a negatively independent value against circulation. It cannot enter into circulation as a mere equivalent, in order to exchange for objects of mere consumption, since circulation is presupposed as constant. But the independent, illusory existence of money is suspended, it now only exists in order to be realized, i.e. to become capital. In order to become that, however, it would again have to be exchanged for the moments of the production process, subsistence for workers, raw material, and instrument. All these dissolve into objectified labor, can only be posited by living labor. Money, then, in so far as it now already in itself exists as capital, is therefore simply a claim on future, new, labor. It exists, objectively, merely as money. Surplus value, the new growth of objectified labor, to the extent that it exists for itself, is money, but now, it is money which in itself is already capital, and, as such, it is a claim on new labor. Here capital already no longer enters into relation with ongoing labor, but with future labor. And it no longer appears dissolved into its simple elements in the production process, but as money, no longer, however, as money which is merely the abstract form of general wealth, but as a claim on the real possibility of general wealth, labor capacity, and more precisely, labor capacity in the process of becoming das werdende Arbeitsvermögen. As a claim, its material existence as money is irrelevant, and can be replaced by any other title. Like the creditor of the state, every capitalist with his newly gained value possesses a claim on future labor, and, by means of the appropriation of ongoing labor has already at the same time appropriated future labor. This side of capital to be developed to this point. But already here its property of existing as value separately from its substance can be seen. This already lays the basis for credit. To stockpile it in the form of money is therefore by no means the same as materially to stockpile the material conditions of labor. This is rather a stockpiling of property titles to labor. Posits future labor as wage labor, as use value for capital. No equivalent on hand for the newly created value, its possibility only in new labor. In this example, then, an absolute surplus labor time of 4 hours created, added to the old values, to the world of available wealth, a new value of 20 thalers money, and money already in connection with its form as capital, already as posited possibility of capital, not as before, becoming the possibility of capital as such only by ceasing to be money as such. Now if the productive force doubles, so that instead of 4 hours the worker has to put in only 2 hours of necessary labor, and if the capitalist makes him work 8 hours as before, then the accounts are as follows: 50 thalers material, 20 wages, 10 instrument of labor, 60 surplus value, 6 hours, 4 before. New growth of absolute surplus value, 2 hours or 20 thalers. Sum, 140 thalers, in the product. A total of 140 thalers as before, but now 60 of them are surplus value, of which 40 for absolute increase in surplus time as before, 20 for relative. But the simple exchange value only contains 140 thalers as before. Now, is it only the use values which have increased, or has a new value been created? Before, capital had to begin again with 100 in order to realize itself anew at 40%. What happens to the 20 of surplus value? Before, the capitalist ate up 20 of them, he was left with a value of 20. Now he eats up 20 and is left with 40. On another side, the capital entering into production remained 100, now it has become 80. What is gained in value on one side in one form is lost as value on the other side in another form. The first capital re-enters into the production process, again produces a surplus value, capitalist's consumption deducted, of 20. At the end of this second operation, a newly created value is present without equivalent. 20 thalers together with the first 40. Now let us take the second capital. Material, 50, wages, 2 hours, 20, instrument, 10. But in the 2 hours he produces a value of 8, i.e. 80 thalers, of which 20 for costs of production. Remainder, 60, since 20 reproduce the wage, disappear as wage. 60 plus 60 equals 120. At the end of this second operation, 20 thalers for consumption, remainder surplus value 20, together with the first operation, 60. In the third operation with the first capital, 60, with the second, 80, in the fourth operation with the first capital 80, with the second, 100. The first capital has increased as value in proportion as its exchange value, as productive capital, has decreased. Suppose both capitals together with their surplus can be used as capital, i.e. their surplus exchanged for new labor. We then get the following calculation: leaving consumption aside, the first capital produces 40%, the second 60%. 40% of 140 is 56, 60% of 140, i.e. capital, 80, surplus value, 60, is 84. The total product in the first case 140 plus 56 equals 196, in the second 140 plus 84 equals 224. In the second case absolute surplus value 28 higher than in the first. The first capital has 40 thalers with which to buy new labor time. The value of the hour of labor was presupposed at 10 thalers, therefore, his 40 thalers buy 4 new hours of labor, which produce 80 for him, of which 40 go to replace the wages of 8 hours of labor. At the end it was 140 plus 80, i.e. reproduction of the capital of 100, surplus value of 40, or reproduction of 140, or, in the first case, 100 thalers reproduce themselves as 140, the second 40, since they are spent only to buy new labor, hence do not simply replace value, impossible presupposition, by the way, which produce 80. 140 plus 80 equals 220. The second capital of 140, the 80 produce 40, or the 80 thalers reproduce themselves as 120, the remaining 60, however, reproduce themselves, since they are spent purely for the purchase of labor, and do not therefore simply replace any value, but reproduce out of themselves and posit the surplus, as 180, then 120 plus 120 equals 240. Produced 40 thalers more than the first capital, exactly the surplus time of 2 hours, for the first is a surplus time of 2 hours as assumed in the first case. Thus the result is a greater exchange value, because more labor objectified, 2 hours more surplus labor. Something else should be noted here as well: 140 thalers at 40% yield 56, capital and interest together equals 140 plus 56 equals 196, but we have obtained 220, according to which the interest on 140 would be not 56 but 84, which would be 60% on 140, 140:84 equals 100, x equals 8,400/140 equals 60. Similarly in the second case, 140 at 60% equals 84, capital and interest equals 140 plus 84 equals 224, but we obtain 240, according to which the interest on the 140 is not 84 but 100, 140 plus 100 equals 240, i.e., percent, 140:100 equals 100, x equals 10,000/140, x equals 71%. Now where does this come from? In the first case 60% instead of 40, in the second 71 instead of 60%. In the first case, where it was 60 instead of 40, hence 20% too much came out, in the second case 71 instead of 60, i.e. 11 too much. Why, then, firstly the difference between the two cases and secondly the difference in each case. In the first case, the original capital was 100 equals 60, material and instrument of labor, plus 40 in labor, material. The first bring no interest at all, the last bring 100%. but computed on the basis of the whole capital, the increase is only 40%, of 100 equals 40. But the 100% on the latter amount to only 40% on the whole 100, i.e. an increase of in the whole. Now, if only of the newly arrived capital of 40 had increased by 100%, then this would yield an increase of the whole by 16 thalers. 40 plus 16 equals 56. This together with the 140 equals 196, which is then actually 40% on 156, capital and interest reckoned together. 40 increased by 100%, doubled, is 80, of 40 increased by 100% is 16.66. 40 of the 80, replace capital. Gain of 40. The account then, 100C plus 40 interest plus 40C plus 40I equals 220, or, capital of 140 with an interest of 80, but if we had calculated 100C plus 40I plus 40C plus 16I equals 196, or, capital of 140 with interest of 56. An interest of 24 on a capital of 40 is too much, but 24 equals of 40, 3x8 equals 24, i.e. in addition to the capital, only of the capital grew by 100%, the whole capital therefore by only, i.e. 16%. The interest computation on 40 is 24% too high, by 100% on of the capital, 24 on 24 is 100% on 3x8, of 40. But on the whole amount of 140, it is 60% instead of 40, i.e. 24 too much out of 40, 24 out of 40 equals 60%. Thus we figured 60% too much on a capital of 40, 60 equals of 100. But we figured 24 too high on 140, and this is the difference between 220 and 196, this is first of 100 then of 100 too much, of 100 equals 20%, of 100 equals percent, thus altogether percent too high. Thus on the whole not 60%, as on 40, but only percent too much, which makes a difference of depending on whether we figure 24 too many on the 40 or on the capital of 140. Similarly in the other example. In the first 80 which produce 120, 50 plus 10 was simply replaced, but 20 reproduced itself threefold, 60, 20 reproduction, 40 surplus. Hours of labor. If 20 posit 60, making up triple the value, then 60 180. Notebook 4. Mid-December 1857 to 22 January 1858. The chapter on capital, continuation. Confusion of profit and surplus value. Carries erroneous calculation. The capitalist, who does not pay the worker for the preservation of the old value, then demands remuneration for giving the worker permission to preserve the old capital. Surplus value and profit etc. Difference between consumption of the instrument and of wages. The former consumed in the production process, the latter outside it, increase of surplus value and decrease in rate of profit. Bastiat. This highly irksome calculation will not delay us further. The point is simply this: if, as in our first example, material and instrument amount to 60 out of 100, and wages 40, and if the capital yielded a gain of 40%, then it equals 140 at the end, this 40% gain equal to the fact that the capitalist made the workers put out 12 hours of labor, where 6 were necessary, hence gained 100% on the necessary labor time. Now if the 40 thalers which were gained go to work again as capital with the same presuppositions, and at the present point, the presuppositions have not changed yet, then of the 40 thalers i.e. 24 thalers have to be used for material and instrument, and for labor, so that the only thing that doubles is the wage of 16 which becomes 32, 16 for reproduction, 16 surplus labor, so that altogether at the end of production 40 plus 16 equals 56 or 40%. Thus the entire capital of 40 would have produced 196 under the same conditions. It should not be assumed, as happens in most of the economics books, that the 40 thalers are spent purely for wages, to buy living labor, and thus yield 80 thalers at the end of production. If it is said, a capital of 100 yields 10% in one period, 5% in another, then nothing is more mistaken than to conclude, as do Carey and consorts, that the share of capital in production was and that of labor in the first case, in the second case, the share of capital only 1/20th and that of labor 19/20ths, i.e. that the share of labor rises as the rate of profit fall. 1 From the viewpoint of capital, and capital has no awareness whatever of the nature of its process of realization, and has an interest in having an awareness of it only in times of crisis. A profit of 10% on a capital of 100 looks like a profit on each of its value components, material, instrument, wages, equally and indifferently, as if this capital were simply a sum of 100 thalers of value which had, as such, increased by 10%. But the question is, in fact, 1. What was the relation between the component parts of capital, and 2. How much surplus labor did it buy with the wage, with the hours of labor objectified in the wage? If I know the total size of a capital, the relation of its value components to one another, in practice, I would also have to know what part of the instrument of production is used up in the process, i.e. actually enters into it, and if I know the profit, then I know how much surplus labor has been created. If of the capital consisted of material, which for the sake of convenience we here suppose to be entirely consumed productively as material of production, i.e. 60 thalers, and wages 40, and if the profit on the 100 thalers is 10, then the labor bought for 40 thalers of objectified labor time has created 50 thalers of objectified labor in the production process, hence has worked a surplus labor time or created a surplus value of 25% equals 1/4 of the necessary labor time. Then if the worker works a day of 12 hours, he has worked 3 hours of surplus time, and the labor time necessary to maintain him alive for 1 day was 9 hours of labor. The new value created in production may only be 10 thalers, but, according to the real rate, these 10 thalers are to be reckoned on the base of the 40, not of the 100. The 60 thalers of value have created no value whatever, the working day has. Thus the worker has increased the part of capital spent for labor capacity by 25%, not by 10%. The total capital has grown by 10%. 10 is 25% of 40, it is only 10% of 100. Thus the profit rate on capital in no way expresses the rate at which living labor increases objective labor, for this increase is merely equals to the surplus with which the worker reproduces his wage, i.e. equals to the time which he works over and above that which he would have to work in order to reproduce his wages. If the worker in the above example were not a worker for a capitalist, and if he related to the use values contained in the 100 thalers not as to capital but simply as to the objective conditions of his labor, then, before beginning the production process anew, he would possess 40 thalers in subsistence, which he would consume during the working day, and 60 thalers in instrument and material. He would work only 3/4 of a day, 9 hours, and at the end of the day his product would be not 110 thalers but 100, which he would again exchange in the above proportions, beginning the process again and again. But he would also work 3 hours less, i.e. he would save 25% surplus labor equals 25% surplus value out of the exchange which he undertakes between 40 thalers in subsistence and his labor time, and if at some time he worked 3 hours extra, because the material and the instrument were there on hand, then it would not occur to him to say that he had created a new value of 10%, but rather one of 25%, because he could buy 1/4 additional subsistence, 50 thalers worth instead of 40, and, since he is concerned with use values, these items of subsistence by themselves would be of value for him. This illusion that the new value is derived not from the exchange of 9 hours of labor time as objectified in 40 thalers for 12 hours of living labor, i.e. a surplus value of 25% on this part, but that it comes from an even 10% increase in the total capital. 10% of 60 is 6 and of 40 is 4. This illusion is the basis of the notorious Dr. Price's compound interest calculation, to which led the heaven-born Pitt to his sinking fund idiocy. Point 3. The identity of surplus gain with surplus labor time. Absolute and relative, sets a qualitative limit on the accumulation of capital, namely the working day, the amount of time out of 24 hours during which laboring capacity can be active, the degree to which the productive forces are developed, and the population, which expresses the number of simultaneous working days, etc. If, on the other side, surplus value is defined merely as interest, i.e. as the relation in which capital increases itself by means of some imaginary sleight of hand, then the limit is merely quantitative, and there is then absolutely no reason why capital cannot every other day convert the interest into capital and thus yield interest on its interest in infinite geometrical progression. Practice has shown the economists that Price's interest multiplication is impossible, but they have never discovered the blunder contained in it. Of the 110 thalers which emerge at the end of production, 60 thalers, material and instrument, in so far as they are values, have remained absolutely unchanged. The worker took nothing away from them and added nothing to them. Of course, from the standpoint of the capitalist, the fact that the worker maintains the value of objectified labor by the very fact of his labor being living labor appears as if the worker still had to pay the capitalist to get permission to enter into the proper relation with the objectified moments, the objective conditions, of labor. Now, as regards the remaining 50 thalers, 40 of them represent not only preservation but actual reproduction, since capital has divested itself of them von sich in Tazard in the form of wages and the worker has consumed them. 10 thalers represent production above and beyond reproduction, i.e. 1/4 surplus labor, of 3 hours. Only these 50 thalers are a product of the production process. Therefore, if the worker, as is wrongly asserted, divided the product with the capitalist so that the former's share were, then he would have to get not 40 thalers, and he has obtained them in advance, in exchange for which he has reproduced them and paid them back in their entirety, as well as maintaining the already existing values for the capitalist free of charge, which is only, but rather 45, which would leave capital only 5. Then, having begun the production process with 100 thalers, the capitalist would have at the end only 65 thalers as product. But the worker obtains none of the 40 thalers he has reproduced, nor any of the 10 thalers of surplus value. If the 40 thalers which have been reproduced are to serve for the purchase of further living labor, then, as far as the relation is concerned, all that can be said is that an objectified labor of 9 hours, 40 thalers, buys living labor for 12 hours, 50 thalers, and thus yields a surplus value of 25% of the real product, partly reproduced as wage fund, partly newly produced as surplus value, in the realization process. Just now the original capital of 100 was, 50 to 10, 40.4 produced surplus gain of 10 thalers, 25% surplus time. Altogether 110 thalers. Now suppose it were, 60 to 20, 20. The result would be 110 thalers, so says the ordinary economist, and the even more ordinary capitalist says that 10% has been produced in equal proportions by all parts of the capital. Again, 80 thalers of capital would merely be preserved, no change taken place in its value. Only the 20 thalers would have turned into 30, i.e. surplus labor would have increased by 50%, not by 25% as before. Take the third case, 100, 70 to 20, 10. Result 110. Then the invariable value, 90. The new product 20, hence surplus value or surplus time 100%. Here we have 3 cases in which the profit on the whole capital is always 10, but in the first case the new value created was 25% above the objectified labor spent to buy living labor, in the second case 50%, in the third, 100%. The devil take this wrong arithmetic. Point 5, but never mind. Commencons de nouveau. In the first case we had Invariable value. Wage labor. Surplus value. Total. 60. 40. 10. 110. We continue to presuppose a working day equals 12 hours. We could also assume a growing working day, e.g. x hours before, but now x plus b hours, while productive force remains constant, or both factors variable. Hours. Thalers. If the worker produces in 12. 50. Then in 1. Then in 40. In 12 hours 50 thalers. Then in 10. The worker's necessary labor then amounts to hours, 40 thalers, hence surplus labor hours, value of 10 thalers. Hours is of the working day. The worker's surplus labor amounts to of the day, i.e. equals the value of 10 thalers. Now if we look at these hours as a percentage which capital has gained above the labor time objectified in hours, then, equals, i.e. equals 1248 equals 1:4. Thus 1/4 of the capital equals 25% of it. Likewise, 10 thalers, 40 thalers equals 1:4 equals 25%. Now, summarizing the whole result 6. No. I. Original capital, 100. Constant value, 60. Value reproduced for wages, 40. Surplus value from production, 10. Total sum, 110. Surplus time and value, hours or 10. Of labor. Percent of objectified labor exchanged, 25%. It might be said that the instrument of labor, its value, has to be not only replaced but reproduced, since it is in fact used up, consumed in production. This to be looked at under fixed capital. In actuality the value of the instrument is transposed to that of the material, to the extent that it is objectified labor, it only changes its form. If in the above example the value of the material was 50 and that of the instrument 10, then now, with the instrument used up by 5, the value of the material is 55 and that of the instrument 5, if it disappears altogether, then that of the material has reached 60. This is an element of the simple production process. Unlike wages, the instrument has not been consumed outside the production process. Now to the second presupposition. Original capital, 100. Constant value, 80. Value reproduced for wages, 42. Surplus value from production, 10. Total sum, 110. If the worker produces 30 thalers in 12 hours, then in 1 hour 24 thalers, in 8 hours 20 thalers, in 4 hours 10 thalers. 10 thalers are 50% of 20 thalers, as are 4 hours out of 8 hours, the surplus value equals 4 hours, 1/3 of a day, or 10 thalers surplus value. Thus, No. 2. Original capital, 100. Constant value, 80. Value reproduced for wages 28 hours. Surplus value from production, 10. Total sum, 110. Surplus time and value, 4 hours or 10.2 working days. Percent on capital, 50%. In the first case, like the second, the profit on a total capital of 100 equals 10%, but in the first case the real surplus value which capital obtains from the production process is 25%, in the second, 50%. The conditions presupposed in No. 2 are in themselves as possible as those in No. I. But brought into connection with one another, those of No. 2 are absurd. Material and instrument have been raised from 60 to 80, the productivity of labor has fallen from thalers per hour to, and surplus value increased by 100%. Suppose, however, that the increased expenditure for wages expresses more working days in the first case, fewer in the second, and then the presupposition is correct. It is in itself irrelevant that necessary wages, i.e. the value of labor expressed in thalers, have fallen. Whether the value of an hour of labor is expressed in 2 thalers or in 4, in both cases the product of 12 hours of labor is exchanged, in circulation, for 12 hours of labor, and in both cases surplus labor appears as surplus value. The absurdity of the presupposition comes from the fact, 1, that we have posited 12 hours as the minimum working time, and hence cannot introduce additional or fewer working days. 2, the more we make capital increase on one side, the more we not only make necessary labor decline, but have also to decrease its value, although the value is the same. In the second case, the price would, rather, have to rise. The fact that the worker can live from less work, i.e. that he produces more in the same number of hours, would have to be shown not in a decrease in the thalers for necessary labor, but in the number of necessary hours. If he gets, as e.g. in the first case, thalers, but if the use value of this value, which has to be constant in order to express value, not price, had multiplied, then he no longer needs but only 4 hours for the reproduction of his living laboring capacity, and this would have to express itself in the surplus over the value. But the way we have set up the presuppositions, our invariable value is variable, while the 10% are invariable, here a constant addition to reproductive labor, although it expresses different percentage parts of the same. In the first case the invariable value is smaller than in the second case, but the total product of labor is larger, since, if one part of 100 is smaller, the other has to be larger, and, since absolute labor time is fixed at the identical amount, and since further the total product of labor becomes smaller, in proportion as invariable value becomes larger, and larger as the latter becomes smaller, we therefore obtain less product, absolutely, from the same labor time in proportion as more capital is employed. Now, this would be quite correct, since, if out of a given sum such as 100 more is spent as invariable value, less can be spent for labor time, and thus, relative to total capital, less new overall value can be created. But then, if capital is to make a profit, one cannot hold labor time constant, as is done here, or, if one holds it constant, the value of the working hour cannot become smaller, as it does here, which is impossible if invariable value becomes larger and surplus value becomes larger, the number of working hours would have to become smaller. But that is what we have assumed in the example. We assume in the first case that 50 thalers are produced in 12 hours of labor, in the second case, only 30 thalers. In the first, we make the worker work hours, in the second only 6, although he produces less per hour. It's absurd. But, understood differently, is there not after all something correct in these figures? Does not absolute new value decrease despite an increase in the relative, as soon as relatively more material and instrument than labor is introduced into the component parts of capital? Relative to a given capital, less living labor is employed, hence, even if the excess of this living labor above its costs is greater, and therefore the percentage of wages rises, i.e. the percentage relative to capital actually consumed, then the absolute new value does not necessarily become relatively smaller than in the case of a capital which employs less material and instrument, and this is the main point of the change in invariable value, i.e. value unchanged as value in the production process, and relatively more living labor, precisely because relatively more living labor is employed. An increase in the productive force then corresponds to the increase in the instrument, since the surplus value of the instrument does not keep pace, as in the previous mode of production, with its use value, its productive force, and since any increase in productive force creates more surplus value, although by no means in the same numerical proportion. The increase in the productive forces, which has to express itself in an enlargement of the value of the instrument, the space it takes up in capital expenditure, necessarily brings with it an increase in the material, since more material has to be worked in order to produce more product. The increase in the productive force can, however, also relate to quality, but if that is given, only to quantity, or to quantity if quality is given, or to both. Now, although there is less, necessary, labor in relation to surplus labor, and absolutely less living labor in relation to capital, is it not possible for its surplus value to rise, although in relation to the capital as a whole it declines, i.e. the so-called rate of profit declines? Take for example a capital of 100. Let material be 30 at first. 30 for instrument. Together, in variable value of 60. Wages 40, 4 working days. Profit 10%. Here profit is 25% on wages and 10% on capital as a whole. Now let material become 40 and instrument 40. Let productivity double, so that only 2 working days necessary equals 20. Now posit that the absolute profit be smaller than 10, i.e. the profit on total capital. Is it not possible for profit on labor employed to be more than 25%, i.e. in the given case, more than merely a fourth of 20? In fact, a third of 20 is, i.e. less than 10, but 33% of labor employed, while in the previous case it was only 25%. In this case, we would end up with only, while in the previous case we would have had 110, but still, with the same capital, 100, the surplus labor, surplus gain relative to labor employed, would be greater than in the first case, but since 50% less labor was employed, in absolute terms, than in the first case, while the profit on labor employed was only 1/3 more than in the first case, it follows that the absolute quantity which results has to be smaller, and the same applies to the profit on total capital. For 20x 33 1/3 is smaller than 40x 25. This whole instance is improbable and cannot count as a general example in economics, for an increase in the instrument and an increase in the material worked are both presupposed, while not only the relative but the absolute number of workers has declined. Of course, when two factors equals a third, one has to grow smaller as the other grows larger. But an increase in the value of the instrument in relation to capital as a whole, and an increase in the value of the material, all in all presuppose a division of labor, hence at least an absolute increase in the number of workers, if not an increase relative to capital as a whole. However, take the case of the lithographing machine, which everyone can use to make lithographs without special skill. Suppose the value of the instrument immediately upon its invention to be greater than that which 4 workers absorbed before these handy things were invented. It now requires only 2 workers. Here, as with many instrument-like machines, no further division of labor takes place. Instead, the qualitative division disappears. Let the instruments originally have a value of only 40. But let 4 working days be necessary, here, for the capitalist to make a profit. There are machines, e.g. forced air heating ducts, where labor as such disappears altogether except at a single point. The duct is open at one point, and carries heat to the others. No workers are required at all. This the case generally, see Babbage, 7 with energy transmission, where, previously, energy had to be carried in material form by numbers of workers, here firemen, from one point to another, where the transmission from one room to another, which has now become a physical process, appeared as the labor of numbers of workers. Now, if he uses this lithographing machine as a source of income, as capital, and not as use value, then the material must necessarily increase, since he can put out more lithographs in the same amount of time, which is precisely where this greater profit comes from. Let this lithographer then employ an instrument to the amount of 40, material 40, 2 working days, 20, which give him 33 1/3%, i.e. out of an objectified labor time of 20, then his capital, like the others, consists of 100, only yields percent, but he gains 33 1/3 on labor employed, while the other gains 10 on capital, but only 25% on labor. The value obtained from labor employed may be smaller, but the profits on the whole capital are greater if the other elements of capital are relatively smaller. Despite this, the business at 62/3 on the total capital and 3311/3 on labor could become more profitable than the earlier one based on 25% on labor and 10% profit on the total capital. Suppose e.g. that grain prices etc. rose so that the maintenance of the worker rose by 25% in value. The 4 working days would now cost the first lithographer 50 instead of 40. His instruments and material would remain the same, 60 thalers. He would then have to lay out a capital of 110. With this capital, his profit on the 50 thalers for 4 working days would be 25%. Hence 12 thalers on 110, i.e. percent on the total capital of 110. The other lithographer, machine 40, material 40, but the 2 working days will cost him 25% more than 20, i.e. 25. He would thus have to lay out 105, his surplus value on labor 33 1/3, i.e. 1/3, is 8 1/3. He would gain then, 8 1/3 on 105, 13 1/8%. Then suppose a 10-year cycle with 5 bad and 5 good harvests at the above average proportions, then the first lithographer would gain 50 thalers of interest on the second during the first 5 years, in the last 5, altogether thalers, average interest over the 10 years thalers. The other capitalist would have gained 31 1/3 in the first 5 years, 65 in the last, altogether, a 10-year average of since no 2 uses up more material at the same price, he sells cheaper. It could be said in reply that he sells dearer because he uses up more instrument, especially because he uses up more of the value of the machine in proportion as he uses up more material. However, it is in practice not true that machines wear out and have to be replaced more rapidly as they work more material. But all this is beside the point. Let the relation between the value of the machine and that of the material be constant in both cases. This example attains significance only if we assume a smaller capital which employs more labor and less material and machinery, but yields a higher percentage on the total capital, and a larger capital employing more machinery and more material, as many working days in absolute numbers but relatively fewer, and a smaller percentage on the whole, because less on labor, being more productive, division of labor used, etc. It also has to be postulated, which was not done above, that the use value of the machine significantly greater than its value, i.e. that its devaluation in the service of production is not proportional to its increasing effect on production. Thus, as above, a press, first, hand-operated printing press, second, self-acting printing press. Capital I, 100, uses 30 in material, 30 for the manual press, 4 working days equals 40 thalers, gain 10%, hence 25% on living labor, 1/4 surplus time. Capital II, 200, uses 100 in materials, 60 in press, 4 working days, 40 thalers, gain on the 4 working days 13 1/3 thalers equals 1 working day and 1/3, compared to only 1 working day in the first case, total sum, 213 1/3. I.e., compared to 10% in the first case. Nevertheless, the surplus value on the labor which has been employed is 13 1/3 in this second case, as against 10 in the first. In the first, 4 days create 1 surplus day in 4 working days, in the second, 4 days create 1 surplus days. But the rate of profit on the total capital is 1/3 or 33 1/3 smaller than in the first, the total amount of the gain is 1/3 greater. Now let us suppose that the 30 and the 100 in material are sheets of book paper, and that the instruments wear out in the same space of time, say 10 years or per year. Then no I has to replace of 30 in material, i.e. 3, no 2, of 60, i.e. 6. The material does not enter further into annual production, which may be regarded as 4 working days of 3 months each, on either side, see above. Capital I sells 30 sheets at 30 for materials plus 3 for instrument plus 50, objectified labor time, production time, equals 83. Capital II sells 100 sheets at 100, material, plus 6, instrument, plus 53 1/3 equals 1591 1/3. Capital I sells 30 sheets for 83 thalers, 1 sheet at 83 30ths thalers equals 2 thalers, 23 silver groschen. Capital 2 sells 100 sheets for 159 thalers, 10 silver groschen, 1 sheet at i.e. 1 thaler, 17 silver groschen, 8 pfennigs. It is clear then that capital I is done for, because its selling price is infinitely too high. Now, although in the first case the profit on total capital was 10% and in the second case only 62/3%, the first capital only took in 25% on labor time, while the second takes 331/3%. With capital I, necessary labor is greater relative to the total capital, and hence surplus labor, while smaller in absolute terms than with capital II, shows up as a higher rate of profit on the smaller total capital. 4 working days at 60 are greater than 4 at 160, in the first, 1 working day corresponds to a capital of 15, in the second, 1 working day corresponds to 40. But with the second capital, labor is more productive, which is given both in the greater amount of machinery, hence the greater amount of space that it takes up among the value components of capital, and in the greater amount of material in which a working day, which consists of a greater proportion of surplus time and hence uses more material in the same time, is expressed. It creates more surplus time, relative surplus time, i.e. determined by the development of the force of production. In the first case, surplus time is 1/4, in the second, 1/3. It therefore creates more use values and a higher exchange value in the same amount of time, but the latter not in proportion with the former, since, as we saw, exchange value does not rise in the same numerical proportion as the productivity of labor. The fractional price is therefore smaller than the total production price, i.e. the fractional price multiplied by the amount of fractional prices produced is greater. Now, if we had assumed an absolutely greater number of working days than in No. I, although a relatively smaller number, then the matter would have been even more striking. The profit of the larger capital, working with more machinery, therefore appears smaller than that of the smaller capital working with relatively or absolutely more living labor, precisely because the higher profit on living labor appears as smaller, when calculated on the basis of a total capital in which living labor makes up a lesser proportion of the whole, than the lower profit on living labor which makes up a larger proportion of the smaller total capital. But the fact that No. 2 can employ more material, and that a larger proportion of the total value is in the instrument, is only the expression of the productivity of labor. This, then, is the unfortunate Basquiat's famous riddle, he had firmly convinced himself, to which Mr. Proudhon had no answer, that because the rate of profit of the larger and more productive total capital is smaller, it follows that the worker's share has grown larger, whereas precisely the opposite is the case, his surplus labor has grown larger. 8. Nor does Ricardo seem to have understood the matter, for otherwise he would not have tried to explain the periodic decline of profit merely by the rise in wages caused by the rise in grain prices, and hence of rent. 9. But at bottom, surplus value, in so far as it is indeed the foundation of profit, but still distinct from profit commonly so called, has never been developed. The unfortunate Basquiat would have said in the above case that in the first example the profit was 10%, i.e., in the second only 6/1/4%, i.e., leaving out the percentage, so that the worker receives in the first case, in the second. The relation is correct in neither of the two cases, nor is their relation to one another correct. Now, as far as the further relation of the new value of capital to capital as indifferent total value is concerned, and this is how capital as such appeared to us at the beginning, before we moved on into the production process, and it must again appear to us in this way at the end of the process, this is to be developed partly under the rubric of profit, where the new value obtains a new character, and partly under the heading of accumulation. We are here initially concerned only with developing the nature of surplus value as the equivalent of the absolute or relative labor time mobilized by capital above and beyond necessary labor time. The consumption, in the production process, of the element of value consisting of the instrument cannot in the least serve to distinguish the instrument of labor from the material. Here, where all that is to be explained is the creation of surplus value, self-realization. This is because this consumption is part of the simple production process itself, hence the value of the consumed instrument, whether it be the simple use value of the instrument itself, or the exchange value, if production has already progressed to where there is a division of labor and where at least the surplus is exchanged, has to be recovered again in the value, exchange value, or the use value of the product, so that the process can begin anew. The instrument loses its use value in the same proportion as it helps to raise the exchange value of the raw material and serves as a means of labor. This point must, indeed, be examined, because the distinction between the invariable value, the part of capital which is preserved, that which is reproduced for capital, from the standpoint of the real production of labor, produced, and that which is newly produced, is of essential importance. Multiplication of simultaneous working days. Accumulation of capital. Growth of the constant part of capital in relation to the variable part spent on wages equals growth of the productivity of labor. Proportion in which capital has to increase in order to employ the same number of workers if productivity rises. It is now time to finish with the question of the value resulting from the growth of the productive forces. We have seen, this creates a surplus value, not merely a greater use value, just as in the case of an absolute increase in surplus labor. If a certain limit is given, say e.g. that the worker needs only half a day in order to produce his subsistence for a whole day, and if the natural limit has been reached, then an increase of absolute labor time is possible only if more workers are employed at the same time, so that the real working day is simultaneously multiplied instead of only lengthened. In the given conditions, the individual worker can work no more than 12 hours, if a surplus time of 24 hours is to be gained, then there have to be 2 workers. Capital in this case, before entering the self-realization process, has to buy 6 additional hours of labor in the act of exchange with the worker, i.e. has to lay out a greater part of itself, at the same time it has to lay out more for material, on the average, beside the fact that the extra worker has to be available, i.e. that the working population has to have grown. Hence the possibility of this further realization process depends here on a previous accumulation of capital, as regards its material existence. If, however, productivity increases, and hence relative surplus time, at the present point we can still regard capital as always directly engaged in the production of subsistence, raw materials etc. Then less expenditure is necessary for wages and the growth in the material is created by the realization process itself. But this question belongs, rather, with the accumulation of capitals. We now come to the point where we last broke off. Point 10. An increase in productivity increases the surplus value, although it does not increase the absolute amount of exchange values. It increases values because it creates a new value as value, i.e. a value which is not merely an equivalent destined for exchange, but which asserts itself as such, in a word, more money. The question is, does it ultimately also increase the amount of exchange values? This is, at bottom, admitted, for even Ricardo admits that along with the accumulation of capitals there is an increase in savings, hence a growth in the exchange values produced. The growth of savings means nothing more than the growth of independent values, of money. But Ricardo's demonstration contradicts his own assertion. Our old example. 100 thalers capital, 60 thalers in constant value, 40 in wages, produces 80, hence product equals 140. Let these 40 in surplus value be absolute labor time. Now suppose that productivity doubles, then, if a wage of 40 gives 8 hours of necessary labor, the worker could now produce a whole day of living labor in 4 hours. Surplus time would then increase by 1/3, of a day to produce a whole day before, now 1/3. Of the product of the working day would be surplus value, and if the hour of necessary labor equals 5 thalers, 5x8 equals 40, then he would now need only 5x4 equals 20 thalers. For capital, then, a surplus gain of 20, i.e. 60 instead of 40. At the end, 140, of which 60 equals the constant value, 20 equals the wage and 60 equals the surplus gain, together, 140. The capitalist can then begin production anew with 80 thalers of capital. Let capitalist A on the same stage of old production invest his capital of 140 in new production. Following the original proportions, he needs for the invariable part of capital, i.e. 3x equals 3x 28 equals 84, leaving 56 for necessary labor. Before, he spent 40 on labor, now 56, of 40 additionally. Then at the end, his capital equals 84 plus 56 equals 196. Capitalist B on the higher stage of production would similarly employ his 140 thalers for new production. If out of a capital of 80 he needs 60 for invariable value and only 20 for labor, then out of a capital of 60 he needs 45 for invariable value and 15 for labor, thus the total would be equals 60 plus 20 equals 100 in the first and, secondly, 45 plus 15 equals 75. Thus his total yield is 175, while that of the first equals 196. An increase in the productivity of labor means nothing more than that the same capital creates the same value with less labor, or that less labor creates the same product with more capital. That less necessary labor produces more surplus labor. The necessary labor is smaller in relation to capital. For the process of its realization this is obviously the same as, capital is larger in relation to the necessary labor which it sets into motion, for the same capital sets more surplus labor in motion, hence less necessary labor. It is sometimes said about machinery, therefore, that it saves labor. However, as Lauderdale correctly remarked, the mere saving of labor is not the characteristic thing. 12.4, with the help of machinery, human labor performs actions and creates things which without it would be absolutely impossible of accomplishment. The latter concerns the use value of machinery. What is characteristic is the saving of necessary labor and the creating of surplus labor. The higher productivity of labor is expressed in the fact that capital has to buy a smaller amount of necessary labor in order to create the same value and a greater quantity of use values, or that less necessary labor creates the same exchange value, realizes more material and a greater mass of use values. Thus, if the total value of the capital remains the same, an increase in the productive force means that the constant part of capital, consisting of machinery and material, grows relative to the variable, i.e. to the part of capital which is exchanged for living labor and forms the wage fund. This means at the same time that a smaller quantity of labor sets a larger quantity of capital in motion. If the total value of capital entering into the production process increases, then the wage fund, this variable part of capital, must decrease relatively, compared to the relation if the productivity of labor, i.e. the relation of necessary to surplus labor, had remained the same. Now let us assume in the above case that the capital of 100 is agricultural capital. Then, 40 thalers for seeds, fertilizer etc., 20 thalers instrument of labor, and 40 thalers wage labor, at the old level of production. Let these 40 thalers equals 4 days of necessary labor. At the old production level, these create a total of 140. Now let fertility double, owing to improvement either in the instrument or in the fertilizer etc. In this case the product has to equals 140 thalers, given that the instrument is entirely consumed. Let fertility double, so that the price of the necessary working day falls by half, so that only 4 necessary half days of work, i.e. 2 whole ones, are necessary in order to produce 8. 2 working days to produce 8 is the same as when 1/4 of each working day, 3 hours, is required for necessary labor. Now, instead of 40 thalers, the farmer has to spend only 20 for labor. Thus at the end of the process the component parts of capital have changed, from the original 40 for seed etc., which now have double the use value, 20 for instrument and 20 for labor, 2 whole working days. Before the relation of the constant part of capital to the variable equals 60:40 equals 3:2, now 80:20 equals 4:1. Looking at the whole capital, necessary labor was equals, now. Now, if the farmer wants to continue to use labor in the old relation, then by how much would his capital have to increase? Or, in order to avoid the nefarious presupposition that he continued to operate with a constant capital of 60 and a wage fund of 40, after a doubling of productive force, which introduces false relations, because it presupposes that, despite the doubled force of production, capital continued to operate with the same component parts, to employ the same quantity of necessary labor without spending more for raw material and instrument of labor, then, therefore, productivity doubles, so that he now needs to spend only 20 thalers on labor, whereas he needed 40 before. If it is given that 4 whole working days were necessary, each equals 10 thalers, in order to create a surplus of 4 whole working days, and if this surplus is provided for him by the transformation of 40 thalers of cotton into yarn, then he now needs only 2 whole working days in order to create the same value, i.e. that of 8 working days. The value of the yarn expressed a surplus time of 4 working days before, now of 6. Or, each of the workers needed 6 hours of necessary labor time before in order to create 12, now 3. Necessary labor time was 12x4 equals 48, or 4 days. In each of these days, the surplus time was equals half a day, 6 hours. It now amounts to only 12x2 equals 24 or 2 days, 3 hours per day. In order to bring forth the surplus value, each of the 4 workers would have to work 6x2 hours, i.e. 1 day. Now he needs to work only 3x2 hours, i.e. half a day. Now, whether 4 work a day or 2 a whole, 1 day is the same. The capitalist could dismiss 2 workers. He would even have to dismiss them, since a certain quantity of cotton is only enough to make a certain quantity of yarn. Thus he cannot order 4 whole days of work any more, but only 4 half days. But if the worker has to work 12 hours in order to obtain 3 hours, i.e. his necessary wage, then, if he works 6 hours, he will obtain only 1/2 hours of exchange value. But if he can live for 12 hours with 3 hours of necessary labor, then with 1/2 he can live only 6 hours. Thus if all 4 workers were to be employed, each of the 4 could live only half a day, i.e. the same capital cannot keep all 4 alive as workers, but only 2. The capitalist could pay 4 out of the old fund for 4 half days of work, then he would pay 2 too many and would make the workers a present of the productive force. Since he can use only 4 half days of living labor, such possibilities neither occur in practice, nor can we deal with them here, where we are concerned with the relation of capital as such. Now 20 thalers of the capital of 100 are not directly employed in production. The capitalist uses 40 thalers of raw material, 20 for instrument, together 60 as before, but now only 20 thalers for labor, 2 working days. Of the whole capital of 80 he uses 3/4, 60, for the constant part and only 1/4 for labor. Then if he employs the remaining 20 in the same way 3/4 for constant capital, 1/4 for labor, then 15 for the first, 5 for the second. Now since 1 working day equals 10 thalers, given, 5 would be only equals 6 hours equals 1/2 working day. With the new value of 20, gained through productivity, capital could buy only 1/2 a working day more, if it continues to realize itself in the same proportion. It would have to grow threefold, namely, 60, together with the 20 equals 80, in order to employ the 2 dismissed workers for the previous 2 full working days. In the new relation, the capital uses 3/4 in constant capital in order to employ 1/4 as wage fund. Thus if 20 is the whole capital, 3/4 i.e. 15 constant and 1/4 labor, i.e. 5, equals 1/2 a working day. With a whole capital of 4x20, hence 4x15 equals 60 constant, hence 4x5 equals 20 wages equals working days equals 2 working days. Therefore, if the productive force of labor doubles, so that a capital of 60 thalers in raw materials and instrument now needs only 20 thalers in labor, 2 working days, for its realization, whereas it needed 100 before, then the total capital of 100 would have to grow to 160, or the capital of 80 now being dealt with would have to double in order to retain all the labor put out of work. But the doubling of productive force creates a new capital of only 20 thalers equals 1/2 of the labor time employed earlier, and this is only enough to employ 1/2 a working day additionally. Before the doubling of the productive force, the capital was 100 and employed 4 working days, on the supposition that equals wage fund of 40, now, when the wage fund has fallen to of 100, to 20 equals 2 working days, but to 1/4 of 80, the capital newly entering into the realization process, it would have to rise to 160, by 60%, in order still to be able to employ 4 working days as before. It can only employ 1/2 a new working day with the 20 thalers drawn from the increase in the productive force, if the whole old capital continues operating. Before, it employed with 100, 4 days, working days, it could now employ only. Therefore, when the force of production doubles, capital does not need to double in order to set the same necessary labor into motion, 4 working days, i.e. it does not need to rise to 200, but needs to rise only by double the whole, minus the part deducted from the wage fund. 100 to 20 equals 80, x2 equals 160. By contrast, the first capital, before the increase in productive force, which divided 100 as 60 constant 40 wages, 4 working days, in order to employ 2 additional days, would need to grow from 100 to only 150, i.e. constant capital, 30, and wage fund, 20. If it is given that the working day doubles in both cases, then the second would amount to 250 at the end, the first only 160. Of the part of capital which is withdrawn from the wage fund owing to the increase in the force of production, one part has to be transformed again into raw material and instrument, another part is exchanged for living labor. This can take place only in the proportions between the different parts which are posited by the new productivity. It can no longer take place in the old proportion, for the relation of the wage fund to the constant fund has decreased. If the capital of 100 first used 2/5 for wage fund, 40, and, owing to a doubling of productive force, then used only 20, then of the capital has become free, 20 thalers, and the employed part, 80, uses only as wage fund. Thus, of the 20, similarly, only 5 thalers, 1/2 working day. The whole capital of 100 therefore now employs 2 1/2 working days, or, it would have to grow to 160 in order to employ 4 again. If the original capital had been 1000, divided in the same way, constant capital, wage fund, then 600 plus 400, let 400 equal 40 working days, each working day equals 10 thalers. Now double the productive force of labor, i.e. only 20 working days required for the same product, equals 200 thalers, then the capital necessary to begin production anew would be equals 800, that is 600 plus 200, 200 thalers would have been set free. Employed in the same relation, then 3/4 for constant capital equals 150 and 1/4 wages equals 50. Thus, if the 1000 thalers are employed in their entirety, then now 750 constant plus 250 wage fund equals 1000 thalers. But 250 wage fund would be equals 25 working days, i.e. the new fund can employ labor time only in the new relation, i.e. at 1/4, in order to employ the entire labor time as before, it would have to quadruple. The liberated capital of 200 would employ a wage fund of 50 equals 5 working days, 1/4 of the liberated labor time. The part of the labor fund disconnected from capital is itself employed as capital at only 1/4 for labor fund, i.e. precisely in the relation in which that part of the new capital which is labor fund stands to the total sum of the capital. Thus in order to employ 20 working days, for x 5 working days, this fund would have to grow from 50 to 4x 50 equals 200, i.e. the liberated part would have to grow from 200 to 600, i.e. triple, so that the entire new capital would amount to 800. Then the total capital, 1,600, of this, 1,200 constant part and 400 labor fund. Thus if a capital of 1,000 originally contained a labor fund of 440 working days, and if, owing to a doubling of productive force, it now needs to employ a labor fund of only 200 in order to buy necessary labor, i.e. only one half of the previous labor, then the capital would have to grow by 600 in order to employ all the previous labor in its entirety, in order to gain the same amount of surplus time. It would have to be able to employ twice the labor fund, i.e. 2x 200 equals 400, but, since the relation of the labor fund to the total capital is now equals 1/4, this requires a total capital of 4x 400 equals 1,600. Or, which is the same thing, it is equals 2x the new capital which owing to the new productive force replaces the old in production, 800 x 2, thus if the productive force had quadrupled, quintupled etc. equals 4x, 5x the new capital etc. If the force of production has doubled, then necessary labor is reduced to 1/2, likewise the labor fund. Thus if it amounted, as in the above case of the old capital of 1,000, to 400, i.e. of the total capital, then, afterwards, or 200. This relation, by which it is reduced, is the liberated part of the labor fund equals of the old capital equals 200. Of the old equals of the new. The new capital is equals to the old plus of the same. These trivia more closely later etc. Given the same original relations between the parts of the capital and the same increase in the productive force, the largeness or smallness of the capital is completely irrelevant for the general theses. Quite another question is whether, when capital grows larger, the relations remain the same, but this belongs under accumulation. But, given this, we see how an increase in the force of production changes the relations between the component parts of capital. If in both cases was originally constant and labor fund, then doubling the productive force acts in the same way on a capital of 100 as on one of 1,000. The word labor fund is here used only for convenience's sake, we have not yet developed capital in this specificity bestimthed. So far two parts, the one exchanged for commodities, material and instrument, the other for labor capacity. The new capital, i.e. the part of the old capital which represents its function, is equals the old minus the liberated part of the labor fund. This liberated part, however, equals the fraction which used to express necessary labor, or, same thing, the labor fund, divided by the multiplier of the productive force. Thus, if the old capital equals 1,000 and the fraction expressing necessary labor or the labor fund equals, and if the force of production doubles, then the new capital which represents the function of the old equals 800, i.e. of the old capital equals 400, this divided by 2, the multiplier of productive force, equals 2/10 equals 1/5 equals 200. Then the new capital equals 800 and the liberated part of the labor fund equals 200. We have seen that under these conditions a capital of 100 thalers has to grow to 160, and a capital of 1,000 to 1,600, in order to retain the same labor time, of 4 or 40 working days, etc., both have to grow by 60%, i.e. of themselves, of the old capital, in order to be able to re-employ the liberated labor time, in the first case 20 thalers, in the second 200, of the liberated labor fund. As such, percentage of total capital can express very different relations. Capital, like property, rests on productivity of labor. Nota bene. We saw above that identical percentages of the total capital can express very different relations in which capital creates its surplus value, i.e. posits surplus labor, relative or absolute. Point 13 If the relation between the invariable value part of capital and the variable part, that exchanged for labor, such that the latter equals 1/2 the total capital, i.e. capital 100 equals 50, constant, plus 50, variable, then the part exchanged for labor would have to increase by only 50% in order to yield 25% on the capital, i.e. 50 plus 25 equals 125, while in the above example 75 plus 25 equals 125, i.e. the part exchanged for living labor increases by 100% in order to yield 25% on the capital. Here we see that, if the relations remain the same percentage on the total capital holds no matter how big or small it may be, i.e. if the relation of the labor fund to the total capital remains the same, thus, above, 1/4. Thus, 100 yields 125, 80 yields 100, 1000 yields 1250, 800 yields 1000, 1600 yields 2000, etc., always equals 25%. If capitals whose component parts are in different relations, including therefore their forces of production, nevertheless yield the same percentages on total capital, then the real surplus value has to be very different in the different branches. Thus the example is correct, the productive force compared under the same conditions with the same capital before the rise in productive force. Let a capital of 100 employ constant value 50, labor fund equals 50. Let the fund increase by 50%, i.e. 1/2, then the total product equals 125. Let the labor fund of 50 thalers employ 10 working days, pay 5 thalers per day. Since the new value is 1/2, the surplus time has to be equals 5 working days, i.e. the worker who needed to work only 10 working days in order to live for 15 has to work 15 for the capitalist in order to live for 15, and his surplus labor of 5 days constitutes capital surplus value. Expressed in hours, if the workday equals 12 hours, then surplus labor equals 6 per day. Thus in 10 days or 120 hours, the worker works 60 hours equals 5 days too many. But now with the doubling of productivity, relations within the 100 thalers would be 75 and 25, i.e. the same capital now needs to employ only 5 workers in order to create the same value of 125, the 5 working days then equals 10, doubled, i.e. 5 working days are paid, 10 produced. The worker would need to work only 5 days in order to live 10, before the increase in productive force he had to work 10 to live 15, thus, if he worked 5, he could live only 7 1/2, but he has to work 10 for the capitalist in order to live 10, the latter thus makes a profit of 5 days, 1 day per day, or, expressed in days, the worker had to work 1/2 to live 1 before, i.e. 6 hours to live 12, now he needs to work only 1/4 to live 1, i.e. 3 hours. If he worked a whole day, he could live 2, if he worked 12 hours, 24, if he worked 6, 12 hours. But he now has to work 12 hours to live 12. He would need to work only 1/2 in order to live 1, but he has to work 2x 1/2 equals 1 to live 1. In the old state of the productive force, he had to work 10 days to live 15, or 12 hours to live 18, or 1 hour to live 1 1/2, or 8 hours to live 12, i.e. of a day to live. But he has to work to live, i.e. 1/3 too much. The doubling of the productive force increases the relation of surplus time from 1:1 1/2, i.e. 50%, to 1:2, i.e. 100%. In the earlier labor time relation, he needed 8 to live 12, i.e. of the whole day was necessary labor, he now needs only 1/2, i.e. 6, to live 12. That is why capital now employs 5 workers instead of 10. If the 10, cost 50, produced 75 before, then now the 25, 50, i.e. the former only 50%, the second 100. The workers worked 12 hours as before, but in the first case capital bought 10 working days, now merely 5, because the force of production doubled, the 5 produce 5 days of surplus labor, because in the first case 10 working days yielded only 5 days of surplus labor, now, with the force of production doubled, i.e. risen from 50% to 100% minus 5, in the first case 120 working hours, equals 10 working days, produce 180, in the second, 60, i.e. in the first case, the surplus time is 1/3 of the whole day. 50% of necessary labor, i.e. 4 hours out of 12, necessary time 8, in the second case surplus time is 1/2 the whole day. 100% of necessary labor, i.e. 6 hours out of 12, necessary time 6, hence the 10 days yielded 5 days of surplus time, surplus labor, in the first case, and in the second the 5 yield 5. Thus relative surplus time has doubled, relative to the first relation it grew by only 1/2 compared to 1/3, i.e. by 16%. Constant variable. 100. 60 plus 40. Original relation. 100. 75 plus 25. Plus 25, equals 125, 25%. 160. 120 plus 40. Plus 40, equals 200, 25%. Since surplus labor, or surplus time, is the presupposition of capital, it therefore also rests on the fundamental presupposition that there exists a surplus above the labor time necessary for the maintenance and reproduction of the individual, that the individual e.g. needs to work only 6 hours in order to live 1 day, or 1 day in order to live 2, etc. With the development of the forces of production, necessary labor time decreases and surplus labor time thereby increases. Or, as well, that one individual can work for 2, etc. Wealth is disposable time and nothing more. If the whole labor of a country were sufficient only to raise the support of the whole population, there would be no surplus labor, consequently nothing that can be allowed to accumulate as capital. Truly wealthy a nation, if there is no interest or if the working day is 6 hours rather than 12. Whatever may be due to the capitalist, he can only receive the surplus labor of the laborer, for the laborer must live. The source and remedy of the national difficulties. 14. Property. Origin in the productivity of labor. If one can produce only enough for one, everyone a worker, there can be no property. When one man's labor can maintain 5, there will be 4 idle men for one employed in production. Property grows from the improvement in the mode of production. The growth of the property, this greater ability to maintain idle men and unproductive industry equals capital. Machinery itself can seldom be applied with success to abridge the labors of an individual, more time would be lost in its construction than could be saved by its application. It is only really useful when it acts on great masses, when a single machine can assist the labors of thousands. It is accordingly in the most populous countries where there are most idle men that it is always most abundant. It is not called into action by scarcity of men, but by the facility with which they are brought together. Not 1/4 of the English population provides everything that is consumed by all. Under William the Conqueror, for example, the amount of those directly participating in production much greater relative to the idle men. Ravenstone, 9, 32. 15. Just as capital on one side creates surplus labor is at the same time equally the presupposition of the existence of capital. The whole development of wealth rests on the creation of disposable time. The relation of necessary labor time to the superfluous, such it is, initially, from the standpoint of necessary labor, changes with the different stages in the development of the productive forces. In the less productive 16 stages of exchange, people exchange nothing more than their superfluous labor time. This is the measure of their exchange, which therefore extends only to superfluous products. In production resting on capital, the existence of necessary labor time is conditional on the creation of superfluous labor time. In the lowest stages of production, firstly, few human needs have yet been produced, and thus few to be satisfied. Necessary labor is therefore restricted, not because labor is productive, but because it is not very necessary, and secondly, in all stages of production there is a certain common quality Gemeinsamkeit of labor, social character of the same, etc. The force of social production develops later, etc. Return to this. 17. Increase of surplus labor time. Increase of simultaneous working days, population. Population can increase in proportion as necessary labor time becomes smaller, i.e. the time required to produce living labor capacities decreases, surplus capital and surplus population. Creation of free time for society. Surplus time is the excess of the working day above that part of it which we call necessary labor time. It exists secondly as the multiplication of simultaneous working days, i.e. of the laboring population. It can also be created, but this is mentioned here only in passing, belongs in the chapter on wage labor, by means of forcible prolongation of the working day beyond its natural limits, by the addition of women and children to the laboring population. The first relation, that of the surplus time and the necessary time in the day, can be and is modified by the development of the productive forces, so that necessary labor is restricted to a constantly smaller fractional part. The same thing then holds relatively for the population. A laboring population of, say, 6 million can be regarded as one working day of 6x12, i.e. 72 million hours, so that the same law is applicable here. It is a law of capital, as we saw, to create surplus labor, disposable time. It can do this only by setting necessary labor in motion, i.e. entering into exchange with the worker. It is its tendency, therefore, to create as much labor as possible, just as it is equally its tendency to reduce necessary labor to a minimum. It is therefore equally a tendency of capital to increase the laboring population, as well as constantly to posit a part of it as surplus population, population which is useless until such time as capital can utilize it. Hence the correctness of the theory of surplus population and surplus capital. It is equally a tendency of capital to make human labor, relatively, superfluous, so as to drive it, as human labor, towards infinity. Value is nothing but objectified labor, and surplus value, realization of capital, is only the excess above that part of objectified labor which is necessary for the reproduction of laboring capacity. But labor as such is and remains the presupposition, and surplus labor exists only in relation with the necessary, hence only in so far as the latter exists. Capital must therefore constantly posit necessary labor in order to posit surplus labor. It has to multiply it, namely the simultaneous working days, in order to multiply the surplus, but at the same time it must suspend them as necessary, in order to posit them as surplus labor. As regards the single working day, the process is of course simple: 1. To lengthen it up to the limits of natural possibility, 2. To shorten the necessary part of it more and more, i.e. to increase the productive forces without limit. But the working day, regarded spatially, time itself regarded as space, is many working days alongside one another. The more working days capital can enter into exchange with at once, during which it exchanges objectified for living labor, the greater its realization at once. It can leap over the natural limit formed by one individual's living, working day, at a given stage in the development of the forces of production, and it does not in itself change anything that the stage is changing, only by positing another working day alongside the first at the same time, by the spatial addition of more simultaneous working days. E.g., I can drive the surplus labor of A no higher than 3 hours, but if I add the days of B, C, D etc., then it becomes 12 hours. In place of a surplus time of 3, I have created one of 12. This is why capital solicits the increase of population, and the very process by means of which necessary labor is reduced makes it possible to put new necessary labor, and hence surplus labor, to work. I.e. the production of workers becomes cheaper, more workers can be produced in the same time, in proportion as necessary labor time becomes smaller or the time required for the production of living labor capacity becomes relatively smaller. These are identical statements. This still without regard to the fact that the increase in population increases the productive force of labor, since it makes possible a greater division and combination of labor etc. The increase of population is a natural force of labor, for which nothing is paid. From this standpoint, we use the term natural force to refer to the social force. All natural forces of social labor are themselves historical products. It is, on the other side, a tendency of capital, just as in the case of the single working day, to reduce the many simultaneous necessary working days, which, as regards their value, can be taken as one working day, to the minimum, i.e. to posit as many as possible of them as not necessary. Just as in the previous case of the single working day it was a tendency of capital to reduce the necessary working hours, so now the necessary working days are reduced in relation to the total amount of objectified labor time. If 6 are necessary to produce 12 superfluous working hours, then capital works towards the reduction of these 6 to 4. Or 6 working days can be regarded as one working day of 72 hours, if necessary labor time is reduced by 24 hours, then 2 days of necessary labor fall away, i.e. 2 workers. At the same time, the newly created surplus capital can be realized as such only by being again exchanged for living labor. Hence the tendency of capital simultaneously to increase the laboring population as well as to reduce constantly its necessary part, constantly to posit a part of it as reserve. And the increase of population itself the chief means for reducing the necessary part. At bottom this is only an application of the relation of the single working day. Here already lie, then, all the contradictions which modern population theory expresses as such, but does not grasp. Capital, as the positing of surplus labor, is equally and in the same moment the positing and the not positing of necessary labor. It exists only in so far as necessary labor both exists and does not exist. If the relation of the necessary working days to the total number of objectified working days was equals 9/12, hence surplus labor equals 1/4, then the striving of capital is to reduce it to 6:9, i.e. 2/3, hence surplus labor equals 1/3. Develop this more closely later. Still, the major basic traits here, where we are dealing with the general concept of capital. Transition from the process of the production of capital into the process of circulation. Devaluation of capital itself owing to increase of productive forces. Competition. Capital as unity and contradiction of production process and realization process. Capital as barrier to production. Overproduction. Demand by the workers themselves. Barriers to capitalist production. We have now seen how, in the realization process, capital has, 1. Maintained its value by means of exchange itself, exchange, that is, with living labor, 2. Increased, created a surplus value. There now appears, as the result of this unity of the process of production and the process of realization, the product of the process, i.e. capital itself, emerging as product from the process whose presupposition it was, as a product which is a value, or, value itself appears as the product of the process, and specifically a higher value, because it contains more objectified labor than the value which formed the point of departure. This value as such is money. However, this is the case only in itself, it is not posited as such. That which is posited at the outset, which is on hand, is a commodity with a certain, ideal, price, i.e. which exists only ideally ideal as a certain sum of money, and which first has to realize itself sich realisieren as such in the exchange process, hence has to re-enter the process of simple circulation in order to be posited as money. We now come therefore to the third side of the process in which capital is posited as such. 3. Looked at precisely, that is, the realization process of capital, and money becomes capital only through the realization process, appears at the same time as its devaluation process Entwertungsprozess, its demonetization. And this in two respects. First, to the extent that capital does not increase absolute labor time but rather decreases the relative, necessary labor time, by increasing the force of production, to that extent does it reduce the costs of its own production, in so far as it was presupposed as a certain sum of commodities, reduces its exchange value, one part of the capital on hand is constantly devalued owing to a decrease in the costs of production at which it can be reproduced, not because of a decrease in the amount of labor objectified in it, but because of a decrease in the amount of living labor which it is henceforth necessary to objectify in this specific product. This constant devaluation of the existing capital does not belong here, since it already presupposes capital as completed. It is merely to be noted here in order to indicate how later developments are already contained in the general concept of capital. Belongs in the doctrine of the concentration and competition of capitals. The devaluation being dealt with here is this, that capital has made the transition from the form of money into the form of a commodity, of a product, which has a certain price, which is to be realized. In its money form it existed as value. It now exists as product, and only ideally as price, but not as value as such. In order to realize itself, i.e. to maintain and to multiply itself as value, it would first have to make the transition from the form of money into that of use values, raw material, instrument, wages, but it would thereby lose the form of value, and it now has to enter anew into circulation in order to posit this form of general wealth anew. The capitalist now enters the process of circulation not simply as one engaged in exchange, but as producer, and the others engaged in exchange are, relative to him, consumers. They must exchange money in order to obtain his commodity for their consumption, while he exchanges his product to obtain their money. Suppose that this process breaks down, and the separation by itself implies the possibility of such a miscarriage in the individual case, then the capitalist's money has been transformed into a worthless product, and has not only not gained a new value, but also lost its original value. But whether this is so or not, in any case devaluation forms one moment of the realization process, which is already simply implied in the fact that the product of the process in its immediate form is not value, but first has to enter anew into circulation in order to be realized as such. Therefore, while capital is reproduced as value and new value in the production process, it is at the same time posited as not value, as something which first has to be realized as value by means of exchange. The three processes of which capital forms the unity are external, they are separate in time and space. As such, the transition from one into the other, i.e. their unity as regards the individual capitalists, is accidental. Despite their inner unity, they exist independently alongside one another, each as the presupposition of the other. Regarded broadly and as a whole, this inner unity must necessarily maintain itself to the extent that the whole of production rests on capital, and it must therefore realize all the necessary moments of its self-formation, and must contain the determinants necessary to make these moments real. But at the point we have reached so far, capital still does not appear as the determinant of circulation, exchange, itself but merely as one moment of the latter, and it appears to stop being capital just at the point where it enters into circulation. As a commodity, capital now shares the fate of commodities in general. It is a matter of accident whether or not it is exchanged for money, whether its price is realized or not. In the production process itself, where capital continued to be presupposed as value, its realization appeared totally dependent solely on the relation of itself as objectified labor to living labor, i.e. on the relation of capital to wage labor. But now, as a product, as a commodity, it appears dependent on circulation, which lies outside this process. In fact, as we have seen, it returns into it as its ground, but also and equally emerges from it again. 19. As a commodity, it must be, 1. A use value and, as such, an object of need, object of consumption. 2. It must be exchanged for its equivalent, in money. The new value can be realized only through a sale. If it contained objectified labor at a price of 100 thalers before, and now at a price of 110, the price here merely an expression, in money, of the amount of objectified labor, then this has to be demonstrated through the exchange of the labor objectified in the newly produced commodity for 110 thalers. The product is devalued and quartet initially in so far as it must be exchanged for money at all, in order to obtain its form as value again. Inside the production process, realization appeared totally identical with the production of surplus labor, the objectification of surplus time, and hence appeared to have no bounds other than those partly presupposed and partly posited within this process itself, but which are always posited within it as barriers to be forcibly overcome. There now appear barriers to it which lie outside it. To begin with, even on an entirely superficial inspection, the commodity is an exchange value only insofar as it is at the same time a use value, i.e. an object of consumption. Still entirely irrelevant here, what kind of consumption. It ceases to be an exchange value when it ceases to be a use value, since it does not yet exist as money again, but rather still in a specific mode of existence coinciding with its natural quality. Its first barrier, then, is consumption itself, the need for it. Given the present presuppositions, there is no basis whatever for speaking of ineffective, non-paying needs, i.e. a need which does not itself possess a commodity or money to give in exchange. Then, secondly, there has to be an equivalent for it, and, since circulation was presupposed at the outset as a constant magnitude, as having a given volume, but since, on the other hand, capital has created a new value in the production process, it seems indeed as if no equivalent were available for it. Thus, by emerging from the production process and re-entering circulation, capital, as production, appears to encounter a barrier in the available magnitude of consumption capacity. As a specific use value, its quantity is irrelevant up to a certain point, then, however, at a certain level, since it satisfies only a specific need, it ceases to be required for consumption. As a specific, one-sided, qualitative use value, e.g. grain, its quantity itself is irrelevant only up to a certain level, it is required only in a specific quantity, i.e. in a certain measure. This measure, however, is given partly in its quality as use value, its specific usefulness, applicability, partly in the number of individuals engaged in exchange who have a need for this specific consumption. The number of consumers multiplied by the magnitude of their need for this specific product. Use value in itself does not have the boundlessness of value as such. Given objects can be consumed as objects of needs only up to a certain level. For example, no more than a certain amount of grain is consumed, etc. Hence, as use value, the product contains a barrier, precisely the barrier consisting of the need for it, which, however, is measured not by the need of the producers but by the total need of all those engaged in exchange. Where the need for a certain use value ceases, it ceases to be a use value. It is measured as a use value by the need for it. But as soon as it ceases to be a use value, it ceases to be an object of circulation, insofar as it is not money. As new value and as value as such, however, it seems to encounter a barrier in the magnitude of available equivalents, primarily money, not as medium of circulation but as money. The surplus value, distinct, obviously, from the original value, requires a surplus equivalent. This now appears as a second barrier. C. Money, i.e. wealth as such, i.e. wealth existing in and because of the exchange for alien objectified labor, originally appeared to collapse into itself in sic Zusammenfallen to the extent that it did not proceed to the exchange for alien living labor, i.e. to the production process. Circulation was incapable of renewing itself from within itself. At the same time, the production process now appears to be in a fix, inasmuch as it is not able to make the transition into the process of circulation. Capital, as production resting on wage labor, presupposes circulation as the necessary condition and moment of the entire motion. This specific form of production presupposes this specific form of exchange which finds its expression in the circulation of money. In order to renew itself, the entire product has to be transformed into money, not as in earlier stages of production, where exchange is by no means concerned with production in its totality, but only with superfluous production and superfluous products. These are, then, the contradictions which present themselves of their own accord to a simple, objective, nonpartisan view. How they are constantly suspended in the system of production resting on capital, but also constantly created again, and are suspended only by force, although this suspension appears up to a certain point merely as a quiet equilibration, this is another question. The important thing at present is to take note of the existence of these contradictions. All the contradictions of circulation come to life again in a new form. The product as use value is in contradiction with itself as value, i.e. inasmuch as it exists in a specific quality, as a specific thing, as a product of specific natural properties, as a substance of need in contradiction with its substance as value, which it possesses exclusively on account of its being objectified labor. But this time, this contradiction is posited not merely as it was in circulation, as a merely formal difference, rather the quality of being measured by use value is here firmly determined as the quality of being measured by the total requirement for this product by all those engaged in exchange, i.e. by the amount of total consumption. The latter here appears as measure for it as use value and hence also as exchange value. In simple circulation it had simply to be transposed from the form of a particular use value into the form of exchange value. Its barrier then appeared only in the fact that, coming from circulation, it existed in a particular form owing to its natural composition, rather than in the value form in which it could be exchanged for all other commodities directly. What is posited now is that the measure of its availability is given in its natural composition itself. In order to be transposed into the general form, the use value has to be present in a limited and specific quantity, a quantity whose measure does not lie in the amount of labor objectified in it, but arises from its nature as use value, in particular, use value for others. At the same time, the previous contradiction, that money for itself das für sich seemed Geld had to proceed to exchange itself for living labor, now appears even greater, inasmuch as the surplus money, in order to exist as such, or the surplus value, has to exchange itself for surplus value. Hence, as value, it encounters its barrier in alien production, just as use value, its barrier is alien consumption. In the latter, its measure is the amount of need for the specific product, in the former, the amount of objectified labor existing in circulation. The indifference of value as such towards use value is thereby brought into just as false a position as are, on the other side, the substance of value and its measure as objectified labor in general. The main point here, where we are concerned with the general concept of capital, is that it is this unity of production and realization, not immediately but only as a process, which is linked to certain conditions, and, as it appeared, external conditions. The creation by capital of absolute surplus value, more objectified labor, is conditional upon an expansion, specifically a constant expansion, of the sphere of circulation. The surplus value created at one point requires the creation of surplus value at another point, for which it may be exchanged, if only, initially, the production of more gold and silver, more money, so that, if surplus value cannot directly become capital again, it may exist in the form of money as the possibility of new capital. A precondition of production based on capital is therefore the production of a constantly widening sphere of circulation, whether the sphere itself is directly expanded or whether more points within it are created as points of production. While circulation appeared at first as a constant magnitude, it here appears as a moving magnitude, being expanded by production itself. Accordingly, it already appears as a moment of production itself. Hence, just as capital has the tendency on one side to create ever more surplus labor, so it has the complementary tendency to create more points of exchange, i.e., here, seen from the standpoint of absolute surplus value or surplus labor, to summon up more surplus labor as complement to itself, i.e. at bottom, to propagate production based on capital, or the mode of production corresponding to it. The tendency to create the world market is directly given in the concept of capital itself. Every limit appears as a barrier to be overcome. Initially, to subjugate every moment of production itself to exchange and to suspend the production of direct use values not entering into exchange, i.e. precisely to posit production based on capital in place of earlier modes of production, which appear primitive naturwüchsig from its standpoint. Commerce no longer appears here as a function taking place between independent productions for the exchange of their excess, but rather as an essentially all-embracing presupposition and moment of production itself. On the other side, the production of relative surplus value, i.e. production of surplus value based on the increase and development of the productive forces, requires the production of new consumption, requires that the consuming circle within circulation expands as did the productive circle previously. Firstly, quantitative expansion of existing consumption, secondly, creation of new needs by propagating existing ones in a wide circle, thirdly, production of new needs and discovery and creation of new use values. In other words, so that the surplus labor gain does not remain a merely quantitative surplus, but rather constantly increases the circle of qualitative differences within labor, hence of surplus labor, makes it more diverse, more internally differentiated. For example, if, through a doubling of productive force, a capital of 50 can now do what a capital of 100 did before, so that a capital of 50 and the necessary labor corresponding to it become free, then, for the capital and labor which have been set free, a new, qualitatively different branch of production must be created, which satisfies and brings forth a new need. The value of the old industry is preserved by the creation of the fund for a new one in which the relation of capital and labor posits itself in a new form. Hence exploration of all of nature in order to discover new, useful qualities in things, universal exchange of the products of all alien climates and lands, new, artificial, preparation of natural objects, by which they are given new use values. The exploration of the earth in all directions, to discover new things of use as well as new useful qualities of the old, such as new qualities of them as raw materials etc., the development, hence, of the natural sciences to their highest point, likewise the discovery, creation, and satisfaction of new needs arising from society itself, the cultivation of all the qualities of the social human being, production of the same in a form as rich as possible in needs, because rich in qualities and relations, production of this being as the most total and universal possible social product, for, in order to take gratification in a many-sided way, he must be capable of many pleasures genus fag, hence culture to a high degree, is likewise a condition of production founded on capital. This creation of new branches of production, i.e. of qualitatively new surplus time, is not merely the division of labor, but is rather the creation, separate from a given production, of labor with a new use value, the development of a constantly expanding and more comprehensive system of different kinds of labor, different kinds of production, to which a constantly expanding and constantly enriched system of needs corresponds. Thus, just as production founded on capital creates universal industriousness on one side, i.e. surplus labor, value-creating labor, so does it create on the other side a system of general exploitation of the natural and human qualities, a system of general utility, utilizing science itself just as much as all the physical and mental qualities, while there appears nothing higher in itself, nothing legitimate for itself, outside the circle of social production and exchange. Thus capital creates the bourgeois society, and the universal appropriation of nature as well as of the social bond itself by the members of society. Hence the great civilizing influence of capital, its production of a stage of society in comparison to which all earlier ones appear as mere local developments of humanity and as nature idolatry. For the first time, nature becomes purely an object for humankind, purely a matter of utility, ceases to be recognized as a power for itself, and the theoretical discovery of its autonomous laws appears merely as a ruse so as to subjugate it under human needs, whether as an object of consumption or as a means of production. In accord with this tendency, capital drives beyond national barriers and prejudices as much as beyond nature worship, as well as all traditional, confined, complacent, encrusted satisfactions of present needs, and reproductions of old ways of life. It is destructive towards all of this, and constantly revolutionizes it, tearing down all the barriers which hem in the development of the forces of production, the expansion of needs, the all-sided development of production, and the exploitation and exchange of natural and mental forces. But from the fact that capital posits every such limit as a barrier and hence gets ideally beyond it, it does not by any means follow that it has really overcome it, and, since every such barrier contradicts its character, its production moves in contradictions which are constantly overcome but just as constantly posited. Furthermore, the universality towards which it irresistibly strives encounters barriers in its own nature, which will, at a certain stage of its development, allow it to be recognized as being itself the greatest barrier to this tendency, and hence will drive towards its own suspension. Those economists who, like Ricardo, conceived production as directly identical with the self-realization of capital, and hence were heedless of the barriers to consumption or of the existing barriers of circulation itself, to the extent that it must represent counter-values at all points, having in view only the development of the forces of production and the growth of the industrial population, supply without regard to demand, have therefore grasped the positive essence of capital more correctly and deeply than those who, like Sismondi, emphasized the barriers of consumption and of the available circle of counter-values, although the latter has better grasped the limited nature of production based on capital, its negative one-sidedness. The former more its universal tendency, the latter its particular restrictedness. The whole dispute as to whether overproduction is possible and necessary in capitalist production revolves around the point whether the process of the realization of capital within production directly posits its realization in circulation, whether its realization posited in the production process is its real realization. Ricardo himself, of course, has a suspicion that the exchange value of a commodity is not a value apart from exchange, and that it proves itself as a value only in exchange, but he regards the barriers which production thereby encounters as accidental, as barriers which are overcome. He therefore conceives the overcoming of such barriers as being in the essence of capital, although he often becomes absurd in the exposition of that view, while Sismondi, by contrast, emphasizes not only the encounter with the barriers, but their creation by capital itself, and has a vague intuition that they must lead to its breakdown. He therefore wants to put up barriers to production, from the outside, through custom, law etc., which of course, as merely external and artificial barriers, would necessarily be demolished by capital. On the other side, Ricardo and his entire school never understood the really modern crises, in which this contradiction of capital discharges itself in great thunderstorms which increasingly threaten it as the foundation of society and of production itself. The attempts made from the orthodox economic standpoint to deny that there is general overproduction at any given moment are indeed childish. Either, in order to rescue production based on capital, c.e.g. McCulloch, 22 all its specific qualities are ignored and their specific character as forms omitted, and capital is conceived as its inverse, as simple production for immediate use value. Totally abstracts away the essential relations. In fact, in order to cleanse it of contradictions, it is virtually dropped and negated. Point 23, or, like E.G. Mill, more perceptibly, copied from the dull say supply and demand are allegedly identical, and should therefore necessarily correspond. Point 24 supply, namely, is allegedly a demand measured by its own amount. Here a great confusion. 1. This identity of supply, so that it is a demand measured by its own amount, is true only to the extent that it is exchange value equals to a certain amount of objectified labor. To that extent it is the measure of its own demand, as far as value is concerned. But, as such a value, it first has to be realized through the exchange for money, and as object of exchange for money it depends, 2, on its use value, but as use value it depends on the mass of needs present for it, the demand for it. But as use value it is absolutely not measured by the labor time objectified in it, but rather a measuring rod is applied to it which lies outside its nature as exchange value. Or, it is further said, supply itself is demand for a certain product of a certain value, which expresses itself in the demanded amount of the product. Then, if the supplied product is unsaleable, it proves that too much has been produced of the supplied commodity and too little of what the supplier demands. Thus allegedly there is no general overproduction, but merely overproduction of one or a few articles, as against underproduction of others. This again forgets that what the producing capital demands is not a specific use value, but value for itself, i.e. money not in the role of medium of circulation, but as a general form of wealth, or a form of the realization of capital in one regard, a return to its original dormant state in the other. But the assertion that too little money is produced means indeed nothing else than what is being asserted, that production is not identical with realization, i.e. that it is overproduction, or, what is the same, that it is production which cannot be transformed into money, into value, production which does not pass the test of circulation. Hence the illusion of the money artists, including Proudhon etc., that it is a case of lack of means of circulation, on account of the high cost of money, and that more money has to be created artificially. 25. See also the Birminghamites, e.g. the Gemini, 26. Or it is said that production and consumption are the same from the social standpoint, that hence an excess or disproportion between the two can never take place. Social standpoint here means the abstraction which ignores precisely the specific social structure and relations and hence also the contradictions which emerge from it. Storch, for example, remarked quite correctly against say that a great part of consumption is not consumption for immediate use, but consumption in the production process, e.g. consumption of machines, coal, oil, required buildings etc. 27. This consumption is in no way identical with that at issue here. Malthus and Sismondi have likewise correctly remarked that e.g. the worker's consumption is in no way in itself a sufficient consumption for the capitalist. 28. The moment of realization is here simply thrown out entirely, and production and consumption are simply equated, i.e. not production based on capital but production based directly on use value is presupposed. Or, expressed socialistically. 29. Labor and the exchange of labor, i.e. production and its exchange, circulation, are allegedly the entire process. How then could a disproportion arise except by oversight, miscalculation? Labor is here regarded not as wage labor, nor capital as capital. On one side, the consequences of production based on capital are accepted, on the other side the presuppositions and conditions of these consequences are denied, necessary labor as posited by and for surplus labor. Or, e.g. Ricardo, since production is itself regulated by the costs of production, it allegedly regulates itself, and if one branch of production does not realize itself then capital withdraws from it to a certain degree and throws itself on another point where it is needed. 30. But apart from the fact that this necessity of evening up already presupposes the unevenness, the disharmony, and hence the contradiction, in a general crisis of overproduction the contradiction is not between the different kinds of productive capital, but between industrial and loanable capital, between capital as directly involved in the production process and capital as money existing, relatively, outside of it. Finally, proportionate production, this is already in Ricardo also, etc., only when it is capital's tendency to distribute itself in correct proportions, but equally its necessary tendency, since it strives limitlessly for surplus labor, surplus productivity, surplus consumption etc. to drive beyond the proportion. In competition this inner tendency of capital appears as a compulsion exercised over it by alien capital, which drives it forward beyond the correct proportion with a constant march. Free competition, as Mr. Wakefield correctly sniffs out in his commentary on Smith, has never yet been developed by the economists, no matter how much they prattle about it, and no matter how much it is the basis of the entirety of bourgeois production, production resting on capital. 31 It has been understood only negatively, i.e. as negation of monopolies, the guild system, legal regulations etc. As negation of feudal production. But it also has to be something for itself, after all, since a mere zero is an empty negation, abstraction, from a barrier which immediately arises again, e.g. in the form of monopoly, natural monopolies, etc. Conceptually, competition is nothing other than the inner nature of capital, its essential character, appearing in and realized as the reciprocal interaction of many capitals with one another, the inner tendency as external necessity. Capital exists and can only exist as many capitals, and its self-determination therefore appears as their reciprocal interaction with one another. Capital is just as much the constant positing as the suspension of proportionate production. The existing proportion always has to be suspended by the creation of surplus values and the increase of productive forces. But this demand, that production should be expanded simultaneously and at once in the same proportion, makes external demands upon capital which in no way arise out of it itself. At the same time, the departure from the given proportion in one branch of production drives all of them out of it, and in unequal proportions. So far, for we have not yet reached the aspect of capital in which it is circulating capital, and still have circulation on one side and capital on the other, or production as its presupposition, or ground from which it arises. Even from the standpoint of production alone, circulation contains the relation to consumption and production, in other words, surplus labor as counter-value Gegenwert, and differentiation of labor in an ever richer form. The simple concept of capital has to contain its civilizing tendencies etc. in themselves. They must not, as in the economics books until now, appear merely as external consequences. Likewise the contradictions which are later released, demonstrated as already latent within it. So far in the realization process, we have only the indifference of the individual moments towards one another, that they determine each other internally and search for each other externally, but that they may or may not find each other, balance each other, correspond to each other. The inner necessity of moments which belong together, and their indifferent, independent existence towards one another, are already a foundation of contradictions. Still, we are by no means finished. The contradiction between production and realization, of which capital, by its concept, is the unity, has to be grasped more intrinsically than merely as the indifferent, seemingly reciprocally independent appearance of the individual moments of the process, or rather of the totality of processes. To approach the matter more closely, first of all, there is a limit, not inherent to production generally, but to production founded on capital. This limit is double, or rather the same regarded from two directions. It is enough here to demonstrate that capital contains a particular restriction of production, which contradicts its general tendency to drive beyond every barrier to production, in order to have uncovered the foundation of overproduction, the fundamental contradiction of developed capital, in order to have uncovered, more generally, the fact that capital is not, as the economists believe, the absolute form for the development of the forces of production, not the absolute form for that, nor the form of wealth which absolutely coincides with the development of the forces of production. The stages of production which precede capital appear, regarded from its standpoint, as so many fetters upon the productive forces. It itself, however, correctly understood, appears as the condition of the development of the forces of production as long as they require an external spur, which appears at the same time as their bridle. It is a discipline over them, which becomes superfluous and burdensome at a certain level of their development, just like the guilds etc. These inherent limits have to coincide with the nature of capital, with the essential character of its very concept. These necessary limits are: 1. Necessary labor as limit on the exchange value of living labor capacity or of the wages of the industrial population. 2. Surplus value as limit on surplus labor time, and, in regard to relative surplus labor time, as barrier to the development of the forces of production. 3. What is the same, the transformation into money, exchange value as such, as limit of production, or exchange founded on value, or value founded on exchange, as limit of production. This is 4. Again the same as restriction of the production of use values by exchange value, or that real wealth has to take on a specific form distinct from itself, a form not absolutely identical with it, in order to become an object of production at all. However, These limits come up against the general tendency of capital, which showed itself in simple circulation, where money as medium of circulation appeared as merely vanishing, without independent necessity, and hence not as limit and barrier, to forget and abstract from. 1. Necessary labor as limit of the exchange value of living labor capacity. 2. Surplus value as the limit of surplus labor and development of the forces of production. 3. Money as the limit of production. 4. The restriction of the production of use values by exchange value. Hence overproduction, i.e. the sudden recall of all these necessary moments of production founded on capital, hence general devaluation in consequence of forgetting them. Capital, at the same time, is thereby faced with the task of launching its attempt anew from a higher level of the development of productive forces, with each time greater collapse as capital. Clear, therefore, that the higher the development of capital, the more it appears as barrier to production, hence also to consumption, besides the other contradictions which make it appear as burdensome barrier to production and intercourse. The entire credit system, and the overtrading, overspeculation etc. connected with it, rests on the necessity of expanding and leaping over the barrier to circulation and the sphere of exchange. This appears more colossally, classically, in the relations between peoples than in the relations between individuals. Thus e.g. the English forced to lend to foreign nations, in order to have them as customers. At bottom, the English capitalist exchanges doubly with productive English capital, 1. As himself, 2. As Yankee etc. or in whatever other form he has placed his money. Capital as barrier to production is pointed out, e.g. Hodgkin 32, in the present state, every accumulation of capital adds to the amount of profit demanded from the laborer, and extinguishes all that labor which would only procure the laborer his comfortable existence. Profit the limitation of production. H. Hodgkin, Notebook p. 46, 33 through foreign trade, the barrier of the sphere of exchange is expanded, and it is made possible for the capitalist to consume more surplus labor. In a series of years the world can take no more from us than we can take from the world. Even the profits made by our merchants in their foreign trade are paid by the consumer of the return goods here. Foreign trade mere barter, and as such exchange for the convenience and enjoyment of the capitalist. But he can consume commodities to a certain degree only. He exchanges cottons etc. for the wines and silks of foreign countries. But these represent only the surplus labor of our own population as much as the clothes and cottons, and in this way the destructive power of the capitalist is increased beyond all bounds. Thus nature is outwitted. Source and Remedy etc., pages 27, 28. 34. How the glut is connected with the barrier of necessary labor. The very meaning of an increased demand by the laborers is, a disposition to take less themselves, and leave a larger share for their employers, and if it be said that this, by diminishing consumption, increases glut, I can only say that glut then is synonymous with high profits. Inquiry, London, 1821, p. 12, 35. Herein the one side of the contradiction completely expressed. The practice of stopping labor at that point where it can produce, in addition to the subsistence of the laborer, a profit for the capitalist, opposed to the natural law which regulates production. H. Hodgkin, Notebook 41, 9, 36. The more the capital accumulates, the more the whole amount of profit demanded does so there arises an artificial check to production and population. H. Hodgkin, Notebook 46, 37. The contradictions between capital as instrument of production in general and as instrument of production of value, developed as follows by Malthus, X. 40. SEQ profits are invariably measured by value and never by quantity. The wealth of a country depends partly upon the quantity of produce obtained by its labor, and partly upon such an adaptation of this quantity to the wants and powers of the existing population as is calculated to give it value. Nothing can be more certain than that it is not determined by either of them alone. But where wealth and value are perhaps the most nearly connected, is in the necessity of the latter to the production of the former. The value set upon commodities, that is the sacrifice of labor which people are willing to make in order to sustain them, in the actual state of things may be said to be almost the sole cause of the existence of wealth. The consumptive demand occasioned only by the workmen employed in productive labor can never alone furnish a motive to the accumulation and employment of capital. The powers of production alone do not secure the creation of a proportionate degree of wealth, as little as the increase of population. What it requires in addition is such a distribution of produce, and such an adaptation of this produce to the wants of those who are to consume it, as constantly to increase the exchangeable value of the whole mass, i.e. the powers of production are only called fully into motion by the unchecked demand for all that is produced. 38. This is however brought about on the one hand by constantly new branches of industry, and reciprocal expansion of the old, by means of which the old obtain new markets etc. Production indeed itself creates demand, in that it employs more workers in the same branch of business, and creates new branches of business, where new capitalists again employ new workers and at the same time alternately become market for the old, but the demand created by the productive laborer himself can never be an adequate demand, because it does not go to the full extent of what he produces. If it did, there would be no profit, consequently no motive to employ him. The very existence of a profit upon any commodity presupposes a demand exterior to that of the laborer who has produced it. Both laborers and capital may be redundant compared with the means of employing them profitably. 3.9. To be noted for, 3, to which we shall soon proceed, that the provisional accumulation, as which capital appears vis-a-vis labor, and by means of which it is the command over labor, is at first nothing else but surplus labor itself in the form of surplus produce, at the same time claim on alien coexisting labor. The point here, of course, is not yet to develop overproduction specifically, but only the predisposition to it, such as it is posited in primitive form in the capital relation itself. We must also, therefore, omit here any regard for the other possessing and consuming etc. classes, which do not produce but live from their revenue, hence exchange with capital, form centers of exchange for it. We can consider them only partly, but better, along with accumulation, in so far as they are most important for the historic formation of capital. In production based on slavery, as well as in patriarchal agricultural industrial production, where the greatest part of the population directly satisfies the greatest part of its needs directly by its labor, the sphere of circulation and exchange is still very narrow, and more particularly in the former, the slave does not come into consideration as engaged in exchange at all. But in production based on capital, consumption is mediated at all points by exchange, and labor never has a direct use value for those who are working. Its entire basis is labor as exchange value and as the creation of exchange value. Well, first of all, the wage worker as distinct from the slave is himself an independent center of circulation, someone who exchanges, posits exchange value, and maintains exchange value through exchange. Firstly, in the exchange between that part of capital which is specified as wages, and living labor capacity, the exchange value of this part of capital is posited immediately, before capital again emerges from the production process to enter into circulation, or this can be conceived as itself still an act of circulation. Secondly, to each capitalist, the total mass of all workers, with the exception of his own workers, appear not as workers, but as consumers, possessors of exchange values, wages, money, which they exchange for his commodity. They are so many centers of circulation with whom the act of exchange begins and by whom the exchange value of capital is maintained. They form a proportionally very great part, although not quite so great as is generally imagined, if one focuses on the industrial worker proper, of all consumers. The greater their number, the number of the industrial population, and the mass of money at their disposal, the greater the sphere of exchange for capital. We have seen that it is the tendency of capital to increase the industrial population as much as possible. Actually, the relation of one capitalist to the workers of another capitalist is none of our concern here. It only shows every capitalist's illusion, but alters nothing in the relation of capital in general to labor. Every capitalist knows this about his worker, that he does not relate to him as producer to consumer, and he therefore wishes to restrict his consumption, i.e. his ability to exchange, his wage, as much as possible. Of course he would like the workers of other capitalists to be the greatest consumers possible of his own commodity. But the relation of every capitalist to his own workers is the relation as such of capital and labor, the essential relation. But this is just how the illusion arises, true for the individual capitalist as distinct from all the others, that apart from his workers the whole remaining working class confronts him as consumer and participant in exchange, as money spender, and not as worker. It is forgotten that, as Malthus says, the very existence of a profit upon any commodity presupposes a demand exterior to that of the laborer who has produced it, and hence the demand of the laborer himself can never be an adequate demand. Since one production sets the other into motion and hence creates consumers for itself in the alien capital's workers, it seems to each individual capital that the demand of the working class posited by production itself is an adequate demand. On one side, this demand which production itself posits drives it forward, and must drive it forward beyond the proportion in which it would have to produce with regard to the workers. On the other side, if the demand exterior to the demand of the laborer himself disappears or shrinks up, then the collapse occurs. Capital itself then regards demand by the worker, i.e. the payment of the wages on which this demand rests, not as a gain but as a loss. I.e. the immanent relation between capital and labor asserts itself. Here again it is the competition among capitals, their indifference to and independence of one another, which brings it about that the individual capital relates to the workers of the entire remaining capital not as to workers, hence is driven beyond the right proportion. What precisely distinguishes capital from the master-servant relation is that the worker confronts him as consumer and possessor of exchange values, and that in the form of the possessor of money, in the form of money he becomes a simple center of circulation, one of its infinitely many centers, in which his specificity as worker is extinguished. To begin with, capital forces the workers beyond necessary labor to surplus labor. Only in this way does it realize itself, and create surplus value. But on the other hand, it posits necessary labor only to the extent and in so far as it is surplus labor and the latter is realizable as surplus value. It posits surplus labor, then, as the condition of the necessary, and surplus value as the limit of objectified labor, of value as such. As soon as it cannot posit value, it does not posit necessary labor, and, given its foundation, it cannot be otherwise. It therefore restricts labor and the creation of value, by an artificial check, as the English express it, and it does so on the same grounds as and to the same extent that it posits surplus labor and surplus value. By its nature, therefore, it posits a barrier to labor and value creation, in contradiction to its tendency to expand them boundlessly. And inasmuch as it both posits a barrier specific to itself, and on the other side equally drives over and beyond every barrier, it is the living contradiction. While capital thus, on one side, makes surplus labor and its exchange for surplus labor into the precondition of necessary labor and hence of the positing of labor capacity Arbeitsvermögen as a center of exchange, hence already narrows and attaches conditions to the sphere of exchange from this side, it is just as essential to it, on the other side, to restrict the worker's consumption to the amount necessary to reproduce his labor capacity, to make the value which expresses necessary labor the barrier to the realization of labor capacity and hence of the worker's exchange capacity, and to strive to reduce the relation of this necessary labor to surplus labor to the minimum. Thus we have a new barrier to the sphere of exchange, which is, however, at the same time identical, as is the first, with the tendency of capital to relate to every limit on its self-realization as to a barrier. The boundless enlargement of its value, boundless creation of value, therefore absolutely identical here with the positing of barriers to the sphere of exchange, i.e. the possibility of realization, the realization of the value posited in the production process. The same with the productive force. On the one hand, the necessary tendency of capital to raise it to the utmost, in order to increase relative surplus time. On the other hand, thereby decreases necessary labor time, hence the worker's exchange capacity. Further, as we have seen, relative surplus value rises much more slowly than the force of production, and moreover this proportion grows ever smaller as the magnitude reached by the productive forces is greater. But the mass of products grows in a similar proportion. If not, then new capital would be set free, as well as labor, which did not enter into circulation. But to the same degree as the mass of products grows, so grows the difficulty of realizing the labor time contained in them, because the demands made on consumption rise. We are still concerned here only with the way in which the capital realization process is its devaluation process. Out of place here would be the question how, while it has the tendency to heighten the productive forces boundlessly, it also, and equally makes one-sided, limits etc. the main force of production, the human being himself, and has the tendency in general to restrict the forces of production. Capital, then, posits necessary labor time as the barrier to the exchange value of living labor capacity, surplus labor time as the barrier to necessary labor time, and surplus value as the barrier to surplus labor time, while at the same time it drives over and beyond all these barriers, to the extent that it posits labor capacity opposite itself as something simply engaged in exchange, as money, and surplus labor time as the only barrier, because creatrix of surplus value. Or, from the first aspect, it posits the exchange of surplus values as the barrier to the exchange of the necessary values. In one and the same moment, it posits the values on hand in circulation, or, what is the same, the proportion of values posited by it to the values contained in it and presupposed in circulation, as the barrier, the necessary barrier to its value creation. On the other hand, its productivity as the only barrier and creatrix of values. It therefore drives constantly on one side towards its own devaluation, on the other side towards the obstruction of the productive forces, and of labor which objectifies itself in values. Overproduction. Proudhon, how is it possible that in the price of the commodity which the worker buys, he pays the profit etc. and still obtains his necessary wages? Price of the commodity and labor time. Surplus etc. Price and value etc. Capitalist does not sell too dear, but still above what the thing costs him. Price, fractional. Basquiat. Decline of the fractional price. Price can fall below value without damage to capital. Number and unit, measure, important in the multiplication of prices. This nonsense about the impossibility of overproduction, in other words, the assertion of the immediate identity of capital's process of production and its process of realization, has been expressed in a manner which is at least sophistical, i.e. ingenious, as mentioned above 41 by James Mill, in the formula that supply equals its own demand, that supply and demand therefore balance, which means in other words the same thing as that value is determined by labor time, and hence that exchange adds nothing to it, and which forgets only that exchange does have to take place and that this depends, in the final instance, on the use value. Mill says, then, that if demand and supply do not balance, this comes about because too much has been produced of one specific product, the supplied product, and too little of the other, the one in demand. This too much and too little concerns not the exchange value, but the use value. More of the supplied product exists than is needed, this is what it boils down to. Hence that overproduction comes from use value and therefore from exchange itself. This in stultified form in say, products are exchanged only for products, 42 therefore, at most, too much has been produced of one and too little of another. Forgetting, 1, that values are exchanged for values, and a product exchanges for another only to the extent that it is value, i.e. that it is or becomes money. 2, it exchanges for labor. The good gentleman adopts the standpoint of simple exchange, in which indeed no overproduction is possible, for it is indeed concerned not with exchange value but with use value. Overproduction takes place in connection with realization, not otherwise. 43. Proudhon, who certainly hears the bells ringing but never knows where, therefore sees the origin of overproduction in the fact that the worker cannot buy back his product. 44. By this he understands that interest and profit are added onto it, or that the price of the product is an overcharge on top of its real value. This demonstrates first of all that he understands nothing about the determination of value, which, generally speaking, can include no overcharge. In practical commerce, capitalist A can screw capitalist B. The one pockets what the other loses. If we add them both together, then the sum of their exchange equals the sum of the labor time objectified in it, of which capitalist A has merely pocketed more than his share in relation to B. From all the profits made by capital, i.e. the total mass of capitalists, there is deducted, 1. The constant part of capital, 2. The wage, or, the amount of objectified labor time necessary in order to reproduce living labor capacity. They can therefore divide nothing among themselves other than the surplus value. The proportion, just or unjust, in which they distribute the surplus value among themselves alters absolutely nothing about exchange or about the exchange relation between capital and labor. It might be said that necessary labor time, i.e. the wage, which therefore excludes profit, and is rather to be deducted from it, is itself again determined by the prices of products which already include profit. Where else could the profit come from which the capitalist who does not directly employ this worker makes in the exchange with him? For example, the spinner's worker exchanges his wages for so many bushels of grain. But in the price of each bushel, the profit of the farmer, i.e. of capital, is already included. So that the price of the consumption goods which are bought by necessary labor itself already includes surplus labor time. It is clear, first of all, that the wage paid by the spinner to his workmen must be high enough to buy the necessary bushel of wheat, regardless of what profit for the farmer may be included in the price of the bushel of wheat, but that, likewise, on the other side, the wage which the farmer pays his workers must be high enough to procure for them the necessary quantity of clothing, regardless of what profit for the weaver and the spinner may be included in the price of these articles of clothing. The puzzle arises simply because, 1. Price and value are being mixed up, 2. Relations are brought in which are irrelevant to the determination of value of such. Suppose initially, and this is the conceptual relation, that capitalist A himself produces all the consumption goods which the worker needs, or which represent the sum of use values in which his necessary labor objectifies itself. Then, with the money which he obtains from the capitalist, money appears in this transaction only as medium of circulation. The worker would have to buy back from the capitalist, with that money, a fractional part, the part representing his necessary labor, of his product. The price of a fractional part of capitalist A's product is of course the same for the worker as for everyone else engaged in exchange. From the moment he buys from the capitalist, his specific quality as worker is extinguished, the money contains no trace of the relation in which, or of the operation by which, it was obtained. In circulation he confronts the capitalist simply as M, and the capitalist confronts him as C, as realizer of the price of C, which is hence presupposed for him just as for every other representative of M, i.e. buyer. Good. But in the price of the fractional part of the commodity which he buys, the profit is included in which the surplus value going to the capitalist appears. If his necessary labor time, therefore, represents 20 thalers equals a certain fractional part of the product, it follows that, if the profit is 10%, the capitalist sells him the commodity for 22 thalers. That is what Proudhon thinks, and concludes from it that the worker cannot buy back his product, i.e. the fractional part of the total product which objectifies his necessary labor. We will come back directly to his other conclusion, that therefore capital cannot adequately exchange, hence overproduction. To make the matter tangible, say that the worker's 20 thalers equals 4 bushels of grain. Consequently, if 20 thalers is the value of the 4 bushels expressed in money, if the capitalist sells them for 22, then the worker could not buy back the 4 bushels, or rather he could buy only bushels. In other words, he imagines that the monetary transaction distorts the relation. 20 thalers is the price of necessary labor equals 4 bushels, and the capitalist pays this to the worker, but as soon as the latter presents his 20 thalers and asks for the 4 bushels, he gets only. Since he would thereby receive less than the necessary wage, he could not live at all, and thus Mr. Proudhon proves more than he intends. But the presupposition, if you please, is wrong. If 5 thalers expresses the value of a bushel, i.e. the labor time objectified in it, and if 4 bushels express the necessary wages of labor, then capitalist A sells these 4 bushels not, as Proudhon thinks, for 22 but for 20 thalers. But the thing is this: let the total product, including necessary and surplus labor time, equal 110 thalers equals 22 bushels, let 16 of these bushels equals 80 thalers, represent the capital invested in seed, machinery etc., 4 bushels equals 20 thalers for necessary labor time, 2 bushels equals 10 thalers, surplus labor time. The capitalist sells each bushel at 5 thalers, the necessary value of the bushel, and nevertheless he makes a gain of 10% on each bushel, or of a thaler. 1/2 a thaler equals 15 silver groschen. How? Because he sells 22 times 5 instead of 20 times 5. We can here equate to 0 the additional capital he would have to lay out in order to produce 2 additional bushels, since these can dissolve in pure surplus labor, more thorough plowing, elimination of weeds, procurement of mineral fertilizer which, say, costs him nothing, etc. The value contained in the 2 surplus bushels has cost him nothing, hence makes up a surplus above his expenditures. If he sells 20 of the 22 bushels for what they cost him, for 100 thalers, plus 2, which cost him nothing, but whose value equals the labor contained in them, for 10 thalers, then it is the same for him as if he sold all of them, each bushel for 15 silver groschen more than it cost him. For 1/2 a thaler or 10% of 5 thalers equals 5/10. Therefore, although he makes 2 thalers on the 4 bushels he sells to the worker obtains each bushel at its necessary value. The capitalist makes 2 thalers on them only because, beside these 4 bushels, he sells 18 additional ones at the identical price. If he sold only 16, he would make nothing, for then he would sell a total of 5 times 20 equals 100, his invested capital. Indeed, in manufacturing, too, it is possible that the capital's outlays do not increase, while a surplus value is sold nevertheless, i.e. it is not necessary that the outlay in raw material and machinery should grow. Assume that the same product obtains a higher finish through labor by hand, the mass of required raw material and instrument held constant, and hence its use value, therefore the use value of the product, increases, not in quantity, but in quality, owing to the increased hand labor employed on it. Its exchange value, the labor objectified in it, simply grows in relation to this labor. If the capitalist then sells for 10% more, then the worker gets paid the fractional part of the product, expressed in money, which represents necessary labor, and if the product could be divided, then the worker could buy this fractional part. The capitalist's profit would come not from overcharging the worker for this fractional part, but from the fact that in the whole of the product he sells a fractional part which he has not paid for, and which represents, precisely, surplus labor time. The product is always divisible as value, in its natural form, it need not be so. Profit here always comes from the fact that the whole value contains a fractional part which is not paid, and hence a fractional part of surplus labor is paid in each fractional part of the whole. So in the above example, when the capitalist sells 22 bushels, i.e. 2 which represent surplus labor, it is the same as if he sold an extra of a bushel per bushel, i.e. surplus value. If e.g. only one clock has been produced, where the relation of labor, capital, and surplus value is the same, then the quality of the clock has been raised in value by labor time which costs the capitalist nothing. Third case, that the capitalist, as is usual in manufacturing, but not in extractive industry, needs more raw material, Let the instrument remain constant, however, nothing is changed if it, too, is variable, in which the surplus labor time objectifies itself. Actually this does not belong here yet, for capital here can or must just as well be assumed as having also produced the raw material, e.g. the cotton, and surplus production at any point has to reduce itself to mere surplus labor, or, what is rather the reality, presupposes simultaneous surplus labor at all points of circulation. Assume that he spins up 25 pounds of cotton, which cost him 50 thalers, and for which he requires machinery, which we will assume to be entirely consumed in the production process, at 30 thalers, and wages 20 thalers, for 25 pounds of twist, which he sells at 110. He sells each pound of twist, then, 4 thalers, or 4 thalers 12 silver groschen. The worker thus obtains pound of twist, if he wants to buy it again. If the worker were working for himself, he would likewise sell the pound for 4 thalers 12 silver groschen and make no profit, presupposing that he performs only the necessary labor, but he would spin up less cotton. As we know, the value of a pound of twist consists exclusively of the amount of labor time objectified in it. Now suppose that the value of the pound of twist equals 5 thalers. Given that i.e. 4 thalers, represent cotton, instrument etc., then 1 thaler represents the labor realized in the cotton by means of the instrument. If the worker, in order to live from spinning, needs say 20 thalers per month, then, since he earns 1 thaler for spinning 1 pound of twist, but needs 20, he would have to spin 20 pounds of twist. If he himself owned the cotton, material etc. and were working for himself, hence were his own master, then he would have to sell 20 pounds of twist, since he would earn only 1/5 on each, 1 thaler, and 1 times 20 equals 20. If he works for the capitalist, then the labor which spins up 20 pounds of cotton only represents the necessary labor, for, by presupposition, of the 20 pounds of twist or 20 times 5 equals 100 thalers, 80 thalers only represent the already purchased cotton and instrument, and the newly reproduced value represents nothing but necessary labor. Of the 20 pounds of twist, 4 pounds equals 20 thalers would represent necessary labor, and 16 nothing more than the constant part of capital. 16 times 5 equals 80 thalers. Each additional pound which the capitalist orders to be produced over and above the 20 contains surplus labor, surplus value for him. Objectified labor which he has sold without having paid for it. If he orders 1 more pound spun, he gains 1 thaler, 10 pounds more, 10 thalers. Out of 10 pounds or 50 thalers, the capitalist would have 40 thalers to replace his investment and 10 thalers of surplus labor, or 8 pounds of twist with which to buy the material for 10, machinery and cotton, and 2 pounds of twist, or their value, which have cost him nothing. If we now summarize the capitalist's accounts, we find that he has invested, in thalers. Altogether he has produced 30 pounds of twist, 30 times 5 equals 150, the pound at 5 thalers, the exact value of the pound, i.e. purely determined by the labor objectified in it, and deriving value only from the latter. Of this 30 pounds, 24 represent constant capital, 4 pounds go for wages, and 2 form the surplus value. Calculating it on the basis of his total investment, 140 thalers, or 28 pounds, as the capitalist himself does, this surplus value forms 1/14 equals 7 1/7%, although, in the example given, the surplus value amounts to 50% on labor. Now assume that the productivity of labor grows to the extent that he is capable of spinning 40 pounds with the same wage cost. According to our assumption he would sell these 40 pounds at their real value, i.e. the pound at 5 thalers, of which 4 thalers is labor objectified in cotton etc., 1 thaler is newly added labor. He would then sell. On an investment of 200 thalers the capitalist would have earned 20, or 10%. 10% on total investment, but in fact 20 on the second 100 thalers or second 20 pounds, in which he did not pay the objectified labor. Now assume that he is capable of making double that, say. In fact, in the above example the capitalist's investment is only 180, on this he makes 20 or 11 and 1/9%. The smaller the part of the outlay becomes which represents necessary labor, the greater the gain, although it stands in no obvious relation to the real surplus value, i.e. surplus labor. For example, in order for the capitalist to gain 10%, he has to spin 40 pounds of twist, the worker needs to spin only 20 equals necessary labor. Surplus labor equals necessary labor, 100% surplus value. This is our old law. But this is not the matter at issue here. In the above example with the 40 pounds, the real value of the pound is 5 thalers, and, like the capitalist, the worker himself, if he conducted his own business as a worker, and could advance himself enough funds to be able to realize the raw material etc. to the extent necessary to allow him to live as a worker, would sell the pound at 5 thalers. He would, however, produce only 20 pounds, and from its sale he would use 4/5 to obtain new raw material, and 1/5 to live. The only thing he would make out of the 100 thalers would be his wages. The capitalist's gain comes not from selling the pound too dear, he sells it at its exact value, but from selling it above the costs of production, his costs, not the costs, for the costs the worker's surplus labor. If he sold at less than 5 thalers, he would be selling below the value, and the buyer would have the 1/5 of labor contained in every pound of twist above the investment etc., for nothing. But the capitalist calculates in this manner. What he calculates is not that he gains 20 thalers out of the second 100 thalers, but that he gains 20 on his entire investment of 180 thalers. This gives him a profit of, instead of 20. He calculates further that, in order to make this profit, he has to sell 40 pounds. 40 pounds at 5 thalers gives him not, or 20%, but 20 thalers distributed over 40 pounds, or 1/2 a thaler per pound. At the price for which he sells the pound, he makes 1/2 a thaler out of 5 thalers, or 1 out of 10 thalers, 10% of the selling price. The price is determined by the price of the fractional unit, 1 pound, multiplied by the number to be sold, here 1 pound at 5 thalers x 40. While this determination of price is correct for the capitalist's pocket, it is equally liable to lead one astray theoretically, inasmuch as it now seems as if an overcharge above the real value took place in each individual pound, and the origin of the surplus value in each individual pound has become invisible. This determination of price by the multiplication of the value of the unit, measure, of the use value, pound, yard, ton etc., with the number of these units produced is important later in the theory of prices. There follows from it among other things that a decline in the price of the unit and an increase in the number of units, brought about by growth of the productive forces, shows that profit increases in relation with labor, or that the proportion Verhaltnis of necessary labor declines in relation Verhaltnis to surplus labor, and not the opposite, as is the opinion of Mr. Bastiat etc. 45 e.g. if labor grew, owing to productivity, to the point where the worker was producing twice as many pounds in the same time as before, presupposing that 1 pound of twist renders him entirely the same service, regardless of its cost, and that twist, clothing, is all he needs to live, then the value added by labor to 20 pounds of twist would no longer amount to but now only to, because he would be transforming the 20 pounds cotton into twist in 1/2 the time. To the 80 thalers which the raw material cost, there would then be added not 20 thalers but only 10. The 20 pounds would cost 90 thalers and each pound or thalers. But if the total labor time remained the same, then labor would now transform 80 pounds of cotton into twist, instead of 40. 80 pounds twist, the pound at thalers, equals 356 thalers. 46 The capitalist's account would be. The capitalist's gain from the value of the measure, unit, of use value, pound, yard, quarter etc. decreases in proportion as the relation of living labor to raw material etc. of newly added labor, decreases, i.e. the less labor time is necessary to give the raw material the form which the unit expresses. Yard of cloth, etc. But on the other side, since this identical with the increased productivity of labor, or the growth of surplus labor time, the number of these units grows, units in which surplus labor time is contained, i.e. labor time not paid for. It further follows from the above that the price can fall below the value, and capital can still make a gain. He must sell, however, a number multiplied by the unit large enough to form a surplus over the number multiplied by the unit which forms the necessary price of labor. If the relation of labor to raw material etc. is, then he can sell at e.g. only above the constant value, since the surplus labor costs him nothing. He then makes a present of the surplus labor to the consumer and realizes only for himself. This very important in competition, overlooked in particular by Ricardo. The determination of prices is founded on the determination of values, but new elements enter in. The price, which originally appeared only as the value expressed in money, becomes further determined as itself a specific magnitude. If 5 thalers is the value of a pound of twist, i.e. the same labor time as is contained in 5 thalers is contained in 1 pound of twist, then this remains its value regardless of whether 4 or 4 million pounds of twist are being appraised. The moment of the number of pounds, because it expresses the relation of surplus labor to necessary labor in another form, becomes decisively important in the determination of price. This matter brought to popular awareness in the question of the 10 hours bill etc. Specific accumulation of capital, transformation of surplus labor, revenue, into capital. Proudhon. Value and price determination. In antiquity, slaves, not overproduction but overconsumption. It follows further from the above. If the worker were to restrict himself to necessary labor, he would spin no more than 20 pounds of twist, and realize no more raw material, machinery etc. than would have a value of 80 thalers monthly. Apart from the raw material, machinery etc. which are required for the worker's reproduction, self-maintenance, the capitalist must necessarily lay out capital in raw material, and machinery, even if not in the same proportion, for the objectification of surplus labor. In agriculture, fishery, in short, the extractive industries, this is not absolutely necessary. It becomes so, however, when they are conducted on a large scale, i.e. industrially. It appears then as surplus outlay not in raw material itself, but in the instruments to take it out with. These surplus outlays, i.e. the tendering of the material for surplus labor, of the objective elements of its realization Verwerklichung, are actually what forms the specific so-called provisional accumulation of capital, the accumulation of the stock, let us say for the time being, specifically of capital. For it is stupid, as we shall see more closely, to regard it as a quality specific to capital, that the objective conditions of living labor must be present, as such, whether they are furnished by nature or produced in history. These specific advances which capital makes signify nothing more than that it realizes objectified surplus labor, surplus product, in new living surplus labor, instead of investing, spending, it, like, say, Egyptian kings or Etruscan priest nobles for pyramids etc. Into the determination of prices, as we shall also see with profit, there also enters, fraud, reciprocal chicanery. One party can win in exchange what the other loses, all they can distribute among themselves is the surplus value, capital as a class. But these proportions open a field for individual deception etc. Apart from supply and demand, which has nothing to do with the determination of value as such. Thus, out the window goes Mr. Proudhon's discovery that the worker cannot buy back his product. The basis on which this rests is that he, Proudhon, understands nothing, either about value determination or about price determination. But, furthermore, and regardless of that, his conclusion that this is why there is overproduction is false in this abstraction. In the slave relation, the masters are not troubled by the fact that the workers do not compete with them as consumers. Nevertheless, production for luxury as it presents itself in antiquity is a necessary result of the slave relation. Not overproduction, but overconsumption and insane consumption, signifying, by its turn towards the monstrous and the bizarre, the downfall of the old system of states. After capital steps out of the production process as product, it must be transformed into money again. The money which previously appeared merely as realized commodity etc., now appears as realized capital, or, realized capital as money. This an aspect of money, as of capital. The mass of money as medium of circulation has nothing to do with the difficulty of making capital into a reality realiseren, i.e. of realizing it verwerten. This can already be seen from the above development. The general rate of profit. If the capitalist merely sells at his own cost of production, then it is a transfer to another capitalist. Worker gains almost nothing thereby. In the above example, where the capitalist, if he sells the pound of twist at 5 thalers, i.e. 40 pounds at 5 thalers each, hence sells the pound of twist at its real value and thereby gains 1/2 a thaler out of 5, the selling price, 10% on the selling price, or 1/2 on 4 1/2, i.e. of his outlay. If he sells at only 10%, assume now a profit of merely of a thaler on 4 1/2 thalers, this is a difference from 1/2 on 4 1/2 thalers, a difference of just. He then sells the pound at 4 1/2 thalers plus of a thaler, i.e. at thalers, or the 40 pounds at 198 thalers. Now various cases are possible. The capitalist with whom he exchanges, to whom he sells his 40 pounds. Assume him to be the owner of a silver mine, i.e. silver producer, pays him only 198 thalers, hence gives him 2 thalers too little objectified labor in silver for the labor objectified in 40 pounds of cotton. Posit that with this capitalist B, the proportions of the outlay are exactly the same, etc. If capitalist B also takes only 10 instead of, then for 200 thalers he could not demand 40 pounds twist, but only. It is therefore impossible that both capitalists at the same time sell at too little, or that the one offered 40 pounds for 198 thalers and the other offered 200 thalers for 3 pounds, a case that cannot occur. In the previously assumed case, capitalist B would have paid too little in his purchase of 40 pounds twist, i.e. apart from the profit which he does not obtain from exchange, but which exchange merely confirms, i.e. a profit of, he would also have gained the lost by the other capitalist, for a total of. From his own workers, the labor set into motion by his own capital, he would have gained, the additional or surplus labor by the workers of capitalist A, which he appropriates for himself. The general rate of profit can therefore fall in one or another branch of business if competition etc. forces the capitalist to sell below the value, i.e. to realize a part of the surplus labor not for himself, but for those who buy from him. But the general rate cannot fall in this way, it can fall only if the proportion of surplus labor to necessary labor falls relatively, and this, as we saw earlier, takes place if the proportion is already very large, or, expressed differently, if the proportion of living labor set into motion by capital is very small, if the part of capital which exchanges for living labor is very small compared to that which exchanges for machinery and raw material. The general rate of profit can fall in that case, even though absolute surplus labor rises. With that, we come to another point. A general rate of profit as such is possible only if the rate of profit in one branch of business is too high and in another too low, i.e. that a part of the surplus value, which corresponds to surplus labor, is transferred from one capitalist to the other. If in 5 branches of business, for example, the respective rate of profit is A, B, C, D, E, 15%, 12%, 10%, 8%, 5%. Then the average rate is 10%, but, in order for this to exist in reality, capitalist A and B have to give up 7% to D and E, more particularly, 2 to D and 5 to E, while C remains as it was. It is impossible for rates of profit on the same capital of 100 to be equal, since the relations of surplus labor are altogether different, depending on the productivity of labor and on the relation between raw material, machinery, and wages, and on the overall volume in which production takes place. But suppose that a given branch of business, E, is necessary, say, the bakery trade, then the average 10% has to be paid to it. But this can happen only if A and B credit E with a part of their surplus labor. The capitalist class thus to a certain extent distributes the total surplus value so that, to a certain degree, it shares in it evenly in accordance with the size of its capital, instead of in accordance with the surplus values actually created by the capitals in the various branches of business. The larger profit, arising from the real surplus labor within a branch of production, the really created surplus value, is pushed down to the average level by competition, and the deficit of surplus value in the other branch of business raised up to the average level by withdrawal of capitals from it, i.e. a favorable relation of demand and supply. Competition cannot lower this level itself, but merely has the tendency to create such a level. Further developments belong in the section on competition. This is realized by means of the relation of prices in the different branches of business, which fall below the value in some, rise above it in others. This makes it seem as if an equal sum of capital in unequal branches of business created equal surplus labor or surplus value. Now in the above example, where capitalist A is forced, say by competition, to sell at a profit of 10% instead of, and hence sells the pound of twist at of a thaler too cheaply, the worker would continue to obtain 20 thalers as before, in money, his necessary wages, but in twist, he would obtain pound instead of 4 pounds. If his wages were in twist, he would have obtained of a thaler equals of a thaler or 6 silver groschen, i.e. 1% more than his necessary wages. If the worker works in a branch of business whose product lies entirely outside the sphere of his consumption, then he gains not a farthing in this operation, rather, for him it is a matter of performing a part of his surplus labor indirectly for capitalist B, instead of directly for capitalist A, i.e. through the mediation of capitalist A. He can gain from the fact that capitalist A lets go of a part of the labor objectified in his product for nothing, only if he is himself a consumer of this product, and only to the extent that he is such a consumer. Thus, if his consumption of twist makes up, of his expenditure, then he gains exactly of a thaler from the operation, of a thaler out of 2 thalers, of 1, exactly 1% of the 2 thalers, i.e. percent of his total wages of 20 thalers, or, pfennigs. This would be the proportion, pfennigs, in which he would participate in his own surplus labor of 20 thalers. Such are the proportions of the surplus wages which the worker makes at best, when the price in the branch of business where he is occupied falls below the necessary value. In the best case, and this is impossible, the limit, in the instance given, is 6 silver groschen or 1%, i.e. if he could live exclusively on twist, i.e. in the best case his surplus wages are determined by the relation of necessary labor time to surplus labor time. In the luxury goods industries proper, from whose consumption he is himself excluded, it is always equals 0. Now let us assume that capitalists A, B, C exchange among one another, the total product of each equals 200 thalers. Let A produce twist, B grain, and C silver, let the relations of surplus and necessary labor, and of outlays and profit be just the same. A sells 40 pounds twist at 198, instead of at 200 thalers, and loses of his gains, ditto be his, say 40 bushels wheat, at 198 instead of 200, but C exchanges the labor objectified in his 200 thalers in full. Between A and B the relation is such that neither of them loses in the exchange with the other. A would obtain 40 bushels wheat, B 40 pounds twist, but each of them a value of only 198. C obtains 40 pounds twist or 40 bushels wheat for 198 thalers and in both cases pays 2 thalers too little, or obtains pound twist or bushel wheat too much. But now assume that the relation takes the form that A sells his 40 pounds to the silver man, C, for 200 thalers, but C has to pay 202 to the grain man, B, or 2 thalers above its value. Between twist A and silver C everything is alright, both exchange at value with each other, but because B's price has risen above its value, the 40 pounds twist and the 200 thalers silver, when expressed in grain, have fallen by, or, neither of them could in fact any longer buy 40 bushels grain for 200 thalers, but only bushels wheat would cost 200 thalers, or the single bushel wheat 47 instead of 5 thalers, 5 thalers 1/4 silver groschen. Now, in this last relation, assume that the worker's consumption consists 1/2 of wheat, his twist consumption was, of his income, his wheat consumption. On the he had gained % on his total wages, on the wheat, he loses, thus on the whole he loses % instead of gaining. Although the capitalist would have paid him his necessary labor, his wages would fall beneath the necessary pay as a consequence of grain man B's overcharging. If this continued on, then his necessary wages would have to rise. Thus if the sale of twist by capitalist A is due to a rise above value in the price of grain or of other use values which form the most essential part of the worker's consumption, then capitalist A's worker would lose in the same relation as his consumption of the now more expensive product is greater than the cheaper product he himself produces. But if A had sold twist at above its value, and B sold grain at below, then, in the best case, if the worker consumed nothing but grain, he could gain at most 6 silver groschen, or, since we presupposed half in grain, only 3 silver groschen, or 1/2% on his wages of 20 thalers. Thus the worker may experience all three cases: his gain or loss from the operation equals 0, it may depreciate his necessary wages, so that they no longer suffice, hence make him fall below the necessary minimum, it can thirdly bring him a surplus wage, which is resolved into a very small share of his own surplus labor. We saw above that if the relation of necessary labor to the other conditions of production equals 20 out of 100 total outlay, or equals 40% of the total value, in 20 pounds twist equals 4 pounds twist, or of 100 thalers, 80 raw material and instrument, 20 labor, and the relation of surplus labor to necessary labor is 100%, i.e. the same quantity, then the capitalist makes on his outlay. If he took only 10% and made a gift of the or 2 thalers, transferred surplus value, then the worker, in so far as he is a consumer, would likewise gain, and in the best, impossible, case, if he lived only from the products of his master, it would be, as we saw. If on the other hand the capitalist had raised wages by 10% from 20 to 22 thalers, because, say, the demand for labor in his branch of business had risen above the supply, while he continued to sell the pound of twist at its value, i.e. at 5 thalers as before, then his profit would have fallen by only 2 thalers, from 200 to 198, i.e. by, and would still have been 10%. It follows from this that if the capitalist, say, out of consideration for Mr. Proudhon, sold his commodities at the production costs they cost him, and if his total profit equals 0, this would be merely a transfer of the surplus value or surplus labor time from capitalist A to B, C, D etc., and as regards his worker, his gain at best, i.e. his share of his own surplus labor, would be limited to that part of the wage which he consumed in the depreciated commodity, and if he spent his entire wages on it, the gain could not be greater than the proportion of necessary labor to the total product. In the above example 20:200 equals, of 20 equals 2 thalers. As regards the other workers, the case is entirely the same, they gain from the depreciated commodity only in relation, 1, as they consume it, 2, relative to the size of their wage, which is determined by necessary labor. If the depreciated commodity were, e.g. grain, one of the staffs of life, then first its producer, the farmer, and following him all other capitalists, would make the discovery that the worker's necessary wage is no longer the necessary wage, but stands above its level, hence it is brought down, Hence ultimately only the surplus value of capitals A, B, C etc. is increased, and the surplus labor of those occupied in them. Posit 5 capitalists, A, B, C, D, and E. Let E produce a commodity which is consumed only by workers. E would then realize his profit purely in the exchange of his commodity with wages, but, as always, his profit would originate not in the exchange of his commodity for the worker's money, but in the exchange of his capital with living labor. Posit that necessary labor relates in all 5 branches of business at, let be surplus labor in all of them, let constant capital be equals in all. Capitalist E exchanges his product for of capital A, of capital B, of capital C, of capital D, and 1/5 constitutes his wages. He would make no profit on this last 1/5 as we have seen, or rather his profit would not arise from the fact that he gives the workers of his capital in money, and that they buy back the same from him as money, would not originate from the exchange with them as consumers, as centers of circulation. His whole transaction with them as consumers rests on the basis that he gives them his product in the form of money, and they give him back the same money for exactly the same fractional part of the product. With the workers of A, B, C, D, his relation is not that of capitalist to worker, but of C Amidite to Amoni, of vendor to buyer. We have presupposed that the workers of A, B, C, D consume no part of their own products. D does, however, exchange for of the product of A, B, C and E, i.e. of their product, but this exchange is only a detour to get to the wages which A, B, C and D pay their own workers. They each give the workers money to the value of their product, or of their product as payment for necessary labor, and with this, with of the value of their product or capital, they then buy E's commodity. But this exchange with E is then only an indirect form of advancing the part of capital which represents necessary labor, i.e. deduction from their capital. They cannot therefore gain thereby. The gain comes from the realization of the remaining of capital A, B, C, D, and this realization consists of each of them, through the exchange, getting back the labor objectified in his product, in another form. For each of them, since there is a division of labor, 3/5 replaces his constant capital, raw material, and material of labor. Their gain, the realization of surplus labor time, its positing as surplus value, consists in the reciprocal realization of the last. It is not necessary that capitals A, B, C, D exchange the entire with one another. Since they are, as capitalists, at the same time large consumers, and can in no way live on air, but since, as capitalists, they do not live from their labor either, they have nothing to exchange or to consume apart from other people's products. That is, for their own consumption they exchange just that which represents surplus labor time, the labor created by means of capital. Posit that each consumes of this, i.e., in the form of his own product. There remain to be either realized or to be transformed into use values for their own consumption through exchange. Let A exchange with B, with C, with E, and likewise on the part of B, C, E. The case we have posited, where capital E realizes the whole of its profit in exchange with wages, is the most favorable, or expresses, rather, the only correct relation in which it is possible for capital to realize the surplus value created in production through exchange with the worker's consumption. But capitals A, B, C, D can realize their value in this case only through exchange among one another, i.e. through the exchange of capitalists among themselves. Capitalist E consumes nothing of his own commodity, since he has paid of it to his own workers, exchanged for of capital A, for of capital B, for of capital C, for of capital D. A, B, C, D make no profit on this exchange, since it is the respective which they have paid to their own workers. Given the relation we have assumed, of raw material, machinery, workers' necessaries, and surplus product, from which messrs the capitalists at the same time live and realize their surplus value, then we need, if the total product of each of A, B, C, D, E equals 100, a producer E for workers' necessaries, Two capitalists A and B, who produce raw materials for all the others, 1, C, who produces the machinery, and 1, D, who makes the surplus produce. The accounts would be these: the machinery maker etc. has to produce every part of his commodity for himself. For labor, raw material, machinery, surplus product. A. Raw material manufacturer. 20. 40. 20. 20. Equals 100 to 1/2. B. Ditto. 20. 40. 20. 20. Equals 100 to 1/2. C. Machinery manufacturer. 20. 40. 20. 20. Equals 100 to 1/2. E. Workers' necessaries. 20. 40. 20. 20. Equals 100 to 1/2. D. Surplus producer. 20. 40. 20. 20. Equals 100. 10. 20. 10. 10. Equals 50. He therefore exchanges his entire product of 100 for 20 in his own workers' wages, 20 in wages for workers of raw material A, 20 for the workers of raw material B, 20 for the workers of machinery maker C, 20 for the workers of surplus producer D. Of this he exchanges 40 for raw material, 20 for machinery, 20 he obtains back for workers' necessaries, and 20 remain for him to buy surplus produce, from which he himself lives. Likewise the others in the relation. What constitutes their surplus value is the or 20, which all of them can exchange for surplus product. If they consumed the entire surplus, then they would have come no further at the end than they were at the beginning, and the surplus value of their capital would not grow. Posit that they eat up only 10, or half of the surplus value, then surplus producer D himself would eat up 10 less, and each of the others 10 less, all in all, then, he would sell only half of his commodity, equals 50, and could not begin his business anew. Posit therefore that he consumes only 50 in consumables. Likewise, 50 in money, then each of the capitalists A, B, C, D, E, would accumulate 10 thalers in money. These would represent the surplus value not consumed. These 10 thalers, or together 50, could be realized, however, only by being laid out for new labor. In order to produce more raw material, A and B need 4 thalers more of living labor, and, since they have no additional machinery for it, more labor by hand to the amount of 6 thalers. Thus, out of the 400 thalers which exist in raw materials, machines, and workers' necessaries, only 50 are there for capitalists' consumables. But each of the capitalists now owns a surplus of 10, out of which 4 are in raw material, 2 in machines, 2 in workers' necessaries, on which he must make a gain of 2, like 100 from 80, as before. D has gained 10 on his 40 and can therefore increase his production in the same proportion, i.e. by 5. The next year he produces % more equals. This example may or may not be continued later. Does not actually belong here. This much is clear, that realization here takes place in the exchange among the capitalists, for although E produces only for workers' consumption, he exchanges with the others through the form of wages, of A, of B, of C, of D etc. A, B, C, D likewise exchange with E, not directly, but indirectly, in that each of them requires from him as necessaries for his workers. The realization consists of each of them exchanging his own product for fractional parts of the products of the other 4, and this in such a way that a part of the surplus product goes for the capitalist's own consumption, and a part is transformed into surplus capital with which to set new labor into motion. The realization consists of the real possibility of increased realization, production of new and larger values. It is clear here that D and E, where E represents all commodities consumed by the workers and D all those consumed by the capitalists, would have produced too much, that is, too much relative to the proportion of the part of capital going to the worker, or too much relative to the part of capital consumable by the capitalists, too much relative to the proportion by which they must increase their capital, and this proportion later obtains a minimum limit in the form of interest, that general overproduction would take place, not because relatively too little had been produced of the commodities consumed by the workers or too little of those consumed by the capitalists, but because too much of both had been produced, not too much for consumption, but too much to retain the correct relation between consumption and realization, too much for realization. Barrier of capitalist production. Relation of surplus labor to necessary labor. Proportion of the surplus consumed by capital to that transformed into capital. Devaluation during crises. In other words, at a given point in the development of the productive forces, for this will determine the relation of necessary labor to surplus labor, a fixed relation becomes established, in which the product is divided into one part, corresponding to raw material, machinery, necessary labor, and finally surplus labor divides into one part which goes to consumption and another which becomes capital again. This inner division, inherent in the concept of capital, appears in exchange in such a way that the exchange of the capitals among one another takes place in specific and restricted proportions, even if these are constantly changing, in the course of production. If the relations are e.g. those of raw material, machinery, wages, surplus product, of which 1/10 for consumption, 1/10 for new production, this is the division within capital. This will appear in the exchange process as distribution among, say, 5 capitals. This gives, in any case, both the sum total of the exchange which can take place, and the proportions in which each of these capitals must both exchange and produce. If the relation of necessary labor to the constant part of capital is, as e.g. in the above example, equals, then we have seen that the capital which works for the consumption of capitalists and workers combined may not be greater than plus of the 5 capitals, each of which represents 1, equals capitals. Given likewise is the relation in which each capital must exchange with each other 1, which represents a specific one of its own moments. Finally, in which each of them must exchange at all. If, for example, the relation of raw material equals, then the capitals which produce raw material can at any final point exchange no more than, while must be regarded as fixed. E.g. as seed etc. in agriculture. Exchange in and for itself gives these conceptually opposite moments an indifferent being, they exist independently of one another, their inner necessity becomes manifest in the crisis, which puts a forcible end to their seeming indifference towards each other. A revolution in the forces of production further alters these relations, changes these relations themselves, whose foundations, from the standpoint of capital and hence also of that of realization through exchange, always remains the relation of necessary to surplus labor, or, if you like, of the different moments of objectified to living labor. It is possible, as we have already indicated earlier, that the capital as well as the living labor capacity set free owing to the increase in productive forces must both lie dormant, because they are not present in the proportions in which production must take place on the basis of the newly developed productive forces. If it proceeds regardless of that, then ultimately a negative magnitude, will come out of the exchange on one side or the other. The barrier always remains, that exchange, hence production as well, takes place in such a way that the relation of surplus labor to necessary labor remains the same, for this is equals to the constancy gleichbleiben of the realization of capital. The second relation, the proportion between the part of the surplus product consumed by capital and that part transformed anew into capital, is determined by the first relation. Firstly, the magnitude of the sum to be divided into these two parts depends on this original relation. Secondly, just as the creation of surplus value by capital depends on the creation of surplus labor, so does the increase of capital as capital, accumulation, and, without accumulation, capital cannot form the foundation of production, since it would remain stagnant, and would not be an element of progress, required already by the mere increase of population etc., depend on the Transformation of a part of the surplus product into new capital. If the surplus value were simply consumed, then capital would not have realized itself as capital, and not produced itself as capital, i.e. as value which produces value. We have seen that if 40 pounds of twist of a value of 200 thalers, because they contain labor time objectified in 200 thalers, are exchanged for 198 thalers, then not only does the manufacturer of twist lose gain, but also his product is devalued, has been sold below its real value, although it is sold at a price which still leaves him a profit of 10%. On the other hand, the producer of silver gains 2 thalers. Keeps 2 thalers as liberated capital. Nevertheless, a devaluation has taken place as regards the total sum. For the sum is 398 thalers instead of 400. For, in the hand of the producer of silver, the 200 thalers of twist are also worth only 198, it is the same for him as if the productive force of his labor had increased to the point where the same objectified labor were contained in 200 thalers as before, but that 2 of these thalers had left the column of necessary outlays in his books and gone over into the column of surplus value, so that he would have paid 2 thalers less for necessary labor. The opposite could be the case only if the silver producer were able to resell for 200 thalers the 40 pounds of twist he bought at 198 thalers. Then he would have 202 thalers, and say he sold them to a manufacturer of silk who gave him silk to the value of 200 thalers in exchange for the 40 pounds of twist. The 40 pounds twist would then have been sold at their true value, although not first-hand by their producer, but rather second-hand, by their buyer, and the total accounts would look as follows: exchanged, 3 products each containing objectified labor of a value of 200 thalers, hence sum of the values of the capitals, 600. The manufacturer of twist, A. The manufacturer of silver, B. The manufacturer of silk, C. A 198, B 200, and 2, i.e. 2 extra from the first exchange and 200 in silk, C 200. Total 600. In this case the combined value of the capitals remained the same, and all that took place was a displacement, in that B pocketed as an extra the value fraction which A lost. If A, the twist maker, could sell only 180, the cost of the thing for him, and absolutely could not find a buyer for 20 twist, then objectified labor in the amount of 20 thalers would have become valueless. The same would be the case if he gave a value of 200 for 180 thalers, for B, the manufacturer of silver, to the extent that this necessity had arisen for A owing to overproduction of twist, so that B, too, could not get rid of the value contained in the 40 pounds twist for more than 180 to 20 thalers of his capital would have been set free. He would have in hand a relative surplus value of 20 thalers, but in absolute values, objectified labor time to the extent that it is exchangeable, he would have only 200 as before, that is, 40 pounds twist at 180 and 20 thalers liberated capital. It would be the same for him as if the production costs of twist had decreased, i.e. as if, owing to increased labor productivity, 40 pounds twist contained 20 thalers less labor time, or as if, with a working day equals 4 thalers, 5 working days less were necessary in order to transform X pound of cotton into 40 pounds twist, so that, then, he would have to exchange less labor time objectified in silver for the labor time objectified in twist. But the combined sum of the values on hand would be 380 instead of 400. Thus a general depreciation of 20 thalers would have taken place, or a destruction of capital to the amount of 20 thalers. A general devaluation thus takes place despite the fact that the depreciation of the twist manufacturer's 40 pounds twist from 200 to 180 necessarily appears as an appreciation on the part of silver, a depreciation of twist relative to silver, and a general depreciation of prices as such always includes an appreciation of money, i.e. of the commodity in which all the others are appraised. Thus, in a crisis, a general depreciation of prices, there occurs up to a certain moment a general devaluation or destruction of capital. The devaluation, like the depreciation, can be absolute and not merely relative, because value expresses not merely a relation between one commodity and another, as does price, but rather the relation between the price of the commodity and the labor objectified in it, or between one amount of objectified labor of the same quality and another. If these amounts are not equal, then devaluation takes place, which is not outweighed by appreciation on the other side, for the other side expresses a fixed amount of objectified labor which remains unchanged by exchange. In general crises, this devaluation extends even to living labor capacity itself. In consequence of what has been indicated above, the destruction of value and capital which takes place in a crisis coincides with, or means the same thing as, a general growth of the productive forces, which, however, takes place not by means of a real increase of the productive force of labor. The extent to which this happens in consequence of crises is beside the point here, but by means of a decrease of the existing value of raw materials, machines, labor capacity. For example, the cotton manufacturer loses capital on his products, e.g. twist, but he buys the same value of cotton, labor etc. at a lower price. It is the same for him as if the real value of labor, of cotton etc., had decreased, i.e. as if they had been produced more cheaply owing to an increase in the productive force of labor. In the same way, on the other hand, a sudden general increase in the forces of production would relatively devalue all the present values which labor objectifies at the lower stage of the productive forces, and hence would destroy present capital as well as present laboring capacity. The other side of the crisis resolves itself into a real decrease in production, in living labor, in order to restore the correct relation between necessary and surplus labor, on which, in the last analysis, everything rests. Thus it is by no means true, as Lord Overstone thinks, as a true usurer, that crises simply resolve themselves in enormous profits for the one, and tremendous losses for the other. 48. Capital coming out of the production process becomes money again. Exchange does not change the inner characteristics of realization, but it projects them to the outside, gives them a reciprocally independent form, and thereby lets their unity exist merely as an inner necessity, which must therefore come forcibly to the surface in crises. Both are therefore posited in the essence of capital, the devaluation Entwertung of capital in the production process, as well as the suspension of devaluation and the creation of the conditions for the realization Verwertung of capital. The process by which this takes place in reality can be examined only as soon as real capital, i.e. competition etc. The actual real conditions, have been examined. Does not belong here yet. On the other hand, without exchange the production of capital as such would not exist, since realization as such cannot exist without exchange. Without exchange, the only question of concern would be the measurement etc. of the use value produced, only use value as such. After capital, in the production process, 1, has realized itself, i.e. created a new value, 2, become devalued, i.e. made the transition from money to the form of a particular commodity, it, 3, realizes itself together with its new value, in that the product is thrown into circulation again, and, as C, is exchanged for M. At the point where we stand now, where capital is being examined only in general, the real difficulties of this third process are present only as possibilities, and are therefore suspended, again as possibilities. Therefore, the product now posited as having been transformed back into money. Capital is thus now posited as money again, and money therefore posited in the new aspect of realized capital, not merely as realized price of the commodity. Or, the commodity realized in the price is now realized capital. We will examine this new aspect of money, or rather of capital as money, later. In accord with the initial nature of money, the only apparent feature by which capital, when transformed into money, may be measured is the new value which it has created, i.e. the first aspect of money as the general measure of commodities repeats itself, now as the measure of surplus value, of the realization of capital. In the form of money, this realization appears as measured by itself, as being its own measure. The capital was originally 100 thalers, because it is now 110, the measure of its realization is posited in its own form, as a proportion of the capital returned to its money form, from the production process and from exchange, relative to the original capital, no longer as a relation between two unequal qualities, objectified and living labor, or necessary labor and surplus labor. When capital is posited as money, it is therefore posited in the first aspect of money, as measure of value. Here, however, this value is its own value, or the measure of itself. Negation. Point 49. We will return to this, under profit. The second form of money was that of the medium of circulation, and in this regard the money form of capital appeared as a mere vanishing moment for the purpose of exchanging it again, but not, as in the case of money as a medium of circulation in general, an exchange in return for commodities, use values, for final consumption, but rather an exchange in return for those particular use values in which it is able to begin its course as capital anew, raw material and instrument on the one hand, living labor capacity on the other. In this role it is circulating capital, about which later. However, the end product of money in its role as medium of circulation is the beginning of the act of production with posited capital as the point of departure, and this is the point which we will here examine before we go further. In the first aspect, measure, the new value did appear as measured, but the difference merely formal. Instead of surplus labor, money, surplus labor objectified in a specific commodity. But the qualitative nature of this new value also undergoes a change, i.e. the magnitude of the measure itself, to be examined only later. Secondly, as medium of circulation the disappearance of the money form is also merely formal. It only becomes essential after not only the first but also the second circular path has been completed. Thus initially it results only in our standing again at the beginning of the realization process. We therefore begin to take up the continuation at this point. The third form of money, as independent value in a negative relation vis-a-vis circulation, is capital which does not step out of the production process into exchange again to become money. Rather, it is capital which becomes a commodity and enters into circulation in the form of self-sufficient value sich auf sich selbst beziehenden words. This third form presupposes capital in the earlier forms and at the same time forms the transition from capital to the particular capitals, the real capitals, since now, in this last form, capital already in its very concept divides into two capitals with an independent existence. Along with the duality, plurality in general is then given. Such is the march of this development. Point 50. Before we go any further, just one remark. Capital in general, as distinct from the particular capitals, does indeed appear, 1. Only as an abstraction, not an arbitrary abstraction, but an abstraction which grasps the specific characteristics which distinguish capital from all other forms of wealth, or modes in which, social, production develops. These are the aspects common to every capital as such, or which make every specific sum of values into capital. And the distinctions within this abstraction are likewise abstract particularities which characterize every kind of capital, in that it is their position or negation, e.g. fixed capital or circulating capital. 2. However, capital in general, as distinct from the particular real capitals, is itself a real existence. This is recognized by ordinary economics, even if it is not understood, and forms a very important moment of its doctrine of equilibrations etc. For example, capital in this general form, although belonging to individual capitalists, in its elemental form as capital, forms the capital which accumulates in the banks or is distributed through them, and, as Ricardo says, so admirably distributes itself in accordance with the needs of production. Point 51. Likewise, through loans etc., it forms a level between the different countries. If it is therefore e.g. a law of capital in general that, in order to realize itself, it must posit itself doubly, and must realize itself in this double form, then e.g. the capital of a particular nation which represents capital par excellence in antithesis to another will have to lend itself out to a third nation in order to be able to realize itself. This double positing, this relating to self as to an alien, becomes damn real in this case. While the general is therefore on the one hand only a mental Geedic mark of distinction differentia specifica, it is at the same time a particular real form alongside the form of the particular and individual. Point 52, we will return later to this point, which, while having more of a logical than an economic character, will nevertheless have a great importance in the course of our inquiry. The same also in algebra. For example, a, b, c are numbers as such, in general, but then again they are whole numbers as opposed to a/b, b/c, c/b, c/a, b/a etc., which latter, however, presuppose the former as their general elements. Surplus labor or surplus value becomes surplus capital. All determinants of capitalist production now appear as results of wage, labor itself. The realization process Verwirklichungsprozess of labor at the same time its derealization process Entwirklichungsprozess. The new value, then, is itself posited as capital again, as objectified labor entering into the process of exchange with living labor, and hence dividing itself into a constant part, the objective conditions of labor, material and instrument, and the conditions for the subjective condition of labor, the existence of living labor capacity, the necessaries, subsistence goods for the worker. With this second entrance by capital in this form, some points appear clarified which were altogether unclear in its first occurrence, as money in transition from its role as value to its role as capital. Now they are solved through the process of realization and production itself. In the first encounter, the presuppositions themselves appeared to come in from the outside, out of circulation, as external presuppositions for the arising of capital, hence not emergent from its inner essence, and not explained by it. These external presuppositions will now appear as moments of the motion of capital itself, so that it has itself, regardless how they may arise historically, preposited them as its own moments. Within the production process itself, surplus value, the surplus value procured through compulsion by capital, appeared as surplus labor, itself in the form of living labor, which, however, since it cannot create something out of nothing, finds its objective conditions laid out before it. Now this surplus labor appears in objectified form as surplus product, and, in order to realize itself as capital, this surplus product divides into a double form, as objective condition of labor, material and instrument, as subjective, consumption goods for the living labor now to be put to work. The general form as value, objectified labor, and objectified labor coming out of circulation, is of course the general, self-evident presupposition. Further, the surplus product in its totality, which objectifies surplus labor in its totality, now appears as surplus capital, in contrast to the original capital, before it had undertaken this cycle, i.e. as independent exchange value, in which living labor capacity encounters its specific use value. All moments which confronted living labor capacity, and employed it as alien, external powers, and which consumed it under certain conditions independent of itself, are now posited as its own product and result. Firstly, surplus value or the surplus product are nothing but a specific sum of objectified living labor, the sum of surplus labor. This new value which confronts living labor as independent, as engaged in exchange with it, as capital, is the product of labor. It is itself nothing other than the excess of labor as such above necessary labor, in objective form and hence as value. Secondly, the particular forms which this value must adopt in order to realize itself anew, i.e. to posit itself as capital, on one side as raw material and instrument, on the other as subsistence goods for labor during the act of production, are likewise, therefore, only particular forms of surplus labor itself. Raw material and instrument are produced by it in such relations, or, it is itself objectively posited in production as raw material and instrument in such a proportion, that a given sum of necessary labor, i.e. living labor which reproduces, the value of, the consumption goods, can objectify itself in it, and objectify itself in it continuously, i.e. can always begin anew the diremption into the objective and subjective conditions of its self-preservation and self-reproduction. In addition to this, living labor, in the process of reproducing its objective conditions, has at the same time posited raw material and instrument in such proportions that it can realize itself in them as surplus labor, as labor beyond the necessary, and can hence make them into material for the creation of new values. The objective conditions of surplus labor, which are restricted to the proportion of raw material and instrument beyond the requirements of necessary labor, whereas the objective conditions of necessary labor divide within their objectivity into objective and subjective, into objective moments of labor as well as subjective, consumption goods for living labor, therefore now appear, are therefore now posited, as the product, result, objective form, external existence of surplus labor itself. Originally, by contrast, the fact that instrument and necessaries were on hand in the amounts which made it possible for living labor to realize itself not only as necessary, but also as surplus labor, this appeared alien to living labor itself, appeared as an act of capital. Thirdly, the independent, for itself existence fursuxane of value vis-a-vis living labor capacity, hence its existence as capital, the objective, self-sufficient indifference, the alien quality fremdite of the objective conditions of labor vis-a-vis living labor capacity, which goes so far that these conditions confront the person of the worker in the person of the capitalist, as personification 53 with its own will and interest, this absolute divorce, separation of property, i.e. of the objective conditions of labor from living labor capacity, that they confront him as alien property, as the reality of other juridical persons, as the absolute realm of their will, and that labor therefore, on the other side, appears as alien labor opposed to the value personified in the capitalist, or the conditions of labor, this absolute separation between property and labor, between living labor capacity and the conditions of its realization, between objectified and living labor, between value and value-creating activity, hence also the alien quality of the content of labor for the worker himself, this divorce now likewise appears as a product of labor itself, as objectification of its own moments. For, in the new act of production itself, which merely confirmed the exchange between capital and living labor which preceded it, surplus labor, and hence the surplus product, the total product of labor in general, of surplus labor as well as necessary labor, has now been posited as capital, as independent and indifferent towards living labor capacity, or as exchange value which confronts its mere use value. Labor capacity has appropriated for itself only the subjective conditions of necessary labor, the means of subsistence for actively producing labor capacity, i.e. for its reproduction as mere labor capacity separated from the conditions of its realization, and it has posited these conditions themselves as things, values, which confront it in an alien, commanding personification. The worker emerges not only not richer, but emerges rather poorer from the process than he entered. For not only has he produced the conditions of necessary labor as conditions belonging to capital, but also the value-creating possibility, the realization Verwertung which lies as a possibility within him, now likewise exists as surplus value, surplus product, in a word as capital, as master over living labor capacity, as value endowed with its own might and will, confronting him in his abstract, objectless, purely subjective poverty. He has produced not only the alien wealth and his own poverty, but also the relation of this wealth as independent, self-sufficient wealth, relative to himself as the poverty which this wealth consumes, and from which wealth thereby draws new vital spirits into itself, and realizes itself anew. All this arose from the act of exchange, in which he exchanged his living labor capacity for an amount of objectified labor, except that this objectified labor, these external conditions of his being, and the independent externality osserim sane, to him, of these objective conditions, now appear as posited by himself, as his own product, as his own self-objectification as well as the objectification of himself as a power independent of himself, which moreover rules over him through his own actions. In surplus capital, all moments are products of alien labor, alien surplus labor transformed into capital, means of subsistence for necessary labor, the objective conditions, material and instrument, whereby necessary labor can reproduce the value exchanged for it in means of subsistence, finally the amount of material and instrument required so that new surplus labor can realize itself in them, or a new surplus value can be created. It no longer seems here, as it still did in the first examination of the production process, as if capital, for its part, brought with it any value whatever from circulation. Rather, the objective conditions of labor now appear as labor's product, both to the extent that they are value in general, and as use values for production. But while capital thus appears as the product of labor, so does the product of labor likewise appear as capital, no longer as a simple product, nor as an exchangeable commodity, but as capital, objectified labor as mastery, command over living labor. The product of labor appears as alien property, as a mode of existence confronting living labor as independent, as value in its being for itself. The product of labor, objectified labor, has been endowed by living labor with a soul of its own, and establishes itself opposite living labor as an alien power. Both these situations are themselves the product of labor. Living labor therefore now appears from its own standpoint as acting within the production process in such a way that, as it realizes itself in the objective conditions, it simultaneously repulses this realization from itself as an alien reality, and hence posits itself as insubstantial, as mere penurious labor capacity in face of this reality alienated in fremdet from it, belonging not to it but to others, that it posits its own reality not as a being for it, but merely as a being for others, and hence also as mere other being anders sen, or being of another opposite itself. 54 This realization process is at the same time the derealization process of labor. It posits itself objectively, but it posits this, its objectivity, as its own not being or as the being of its not being, of capital. It returns back into itself as the mere possibility of value creation or realization verwertung, because the whole of real wealth, the world of real value and likewise the real conditions of its own realization verwirklichung are posited opposite it as independent existences. As a consequence of the production process, the possibilities resting in living labor's own womb exist outside it as realities, but as realities alien to it, which form wealth in opposition to it. In so far as the surplus product is realized anew as surplus capital, enters anew into the process of production and self-realization, it divides into 1. Means of subsistence for the workers, to be exchanged for living labor capacity. Let this part of capital be designated as labor fund. This labor fund, the part allotted for the maintenance of living labor capacity, and for its progressive maintenance, since surplus capital constantly grows, now likewise appears as the product of alien labor, labor alien to capital, as well as, 2. Its other component parts, the material conditions for the reproduction of a value equals to these means of subsistence plus a surplus value. Further, if we consider the surplus capital, then the division of capital into a constant part, raw material and instrument with an antediluvian existence before labor, and a variable part, i.e. the necessary goods exchangeable for living labor capacity, appears as purely formal, in so far as both of them are equally posited by labor and are equally posited by it as its own presuppositions. Now, however, this internal division of capital appears in such a way that labor's own product, objectified surplus labor, splits into two component parts, the objective conditions for new realization of labor, 1, and a labor fund for maintaining the possibility of this living labor, i.e. of living labor capacity as alive, 2, but in such a way that labor capacity can only reappropriate that part of its own result, of its own being in objective form, which is designated as labor fund, can appropriate and extract this part from the form of the alien wealth which confronts it, only by reproducing not merely its own value, but by also realizing that part of the new capital which represents the objective conditions for the realization of new surplus labor and surplus production, or production of surplus values. Labor has itself created a new fund for the employment of new necessary labor, or, what is the same, a fund for the maintenance of new living labor capacities, of workers, but has created at the same time the condition that this fund can be employed only if new surplus labor is employed on the extra part of the surplus capital. Thus, the production by labor of this surplus capital, surplus value, is at the same time the creation of the real necessity of new surplus labor, and thus surplus capital is itself at the same time the real possibility both of new surplus labor and of new surplus capital. It here becomes evident that labor itself progressively extends and gives an ever wider and fuller existence to the objective world of wealth as a power alien to labor, so that, relative to the values created or to the real conditions of value creation, the penurious subjectivity of living labor capacity forms an ever more glaring contrast. The greater the extent to which labor objectifies itself, the greater becomes the objective world of values, which stands opposite it as alien property. With the creation of surplus capital, labor places itself under the compulsion to create yet further surplus capital, etc., etc. In regard to the original not surplus capital, the relation has changed, as regards labor capacity, insofar as, 1. The part of it which is exchanged for necessary labor has been reproduced by this labor itself, i.e. no longer comes to it out of circulation, but is its own product, and, 2. That part of the value which, as raw material and instrument, represents the real conditions for the realization Verwertung of living labor, has been maintained by it itself in the production process. And, since every use value by its nature consists of transitory material, but since exchange value is present, exists, only in use value, therefore this maintenance equals protection from decay and ruin, or negation of the transitory nature of the values owned by the capitalists. Hence, this maintenance means to posit them as values for themselves, as indestructible wealth. Hence, this original sum of values has been posited for the first time as capital in the production process, by living labor. Formation of surplus capital I. Surplus capital II. Inversion of the law of appropriation. Chief result of the production and realization process, the reproduction and new production of the relation of capital and labor itself, of capitalist and worker. Now, from the standpoint of capital, as regards the surplus capital, the capitalist represents value for itself, money in its third moment, wealth, by means of simple appropriation of alien labor, since every moment of surplus capital, material, instrument, necessaries, resolves into alien labor, which the capitalist does not appropriate by means of exchange for existing values, but has appropriated without exchange. True, the exchange of a part of values belonging to him, or of objectified labor possessed by him, for alien living labor capacity, appears as the original precondition for this surplus capital. For the formation of surplus capital I, if we give that name to the surplus capital emerging from the original production process, i.e. for the appropriation of alien labor, of objectified alien labor, it appears as a condition that the capitalist should possess values, of which he formally exchanges one part for living labor capacity. We say formally, because living labor must replace and return to him these exchanged values as well. But be this as it may. In any case, it appears as a condition for the formation of surplus capital I, i.e. for the appropriation of alien labor or of the values in which it is objectified, that there must be an exchange of values belonging to the capitalist, thrown into circulation by him, and supplied to living labor capacity by him, of values which do not arise from his exchange with living labor, or not from his relation as capital to labor. But now let us think of this surplus capital as having been thrown back into the production process, as realizing its surplus value anew in exchange, and as appearing anew as new surplus capital at the beginning of a third production process. This, surplus capital II, has different presuppositions from surplus capital I. The presupposition of surplus capital I was the existence of values belonging to the capitalist and thrown by him into circulation, or, more exactly, into the exchange with living labor capacity. The presupposition of surplus capital II is nothing more than the existence of surplus capital I, i.e., in other words, the presupposition that the capitalist has already appropriated alien labor without exchange. This puts him into a position where he is able to begin the process again and again. True, in order to create surplus capital II, he had to exchange a part of the value of surplus capital I in the form of means of subsistence for living labor capacity, but the values he gave in that exchange were not values which he originally put into circulation out of his own funds, they were, rather, objectified alien labor which he appropriated without giving any equivalent whatever, and which he now re-exchanges for alien living labor, in the same way, moreover, as the material etc. in which this new labor realizes itself and in which it creates surplus value have come into his hands without exchange, by mere appropriation. The previous appropriation of alien labor now appears as the simple precondition for the new appropriation of alien labor, or, his ownership of alien labor in objective, material, form, in the form of existing values, appears as the condition of his ability to appropriate new alien living labor capacity, hence surplus labor, labor without equivalent. The fact that he has previously confronted living labor as capital appears as the only condition required in order that he may not only maintain himself as capital, but also, as a growing capital, increasingly appropriate alien labor without equivalent, or, that he may extend his power, his existence as capital opposite living labor capacity, and on the other side constantly posit living labor capacity anew in its subjective, insubstantial penury as living labor capacity. Property, previous, or objectified, alien labor, appears as the only condition for further appropriation of present or living alien labor. Insofar as surplus capital I was created by means of a simple exchange between objectified labor and living labor capacity, an exchange entirely based on the laws of the exchange of equivalents as measured by the quantity of labor or labor time contained in them, and insofar as the legal expression of this exchange presupposed nothing other than everyone's right of property over his own products, and of free disposition over them, but insofar as the relation of surplus capital to I is therefore a consequence of this first relation, we see that, by a peculiar logic, the right of property undergoes a dialectical inversion dialektischer Umschlag, so that on the side of capital it becomes the right to an alien product, or the right of property over alien labor, the right to appropriate alien labor without an equivalent, and, on the side of labor capacity, it becomes the duty to relate to one's own labor or to one's own product as to alien property. The right of property is inverted, to become, on the one side, the right to appropriate alien labor, and, on the other, the duty of respecting the product of one's own labor, and one's own labor itself, as values belonging to others. The exchange of equivalents, however, which appeared as the original operation, an operation to which the right of property gave legal expression, has become turned round in such a way that the exchange by one side is now only illusory, since the part of capital which is exchanged for living labor capacity, firstly, is itself alien labor, appropriated without equivalent, and, secondly, has to be replaced with a surplus by living labor capacity, is thus in fact not consigned away, but merely changed from one form into another. The relation of exchange has thus dropped away entirely, or is a mere semblance. Furthermore, the right of property originally appeared to be based on one's own labor. Property now appears as the right to alien labor, and as the impossibility of labor appropriating its own product. The complete separation between property, and, even more so, wealth, and labor, now appears as a consequence of the law which began with their identity. Finally, the result of the process of production and realization is, above all, the reproduction and new production of the relation of capital and labor itself, of capitalist and worker. This social relation, production relation, appears in fact as an even more important result of the process than its material results. And more particularly, Within this process the worker produces himself as labor capacity, as well as the capital confronting him, while at the same time the capitalist produces himself as capital as well as the living labor capacity confronting him. Each reproduces itself, by reproducing its other, its negation. The capitalist produces labor as alien, labor produces the product as alien. The capitalist produces the worker, and the worker the capitalist, etc. Original accumulation of capital. The real accumulation. Once developed historically, capital itself creates the conditions of its existence, not as conditions for its arising, but as results of its being. Performance of personal services, as opposed to wage labor. Inversion of the law of appropriation. Real alien relation fremdheit of the worker to his product. Division of labor. Machinery, etc. Once production founded on capital is presupposed, money has become transformed into capital actually only at the end of the first production process, which resulted in its reproduction and in the new production of surplus capital I. Surplus capital I, however, is itself posited, realized as surplus capital, only when it has produced surplus capital II, i.e. as soon as those presuppositions of money, while it is in the process of passing over into capital, which still lie outside the movement of real capital, have vanished, and when capital has therefore itself posited, and posited in accordance with its immanent essence, the conditions which form its point of departure in production, then the condition that the capitalist, in order to posit himself as capital, must bring values into circulation which he created with his own labor, or by some other means, excepting only already available, previous wage labor, belongs among the antediluvian conditions of capital. Belongs to its historic presuppositions, which, precisely as such historic presuppositions, are past and gone, and hence belong to the history of its formation, but in no way to its contemporary history, i.e. not to the real system of the mode of production ruled by it. While e.g. the flight of serfs to the cities is one of the historic conditions and presuppositions of urbanism, it is not a condition, not a moment of the reality of developed cities, but belongs rather to their past presuppositions, to the presuppositions of their becoming which are suspended in their being. The conditions and presuppositions of the becoming, of the arising, of capital presuppose precisely that it is not yet in being but merely in becoming, they therefore disappear as real capital arises, capital which itself, on the basis of its own reality, posits the conditions for its realization. Thus e.g. while the process in which money or value for itself originally becomes capital presupposes on the part of the capitalist an accumulation, perhaps by means of savings garnered from products and values created by his own labor etc., which he has undertaken as a not capitalist, i.e. while the presuppositions under which money becomes capital appear as given, external presuppositions for the arising of capital, nevertheless as soon as capital has become capital as such, it creates its own presuppositions, i.e. the possession of the real conditions of the creation of new values without exchange, by means of its own production process. These presuppositions, which originally appeared as conditions of its becoming, and hence could not spring from its action as capital, now appear as results of its own realization, reality, as posited by it, not as conditions of its arising, but as results of its presence. It no longer proceeds from presuppositions in order to become, but rather it is itself presupposed, and proceeds from itself to create the conditions of its maintenance and growth. Therefore, the conditions which preceded the creation of surplus capital I, or which express the becoming of capital, do not fall into the sphere of that mode of production for which capital serves as the presupposition, as the historic preludes of its becoming, they lie behind it, just as the processes by means of which the earth made the transition from a liquid sea of fire and vapor to its present form now lie beyond its life as finished earth. That is, individual capitals can continue to arise e.g. by means of hoarding. But the hoard is transformed into capital only by means of the exploitation of labor. The bourgeois economists who regard capital as an eternal and natural, not historical, form of production then attempt at the same time to legitimize it again by formulating the conditions of its becoming as the conditions of its contemporary realization, i.e. presenting the moments in which the capitalist still appropriates as not capitalist, because he is still becoming, as the very conditions in which he appropriates as capitalist. These attempts at apologetics demonstrate a guilty conscience, as well as the inability to bring the mode of appropriation of capital as capital into harmony with the general laws of property proclaimed by capitalist society itself. On the other side, much more important for us is that our method indicates the points where historical investigation must enter in, or where bourgeois economy as a merely historical form of the production process points beyond itself to earlier historical modes of production. In order to develop the laws of bourgeois economy, therefore, it is not necessary to write the real history of the relations of production. But the correct observation and deduction of these laws, as having themselves become 55 in history, always leads to primary equations, like the empirical numbers e.g. in natural science, which point towards a past lying behind the system. These indications Anjadung, together with a correct grasp of the present, then also offer the key to the understanding of the past, a work in its own right which, it is to be hoped, we shall be able to undertake as well. 56 This correct view likewise leads at the same time to the points at which the suspension of the present form of production relations gives signs of its becoming, foreshadowings of the future. Just as, on one side the pre-bourgeois phases appear as merely historical, i.e. suspended presuppositions, so do the contemporary conditions of production likewise appear as engaged in suspending themselves and hence in positing the historic presuppositions for a new state of society. Now, if we initially examine the relation such as it has become, value having become capital, and living labor confronting it as mere use value, so that living labor appears as a mere means to realize objectified, dead labor, to penetrate it with an animating soul while losing its own soul to it, and having produced, as the end product, alien wealth on one side and, on the other the penury which is living labor capacity's sole possession, then the matter is simply this, that the process itself, in and by itself, posits the real objective conditions of living labor, namely, material in which to realize itself, instrument with which to realize itself, and necessaries with which to stoke the flame of living labor capacity, to protect it from being extinguished, to supply its vital processes with the necessary fuels, and posits them as alien, independent existences, or as the mode of existence of an alien person, as self-sufficient values for themselves. And hence as values which form wealth alien to an isolated and subjective labor capacity, wealth of and for the capitalist. The objective conditions of living labor appear as separated, independent verselbständig values opposite living labor capacity as subjective being, which therefore appears to them only as a value of another kind, not as value, but different from them, as use value. Once this separation is given, the production process can only produce it anew, reproduce it, and reproduce it on an expanded scale. How it does this, we have seen. The objective conditions of living labor capacity are presupposed as having an existence independent of it, as the objectivity of a subject distinct from living labor capacity and standing independently over against it, the reproduction and realization Verwertung, i.e. the expansion of these objective conditions, is therefore at the same time their own reproduction and new production as the wealth of an alien subject indifferently and independently standing over against labor capacity. What is reproduced and produced anew produziert is not only the presence of these objective conditions of living labor, but also their presence as independent values, i.e. values belonging to an alien subject, confronting this living labor capacity. The objective conditions of labor attain a subjective existence vis-a-vis living labor capacity, capital turns into capitalist. On the other side, the merely subjective presence of the labor capacity confronted by its own conditions gives it a merely indifferent, objective form as against them. It is merely a value of a particular use value alongside the conditions of its own realization Verwertung as values of another use value. Instead of their being realized realisae in the production process as the conditions of its realization Verwirklichung, what happens is quite the opposite. it comes out of the process as mere condition for their realization, Verwertung and preservation as values for themselves opposite living labor capacity. The material on which it works is alien material, the instrument is likewise an alien instrument, its labor appears as a mere accessory to their substance and hence objectifies itself in things not belonging to it. Indeed, living labor itself appears as alien vis-a-vis living labor capacity, whose labor it is, whose own life's expression Lebensausübung it is, for it has been surrendered to capital in exchange for objectified labor, for the product of labor itself. Labor capacity relates to its labor as to an alien, and if capital were willing to pay it without making it labor, it would enter the bargain with pleasure. Thus labor capacity's own labor is as alien to it, and it really is, as regards its direction etc., as are material and instrument. Which is why the product then appears to it as a combination of alien material, alien instrument, and alien labor, as alien property, and why, after production, it has become poorer by the life forces expended, but otherwise begins the drudgery anew, existing as a mere subjective labor capacity separated from the conditions of its life. The recognition Erkennung of the products as its own, and the judgment that its separation from the conditions of its realization is improper, forcibly imposed, is an enormous advance in awareness Bewusstsein, itself the product of the mode of production resting on capital, and as much the knell to its doom as, with the slave's awareness that he cannot be the property of another, with his consciousness of himself as a person, the existence of slavery becomes a merely artificial, vegetative existence, and ceases to be able to prevail as the basis of production. However, if we consider the original relation, before the entry of money into the self-realization process, then various conditions appear which have to have arisen, or been given historically, for money to become capital and labor to become capital positing, capital creating labor, wage labor. Wage labor, here, in the strict economic sense in which we use it here, and no other, and we will later have to distinguish it from other forms of labor for day wages etc., is capital positing, capital producing labor, i.e. living labor which produces both the objective conditions of its realization as an activity, as well as the objective moments of its being as labor capacity, and produces them as alien powers opposite itself, as values for themselves, independent of it. The essential conditions are themselves posited in the relation as it appears originally. 1. On the one side the presence of living labor capacity as a merely subjective existence, separated from the conditions of living labor as well as from the means of existence, the necessary goods, the means of self-preservation of living labor capacity, the living possibility of labor, on the one side, in this complete abstraction. 2. The value, or objectified labor, found on the other side, must be an accumulation of use values sufficiently large to furnish the objective conditions not only for the production of the products or values required to reproduce or maintain living labor capacity, but also for the absorption of surplus labor, to supply the objective material for the latter. 3. A free exchange relation, money circulation, between both sides, between the extremes a relation founded on exchange values, not on the master-servant relation, i.e., hence, production which does not directly furnish the producer with his necessaries, but which is mediated through exchange, and which cannot therefore usurp alien labor directly, but must buy it, exchange it, from the worker himself. Finally, 4. One side, the side representing the objective conditions of labor in the form of independent values for themselves, must present itself as value, and must regard the positing of value, self-realization, money-making, as the ultimate purpose, not direct consumption or the creation of use value. So long as both sides exchange their labor with one another in the form of objectified labor, the relation is impossible. It is likewise impossible if living labor capacity itself appears as the property of the other side, hence as not engaged in exchange. The fact that slavery is possible at individual points within the bourgeois system of production does not contradict this. However, slavery is then possible there only because it does not exist at other points, and appears as an anomaly opposite the bourgeois system itself. the conditions under which the relation appears at the origin, or which appear as the historic presuppositions of its becoming, reveal at first glance a two-sided character, on one side, dissolution of lower forms of living labor, on the other, dissolution of happier forms of the same. The first presupposition, to begin with, is that the relation of slavery or serfdom has been suspended. Living labor capacity belongs to itself, and has disposition over the expenditure of its forces, through exchange. Both sides confront each other as persons. Formally, their relation has the equality and freedom of exchange as such. As far as concerns the legal relation, the fact that this form is a mere semblance, and a deceptive semblance, appears as an external matter. What the free worker sells is always nothing more than a specific, particular measure of force expenditure. Kraftausübung, labor capacity as a totality is greater than every particular expenditure. He sells the particular expenditure of force to a particular capitalist, whom he confronts as an independent individual. It is clear that this is not his relation to the existence of capital as capital, i.e. to the capitalist class. Nevertheless, in this way everything touching on the individual, real person leaves him a wide field of choice, of arbitrary will, and hence of formal freedom. In the slave relation, he belongs to the individual, particular owner, and is his laboring machine. As a totality of force expenditure, as labor capacity, he is a thing such belonging to another, and hence does not relate as subject to his particular expenditure of force, nor to the act of living labor. In the serf relation he appears as a moment of property in land itself, is an appendage of the soil, exactly like draft cattle. In the slave relation the worker is nothing but a living labor machine, which therefore has a value for others, or rather is a value. The totality of the free worker's labor capacity appears to him as his property, as one of his moments, over which he, as subject, exercises domination, and which he maintains by expending it. This to be developed later under wage labor. The exchange of objectified labor for living labor does not yet constitute either capital on one side or wage labor on the other. The entire class of so-called services from the bootblack up to the king falls into this category. Likewise the free day laborer, whom we encounter sporadically in all places where either the Oriental community Gemeinwesen or the Western commune Gemeinde consisting of free landowners dissolves into individual elements, as a consequence of increase of population, release of prisoners of war, accidents by which the individual is impoverished and loses the objective conditions of his self-sustaining labor, owing to division of labor etc. If A exchanges a value or money, i.e. objectified labor, in order to obtain a service from B, i.e. living labor, then this can belong 1. Within the relation of simple circulation. Both in fact exchange only use values with one another, one exchanges necessaries, the other labor, a service which the other wants to consume, either directly, personal service, or he furnishes him the material etc. from which, with his labor, with the objectification of his labor, he makes a use value designed for A's consumption. For example, when the peasant takes a wandering tailor, of the kind that existed in times past, into his house, and gives him the material to make clothes with. Or if I give money to a doctor to patch up my health. What is important in these cases is the service which both do for one another. Do ut facius here appears on quite the same level as facio ut de, or do ut de point 57 the man who takes the cloth I supplied to him and makes me an article of clothing out of it gives me a use value. But instead of giving it directly in objective form, he gives it in the form of activity. I give him a completed use value, he completes another for me. The difference between previous, objectified labor and living, present labor here appears as a merely formal difference between the different tenses of labor, at one time in the perfect and at another in the present. It appears in fact as a merely formal difference, a difference mediated by division of labor and by exchange, whether B himself produces the necessaries on which he has to subsist, or whether he obtains them from A and, instead of producing the necessaries himself, produces an article of clothing, in exchange for which he obtains them from A. In both cases he can take possession of the use value possessed by A only by giving him an equivalent for it, which, in the last analysis, always resolves itself into his own living labor, regardless of the objective form it may adopt, whether before the exchange is concluded, or as a consequence of it. Now, the article of clothing not only contains a specific, form-giving labor, a specific form of usefulness imparted to the cloth by the movement of labor, but it contains also a certain quantity of labor, hence not only use value, but value generally, value as such. But this value does not exist for A, since he consumes the article, and is not a clothes dealer. He has therefore bought the labor not as value-positing labor, but as an activity which creates utility, use value. In the case of personal services, this use value is consumed as such without making the transition from the form of movement Bewegung into the form of the object Sach. If, as is frequently the case in simple relations, the performer of the service does not obtain money, but direct use values themselves, then it no longer even seems as if value were being dealt in on one or the other side, merely use values. But even given that A pays money for the service, this is not a transformation of his money into capital, but rather the positing of his money as mere medium of circulation, in order to obtain an object for consumption, a specific use value. This act is for that reason not an act which produces wealth, but the opposite, one which consumes wealth. The point for A is not the objectification in the cloth of labor as such, of a certain amount of labor time, hence value, but rather the satisfaction of a certain need. Here A sees his money not realized but devalued in its transposition from the form of value into that of use value. Labor is here exchanged not as use value for value, but as itself a particular use value, as value for use. The more frequently A repeats the exchange, the poorer does he become. This exchange is not an act of wealth getting for him, not an act of value creation, but of devaluation of the values he has in hand, in his possession. The money which A here exchanges for living labor, service in kind, or service objectified in a thing, is not capital but revenue, money as a medium of circulation in order to obtain use value, money in which the form of value is posited as merely vanishing, not money which will preserve and realize itself as such through the acquisition of labor. Exchange of money as revenue, as a mere medium of circulation, for living labor, can never posit money as capital, nor, therefore, labor as wage labor in the economic sense. A lengthy disquisition is not required to show that to consume, spend, money is not the same as to produce money. In situations in which the greatest part of surplus labor appears as agricultural labor, and where the owner of the land therefore appears as owner both of surplus labor and of the surplus product, it is the revenue of the owner of the land which forms the labor fund for the free worker, for the worker in manufactures, here, handcrafts, as opposed to the agricultural laborers. The exchange with them 58 is a form of the consumption of the owner of the land. He divides another part of his revenue directly, for personal services, often only the illusion of services, with a heap of retainers. In Asiatic societies, where the monarch appears as the exclusive proprietor of the agricultural surplus product, whole cities arise, which are at bottom nothing more than wandering encampments, from the exchange of his revenue with the free hands, as Stoyart calls them. 59 There is nothing of wage labor in this relation, but it can stand in opposition to slavery and serfdom, though need not do so, for it always repeats itself under various forms of the overall organization of labor. To the extent that money mediates this exchange, the determination of prices will become important on both sides, but it will do so for A only insofar as he does not want to pay too much for the use value of the labor, not insofar as he is concerned with its value. The essence of the relation remains unchanged even if this price, which begins as conventional and traditional, is thereafter increasingly determined economically, first by the relation of demand and supply, finally by the production costs at which the vendors themselves of these living services can be produced. Nothing is essentially changed thereby, because the determination of prices remains a merely formal moment for the exchange of mere use values, as before. This determination itself, however, is created by other relations, by the general laws and the self-determination of the ruling mode of production, acting, as it were, behind the back of this particular act of exchange. One of the forms in which this kind of paybesoldung first appears in the old communities is where an army is maintained. The pay sold of the common soldier is also reduced to a minimum, determined purely by the production costs necessary to procure him. But he exchanges the performance of his services not for capital, but for the revenue of the state. In bourgeois society itself, all exchange of personal services for revenue, including labor for personal consumption, cooking, sewing etc., garden work etc., up to and including all of the unproductive classes, civil servants, physicians, lawyers, scholars etc., belongs under this rubric, within this category. All menial servants etc. By means of their services, often coerced, all these workers, from the least to the highest, obtain for themselves a share of the surplus product, of the capitalist's revenue. But it does not occur to anyone to think that by means of the exchange of his revenue for such services, i.e. through private consumption, the capitalist posits himself as capitalist. Rather, he thereby spends the fruits of his capital. It does not change the nature of the relation that the proportions in which revenue is exchanged for this kind of living labor are themselves determined by the general laws of production. As we have already mentioned in the section on money 60, it is here rather the performer of the service who actually posits value, who transposes a use value, a certain kind of labor, service etc., into value, money. Hence in the Middle Ages, those who are oriented towards the production and accumulation of money proceed partly not from the side of the consuming landed nobility, but quite the opposite, from the side of living labor. They accumulate and thus become capitalists, for a later period. The emancipated serf becomes, in part, the capitalist. It thus does not depend on the general relation, but rather on the natural, particular quality of the service performed, whether the recipient of payment receives it as day wages, or as an honorarium, or as a sinecure, and whether he appears as superior or inferior in rank to the person paying for the service. However, with the presupposition of capital as the dominant power, all these relations become more or less disinured. But this does not belong here yet, this demystification and Entgatterung of personal services, regardless of the lofty character with which tradition may have poetically endowed them. It is not, then, simply the exchange of objectified labor for living labor, which appear, from this standpoint, as two different aspects, as use values in different forms, the one objective, the other subjective, which constitutes capital and hence wage labor, but rather, the exchange of objectified labor as value, as self-sufficient value, for living labor as its use value not for a specific, particular use or consumption, but as use value for value. In the exchange of money for labor or service, with the aim of direct consumption, a real exchange always takes place. The fact that amounts of labor are exchanged on both sides is of merely formal interest for measuring the particular forms of the utility of labor by comparing them with each other. This concerns only the form of the exchange, but does not form its content. In the exchange of capital for labor, value is not a measure for the exchange of two use values, but is rather the content of the exchange itself. 2. In periods of the dissolution of pre-bourgeois relations, there sporadically occur free workers whose services are bought for purposes not of consumption, but of production, but, firstly, even if on a large scale, for the production only of direct use values, not of values, and secondly, if a nobleman e.g. brings the free worker together with his serfs, even if he resells a part of the worker's product, and the free worker thus creates value for him, then this exchange takes place only for the superfluous product and only for the sake of superfluity, for luxury consumption, is thus at bottom only a veiled purchase of alien labor for immediate consumption or as use value. Incidentally, wherever these free workers increase in number, and where this relation grows, there the old mode of production, commune, patriarchal, feudal etc., is in the process of dissolution, and the elements of real wage labor are in preparation. But these free servants can also emerge, as e.g. in Poland etc., and vanish again, without a change in the mode of production taking place. In order to express the relations into which capital and wage labor enter as property relations or laws, we need do no more than express the conduct of both sides in the realization process as an appropriation process. For example, the fact that surplus labor is posited as surplus value of capital means that the worker does not appropriate the product of his own labor, that it appears to him as alien property, inversely, that alien labor appears as the property of capital. This second law of bourgeois property, the inversion of the first, which, through laws of inheritance etc., attains an existence independent of the accidental transitoriness of individual capitalists, becomes just as established in law as the first. The first is the identity of labor with property, the second, labor as negated property, or property as negation of the alien quality of alien labor. In fact, in the production process of capital, as will be seen more closely in its further development, labor is a totality, a combination of labors, whose individual component parts are alien to one another, so that the overall process as a totality is not the work of the individual worker, and is furthermore the work of the different workers together only to the extent that they are forcibly combined, and do not voluntarily enter into combination with one another. The combination of this labor appears just as subservient to and led by an alien will and an alien intelligence, having its animating unity elsewhere, as its material unity appears subordinate to the objective unity of the machinery, of fixed capital, which, as animated monster, objectifies the scientific idea, and is in fact the coordinator, does not in any way relate to the individual worker as his instrument, but rather he himself exists as an animated individual punctuation mark, as its living isolated accessory. Thus, combined labor is combination in itself in a double way, not combination as a mutual relation among the individuals working together, nor as their predominance either over their particular or individual function or over the instrument of labor. Hence, just as the worker relates to the product of his labor as an alien thing, so does he relate to the combination of labor as an alien combination, as well as to his own labor as an expression of his life, which, although it belongs to him, is alien to him and coerced from him, and which A. Smith etc. therefore conceives as a burden, sacrifice etc. 61 Labor itself, like its product, is negated as the labor of the particular, isolated worker. This isolated labor, negated, is now indeed communal or combined labor, posited. The communal or combined labor posited in this way, as activity and in the passive, objective form, is however at the same time posited as an other towards the really existing individual labor, as an alien objectivity, alien property, as well as an alien subjectivity, of capital. Capital thus represents both labor and its product as negated individualized labor and hence as the negated property of the individualized worker. Capital therefore is the existence of social labor, the combination of labor as subject as well as object, but this existence as itself existing independently opposite its real moments, hence itself a particular existence apart from them. For its part, capital therefore appears as the predominant subject and owner of alien labor, and its relation is itself as complete a contradiction as is that of wage labor. Forms which precede capitalist production. Concerning the process which precedes the formation of the capital relation or of original accumulation. A presupposition of wage labor, and one of the historic preconditions for capital, is free labor and the exchange of this free labor for money, in order to reproduce and to realize money, to consume the use value of labor not for individual consumption, but as use value for money. Another presupposition is the separation of free labor from the objective conditions of its realization, from the means of labor and the material for labor. Thus, above all, release of the worker from the soil as his natural workshop, hence dissolution of small, free landed property as well as of communal land ownership resting on the Oriental Commune. In both forms, the worker relates to the objective conditions of his labor as to his property, This is the natural unity of labor with its material sachliche presuppositions. The worker thus has an objective existence independent of labor. The individual relates to himself as proprietor, as master of the conditions of his reality. He relates to the others in the same way and, depending on whether this presupposition is posited as proceeding from the community or from the individual families which constitute the commune, he relates to the others as co-proprietors, as so many incarnations of the common property, or as independent proprietors like himself, independent private proprietors, beside whom the previously all-absorbing and all-predominant communal property is itself posited as a particular ager publicus 62. Alongside the many private landowners. In both forms, the individuals relate not as workers but as proprietors, and members of a community, who at the same time work. The aim of this work is not the creation of value, although they may do surplus labor in order to obtain alien, i.e. surplus products in exchange, rather, its aim is sustenance of the individual proprietor and of his family, as well as of the total community. The positing of the individual as a worker, in this nakedness, is itself a product of history. In the first form of this landed property, an initial, naturally arisen spontaneous nature Wuchzige's community appears as first presupposition. Family, and the family extended as a clan stam 63 or through intermarriage between families, or combination of clans. Since we may assume that pastoralism, or more generally a migratory form of life, was the first form of the mode of existence, not that the clan settles in a specific site, but that it grazes off what it finds, humankind is not settlement prone by nature, except possibly in a natural environment so especially fertile that they sit like monkeys on a tree, else roaming like the animals. Then the clan community, the natural community, appears not as a result of, but as a presupposition for the communal appropriation, temporary, and utilization of the land. When they finally do settle down, the extent to which this original community is modified will depend on various external, climatic, geographic, physical etc. conditions as well as on their particular natural predisposition, their clan character. This naturally arisen clan community, or, if one will, pastoral society, is the first presupposition, the Kommunalität Gemeinschaftlichkeit of blood, language, customs, for the appropriation of the objective conditions of their life, and of their life's reproducing and objectifying activity, activity as herdsmen, hunters, tillers etc. The earth is the great workshop, the arsenal which furnishes both means and material of labor, as well as the seat, the base of the community. They relate naively to it as the property of the community producing and reproducing itself in living labor. Each individual conducts himself only as a link, as a member of this community as proprietor or possessor. The real appropriation through the labor process happens under these presuppositions, which are not themselves the product of labor, but appear as its natural or divine presuppositions. This form, with the same land relation as its foundation, can realize itself in very different ways. E.g., it is not in the least a contradiction to it that, as in most of the Asiatic land forms, the comprehensive unity standing above all these little communities appears as the higher proprietor or as the sole proprietor, the real communities hence only as hereditary possessors. Because the unity is the real proprietor and the real presupposition of communal property, it follows that this unity can appear as a particular entity above the many real particular communities, where the individual is then in fact propertyless, or, property, i.e. the relation of the individual to the natural conditions of labor and of reproduction as belonging to him, as the objective, nature-given inorganic body of his subjectivity, appears mediated for him through accession by the total unity, a unity realized in the form of the despot, the father of the many communities, to the individual, through the mediation of the particular commune. The surplus product, which is, incidentally, determined by law in consequence of the real appropriation through labor, thereby automatically belongs to this highest unity. Amidst Oriental despotism and the propertylessness which seems legally to exist there, this clan or communal property exists in fact as the foundation, created mostly by a combination of manufactures and agriculture within the small commune, which thus becomes altogether self-sustaining, and contains all the conditions of reproduction and surplus production within itself. A part of their surplus labor belongs to the higher community, which exists ultimately as a person, and this surplus labor takes the form of tribute etc., as well as of common labor for the exaltation of the unity, partly of the real despot, partly of the imagined clan being, the god. Now, in so far as it actually realizes itself in labor, this kind of communal property can appear either in the form where the little communes vegetate independently alongside one another, and where, inside them, the individual with his family work independently on the lot assigned to them, a certain amount of labor for the communal reserves, insurance so to speak, and to meet the expenses of the community as such, i.e. for war, religion etc., this is the first occurrence of the lordly dominium in the most original sense, e.g. in the Slavonic communes, in the Romanian etc. Therein lies the transition to villenage Frondienst etc., or the unity may extend to the communality of labor itself, which may be a formal system, as in Mexico, Peru especially, among the early Celts, a few clans of India. The communality can, further, appear within the clan system more in a situation where the unity is represented in a chief of the clan family, or as the relation of the patriarchs among one another. Depending on that, a more despotic or a more democratic form of this community system. The communal conditions of real appropriation through labor, aqueducts, very important among the Asiatic peoples, means of communication etc. then appear as the work of the higher unity, of the despotic regime hovering over the little communes. Cities proper here form alongside these villages only at exceptionally good points for external trade, or where the head of the state and his satraps exchange their revenue, surplus product, for labor, spend it as labor fund. The second form, and like the first it has essential modifications brought about locally, historically etc. Product of more active, historic life, of the fates and modifications of the original clans, also assumes the community as its first presupposition, but not, as in the first case, as the substance of which the individuals are mere accidents, or of which they form purely natural component parts. It presupposes as base not the countryside, but the town as an already created seat, center, of the rural population, owners of land. The cultivated field here appears as a territorium belonging to the town, not the village as mere accessory to the land. The earth in itself, regardless of the obstacles it may place in the way of working it, really appropriating it, offers no resistance to attempts to relate to it as the inorganic nature of the living individual, as his workshop, as the means and object of labor and the means of life for the subject. The difficulties which the commune encounters can arise only from other communes, which have either previously occupied the land and soil, or which disturb the commune in its own occupation. War is therefore the great comprehensive task, the great communal labor which is required either to occupy the objective conditions of being there alive, or to protect and perpetuate the occupation. Hence the commune consisting of families initially organized in a warlike way, as a system of war and army, and this is one of the conditions of its being there as proprietor. The concentration of residences in the town, basis of this bellicose organization. The clan system in itself leads to higher and lower ancestral lineages Geschlechtern 64, a distinction which is still further developed through intermixture with subjugated clans etc. Communal property, as state property, ager publicus, here separated from private property. The property eigentum of the individual is here not, unlike the first case, itself directly communal property, where it is, the individual has no property as distinct from the commune, but rather is merely its possessor besitzer. The less it is the case that the individual's property can in fact be realized solely through communal labor, thus e.g. the aqueducts in the Orient, the more the purely naturally arisen, spontaneous character of the clan has been broken by historic movement, migration, the more, further, the clan removes itself from its original seat and occupies alien ground, hence enters into essentially new conditions of labor, and develops the energy of the individual more, Its common character. Appearing, necessarily, more as a negative unity towards the outside, the more, therefore, are the conditions given under which the individual can become a private proprietor of land and soil, of a particular plot, whose particular cultivation falls to him and his family. The commune, as state, is, on one side, the relation of these free and equal private proprietors to one another, their bond against the outside, and is at the same time their safeguard. The commune here rests as much on the fact that its members consist of working landed proprietors, small owning peasants, as the peasants' independence rests on their mutual relations as commune members, on protection of the ager publicus for communal needs and communal glory, etc. Membership in the commune remains the presupposition for the appropriation of land and soil, but, as a member of the commune, the individual is a private proprietor. He relates to his private property as land and soil, but at the same time as to his being as commune member, and his own sustenance as such is likewise the sustenance of the commune, and conversely, etc. The commune, although already a product of history here, not only in fact but also known as such, and therefore possessing an origin, is the presupposition of property in land and soil, i.e. of the relation of the working subject to the natural presuppositions of labor as belonging to him, but this belonging is mediated by his being a member of the state, by the being of the state, hence by a presupposition regarded as divine, etc. 65 Concentration in the town, with the land as territorium. Small agriculture working for direct consumption, manufacture as domestic side occupation of wives and daughters, spinning and weaving, or, independently, in individual branches only, Fabry 66, etc. The presupposition of the survival of the community is the preservation of equality among its free self-sustaining peasants, and their own labor as the condition of the survival of their property. They relate as proprietors to the natural conditions of labor, but these conditions must also constantly be posited as real conditions and objective elements of the personality of the individual, by means of personal labor. On the other side, the tendency of this small bellicose community system drives beyond these barriers, etc. Rome, Greece, Jews, etc. When the auguries, Niebuhr says, had assured Numa of the divine sanction of his election, the pious king's first concern was not worship at the temple, but a human one. He divided the lands which Romulus had won in war and given over to occupation. He endowed the order of Terminus. All the lawgivers of antiquity, Moses above all, founded their success in commanding virtue, integrity, and proper custom on landed property, or at least on secured, hereditary possession of land, for the greatest possible number of citizens. Volume I, 245, 2nd edition. Rom. Gus. 67 The individual is placed in such conditions of earning his living as to make not the acquiring of wealth his object, but self-sustenance, his own reproduction as a member of the community, the reproduction of himself as proprietor of the parcel of ground, and, in that quality, as a member of the commune. The survival of the commune is the reproduction of all of its members as self-sustaining peasants, whose surplus time belongs precisely to the commune, the work of war, etc. The property in one's own labor is mediated by property in the condition of labor, the height of land, guaranteed in its turn by the existence of the commune, and that in turn by surplus labor in the form of military service, etc. by the commune members. It is not cooperation in wealth-producing labor by means of which the commune member reproduces himself, but rather cooperation in labor for the communal interests, imaginary and real, for the upholding of the association inwardly and outwardly. Property is quaeritorium 68 of the Roman variety. The private proprietor of land is such only as a Roman, but as a Roman he is a private proprietor of land. Another form of the property of working individuals, self-sustaining members of the community, in the natural conditions of their labor, is the Germanic. Here the commune member is neither, as such, a co-possessor of the communal property, as in the specifically Oriental form, wherever property exists only as communal property, there the individual member is as such only possessor of a particular part, hereditary or not, since any fraction of the property belongs to no member for himself, but to him only as immediate member of the commune, i.e. as in direct unity with it, not in distinction to it. This individual is thus only a possessor. What exists is only communal property, and only private possession. The mode of this possession in relation to the communal property may be historically, locally etc. modified in quite different ways, depending on whether labor itself is performed by the private possessor in isolation, or is in turn determined by the commune or by the unity hovering above the particular commune, nor is the situation such as obtains in the Roman, Greek form, in short, the form of classical antiquity. In this case, the land is occupied by the commune, Roman land, a part remains to the commune as such as distinct from the commune members, ager publicus in its various forms, the other part is divided up and each parcel of land is Roman by virtue of being the private property, the domain of a Roman, the part of the laboratorium belonging to him, but, also, he is a Roman only in so far as he possesses the sovereign right over a part of the Roman earth. In antiquity, urban occupation and trade little esteemed, agriculture, however, highly. In the Middle Ages the contrary appraisal, the right of using the communal land through possession originally appertained to the patricians, who then granted it to their clients. The transfer of property out of the ager publicus appertained exclusively to the plebeians, all assignments in favor of the plebeians and compensation for a share of the communal property. Actual property in land, excepting the area around the city walls, originally only in the hands of the plebeians, rural communes included later. Basis of the Roman plebs as a totality of agriculturists, as is indicated in their queritary property. Antiquity unanimously esteemed agriculture as the proper occupation of the free man, the soldier's school. In it the ancestral stock of the nation sustains itself, it changes in the cities, where alien merchants and dealers settle, just as the indigenous move where gain entices them. Wherever there is slavery, the freedman seeks his support in such dealings, in which he then often gathers riches. Thus these occupations were mostly in their hands in antiquity, and were therefore not proper for a citizen, hence the opinion that admission of the craftsman to full citizenship rights would be a risky undertaking. Among the earlier Greeks they were as a rule excluded. 69 Antiquity had no inkling of a privileged guild system such as prevailed in the history of medieval cities, and already here the martial spirit declined as the guilds defeated the aristocratic lineages, and was finally extinguished altogether, and consequently, with it, the city's external respect and freedom. The clans of the ancient states were founded on two different principles, either on ancestry Geschlecht or on the locality. The ancestral clans preceded the locality clans in time and are almost everywhere pushed aside by the latter. Their most extreme, strictest form is the caste order, in which one is separated from the other, without the right of intermarriage, quite different in degree of privilege, each with an exclusive, irrevocable occupation. The locality clans originally corresponded to a partition of the countryside into districts and villages, so that someone residing in a given village at the time of this partition, in Attica under Cleisthenes, was registered as a demotes, villager, of that village, and as a member of the phylon, tribe, of the village's region. Now, his descendants, as a rule, remained in the same phylon and the same demos without regard to their residence, whereby this partition also took on an ancestral appearance. These Roman gens not blood relatives, to the communal name, Cicero adds descent from free men as a sign. Communal sacra, shrines, for the Roman Gentiles, later ceased, already in Cicero's time. Practice of cogentile inheritance, in cases without dependence or will, survived longest of all. In the earliest periods, obligation of all members of the gens to help those of their own who require this, to carry unaccustomed burdens. This occurs originally everywhere among the Germans, remains longest among the Dithmarsken. The gentes, corporations in ungen. There was in the world of antiquity no more general institution than that of kin groups. Thus among the Gales the noble Campbells and their vassals forming one clan 70. Since the patrician represents the community in a higher degree, he is the possessor of the ager publicus and uses it through his clients etc. and also appropriates it little by little. The Germanic commune is not concentrated in the town. By means of such a concentration, the town as center of rural life, residence of the agricultural workers, likewise the center of warfare, the commune as such would have a merely outward existence, distinct from that of the individual. The history of classical antiquity is the history of cities, but of cities founded on landed property and on agriculture. Asiatic history is a kind of indifferent unity of town and countryside. The really large cities must be regarded here merely as royal camps, as works of artifice superfoetation erected over the economic construction proper. The Middle Ages, Germanic period, begins with the land as the seat of history, whose further development then moves forward in the contradiction between town and countryside. The modern age is the urbanization of the countryside, not ruralization of the city as in antiquity. Notebook v. January 22, beginning of February 1858. The chapter on money, continuation. With its coming together in the city, the commune possesses an economic existence as such. The city's mere presence, as such, distinguishes it from a mere multiplicity of independent houses. The whole, here, consists not merely of its parts. It is a kind of independent organism. Among the Germanic tribes, where the individual family chiefs settled in the forests, long distances apart, the commune exists, already from outward observation, only in the periodic gathering together Vereinigung of the commune members, although their unity in itself is posited in their ancestry, language, common past and history, etc. The commune thus appears as a coming together Vereinigung, not as a being together Verein, as a unification made up of independent subjects, landed proprietors, and not as a unity. The commune therefore does not in fact exist as a state or political body, as in classical antiquity, because it does not exist as a city. For the commune to come into real existence, the free landed proprietors have to hold a meeting, whereas e.g. in Rome it exists even apart from these assemblies in the existence of the city itself and of the officials presiding over it, etc. True, the ager publicus, the communal or people's land, as distinct from individual property, also occurs among the Germanic tribes. It takes the form of hunting land, grazing land, timber land, etc., the part of the land which cannot be divided if it is to serve as means of production in this specific form. But this ager publicus does not appear, as with the Romans' example, as the particular economic presence of the state as against the private proprietors, so that these latter are actually private proprietors as such, in so far as they are excluded, deprived, like the plebeians, from using the ager publicus. Among the Germanic tribes, the ager publicus appears rather merely as a complement to individual property, and figures as property only to the extent that it is defended militarily as the common property of one tribe against a hostile tribe. Individual property does not appear mediated by the commune, rather, the existence of the commune and of communal property appear as mediated by, i.e. as a relation of, the independent subjects to one another. The economic totality is, at bottom, contained in each individual household, which forms an independent center of production for itself, manufactures purely as domestic secondary task for women, etc. In the world of antiquity, the city with its territory is the economic totality. In the Germanic world, the totality is the individual residence, which itself appears as only a small dot on the land belonging to it, and which is not a concentration of many proprietors, but the family as independent unit. In the Asiatic form, at least, predominantly, the individual has no property but only possession. The real proprietor, proper, is the commune, hence property only as communal property in land. In antiquity, Romans as the most classic example, the thing in its purest, most fully developed form, the form of state property in land and that of private property in land are antithetical, so that the latter is mediated by the former, or the former itself exists in this double form. The private proprietor of land, hence at the same time urban citizen. Urban citizenship resolves itself economically into the simple form that the agriculturist is a resident of a city. In the Germanic form, The agriculturist not citizen of a state, i.e. not inhabitant of a city, the basis is rather the isolated, independent family residence, guaranteed by the bond with other such family residences of the same tribe, and by their occasional coming together zusammenkommen to pledge each other's allegiance in war, religion, adjudication etc. Individual landed property here appears neither as a form antithetical to the commune's landed property, nor as mediated by it, but just the contrary. The commune exists only in the interrelations among these individual landed proprietors as such. Communal property as such appears only as a communal accessory to the individual tribal seats and the land they appropriate. The commune is neither the substance of which the individual appears as a mere accident, nor is it a generality with a being and unity as such seen Einheit either in the mind and in the existence of the city and of its civic needs as distinct from those of the individual, or in its civic land and soil as its particular presence as distinct from the particular economic presence of the commune member. Rather, the commune, on the one side, is presupposed in itself prior to the individual proprietors as a communality of language, blood etc., but it exists as a presence, on the other hand, only in its real assembly for communal purposes, and to the extent that it has a particular economic existence in the hunting and grazing lands for communal use, it is so used by each individual proprietor as such, not as representative of the state, as in Rome, it is really the common property of the individual proprietors, not of the union of these proprietors endowed with an existence separate from themselves. The city itself. The main point here is this: in all these forms, in which landed property and agriculture form the basis of the economic order, and where the economic aim is hence the production of use values, i.e. the reproduction of the individual within the specific relation to the commune in which he is its basis, there is to be found, 1. Appropriation not through labor, but presupposed to labor, appropriation of the natural conditions of labor, of the earth as the original instrument of labor as well as its workshop and repository of raw materials. The individual relates simply to the objective conditions of labor as being his, relates to them as the inorganic nature of his subjectivity, in which the latter realizes itself. The chief objective condition of labor does not itself appear as a product of labor, but is already there as nature, on one side the living individual, on the other the earth, as the objective condition of his reproduction. 2. But this relation to land and soil, to the earth, as the property of the laboring individual, who thus appears from the outset not merely as laboring individual, in this abstraction, but who has an objective mode of existence in his ownership of the land, an existence presupposed to his activity, and not merely as a result of it, a presupposition of his activity just like his skin, his sense organs, which of course he also reproduces and develops etc. in the life process, but which are nevertheless presuppositions of this process of his reproduction, is instantly mediated by the naturally arisen, spontaneous, more or less historically developed and modified presence of the individual as member of a commune, his naturally arisen presence as member of a tribe etc. An isolated individual could no more have property in land and soil than he could speak. He could, of course, live off it as substance, as do the animals. The relation to the earth as property is always mediated through the occupation of the land and soil, peacefully or violently, by the tribe, the commune, in some more or less naturally arisen or already historically developed form. The individual can never appear here in the dot-like isolation punctualitat in which he appears as mere free worker. If the objective conditions of his labor are presupposed as belonging to him, then he himself is subjectively presupposed as member of a commune, through which his relation to land and soil is mediated. His relation to the objective conditions of labor is mediated through his presence as member of the commune. At the same time, the real presence of the commune is determined by the specific form of the individual's property in the objective conditions of labor. Whether this property mediated by commune membership appears as communal property, where the individual is merely the possessor and there is no private property in land and soil, or whether property appears in the double form of state and private property alongside one another, but so that the latter appears as posited by the former, so that only the citizen is and must be a private proprietor, while his property as citizen has a separate, particular existence at the same time, or whether. Finally, the communal property appears only as a complement to individual property, with the latter as the base, while the commune has no existence for itself except in the assembly of the commune members, their coming together for common purposes. These different forms of the commune or tribe members' relation to the tribe's land and soil, to the earth where it has settled, depend partly on the natural inclinations of the tribe, and partly on the economic conditions in which it relates as proprietor to the land and soil in reality, i.e. in which it appropriates its fruits through labor, and the latter will itself depend on climate, physical makeup of the land and soil, the physically determined mode of its exploitation, the relation with hostile tribes or neighbor tribes, and the modifications which migrations, historic experiences etc. introduce. The survival of the commune as such in the old mode requires the reproduction of its members in the presupposed objective conditions. Production itself, the advance of population, this too belongs with production, necessarily suspends these conditions little by little, destroys them instead of reproducing them etc., and, with that, the communal system declines and falls, together with the property relations on which it was based. The Asiatic form necessarily hangs on most tenaciously and for the longest time. This is due to its presupposition that the individual does not become independent vis-a-vis the commune, that there is a self-sustaining circle of production, unity of agriculture and manufactures, etc. If the individual changes his relation to the commune, he thereby changes and acts destructively upon the commune, as on its economic presupposition. On the other side, the alteration of this economic presupposition brought about by its own dialectic, impoverishment etc. In particular, the influence of warfare and of conquest, which e.g. in Rome belong to the essential conditions of the commune itself, suspends the real bond on which it rests. In all these forms, the reproduction of presupposed relations, more or less naturally arisen or historic as well, but become traditional, of the individual to his commune, together with a specific, objective existence, predetermined for the individual, of his relations both to the conditions of labor and to his co-workers, fellow tribesmen etc., are the foundation of development, which is therefore from the outset restricted, but which signifies decay, decline, and fall once this barrier is suspended. Thus among the Romans, the development of slavery, the concentration of land possession, exchange, the money system, conquest etc., although all these elements up to a certain point seemed compatible with the foundation, and in part appeared merely as innocent extensions of it, partly grew out of it as mere abuses. Great developments can take place here within a specific sphere. The individuals may appear great. But there can be no conception here of a free and full development either of the individual or of the society, since such development stands in contradiction to the original relation. Do we never find in antiquity an inquiry into which form of landed property etc. is the most productive, creates the greatest wealth? Wealth does not appear as the aim of production, although Cato may well investigate which manner of cultivating a field brings the greatest rewards, and Brutus may even lend out his money at the best rates of interest. 1 The question is always which mode of property creates the best citizens. Wealth appears as an end in itself only among the few commercial peoples, monopolists of the carrying trade, who live in the pores of the ancient world, like the Jews in medieval society. Now, wealth is on one side a thing, realized in things, material products, which a human being confronts as subject; on the other side, as value, wealth is merely command over alien labor not with the aim of ruling, but with the aim of private consumption etc. It appears in all forms in the shape of a thing, be it an object or be it a relation mediated through the object, which is external and accidental to the individual. Thus the old view, in which the human being appears as the aim of production, regardless of his limited national, religious, political character, seems to be very lofty when contrasted to the modern world, where production appears as the aim of mankind and wealth as the aim of production. In fact, however, when the limited bourgeois form is stripped away, What is wealth other than the universality of individual needs, capacities, pleasures, productive forces etc., created through universal exchange? The full development of human mastery over the forces of nature, those of so-called nature as well as of humanity's own nature? The absolute working out of his creative potentialities, with no presupposition other than the previous historic development, which makes this totality of development, i.e. the development of all human powers as such the end in itself, not as measured on a predetermined yardstick? Where he does not reproduce himself in one specificity, but produces his totality. Strives not to remain something he has become, but is in the absolute movement of becoming. In bourgeois economics, and in the epoch of production to which it corresponds, this complete working out of the human content appears as a complete emptying out, this universal objectification as total alienation, and the tearing down of all limited, one-sided aims as sacrifice of the human end in itself to an entirely external end. This is why the childish world of antiquity appears on one side as loftier. On the other side, it really is loftier in all matters where closed shapes, forms, and given limits are sought for. It is satisfaction from a limited standpoint, while the modern gives no satisfaction, or, where it appears satisfied with itself, it is vulgar. What Mr. Proudhon calls the extra-economic origin of property, by which he understands just landed property too, is the pre-bourgeois relation of the individual to the objective conditions of labor, and initially to the natural objective conditions of labor, for, just as the working subject appears naturally as an individual, as natural being, so does the first objective condition of his labor appear as nature, earth, as his inorganic body. He himself is not only the organic body, but also the subject of this inorganic nature. This condition is not his product but something he finds to hand, presupposed to him as a natural being apart from him. Before we analyze this further, one more point: the worthy Proudhon would not only be able to, but would have to, accuse capital and wage labor, as forms of property, of having an extra-economic origin. For the encounter with the objective conditions of labor as separate from him, as capital from the worker's side, and the encounter with the worker as propertyless, as an abstract worker from the capitalist's side, the exchange such as takes place between value and living labor, presupposes a historic process, no matter how much capital and labor themselves reproduce this relation and work out its objective scope, as well as its depth, a historic process, which, as we saw, forms the history of the origins of capital and wage labor. In other words, the extra-economic origin of property means nothing else than the historic origin of the bourgeois economy, of the forms of production which are theoretically or ideally expressed by the categories of political economy. But the fact that pre-bourgeois history, and each of its phases, also has its own economy and an economic foundation for its movement, is at bottom only the tautology that human life has since time immemorial rested on production, and, in one way or another, on social production, whose relations we call, precisely, economic relations. The original conditions of production, or, what is the same, the reproduction of a growing number of human beings through the natural process between the sexes, for this reproduction, although it appears as appropriation of the objects by the subjects in one respect, appears in another respect also as formation, subjugation of the objects to a subjective purpose, their transformation into results and repositories of subjective activity, cannot themselves originally be products, results of production. It is not the unity of living and active humanity with the natural, inorganic conditions of their metabolic exchange with nature, and hence their appropriation of nature, which requires explanation or is the result of a historic process, but rather the separation between these inorganic conditions of human existence and this active existence, a separation which is completely posited only in the relation of wage labor and capital. In the relations of slavery and serfdom this separation does not take place, rather, one part of society is treated by the other as itself merely an inorganic and natural condition of its own reproduction. The slave stands in no relation whatsoever to the objective conditions of his labor, rather, labor itself, both in the form of the slave and in that of the serf, is classified as an inorganic condition of production along with other natural beings, such as cattle, as an accessory of the earth. In other words, the original conditions of production appear as natural presuppositions, natural conditions of the producer's existence, just as his living body, even though he reproduces and develops it, is originally not posited by himself, but appears as the presupposition of his self. His own, bodily, being is a natural presupposition, which he has not posited. These natural conditions of existence, to which he relates as to his own inorganic body, are themselves double, 1, of a subjective and, 2, of an objective nature. He finds himself a member of a family, clan, tribe, etc., which then, in a historic process of intermixture and antithesis with others, takes on a different shape, and, as such a member, he relates to a specific nature, say, here, still earth, land, soil, as his own inorganic being, as a condition of his production and reproduction. As a natural member of the community, he participates in the communal property, and has a particular part of it as his possession, just as, were he a natural Roman citizen, he would have an ideal claim, at least, to the ager publicus and a real one to a certain number of iugera 3 of land, etc. His property, i.e. the relation to the natural presuppositions of his production as belonging to him, as his, is mediated by his being himself the natural member of a community. The abstraction of a community, in which the members have nothing in common but language, etc., and barely that much, is obviously the product of much later historical conditions. As regards the individual, it is clear, e.g., that he relates even to language itself as his own only as the natural member of a human community. Language as the product of an individual is an impossibility. But the same holds for property. Language itself is the product of a community, just as it is in another respect itself the presence Dasein of the community, a presence which goes without saying. Communal production and common property as they exist, e.g. in Peru, are evidently a secondary form, introduced by and inherited from conquering tribes, who, at home, had common property and communal production in the older, simpler form such as is found in India and among the Slavs. Likewise the form which we find among the Celts in Wales, e.g. appears as a transplanted, secondary form, introduced by conquerors among the lesser, conquered tribes. The completion and systematic elaboration of these systems by a supreme central authority shows their later origin. Just as the feudalism introduced into England was more perfect in form than that which arose spontaneously in France among nomadic pastoral tribes, and all pastoral peoples are originally migratory, the earth appears like other natural conditions, in its elemental limitlessness, e.g. in the Asiatic steppes and the high plateau. It is grazed, etc., consumed by the herds, from which the pastoral peoples in turn live. They relate to it as their property, although they never stabilize this property. This is the case too with the hunting grounds of the wild Indian tribes in America. The tribe regards a certain region as its hunting domain, and asserts it by force against other tribes, or tries to drive others off the domains they assert. Among the nomadic pastoral peoples, the commune is indeed constantly united. The traveling society, the caravan, the horde, and the forms of supremacy and subordination develop out of the conditions of this mode of life. What is in fact appropriated and reproduced here is not the earth but the herd, but the earth is always used communally at each halting place, the only barrier which the community can encounter in relating to the natural conditions of production, the earth, as to its own property, if we jump ahead to the settled peoples, is another community, which already claims it as its own inorganic body. Warfare is therefore one of the earliest occupations of each of these naturally arisen communities, both for the defense of their property and for obtaining new property. We can indeed content ourselves here with speaking of land and soil as original property, for among the herding peoples property in natural products of the earth, e.g. sheep, is at the same time property in the pastures they wander through. In general, property in land and soil includes its organic products. If human beings themselves are conquered along with the land and soil as its organic accessories, then they are equally conquered as one of the conditions of production, and in this way arises slavery and serfdom, which soon corrupts and modifies the original forms of all communities, and then itself becomes their basis. The simple construction is thereby negatively determined. Property thus originally means no more than a human being's relation to his natural conditions of production as belonging to him, as his, as presupposed along with his own being, relations to them as natural presuppositions of his self, which only form, so to speak, his extended body. He actually does not relate to his conditions of production, but rather has a double existence, both subjectively as he himself, and objectively in these natural non-organic conditions of his existence. The forms of these natural conditions of production are double: 1. His existence as a member of a community, hence the existence of this community, which in its original form is a clan system, a more or less modified clan system. 2. The relation to land and soil mediated by the community, as its own, as communal landed property, at the same time individual possession for the individual, or in such a way that only the fruits are divided, but the land itself and the labor remain common. However, residences etc., even if only the Scythians' wagons, always appear in individual possession. A natural condition of production for the living individual is his belonging to a naturally arisen, spontaneous society, clan etc. This is e.g. already a condition for his language etc. His own productive existence is possible only on this condition. His subjective existence is thereby conditioned as such, just as it is conditioned by his relation to the earth as his workshop. Property is, it is true, originally mobile, for mankind first seizes hold of the ready-made fruits of the earth, among whom belong e.g. the animals, and for him especially the ones that can be tamed. Nevertheless, even this situation, hunting, fishing, herding, gathering fruits from trees etc., always presupposes appropriation of the earth, whether for a fixed residence, or for roaming, or for animal pasture etc. Property therefore means belonging to a clan, community, having subjective objective existence in it, and, by means of the relation of this community to the land and soil, relating to the earth as the individual's inorganic body, his relation to land and soil, to the external primary condition of production, since the earth is raw material, instrument and fruit all in one, as to a presupposition belonging to his individuality, as modes of his presence. We reduce this property to the relation to the conditions of production. Why not to consumption, since the production of the individual is originally restricted to the reproduction of his own body through the appropriation of ready objects prepared by nature itself for consumption. Even where the only task is to find and to discover, this soon requires exertion, labor, as in hunting, fishing, herding, and production, i.e. development, of certain capacities on the part of the subject. Then also, situations in which it is possible to seize hold of the things available without any instruments whatever, i.e. products of labor destined for production, without alteration of form, which already takes place for herding, etc., are themselves transitional and in no case to be regarded as normal, nor as normal original situations. The original conditions of production, incidentally, of course include substances consumable directly, without labor, thus the consumption fund appears as a component part of the original production fund. The fundamental condition of property resting on the clan system, into which the community originally resolves itself, to be a member of the clan, makes the clan conquered by another clan propertyless and throws it among the inorganic conditions of the conqueror's reproduction, to which the conquering community relates as its own. Slavery and serfdom are thus only further developments of the form of property resting on the clan system. They necessarily modify all of the latter's forms. They can do this least of all in the Asiatic form. In the self-sustaining unity of manufacture and agriculture, on which this form rests, conquest is not so necessary a condition as where landed property, agriculture are exclusively predominant. On the other hand, since in this form the individual never becomes a proprietor but only a possessor, he is at bottom himself the property, the slave of him in whom the unity of the commune exists, and slavery here neither suspends the conditions of labor nor modifies the essential relation. It is now clear, further, that property, in so far as it is only the conscious relation, and posited in regard to the individual by the community, and proclaimed and guaranteed as law, to the conditions of production as his own, so that the producer's being appears also in the objective conditions belonging to him, is only realized by production itself. The real appropriation takes place not in the mental but in the real, active relation to these conditions, in their real positing as the conditions of his subjective activity. It is thereby also clear that these conditions change. Only when tribes hunt upon it does a region of the earth become a hunting domain, only cultivation of the soil posits the land as the individual's extended body. After the city of Rome had been built and the surrounding countryside cultivated by its citizens, the conditions of the community were different from what they had been before. The aim of all these communities is survival, i.e. reproduction of the individuals who compose it as proprietors, i.e. in the same objective mode of existence as forms the relation among the members and at the same time therefore the commune itself. This reproduction, however, is at the same time necessarily new production and destruction of the old form. For example, where each of the individuals is supposed to possess a given number of acres of land, the advance of population is already underway. If this is to be corrected, then colonization, and that in turn requires wars of conquest. With that, slaves etc. Also, example enlargement of the ager publicus, and therewith the patricians who represent the community etc. Thus the preservation of the old community includes the destruction of the conditions on which it rests, turns into its opposite. If it were thought that productivity on the same land could be increased by developing the forces of production etc. This precisely the slowest of all in traditional agriculture, then the new order would include combinations of labor, a large part of the day spent in agriculture etc., and thereby again suspend the old economic conditions of the community. Not only do the objective conditions change in the act of reproduction, e.g. the village becomes a town, the wilderness a cleared field etc., but the producers change, too, in that they bring out new qualities in themselves, develop themselves in production, transform themselves, develop new powers and ideas, new modes of intercourse, new needs and new language. The older and more traditional the mode of production itself, and this lasts a long time in agriculture, even more in the Oriental supplementation of agriculture with manufactures, i.e. the longer the real process of appropriation remains constant, the more constant will be the old forms of property and hence the community generally. Where there is already a separation between the commune members as private proprietors on one side and they themselves as the urban commune and proprietors of the commune's territorium on the other, there the conditions already arise in which the individual can lose his property, i.e. the double relation which makes him both an equal citizen, a member of the community, and a proprietor. In the Oriental form this loss is hardly possible, except by means of altogether external influences, since the individual member of the commune never enters into the relation of freedom towards it in which he could lose his objective, economic, bond with it. He is rooted to the spot, ingrown. This also has to do with the combination of manufacture and agriculture, of town, village, and countryside. In classical antiquity, manufacture appears already as a corruption, business for freedmen, clients, aliens, etc. This development of productive labor, not bound in pure subordination to agriculture as a domestic task, labor by free men for agriculture or war only, or for religious observances, and manufactures for the community, such as construction of houses, streets, temples, which necessarily develops through intercourse with aliens and slaves, through the desire to exchange the surplus product etc., dissolves the mode of production on which the community rests, and, with it, the objective individual, i.e. the individual defined as Roman, Greek, etc. Exchange acts in the same way, indebtedness etc. The original unity between a particular form of community, clan, and the corresponding property in nature, or relation to the objective conditions of production as a natural being, as an objective being of the individual mediated by the commune. This unity, which appears in one respect as the particular form of property, has its living reality in a specific mode of production itself, a mode which appears both as a relation between the individuals, and as their specific active relation to inorganic nature, a specific mode of working, which is always family labor, often communal labor. The community itself appears as the first great force of production. Particular kinds of production conditions, e.g. stock breeding, agriculture, develop particular modes of production and particular forces of production, subjective, appearing as qualities of individuals, as well as objective ones. In the last analysis, their community, as well as the property based on it, resolves itself into a specific stage in the development of the productive forces of working subjects, to which correspond their specific relations amongst one another and towards nature. Until a certain point, reproduction then turns into dissolution. Property, then, originally means, in its Asiatic, Slavonic, ancient classical, Germanic form, the relation of the working, producing or self-reproducing, subject to the conditions of his production or reproduction as his own. It will therefore have different forms depending on the conditions of this production. Production itself aims at the reproduction of the producer within and together with these, his objective conditions of existence. This relation as proprietor, not as a result but as a presupposition of labor, i.e. of production, presupposes the individual defined as a member of a clan or community, whose property the individual himself is, up to a certain point. Slavery, bondage etc., where the worker himself appears among the natural conditions of production for a third individual or community. This is not the case e.g. with the general slavery of the Orient, only from the European point of view, i.e. property no longer the relation of the working individual to the objective conditions of labor, is always secondary, derived, never original, although it is a necessary and logical result of property founded on the community and labor in the community. It is of course very simple to imagine that some powerful, physically dominant individual, after first having caught the animal, then catches humans in order to have them catch animals, in a word, uses human beings as another naturally occurring condition for his reproduction, whereby his own labor reduces itself to ruling, like any other natural creature. But such a notion is stupid, correct as it may be from the standpoint of some particular given clan or commune, because it proceeds from the development of isolated individuals. But human beings become individuals only through the process of history. He appears originally as a species being Gattungswesen, clan being, herd animal, although in no way whatever as a zeta pi lambda kappa v4 in the political sense. Exchange itself is a chief means of this individuation Vereinzelung. It makes the herd-like existence superfluous and dissolves it. Soon the matter has turned in such a way that as an individual he relates himself only to himself, while the means with which he posits himself as individual have become the making of his generality and commonness. In this community, the objective being of the individual as proprietor, say proprietor of land, is presupposed, and presupposed moreover under certain conditions which chain him to the community, or rather form a link in his chain. In bourgeois society, the worker e.g. stands there purely without objectivity, subjectively, but the thing which stands opposite him has now become the true community Gemeinwesen 5 which he tries to make a meal of, and which makes a meal of him. All forms, more or less naturally arisen, spontaneous, all at the same time however results of a historic process, in which the community presupposes its subjects in a specific objective unity with their conditions of production, or in which a specific subjective mode of being presupposes the communities themselves as conditions of production, necessarily correspond to a development of the forces of production which is only limited, and indeed limited in principle. The development of the forces of production dissolves these forms, and their dissolution is itself a development of the human productive forces. Labor begins with a certain foundation, naturally arisen, spontaneous, at first, then historic presupposition. Then, however, this foundation or presupposition is itself suspended, or posited as a vanishing presupposition which has become too confining for the unfolding of the progressing human pack. In so far as classical landed property reappears in modern small parcel land ownership, it itself belongs to political economy, and we shall come to it in the section on landed property. All this is to be returned to at greater depth and length. What we are here concerned with is this: the relation of labor to capital, or to the objective conditions of labor as capital, presupposes a process of history which dissolves the various forms in which the worker is a proprietor, or in which the proprietor works. Thus above all, 1. Dissolution of the relation to the earth, land and soil, as natural condition of production, to which he relates as to his own inorganic being, the workshop of his forces, and the domain of his will. All forms in which this property appears presuppose a community, whose members, although there may be formal distinctions between them, are, as members of it, proprietors. The original form of this property is therefore itself direct common property, Oriental form, modified in the Slavonic, developed to the point of antithesis, but still as the secret, if antithetical, foundation in classical and Germanic property. 2. Dissolution of the relations in which he appears as proprietor of the instrument. Just as the above form of landed property presupposes a real community, so does this property of the worker in the instrument presuppose a particular form of the development of manufactures, namely craft, artisan work, bound up with it, the guild corporation system, etc. The manufacture system of the ancient Orient can be examined under 1. Already. Here labor itself still half artistic, half end in itself, etc. Mastery. Capitalist himself still master journeyman. Attainment of particular skill in the work also secures possession of instrument, etc., etc. Inheritability then to a certain extent of the mode of work together with the organization of work and the instrument of work. Medieval cities. Labor still as his own, definite self-sufficient development of one-sided abilities, etc. 3. Included in both is the fact that he has the means of consumption in his possession before production, which are necessary for him to live as producer, i.e. during production, before its completion. As proprietor of land he appears as directly provided with the necessary consumption fund. As master in a craft he has inherited it, earned it, saved it up, and as a youth he is first an apprentice, where he does not appear as an actual independent worker at all, but shares the master's fare in a patriarchal way. As journeyman, a genuine one, there is a certain communality in the consumption fund possessed by the master. While it is not the journeyman's property either, still, through the laws of the guild, tradition, etc., at least co-possession, etc. To be gone into further. 4. Dissolution likewise at the same time of the relations in which the workers themselves, the living labor capacities themselves, still belong directly among the objective conditions of production, and are appropriated as such, i.e. are slaves or serfs. For capital, the worker is not a condition of production, only work is. If it can make machines do it, or even water, air, so much the better. And it does not appropriate the worker, but his labor, not directly, but mediated through exchange. These are, now, on one side, historic presuppositions needed before the worker can be found as a free worker, as objectless, purely subjective labor capacity confronting the objective conditions of production as his not property, as alien property, as value for itself, as capital. But the question arises, on the other side, which conditions are required so that he finds himself up against a capital? The formula of capital, where living labor relates to the raw material as well as to the instrument and to the means of subsistence required during labor, as negatives, as not property, includes, first of all, not land ownership, or, the negation of the situation in which the working individual relates to land and soil, to the earth, as his own, i.e. in which he works, produces, as proprietor of the land and soil. In the best case he relates not only as worker to the land and soil, but also as proprietor of the land and soil to himself as working subject. Ownership of land and soil potentially also includes ownership of the raw material, as well as of the primordial instrument, the earth itself, and of its spontaneous fruits. Posited in the most original form, it means relating to the earth as proprietor, and finding raw material and instrument on hand, as well as the necessaries of life created not by labor but by the earth itself. Once this relation is reproduced, secondary instruments and fruits of the earth created through labor itself appear as included with landed property in its primitive forms. This historic situation is thus first of all negated as a full property relation, in the worker's relation to the conditions of labor as capital. This is historic state no. I, which is negated in this relation or presupposed as historically dissolved. Secondly, however, where there is ownership of the instrument on the part of the worker, i.e. the worker relates to the instrument as his own, where the worker works as owner of the instrument, which at the same time presupposes the subsumption of the instrument under his individual work, i.e. a particular, limited developmental stage of the productive force of labor, where this form of the worker as owner or of the working owner is already posited as an independent form beside and apart from landed property, the artisan-like and urban development of labor, not, as in the first case, as accidental to landed property and subsumed under it, hence where the raw material and the necessaries of life are also mediated as the craftsman's property, mediated through his craft work, through his property in the instrument, there a second historical stage is already presupposed beside and apart from the first, which must itself already appear significantly modified. Through the achievement of independence by this second sort of property or by working owners. Since the instrument itself is already the product of labor, thus the element which constitutes property already exists as posited by labor, the community can no longer appear here in a naturally arisen, spontaneous form as in the first case, the community on which this form of property founded, but rather as itself already a produced, made, derived, and secondary community, produced by the worker himself. It is clear that wherever ownership of the instrument is the relation to the conditions of production as property, there, in the real labor process, the instrument appears only as a means of individual labor, the art of really appropriating the instrument, of handling it as an instrument of labor, appears as the worker's particular skill, which posits him as the owner of the instrument. In short, the essential character of the guild corporation system, of craft work as its subject, constituted by owners, can be resolved into the relation to the instrument of production, the instrument of labor as property, as distinct from the relation to the earth, to land and soil, to the raw material as such, as one's own. That the relation to this one moment of the conditions of production constitutes the working subject as owner, makes him into a working owner, this is historic situation no. 2. Which by its nature can exist only as antithesis to or, if one will, at the same time as complement of a modified form of the first, likewise negated in the first formula of capital. The third possible form, in which the worker relates as owner only to the necessaries of life, finding them on hand as the natural condition of the working subject, without relating to the land and soil, or to the instrument, or even, therefore, to labor itself as his own, is at bottom the formula of slavery and bondage, which is likewise negated, posited as a historically dissolved condition, in the relation of the worker to the conditions of production as capital. The original forms of property necessarily dissolve into the relation to the different objective moments which condition production, as one's own, they form the economic foundation of different forms of community, just as they for their part have specific forms of the community as presupposition. These forms are essentially modified by the inclusion of labor itself among the objective conditions of production, serfdom and slavery, through which the simply affirmative character of all forms of property included under no. I is lost and modified. They all contain, within themselves, slavery as possibility and hence as their own suspension. As regards no. 2, where the particular kind of work, mastery of it, and, consequent upon that, an identity between property in the instrument and property in the conditions of production, while it excludes slavery and bondage, can take on an analogous negative development in the form of the caste system. The third form, ownership of the necessaries of life, if it does not reduce itself to slavery and serfdom, cannot contain a relation by the working individual to the conditions of production and hence of existence. It can therefore only be the relation of a member of the original community based on land ownership who has lost his landed property and not yet proceeded to variety no. 2 of property, such as the Roman plebs at the time of the bread and circuses. The relation of personal servitude, or of the retainers to their lord, is essentially different. For it forms, at bottom, only a mode of existence of the land proprietor himself, who no longer works, but whose property includes, among the other conditions of production, the workers themselves as bondsmen etc. Here the master-servant relation Herrschaftsverhältnis as essential element of appropriation. Basically the appropriation of animals, land etc. cannot take place in a master-servant relation, although the animal provides service. The presupposition of the master-servant relation is the appropriation of an alien will. Whatever has no will, e.g. the animal, may well provide a service, but does not thereby make its owner into a master. This much can be seen here, however, that the master-servant relation likewise belongs in this formula of the appropriation of the instruments of production, and it forms a necessary ferment for the development and the decline and fall of all original relations of property and of production, just as it also expresses their limited nature. Still, it is reproduced, in mediated form, in capital, and thus likewise forms a ferment of its dissolution and is an emblem of its limitation. The power to sell oneself and one's own when in distress was a grievous general right. It prevailed in the north as well as among the Greeks and in Asia. The power of the creditor to take into servitude a debtor who could not make payment, and to obtain payment through sale of the debtor's labor or of his person, was almost equally widespread. Niebuhr, p. 600. In one passage Niebuhr says that the Greek writers writing in the period of Augustus had great difficulty with, and misunderstood, the relation between patricians and plebeians, confusing this relation with that between patrons and clients, because they write at a time when rich and poor were the only true classes of citizens, where the needy person, no matter how noble his ancestry, required a patron, and where the millionaire, even if he were a freed slave, was sought out as a patron. They could hardly find a trace of inherited dependency relations any longer. 620. Craftsmen were to be found in both classes, metoikoisics and freedmen and their descendants, and the plebeian who abandoned agriculture assumed the limited civic rights to which these were restricted. They did not lack the privilege of legal corporations, and their guilds were so highly esteemed, that Numa 7 was named as their founder. They were 9, pipers, goldsmiths, carpenters, dyers, harness makers, tanners, coppersmiths, potters, and the 9th guild, the miscellaneous remainder. Those among them who were independent citizens, Isipolites 8 who belonged to no patron, if there was such a right, and descendants of servitors, whose bondage was dissolved by extinction of their patron's line. All these people without a doubt remained as distant from the wranglings of the patricians and the commune as did the Florentine guilds from the feuds of the Guelphs and the Ghibellines. The servitors probably still stood entirely under the command of the patricians. 623. On one side, historic processes are presupposed which place a mass of individuals in a nation etc. in the position, if not at first of real free workers, nevertheless of such who are so, whose only property is their labor capacity and the possibility of exchanging it for values then present, individuals who confront all objective conditions of production as alien property, as their own not property, but at the same time as values, as exchangeable, hence appropriable to a certain degree. Through living labor. Such historic processes of dissolution are also the dissolution of the bondage relations which fetter the worker to land and soil and to the lord of land and soil, but which factually presuppose his ownership of the necessaries of life. This is in truth the process of his release from the earth, dissolution of the landed property relations, which constituted him as a yeoman, as a free, working small landowner or tenant, colonist, a free peasant, dissolution of the guild relations which presuppose his ownership of the instrument of labor, and which presuppose labor itself as a craftsman-like, specific skill, as property, not merely as the source of property. Likewise dissolution of the client relations in the various forms in which not proprietors appear in the retinue of their lord as co-consumers of the surplus product and wear the livery of their master as an equivalent, participate in his feuds, perform personal services, imaginary or real, etc. It will be seen on closer inspection that all these processes of dissolution mean the dissolution of relations of production in which use value predominates, production for direct consumption, in which exchange value and its production presupposes the predominance of the other form, and hence that, in all these relations, payments in kind and services in kind predominate over payment in money and money services. But this only by the way. It will likewise be found on closer observation that all the dissolved relations were possible only with a definite degree of development of the material, and hence also the intellectual, forces of production. What concerns us here for the moment is this, the process of dissolution, which transforms a mass of individuals of a nation etc. into free wage laborers mu epsilon iota, individuals forced solely by their lack of property to labor and to sell their labor, presupposes on the other side not that these individuals' previous sources of income and in part conditions of property have disappeared, but the reverse, that only their utilization has become different, that their mode of existence has changed, has gone over into other hands as a free fund or has even in part remained in the same hands. But this much is clear, the same process which divorced a mass of individuals from their previous relations to the objective conditions of labor, relations which were, in one way or another, affirmative, negated these relations, and thereby transformed these individuals into free workers. This same process freed these objective conditions of labor, land and soil, raw material, necessaries of life, instruments of labor, money, or all of these, from their previous state of attachment to the individuals now separated from them. They are still there on hand, but in another form, as a free fund, in which all political etc. relations are obliterated. The objective conditions of labor now confront these unbound, propertyless individuals only in the form of values, self-sufficient values. The same process which placed the mass face to face with the objective conditions of labor as free workers also placed these conditions, as capital, face to face with the free workers. The historic process was the divorce of elements which up until then were bound together. Its result is therefore not that one of the elements disappears, but that each of them appears in a negative relation to the other, the, potentially, free worker on the one side, capital, potentially, on the other. The separation of the objective conditions from the classes which have become transformed into free workers necessarily also appears at the same time as the achievement of independence by these same conditions at the opposite pole. If the relation of capital and wage labor is regarded not as already commanding and predominant over the whole of production, but as arising historically, i.e. if we regard the original transformation of money into capital, the process of exchange between capital, still only existing on one side and the free workers existing on the other, then of course one cannot help making the simple observation, out of which the economists make a great show, that the side which appears as capital has to possess raw materials, instruments of labor and necessaries of life so that the worker can live during production, before production is completed. This further takes the form that there must have taken place on the part of the capitalist an accumulation prior to labor and not sprung out of it, which enables him to put the worker to work and to maintain his effectiveness, to maintain him as living labor capacity. This act by capital, which is independent of labor, not posited by labor, is then shifted from the prehistory of capital into the present, into a moment of its reality and of its present activity, of its self-formation. From this is ultimately derived the eternal right of capital to the fruits of alien labor, or rather its mode of appropriation is developed out of the simple and just laws of equivalent exchange. Point 10. Wealth present in the form of money can be exchanged for the objective conditions of labor only because and if these are separated from labor itself. We saw that money can be piled up in part by way of the sheer exchange of equivalents, But this forms so insignificant a source that it is not worth mentioning historically, if it is presupposed that this money is gained through the exchange of one's own labor. The monetary wealth which becomes transformed into capital in the proper sense, into industrial capital, is rather the mobile wealth piled up through usury, especially that practiced against landed property, and through mercantile profits. We shall have occasion below to speak further of both of these forms, in so far as they appear not as themselves forms of capital, but as earlier forms of wealth, as presuppositions for capital. It is inherent in the concept of capital, as we have seen, in its origin, that it begins with money and hence with wealth existing in the form of money. It is likewise inherent in it that it appears as coming out of circulation, as the product of circulation. The formation of capital thus does not emerge from landed property, here at most from the tenant pactor in so far as he is a dealer in agricultural products, or from the guild, although there is a possibility at the last point, but rather from merchants and usurers' wealth. But the latter encounter the conditions where free labor can be purchased only when this labor has been released from its objective conditions of existence through the process of history. Only then does it also encounter the possibility of buying these conditions themselves. Under guild conditions, example mere money, if it is not itself guild money, master's money, cannot buy the looms to make people work with them, how many an individual may operate etc. is prescribed. In short, the instrument itself is still so intertwined with living labor, whose domain it appears, that it does not truly circulate. What enables money wealth to become capital is the encounter, on one side, with free workers, and on the other side, with the necessaries and materials etc., which previously were in one way or another the property of the masses who have now become objectless, and are also free and purchasable. The other condition of labor, however, a certain level of skill, instrument as means of labor etc., is already available to it in this preliminary or first period of capital, partly as a result of the urban guild system, partly as a result of domestic industry, or industry which is attached to agriculture as an accessory. This historic process is not the product of capital, but the presupposition for it. And it is through this process that the capitalist inserts himself as historic middleman between landed property, or property generally, and labor. History knows nothing of the congenial fantasies according to which the capitalist and the workers form an association etc., nor is there a trace of them in the conceptual development of capital. Manufactures may develop sporadically, locally, in a framework which still belongs to a quite different period, as e.g. in the Italian cities alongside the guilds. But as the sole predominant forms of an epoch, the conditions for capital have to be developed not only locally but on a grand scale. Notwithstanding this, individual guild masters may develop into capitalists with the dissolution of the guilds, but the case is rare, in the nature of the thing as well. As a rule, the whole guild system declines and falls, both master and journeyman, where the capitalist and the worker arise. It goes without saying, and shows itself if we go more deeply into the historic epoch under discussion here, that in truth the period of the dissolution of the earlier modes of production and modes of the workers' relation to the objective conditions of labor is at the same time a period in which monetary wealth on the one side has already developed to a certain extent, and on the other side grows and expands rapidly through the same circumstances as accelerate the above dissolution. It is itself one of the agencies of that dissolution, while at the same time that dissolution is the condition of its transformation into capital. But the mere presence of monetary wealth, and even the achievement of a kind of supremacy on its part, is in no way sufficient for this dissolution into capital to happen. Or else ancient Rome, Byzantium etc. would have ended their history with free labor and capital, or rather begun a new history. There, too, the dissolution of the old property relations was bound up with development of monetary wealth, of trade etc. But instead of leading to industry, this dissolution led in fact to the supremacy of the countryside over the city. The original formation of capital does not happen, as is sometimes imagined, with capital heaping up necessaries of life and instruments of labor and raw materials, in short, the objective conditions of labor which have already been unbound from the soil and animated by human labor. Capital does not create the objective conditions of labor. Rather, its original formation is that, through the historic process of the dissolution of the old mode of production, value existing as money wealth is enabled, on one side, to buy the objective conditions of labor, on the other side, to exchange money for the living labor of the workers who have been set free. All these moments are present, their divorce is itself a historic process, a process of dissolution, and it is the latter which enables money to transform itself into capital. Money itself, to the extent that it also plays an active role, does so only in so far as it intervenes in this process as itself a highly energetic solvent, and to that extent assists in the creation of the plucked, object-less free workers, but certainly not by creating the objective conditions of their existence, rather by helping to speed up their separation from them, their propertylessness. When e.g. the great English landowners dismissed their retainers, who had, together with them, consumed the surplus product of the land, when further their tenants chased off the smaller cottagers etc., then, firstly, a mass of living labor powers was thereby thrown onto the labor market, a mass which was free in a double sense, free from the old relations of clientship, bondage and servitude, and secondly free of all belongings and possessions, and of every objective, material form of being. Free of all property, dependent on the sale of its labor capacity or on begging, vagabondage and robbery as its only source of income. It is a matter of historic record that they tried the latter first, but were driven off this road by gallows, stocks and whippings, onto the narrow path to the labor market. Owing to this fact, the governments, e.g. of Henry VII, VIII etc. appear as conditions of the historic dissolution process and as makers of the conditions for the existence of capital. On the other side, the necessaries of life etc., which the landowners previously ate up together with their retainers, now stood at the disposal of any money which might wish to buy them in order to buy labor through their instrumentality. Money neither created nor stockpiled these necessaries, they were there and were consumed and reproduced before they were consumed and reproduced through its mediation. What had changed was simply this, that these necessaries were now thrown onto the exchange market, were separated from their direct connection with the mouths of the retainers etc. and transformed from use values into exchange values, and thus fell into the domain and under the supremacy of money wealth. Likewise with the instruments of labor. Money wealth neither invented nor fabricated the spinning wheel and the loom. But, once unbound from their land and soil, spinner and weaver with their stools and wheels came under the command of money wealth. Capital proper does nothing but bring together the mass of hands and instruments which it finds on hand. It agglomerates them under its command. That is its real stockpiling, the stockpiling of workers, along with their instruments, at particular points. This will have to be dealt with more closely in the so-called stockpiling of capital. Monetary wealth, as merchant wealth, had admittedly helped to speed up and to dissolve the old relations of production, and made it possible for the proprietor of land, for example, as A. Smith already nicely develops 11, to exchange his grain and cattle etc. for use values brought from afar, instead of squandering the use values he himself produced, along with his retainers, and to locate his wealth in great part in the mass of his co-consuming retainers. It gave the exchange value of his revenue a higher significance for him. The same thing took place in regard to his tenants, who were already semi-capitalists, but still very hemmed-in ones. The development of exchange value, favored by money existing in the form of the merchant estate, dissolves production which is more oriented towards direct use value and its corresponding forms of property, i.e. relations of labor to its objective conditions, and thus pushes forward towards the making of the labor market, certainly to be distinguished from the slave market. However, even this action of money is only possible given the presupposition of an urban artisanate resting not on capital but on the organization of labor in guilds etc. Urban labor itself had created means of production for which the guilds became just as confining as were the old relations of land ownership to an improved agriculture, which was in part itself a consequence of the larger market for agricultural products in the cities etc. The other circumstances which e.g. in the 16th century increased the mass of circulating commodities as well as that of money, which created new needs and thereby raised the exchange value of indigenous products etc., raised prices etc., all of these promoted on one side the dissolution of the old relations of production, sped up the separation of the worker or non-worker but able-bodied individual from the objective conditions of his reproduction, and thus promoted the transformation of money into capital. There can therefore be nothing more ridiculous than to conceive this original formation of capital as if capital had stockpiled and created the objective conditions of production, necessaries, raw materials, instrument, and then offered them to the worker, who was bare of these possessions. Rather, monetary wealth in part helped to strip the labor powers of able-bodied individuals from these conditions, and in part this process of divorce proceeded without it. When the formation of capital had reached a certain level, monetary wealth could place itself as mediator between the objective conditions of life, thus liberated, and the liberated but also homeless and empty-handed labor powers, and by the latter with the former. But now, as far as the formation of money wealth itself is concerned, this belongs to the prehistory of the bourgeois economy. Usury, trade, urbanization, and the treasury rising with it play the main roles here. So, too, hoarding by tenants, peasants etc., although to a lesser degree. This shows at the same time that the development of exchange and of exchange value, which is everywhere mediated through trade, or whose mediation may be termed trade, money achieves an independent existence in the merchant estate, as does circulation in trade, brings with it both the dissolution of labor's relations of property in its conditions of existence, in one respect, and at the same time the dissolution of labor which is itself classed as one of the objective conditions of production. All these are relations which express a predominance of use value and of production directed towards use value, as well as of a real community which is itself still directly present as a presupposition of production. Production based on exchange value and the community based on the exchange of these exchange values, even though they seem, as we saw in the previous chapter on money, to posit property as the outcome of labor alone, and to posit private property over the product of one's own labor as condition, and labor as general condition of wealth, all presuppose and produce the separation of labor from its objective conditions. This exchange of equivalence proceeds, it is only the surface layer of a production which rests on the appropriation of alien labor without exchange, but with the semblance of exchange. This system of exchange rests on capital as its foundation, and, when it is regarded in isolation from capital, as it appears on the surface, as an independent system, then it is a mere illusion, but a necessary illusion. Thus there is no longer any ground for astonishment that the system of exchange values, exchange of equivalence measured through labor, turns into, or rather reveals as its hidden background, the appropriation of alien labor without exchange, complete separation of labor and property. For the domination of exchange value itself, and of exchange value producing production, presupposes alien labor capacity itself as an exchange value, i.e. the separation of living labor capacity from its objective conditions, a relation to them, or to its own objectivity, as alien property, a relation to them, in a word, as capital. Only in the period of the decline and fall of the feudal system, but where it still struggles internally, as in England in the 14th and first half of the 15th centuries, is there a golden age for labor in the process of becoming emancipated. In order for labor to relate to its objective conditions as its property again, another system must take the place of the system of private exchange, which, as we saw, posits the exchange of objectified labor for labor capacity, and therefore the appropriation of living labor without exchange. The way in which money transforms itself into capital often shows itself quite tangibly in history, e.g. when the merchant induces a number of weavers and spinners, who until then wove and spun as a rural, secondary occupation, to work for him, making their secondary into their chief occupation, but then has them in his power and has brought them under his command as wage laborers. To draw them away from their hometowns and to concentrate them in a place of work is a further step. In this simple process it is clear that the capitalist has prepared neither the raw material, nor the instrument, nor the means of subsistence for the weaver and the spinner. All that he has done is to restrict them little by little to one kind of work in which they become dependent on selling, on the buyer, the merchant, and ultimately produce only for and through him. He bought their labor originally only by buying their product. As soon as they restrict themselves to the production of this exchange value and thus must directly produce exchange values, must exchange their labor entirely for money in order to survive, then they come under his command, and at the end even the illusion that they sold him products disappears. He buys their labor and takes their property first in the form of the product, and soon after that the instrument as well, or he leaves it to them as sham property in order to reduce his own production costs. The original historic forms in which capital appears at first sporadically or locally, alongside the old modes of production, while exploding them little by little everywhere, is on one side manufacture proper, not yet the factory. This 12 springs up where mass quantities are produced for export, for the external market, i.e. on the basis of large-scale overland and maritime commerce, in its emporiums like the Italian cities, Constantinople, in the Flemish, Dutch cities, a few Spanish ones, such as Barcelona etc. Manufacture seizes hold initially not of the so-called urban trades, but of the rural secondary occupations, spinning and weaving, the two which least requires guild-level skills, technical training. Apart from these great emporiums, where the external market is its basis, where production is thus, so to speak, naturally oriented towards exchange value, i.e. manufactures directly connected with shipping, shipbuilding itself etc. It takes up its first residence not in the cities, but on the land, in villages lacking guilds etc. The rural subsidiary occupations have the broad basis characteristic of manufactures, while the urban trades demand great progress in production before they can be conducted in factory style. Likewise certain branches of production, such as glassworks, metalworks, sawmills etc., which demand a higher concentration of labor powers from the outset, apply more natural energy from the outset, demand mass production, likewise concentration of the means of labor etc. Likewise paper mills. On the other side the rise of the tenant and the transformation of the agricultural population into free day laborers. Although this transformation in the countryside is the last to push on towards its ultimate consequences and its purest form, its beginnings there are among the earliest. Classical antiquity, which could never get beyond the urban artisanate proper, could therefore never get to large industry. The first presupposition of the latter is to draw the land in all its expanse into the production not of use values but of exchange values. Glass factories, paper mills, iron works etc. cannot be operated on guild principles. They demand mass production, sales to a general market, monetary wealth on the part of their entrepreneur, not that he creates the conditions, neither the subjective nor the objective ones, but under the old relations of property and of production these conditions cannot be brought together. The dissolution of relations of serfdom, like the rise of manufacture, then little by little transforms all branches of work into branches operated by capital. The cities themselves, it is true, also contain an element for the formation of wage labor proper, in the non-guild day laborers, unskilled laborers etc. While, as we have seen, the transformation of money into capital presupposes a historic process which divorces the objective conditions of labor from the worker and makes them independent of him, it is at the same time the effect of capital and of its process, once arisen, to conquer all of production and to develop and complete the divorce between labor and property, between labor and the objective conditions of labor, everywhere. It will be seen in the course of the further development how capital destroys craft and artisan labor, working small land ownership etc., together with itself in forms in which it does not appear in opposition to labor, in small capital and in the intermediate species, the species between the old modes of production, or their renewal on the foundation of capital, and the classical, adequate mode of production of capital itself. The only stockpiling presupposed at the origin of capital is that of monetary wealth, which, regarded in and for itself, is altogether unproductive, as it only springs up out of circulation and belongs exclusively to it. Capital rapidly forms an internal market for itself by destroying all rural secondary occupations, so that it spins, weaves for everyone, clothes everyone, etc., in short, brings the commodities previously created as direct use values into the form of exchange values, a process which comes about by itself through the separation of the workers from land and soil and from property, even in the form of serf property, in the conditions of production. With the urban crafts, although they rest essentially on exchange and on the creation of exchange values, the direct and chief aim of this production is subsistence as craftsman, as master journeyman, hence use value, not wealth, not exchange value as exchange value. Production is therefore always subordinated to a given consumption, supply to demand, and expands only slowly. The production of capitalists and wage laborers is thus a chief product of capital's realization process. Ordinary economics, which looks only at the things produced, forgets this completely. When objectified labor is, in this process, at the same time posited as the worker's non-objectivity, as the objectivity of a subjectivity antithetical to the worker, as property of a will alien to him, then capital is necessarily at the same time the capitalist, and the idea held by some socialists that we need capital but not the capitalists is altogether wrong. It is posited within the concept of capital that the objective conditions of labor, and these are its own product, take on a personality towards it, or, what is the same, that they are posited as the property of a personality alien to the worker. The concept of capital contains the capitalist. Still, this error is in no way greater than that of e.g. all philologists who speak of capital in antiquity, of Roman, Greek capitalists. This is only another way of expressing that labor in Rome and Greece was free, which these gentlemen would hardly wish to assert. The fact that we now not only call the plantation owners in America capitalists, but that they are capitalists, is based on their existence as anomalies within a world market based on free labor. If the concern is the word, capital, which does not occur in antiquity, then the still migrating hordes with their herds on the Asiatic high plateau are the biggest capitalists, since capital originally means cattle, which is why the Métairie contract still frequently drawn up in southern France, for lack of capital, just as an exception, is called, bail de bes a cheptel. 14. If one wants to descend to bad Latin, then our capitalists or capitales homines would be those qui debensensum de capit. 15. The conceptual specification of capital encounters difficulties which do not occur with money. Capital is essentially capitalist, but at the same time again as an element of his existence distinct from him, or production in general, capital. We shall likewise find later that many things are subsumed under capital which do not seem to belong within it conceptually. E.g. capital is lent out. It is stockpiled, etc. In all these designations it appears to be a mere thing, and to coincide entirely with the matter in which it is present. But this and other questions will be cleared up in the course of the development. Noted incidentally as a joke, the good Adam Muller, who takes all figurative ways of speaking as very mystical, has also heard of living capital in ordinary life as opposed to dead capital, and now rationalizes this theosophically. 16 King Athelstan could teach him a lesson here, redum de meo proprio decimus deo tam in vivant capitali, livestock, quam in mortis fructuis terri, dead fruits of the earth. 17 Money always remains the same form in the same substratum, and can thus be more easily conceived as a mere thing. But one and the same commodity, money etc., can represent capital or revenue etc. Thus it is clear even to the economists that money is not something tangible, but that one and the same thing can be subsumed sometimes under the title capital, sometimes under another and contrary one, and correspondingly is or is not capital. It is then evident that it is a relation, and can only be a relation of production. We have seen that the true nature of capital emerges only at the end of the second cycle. What we have to examine now is the cycle itself, or the circulation of capital. Production originally appeared to lie beyond circulation, and circulation beyond production. The circulation of capital, circulation posited as the circulation of capital, spans both moments. Production appears in it as the conclusion and the point of departure of circulation, and vice versa. The independence of circulation is here reduced to a mere semblance, as is the otherworldliness of production. Exchange of labor for labor rests on the worker's propertylessness. But one more remark on the topic above, the exchange of equivalents, which seems to presuppose ownership of the products of one's own labor, hence seems to posit as identical, appropriation through labor, the real economic process of making something one's own maken, and ownership of objectified labor. What appeared previously as a real process is here recognized as a legal relation, i.e. as a general condition of production, and therefore recognized by law, posited as an expression of the general will, turns into, reveals itself through a necessary dialectic as absolute divorce of labor and property, and appropriation of alien labor without exchange, without equivalent. Production based on exchange value, on whose surface this free and equal exchange of equivalents proceeds, is at its base the exchange of objectified labor as exchange value for living labor as use value, or, to express this in another way, the relating of labor to its objective conditions, and hence to the objectivity created by itself, as alien property, alienation in Tauserung of labor. At the same time, the condition of exchange value is its measurement by labor time, and hence living labor, not its value, as measure of values. The notion that production and hence society depended in all states of production on the exchange of mere labor for labor is a delusion. In the various forms in which labor relates to the conditions of production as its own property, the reproduction of the worker is by no means posited through mere labor, for his property relation is not the result but the presupposition of his labor. In landed property this is clear. It must also become clear in the guild system that the particular kind of property which labor creates does not rest on labor alone or on the exchange of labor, but on an objective connection between the worker and a community and conditions which are there before him, which he takes as his basis. These two are products of labor, of the labor of world history, of the labor of the community, of its historic development, which does not proceed from the labor of individuals nor from the exchange of their labors. Therefore, mere labor is also not the presupposition of realization Verwertung. A situation in which labor is merely exchanged for labor, whether in the direct, living form, or in the form of the product, presupposes the separation of labor from its original intertwinement with its objective conditions, which is why it appears as mere labor on one side, while on the other side its product, as objectified labor, has an entirely independent existence as value opposite it. The exchange of labor for labor, seemingly the condition of the worker's property, rests on the foundation of the worker's propertylessness. It will be shown later that the most extreme form of alienation, wherein labor appears in the relation of capital and wage labor, and labor, productive activity appears in relation to its own conditions and its own product, is a necessary point of transition, and therefore already contains in itself, in a still only inverted form, turned on its head, the dissolution of all limited presuppositions of production, and moreover creates and produces the unconditional presuppositions of production, and therewith the full material conditions for the total, universal development of the productive forces of the individual. Circulation of capital and circulation of money. Presupposition of value within each single capital, instrument etc. Production process and circulation process moments of production. The productivity of the different capitals, branches of industry, determines that of the individual capital. Circulation period. Velocity of circulation substitutes for volume of capital. Mutual dependence of capitals in the velocity of their circulation. Circulation a moment of production. Production process and its duration. Transformation of the product into money. Duration of this operation. Retransformation of money into the conditions of production. Exchange of part of the capital with living labor. Transport costs. The circulation of money began at an infinite number of points and returned to an infinite number of points. The point of return was in no way posited as the point of departure. In the circulation of capital, the point of departure is posited as the terminal point and the terminal point as the point of departure. The capitalist himself is the point of departure and of return. He exchanges money for the conditions of production, produces, realizes the product, i.e. transforms it into money, and then begins the process anew. The circulation of money, regarded for itself, necessarily becomes extinguished in money as a static thing. The circulation of capital constantly ignites itself anew, divides into its different moments, and is a perpetuum mobile. The positing of prices on the side of money circulation was purely formal, insofar as value is presupposed independently of money circulation. The circulation of capital posits prices, not only formally but really, insofar as it posits value. If value itself appears within it as presupposition, this can only be as value posited by another capital. The breadth of the path for money circulation has been measured in advance, and the circumstances which accelerate or retard it are external impulses. In its circulation, capital expands itself and its path, and the speed or slowness of its circulation itself forms one of its intrinsic moments. It becomes qualitatively altered in circulation, and the totality of the moments of its circulation are themselves the moments of its production, its reproduction as well as its new production. We saw how at the end of the second cycle, i.e. the second cycle of surplus value which has been realized as surplus capital, the illusion disappears that the capitalist exchanges anything at all with the worker other than a part of the latter's own objectified labor. 18 However, within the mode of production already founded on capital, the part of capital which represents raw materials and instrument appears to the individual capital as a value presupposed to it and likewise presupposed to the living labor which it buys. These two headings turn out to have been posited by alien capital, hence again by capital, but another one. One capitalist's raw material is another's product. One's product is the other's raw material. One capitalist's instrument is another's product, and may even serve as raw material for the production of another instrument. Thus, what we called the constant value which appeared as a presupposition in the case of the individual capital is nothing but the presupposition of capital by capital, i.e. the fact that the different capitals in the different branches of industry posit one another reciprocally as presupposition and condition. Each of them regarded for itself can be resolved into dead labor which, as value, has become independent vis-a-vis living labor. None of them in the last analysis contains anything other than labor, apart from the natural material from which value is absent. The introduction of many capitals must not interfere with the investigation here. The relation of the many will, rather, be explained after what they all have in common. The quality of being capital has been examined. The circulation of capital is at the same time its becoming, its growth, its vital process. If anything needed to be compared with the circulation of the blood, it was not the formal circulation of money, but the content-filled circulation of capital. Since circulation presupposes production at all points, and is the circulation of products, whether money or commodity, while the latter always arise from the production process, which is itself the process of capital, it follows that the circulation of money itself now appears as determined by the circulation of capital, whereas previously it seemed to run side by side with the production process. We shall return to this point. If we now consider circulation, or the circulation of capital as a whole, then the great distinction within it appears to be that between the production process and circulation itself, both as moments of its circulation. How long capital remains within the sphere of the production process depends on the latter's technological conditions, and the time it spends in this phase directly coincides, even though the duration is necessarily different depending on the type of production, its object etc. With the development of the productive forces. The duration is here nothing but the labor time necessary for the making of the product. False. 19 The smaller this labor time, the greater, as we have seen, the relative surplus value. If less labor time is required to make a given quantity of products, it is the same thing as if more finished products can be supplied in a given amount of labor time. the abbreviation of the time during which a given amount of capital remains within the production process and is withdrawn from circulation, embark 20 coincides with the abbreviation of the labor time required to make the product, therefore coincides with the development of the forces of production, the utilization of the forces of nature, of machinery, and of the natural powers of social labor, the agglomeration of the workers, the combination and division of labor. Thus no new moment seems to enter in from this side. However, when it is recalled that, as far as the individual capital is concerned, the part of it which constitutes raw material and instrument, means of labor, is itself the product of an alien capital, then it may be seen that the speed with which it can repeat the production process anew is at the same time determined by the development of the productive forces in all other branches of industry. This becomes quite clear if one supposes the same capital to produce its own raw materials, instruments, and final products. The length of time during which capital remains in the phase of the production process becomes itself a moment of circulation, if we presuppose various capitals. But we are not yet concerned with many capitals here. This moment therefore does not belong here. The second moment is the space of time running from the completed transformation of capital into the product until when it becomes transformed into money. The frequency with which capital can repeat the production process, self-realization, in a given amount of time, evidently depends on the speed with which the space of time is run through, or on its duration. If a capital, say originally a capital of 100 thalers, turns over 4 times in 1 year, let the gain be 5% of itself each time. If the new value is not capitalized, this is the same as if a capital 4 times as large, say 400, at the same percentage, were to turn over once in 1 year, each time 20%. The velocity of turnover therefore, the remaining conditions of production being held constant, substitutes for the volume of capital. Or, if a value 4 times smaller realizes itself as capital 4 times in the same period in which a 4 times greater value realizes itself as capital only once, then the smaller capital's gain, production of surplus value, is at least as great as the larger's. We say at least. It can be greater, because the surplus value can itself again be employed as surplus capital. For example, assume that a capital of 100 has a profit, here anticipating this form of surplus value for the calculation's sake, of 10% each time, no matter how often it turns over. Then, at the end of the first 3 months, it would be 110, at the end of the second 121, at the end of the third, and at the end of the last turnover, while a capital of 400 with 1 annual turnover would be only 440. In the first case the gain equals, in the second only equals 40. The fact that the presupposition is wrong, inasmuch as capital does not bring the same rate of profit with each increase in its size, is beside the point as far as the example is concerned, for the issue here is not how much more than 40 it brings, but the very fact that in the first case it does, and it does, bring in more than 40. We have already encountered the law of the substitution of velocity for mass, and mass for velocity, in money circulation. It holds in production just as in mechanics. It is a circumstance to return to when we consider the equalization of the rate of profit, price, etc. The question which interests us here is this: does not a moment of value determination enter in independently of labor, not arising directly from it, but originating in circulation itself? The fact that credit equalizes the differences in capital turnover does not belong here yet. But the question itself belongs here, because it arises out of the simple concept of capital. Regarded in general, the more frequent turnover of capital in a given period of time resembles the more frequent harvests during the natural year in the southerly countries compared with the northerly. As already stated above, we here abstract entirely from the different amounts of time which capital must spend in the phase of production, in the productive realization process itself. Just as grain when it is put in the soil as seed loses its immediate use value, is devalued as immediate use value, so is capital devalued from the completion of the production process until its retransformation into money and from there into capital again. This velocity with which it can transpose itself from the form of money back into the conditions of production, unlike in slavery, it is not the worker himself who appears among these conditions of production, but rather the exchange with him, depends on the production speed and continuity of the remaining capitals, which supply him with raw material and instrument, as well as on the availability of workers, and in this last respect a relative surplus population is the best condition for capital. Quite apart from capital A's production process, the speed and continuity of production process B appears as a moment which conditions the retransformation of capital A from the form of money into the form of industrial capital. The duration of the production process of capital B thus appears as a moment in the velocity of the circulation process of capital A. The duration of one capital's production phase determines the velocity of the other's circulation phase. Their simultaneity is a condition required so that A's circulation is not obstructed. The fact that its own elements, for which it has to exchange and be exchanged, are thrown into production and circulation simultaneously. For example, in the final third of the 18th century, the hand-spinning system was incapable of supplying the required amounts of raw material for weaving, or, what is the same, spinning could not put the flax or cotton through its production process with the required simultaneity, simultaneous velocity. The consequence was the invention of the spinning machine, which supplied a greater product in the same labor time, or, what is the same thing, required less labor time for the same product, less time delay in the spinning process. All moments of capital which appear involved in it when it is considered from the point of view of its general concept obtain an independent reality, and, further, only show themselves when it appears as real, as many capitals. The inner, living organization, which takes place in this way within and through competition, thus develops all the more extensively. If we examine the entire turnover of capital, then four moments appear, or, each of the two great moments of the production process and the circulation process appears again in a duality. We can take either circulation or production as the point of departure here. This much has now been said, that circulation is itself a moment of production. Since capital becomes capital only through circulation, production is a moment of circulation only in so far as the latter is itself regarded as the totality of the production process. The moments are, I, the real production process and its duration. 2. Transformation of the product into money. Duration of this operation. 3. Transformation of the money in the proper proportions into raw material, means of labor and labor, in short, into the elements of productive capital. 4. The exchange of a part of the capital for living labor capacity can be regarded as a particular moment, and must be so regarded, since the labor market is ruled by other laws than the product market, etc. Here population is the main thing, not in absolute but in relative terms. Moment I does not come into consideration here, as stated, since it coincides with the conditions of realization generally. Moment 3 can be considered only when the theme is not capital generally, but many capitals. Moment 4 belongs in the section on wages, etc. We are concerned here only with moment 2. In money circulation there was a merely formal alternation of exchange value as money and as commodity. Here money, commodity, are conditions of production, ultimately of the production process. The moments here are different, they are filled with content. The differences in capital turnover as posited in 2, since it depends neither on greater difficulty in the exchange with labor, nor on delays resulting from the fact that raw material roastoff and raw material 21 are not present simultaneously in circulation, nor in the different durations of the production process, could therefore arise only from increased difficulties in realization. This is obviously not an imminent case arising from the relation itself, but rather coincides here, where we are examining capital in general, with what we have said about the way in which realization simultaneously results in devaluation. Point 22. No business will be founded on the principle that it can sell its products with greater difficulty than another. If this resulted from the smaller size of the market, then not a larger, as presupposed, but a smaller capital would be employed there than in the business with a larger market. It could be connected, however, with the greater distance of the market in space and hence the delayed return. The longer time required by capital A to realize itself would be due here to the greater spatial distance it has to travel after the production process in order to exchange as C for M. But cannot e.g. the product produced for China be regarded in such a way that the product is completed, its production process completed, only when it has reached the Chinese market? Its realization costs would rise by the costs of transport from England to China. We cannot yet speak about the compensation for the longer fallow period of capital here, because the secondary and derived forms of surplus value, interest, would already have to have been presupposed. The costs of production would resolve into the labor time objectified in the direct production process plus the labor time contained in transport. Now the question is initially this: given the basic principles we have so far asserted, can a surplus value be extracted from the transport costs? Let us deduct the constant part of the capital consumed in transport, ship, vehicle, etc., and everything which falls under the heading of their application, since this element contributes nothing to the question, and it is irrelevant whether this is posited as equals 0 or equals x. Is it possible, then, that there is surplus labor in these transport costs, and that capital can therefore squeeze a surplus value out of them? The question is simple to answer if we ask a further question: where and which is the necessary labor or the value in which it objectifies itself? The product must pay, 1. Its own exchange value, the labor objectified in itself; 2. The surplus time, which the shipper, carter, etc. employs on its transportation. Whether he can or cannot extract the surplus value depends on the wealth of the country into which he brings the product and on its needs, etc., on the use value of the product for this land. In direct production, it is clear that all the surplus labor which the manufacturer makes the worker do is surplus value for him, in that it is labor objectified in new use values, which costs him nothing. But he can obviously not employ him during transport for a longer time than is required for the transporting. Otherwise he would throw labor time away instead of realizing it, i.e. he would not objectify it in a use value. If the sailor, the carter, etc. require only half a year of labor time to live a full year, if this is generally the proportion of labor necessary for subsistence, then the capitalist employs him for a whole year and pays him a half. By adding a whole year's labor time to the value of the transported products, but paying only one half, he gains a surplus value of 100% on necessary labor. The case is entirely the same as in direct production, and the original surplus value of the transported product can come about only because the workers are not paid for a part of the transportation time, because it is surplus time, time over and above the labor necessary for them to live. That an individual product might be made so much more expensive, owing to the transport costs, that it could not be sold, on account of the disproportion between the value of the product and its surplus value as a transported product, a quality which becomes extinguished in it as soon as it has arrived at its destination, does not affect the matter. If a manufacturer were to set his entire machinery into motion in order to spin 1 pound of twist, then the value of this pound would likewise rise so that it would hardly find a market. The rise in the prices of imported products, as well as the smaller consumption of them in the Middle Ages, etc., stem precisely from this cause. Whether I extract metals from mines, or take commodities to the site of their consumption, both movements are equally spatial. The improvement of the means of transport and communication likewise falls into the category of the development of the productive forces generally. The fact that it can depend on the value of the products whether or not they are able to bear transport costs, that, further, commercial traffic in mass quantities is required to reduce transport costs. A ship with a loading capacity of 100 tons can carry 2 or 100 tons with the same transport costs, etc. And in order to make means of communication pay, etc., all this does not belong here. Nevertheless, it will be necessary to devote a special section to the means of communication, since they make up a form of fixed capital which has its own laws of realization. If one imagines the same capital both producing and transporting, then both acts fall within direct production, and circulation as we have considered it so far, i.e. transformation into money as soon as the product has achieved its final form for consumption, would begin only when the product had been brought to its point of destination. This capitalist's delayed return compared to that of another, who gets rid of his product on the spot, would resolve into another form of greater use of fixed capital, with which we are not yet concerned here. Whether A requires 100 thalers more for instrument, or whether he needs 100 thalers more in order to bring his product to its destination, to market, is the same thing. In both cases more fixed capital is used, more means of production, which is consumed in direct production. In this respect, then, no imminent case would be posited here, it would fall under the examination of the difference between fixed capital and circulating capital. Circulation costs. Means of communication and transport. Division of the branches of labor. Concentration of many workers. Productive force of this concentration. Mass production. General as distinct from particular conditions of production. Still, an additional moment enters here, the costs of circulation, which are not contained in the simple concept of circulation and do not concern us yet. Only in connection with interest and particularly with credit can we speak of the costs of circulation arising from circulation as an economic act, as a relation of production, not as a direct moment of production, as was the case with the means of transport and communication. Circulation as we regard it here is a process of transformation, a qualitative process of value, as it appears in the different form of money, production, realization, process, product, retransformation into money and surplus capital. We are concerned here in so far as new aspects are created within this process of transformation as such, in this transition from one form to another. The costs of circulation are not necessarily included, e.g. in the transition from product to money. They can be equals zero. However, in so far as circulation itself creates costs, itself requires surplus labor, it appears as itself included within the production process. In this respect circulation appears as a moment of the direct production process. Where production is directly oriented towards use, and only the excess product is exchanged, the costs of circulation appear only for the excess product, not for the main product. Point 23 The more production comes to rest on exchange value, hence on exchange, the more important do the physical conditions of exchange, the means of communication and transport, become for the costs of circulation. Capital by its nature drives beyond every spatial barrier. Thus the creation of the physical conditions of exchange, of the means of communication and transport, the annihilation of space by time, becomes an extraordinary necessity for it. Only in so far as the direct product can be realized in distant markets in mass quantities in proportion to reductions in the transport costs, and only in so far as at the same time the means of communication and transport themselves can yield spheres of realization for labor, driven by capital, only in so far as commercial traffic takes place in massive volume, in which more than necessary labor is replaced, only to that extent is the production of cheap means of communication and transport a condition for production based on capital, and promoted by it for that reason. All labor required in order to throw the finished product into circulation, it is in economic circulation only when it is present on the market, is from capital's viewpoint a barrier to be overcome, as is all labor required as a condition for the production process, thus e.g. expenses for the security of exchange etc. The C route, as the route which moves and is transformed under its own impetus, is that of trading people's. Point 24 On the other side, highways originally fall to the community, later for a long period to the governments, as pure deductions from production, deducted from the common surplus product of the country, but do not constitute a source of its wealth, i.e. do not cover their production costs. In the original, self-sustaining communes of Asia, on one side no need for roads, on the other side the lack of them locks them into their closed-off isolation and thus forms an essential moment of their survival without alteration, as in India. Road construction by means of the corvée, or through taxes, which is another form, is a forced transformation of a part of a country's surplus labor or surplus product into roads. If an individual capital is to undertake this, i.e. if it is to create the conditions of the production process which are not included in the production process directly, then the work must provide a profit. Presupposing a certain road between A and B, let land cost nothing, then this contains no more than a definite quantity of labor, hence value. Whether the capitalist or the state has it built is the same thing. Does the capitalist make a gain here, then, by creating surplus labor and hence surplus value? First, strip off what is puzzling about the road, which arises from its nature as fixed capital. Imagine that the road could be sold at once, like a coat or a ton of iron. If the production of the road costs say 12 months, then its value equals 12 months. If the general standard of labor is such that a worker can live from say 6 months of objectified labor, then, if he built the entire road, he would create surplus value for himself to the amount of 6 months' labor, or if the commune built the road, and the worker wanted to work only the necessary time, then another worker would have to be drawn in to work 6 months. The capitalist, however, forces the one worker to work 12 months, and pays him 6. The part of the value of the road which contains his surplus labor forms the capitalist's profit. The material form in which the product appears must absolutely not interfere in laying the foundations of the theory of value through objectified labor time. But the question is precisely, can the capitalist realize the road den wegverwerten, can he realisieren its value through exchange? This question naturally arises with every product, but it takes a special form with the general conditions of production. Suppose the value of the road is not realized. But it is built anyway, because it is a necessary use value. How does the matter stand then? It has to be built and has to be paid for, insofar as its cost of production must be exchanged for it. It comes into existence only through a certain consumption of labor, means of labor, raw materials etc. Whether it is built by corvée or through taxes is the same. But it is built only because it is a necessary use value for the commune, because the commune requires it at any price. This is certainly a surplus labor which the individual must perform, whether in the form of forced labor, or in the indirect form of taxes, over and above the direct labor necessary for his subsistence. But to the extent that it is necessary for the commune, and for each individual as its member, what he performs is not surplus labor, but a part of his necessary labor, the labor necessary for him to reproduce himself as commune member and hence to reproduce the community, which is itself a general condition of his productive activity. If the labor time were entirely consumed in direct production, or, expressed indirectly, if it were impossible to raise surplus tax revenue for this specific purpose, then the road would have to remain unbuilt. If the whole society is regarded as one individual, then necessary labor would consist of the sum of all the particular labor functions which the division of labor separates off. This one individual would have to spend e.g. so much time for agriculture, so much for industry, so much for trade, so much for making instruments, so much, to return to our subject, for road building and means of communication. All these necessities resolve into so much labor time which must be directed towards different aims and expended in particular activities. How much labor time could be employed would depend on the amount of labor capacity, equals the mass of individuals capable of labor who constitute the society, and on the development of the productive force of labor, the mass of products, use values, which it can create in a given span of time. Exchange value, which presupposes a more or less developed division of labor, depending on the level of exchange itself, presupposes that, instead of one individual, the society, doing different kinds of labor and employing his labor time in different forms, each and every individual's labor time is devoted exclusively to the necessary particular functions. If we speak of necessary labor time, then the particular separate branches of labor appear as necessary. Where exchange value is the basis, this reciprocal necessity is mediated through exchange, and shows itself precisely in the fact that every particular piece of objectified labor, every particularly specified and materialized piece of labor time exchanges for the product and symbol of labor time in general, of objectified labor time pure and simple, for money, and can thus be exchanged again for every particular labor. This necessity is itself subject to changes, because needs are produced just as are products and the different kinds of work skills. Increases and decreases do take place within the limits set by these needs and necessary labors. The greater the extent to which historic needs created by production itself, social needs which are themselves the offspring of social production and intercourse, are posited as necessary, the higher the level to which real wealth has become developed. Regarded materially, wealth consists only in the manifold variety of needs. The crafts themselves do not appear necessary alongside self-sustaining agriculture, where spinning, weaving etc. are done as a secondary domestic occupation. But e.g. if agriculture itself rests on scientific activities, if it requires machinery, chemical fertilizer acquired through exchange, seeds from distant countries etc., and if rural, patriarchal manufacture has already vanished, which is already implied in the presupposition, then the machine-making factory, external trade, crafts etc. appear as needs for agriculture. Perhaps guano can be procured for it only through the export of silk goods. Then the manufacture of silk no longer appears as a luxury industry, but as a necessary industry for agriculture. It is therefore chiefly and essentially because, in this case, agriculture no longer finds the natural conditions of its own production within itself, naturally, arisen, spontaneous, and ready to hand, but these exist as an independent industry separate from it, and, with this separateness the whole complex set of interconnections in which this industry exists is drawn into the sphere of the conditions of agricultural production. It is because of this, that what previously appeared as a luxury is now necessary, and that so-called luxury needs appear e.g. as a necessity for the most naturally necessary and down-to-earth industry of all. This pulling away of the natural ground from the foundations of every industry, and this transfer of its conditions of production outside itself, into a general context, hence the transformation of what was previously superfluous into what is necessary, as a historically created necessity, is the tendency of capital. The general foundation of all industries comes to be general exchange itself, the world market, and hence the totality of the activities, intercourse, needs etc. of which it is made up. Luxury is the opposite of the naturally necessary. Necessary needs are those of the individual himself reduced to a natural subject. The development of industry suspends this natural necessity as well as this former luxury. In bourgeois society, it is true, it does so only in antithetical form, in that it itself only posits another specific social standard as necessary, opposite luxury. These questions about the system of needs and system of labors, at what point is this to be dealt with, will be seen in due course. Now back to our road. If it can be built at all, it proves that the society possesses the labor time, living labor and objectified labor, required for its construction. Why, then, as soon as production based on exchange value and division of labor appears, does road building not become the business of individuals? And it does not so become where it is conducted through taxes by the state. First of all, the society, the united individuals, may possess the surplus time to build the road, but only in concentration. Concentration is always the addition of the part of labor capacity which each individual can employ on road building, apart from his particular work, but it is not only addition. The unification of their forces increases their force of production, but this is by no means the same as saying that all of them added together numerically would possess the same labor capacity if they did not work together. Hence, if to the sum of their labor capacities were not added the surplus existing only in and through their united, combined labor. Hence the violent rounding up of the people in Egypt, Etruria, India etc. for forced construction and compulsory public works. Capital affects the same concentration in another way, through the manner of its exchange with free labor. Secondly, on one side, the population may be developed far enough, and the support which it finds in the employment of machinery etc. may be far enough advanced on the other side, so that the power arising only from the material, massive concentration of labor, and in antiquity it is always this massive effect of forcibly concentrated labor, may be superfluous, and a relatively smaller mass of living labor may be required. A special class of road workers may form, employed by the state. Or a part of the occasionally unemployed population is used for it, together with a number of superintendents etc., who do not work as capitalists, however, but as more highly educated menials. About the relation of this skilled labor etc. later. The workers are then wage workers, but the state employs them not as such, but as menial servants. Now, for the capitalist to undertake road building as a business, at his expense various conditions are required, which all amount to this, that the mode of production based on capital is already developed to its highest stage. Firstly, large capital is itself presupposed, a large capital concentrated in his hands, in order that he may be able to undertake work of such dimensions and of such slow turnover, and hence realization. Hence mostly share capital, the form in which capital has worked itself up to its final form, in which it is posited, not only in itself, in its substance, but is posited also in its form, as social power and product. Secondly, it must bring interest, but not necessarily profit. It may bring more than interest, but this is not required. We do not yet need to examine this point any further here. Thirdly, as presupposition, such a volume of traffic, commercial, above all, that the road pays for itself, i.e. that the price demanded for the use of the road is worth that much exchange value for the producers, or supplies a productive force for which they can pay that much. Fourthly, a portion of idle wealth which can lay out its revenue for these articles of locomotion. But these two presuppositions are what remains essential: 1. Capital in the required mass, employable for this object, at attractive interest. 2. It has to be worth it for the productive capitals, for industrial capital, to pay the price of passage. Thus e.g. the first railway between Liverpool and Manchester had become a necessity of production for the Liverpool cotton brokers and even more for the Manchester manufacturers. Capital as such, its being posited with the necessary scope, will produce roads only when the production of roads has become a necessity for the producers, especially for productive capital itself, a condition for the capitalist's profit making. Then the road will pay for itself. But in this case, a large volume of traffic is already presupposed. It is the same presupposition doubly: on one side, the wealth of the country sufficiently concentrated and transformed into the form of capital, to allow it to undertake such works as realization processes for capital; on the other side the volume of traffic sufficient, and the barrier formed by the lack of means of communication sufficiently felt as such, to allow the capitalist to realize the value of the road, in installments over time, as road, i.e. its use. All general conditions of production, such as roads, canals, etc., whether they facilitate circulation or even make it possible at all, or whether they increase the force of production, such as irrigation works etc. as in Asia and, incidentally, as still built by governments in Europe, presuppose, in order to be undertaken by capital instead of by the government which represents the community as such, the highest development of production founded on capital. The separation of public works from the state, and their migration into the domain of the works undertaken by capital itself, indicates the degree to which the real community has constituted itself in the form of capital. A country, e.g. the United States, may feel the need for railways in connection with production. Nevertheless, the direct advantage arising from them for production may be too small for the investment to appear as anything but sunk capital. Then capital shifts the burden onto the shoulders of the state, or, where the state traditionally still takes up a position superior to capital, it still possesses the authority and the will to force the society of capitalists to put a part of their revenue, not of their capital, into such generally useful works, which appear at the same time as general conditions of production, and hence not as particular conditions for one capitalist or another, and, So long as capital does not adopt the form of the joint stock company, it always looks out only for its particular conditions of realization, and shifts the communal conditions off onto the whole country as national requirements. Capital undertakes only advantageous undertakings, advantageous in its sense. True, it also speculates unsoundly, and, as we shall see, must do so. It then undertakes investments which do not pay, and which pay only as soon as they have become to a certain degree devalued. Hence the many undertakings where the first investment is sunk and lost, the first entrepreneurs go bankrupt, and begin to realize themselves only at second or third hand, where the invested capital has become smaller owing to devaluation. Incidentally, the state itself and everything connected with it belongs, with these deductions from revenue, belongs so to speak to the consumption costs for the individual, the production costs for society. A road itself may so increase the force of production that it creates new traffic, which then makes the road profitable. There are works and investments which may be necessary without being productive in the capitalist sense, i.e. without the realization of the surplus labor contained in them through circulation, through exchange, as surplus value. If a worker works e.g. 12 hours per day for a year building a road, and if the generally necessary labor time is equal 6 hours on the average, then he works a surplus time of 6 hours. But if the road cannot be sold for 12 hours, perhaps only for 6, then this road construction is not an undertaking for capital, and road building is not productive labor for it. Capital must be able to sell the road. The timing and mode of the sale are beside the point here, in such a way that both the necessary and the surplus labor are realized, or in such a way that it obtains out of the general fund of profits, of surplus values, a sufficiently large share to make it the same as if it had created surplus value. This relation is to be examined later in connection with profit and necessary labor. The highest development of capital exists when the general conditions of the process of social production are not paid out of deductions from the social revenue, the state's taxes, where revenue and not capital appears as the labor fund, and where the worker, although he is a free wage worker like any other, nevertheless stands economically in a different relation, but rather out of capital as capital. This shows the degree to which capital has subjugated all conditions of social production to itself, on one side, and, on the other side, hence, the extent to which social reproductive wealth has been capitalized, and all needs are satisfied through the exchange form, as well as the extent to which the socially posited needs of the individual, i.e. those which he consumes and feels not as a single individual in society, but communally with others, whose mode of consumption is social by the nature of the thing, are likewise not only consumed but also produced through exchange, individual exchange. In the case of the above road building must be so advantageous that the transformation of a given amount of labor time into the road must reproduce the worker's labor capacity to the same degree as if he transformed it into cultivated fields. Value is determined by objectified labor time, whatever form it may take. But it does depend now on the use value in which it is realized, whether this value is realizable. It is presupposed here that the road is a requirement for the commune, hence the use value is presupposed. For capital, on the other side, if it is to undertake the building of the road, it must be presupposed that not only the necessary labor time but also the surplus labor time worked by the worker can be paid for. This is where his profit comes from. The capitalist often compels this payment by means of protective tariffs, monopoly, state coercion, while the individuals engaged in exchange, under conditions of free exchange, would at most pay the necessary labor. It is very possible that surplus labor time is present but not paid for, which can after all happen to every capitalist. Where capital rules, just as where there is slavery and bondage or serfdom of any sort, the worker's absolute labor time is posited for him as condition of being allowed to work the necessary labor time, i.e. of being allowed to realize the labor time necessary for the maintenance of his labor capacity in use values for himself. Competition then has the result, in every kind of work, that he must work the full time, i.e. surplus labor time. But it may be the case that this surplus labor time, although present in the product, is not exchangeable. For the worker himself, compared with the other wage workers, it is surplus labor. For the employer, it is labor which, while it has a use value for him, like e.g. his cook, has no exchange value, hence the entire distinction between necessary and surplus labor time does not exist. Labor may be necessary without being productive. All general, communal conditions of production, so long as their production cannot yet be accomplished by capital as such and under its conditions, are therefore paid for out of a part of the country's revenue, out of the government's treasury, and the workers do not appear as productive workers, even though they increase the productive force of capital. The result of our digression is, incidentally, that the production of the means of communication, of the physical conditions of circulation, is put into the category of the production of fixed capital, and hence does not constitute a special case. Meanwhile, and incidentally, there opened up for us the prospect, which cannot be sharply defined yet at this point, of a specific relation of capital to the communal, general conditions of social production, as distinct from the conditions of a particular capital and its particular production process. Transport to market, spatial condition of circulation, belongs in the production process. Credit, the temporal moment of circulation. Capital is circulating capital. Money circulation a mere illusion. Sismondi. Cherbulies. Capital. Its various component parts. Circulation proceeds in space and time. Economically considered, the spatial condition, the bringing of the product to the market, belongs to the production process itself. The product is really finished only when it is on the market. The movement through which it gets there belongs still with the cost of making it. It does not form a necessary moment of circulation, regarded as a particular value process, since a product may be bought and even consumed at the point of its production. But this spatial moment is important insofar as the expansion of the market and the exchangeability of the product are connected with it. The reduction of the costs of this real circulation, in space, belongs to the development of the forces of production by capital, the reduction of the costs of its realization. In certain respects, as an external condition for the existence of the economic process of circulation, this moment may also be reckoned as part of the production costs of circulation, so that, with respect to this moment, circulation itself appears as a moment not only of the production process in general, but also of the direct production process. In any case, what appears here is the determination of this moment by the general degree of development of the productive forces, and of production based on capital generally. This locational moment, the bringing of the product to market, which is a necessary condition of its circulation, except when the point of production is itself a market, could more precisely be regarded as the transformation of the product into a commodity. Only on the market is it a commodity. Whether or not this forms a particular moment is a matter of chance. If capital produces to order, then neither this moment nor the transformation into money exists as a particular moment for it. Work done to order, i.e. supply corresponding to a prior demand, as a general or predominant situation, is not characteristic of large industry and in no way arises from the nature of capital as a condition. Secondly, the temporal moment. This is an essential part of the concept of circulation. Suppose the act of making the transition from commodity to money is fixed by contract, then this still requires time, calculating, weighing, measuring. The abbreviation of this moment is likewise development of productive force. However, this is time still conceived only as an external condition for the transition from the state of money into that of commodity. The transition itself is presupposed, the question is the time which elapses during this presupposed act. This belongs to the cost of production. Quite different is the time which generally passes before the commodity makes its transition into money, or the time during which it remains a commodity, only a potential but not a real value. This is pure loss. It is clear from everything said above that circulation appears as an essential process of capital. The production process cannot be begun anew before the transformation of the commodity into money. The constant continuity of the process, the unobstructed and fluid transition of value from one form into the other, or from one phase of the process into the next, appears as a fundamental condition for production based on capital to a much greater degree than for all earlier forms of production. On another side, while the necessity of this continuity is given, its phases are separate in time and space, and appear as particular, mutually indifferent processes. It thus appears as a matter of chance for production based on capital whether or not its essential condition, the continuity of the different processes which constitute its process as a whole, is actually brought about. The suspension of this chance element by capital itself is credit. It has other aspects as well, but this aspect arises out of the direct nature of the production process and is hence the foundation of the necessity of credit. Which is why credit in any developed form appears in no earlier mode of production. There was borrowing and lending in earlier situations as well, and usury is even the oldest of the antediluvian forms of capital. But borrowing and lending no more constitute credit than working constitutes industrial labor or free wage labor. And credit as an essential, developed relation of production appears historically only in circulation based on capital or on wage labor. Money itself is a form for suspending the unevenness of the times required in different branches of production, to the extent that this obstructs exchange. Although usury is itself a form of credit in its bourgeoisified form, the form adapted to capital, in its pre-bourgeois form it is rather the expression of lack of credit. The retransformation of money into objective moments or conditions of production presupposes the latter's availability. It constitutes the various markets where the producer encounters them as commodity, in the hands of a merchant, markets which, alongside the labor market, are essentially distinct from the markets for direct, individual, final consumption. Money became transformed into commodity through circulation, and in the exchange of C, consumption completed the process, or, the commodity was exchanged for money, and in the exchange C, M was either a vanishing moment itself to be exchanged for C again, in which case the process ended with consumption again, or the money withdrew from circulation and transformed itself into dead treasure, merely symbolic wealth. At no point did the process ignite from within, but rather the presuppositions of money circulation lay outside it, and it constantly required a new push from the outside. In so far as both moments were exchanged, their change of form within circulation was merely formal. But in so far as content entered in, it dropped out of the economic process, content did not form a part of it. The commodity did not sustain itself as money, nor the money as commodity, each was either one or the other. Value as such did not sustain itself in and through circulation as predominant over the process of its transformation, its metamorphosis, nor was the use value itself, as is the case in the capital production process, produced by the exchange value. With capital the consumption of the commodity is itself not final, it falls within the production process, it itself appears as a moment of production, i.e. of value positing Wertsetzen. Capital is now posited, however, as not merely sustaining itself formally, but as realizing itself as value relating to itself as value in every one of the moments of its metamorphosis, in which it appears at one time as money, at another time as commodity, then again as exchange value, then again as use value. The passage from one moment to the other appears as a particular process, but each of these processes is the transition to the other. Capital is thus posited as value in process, which is capital in every moment. 25 It is thus posited as circulating capital, in every moment capital, and circulating from one form into the next. The point of return is at the same time the point of departure and vice versa, namely the capitalist. All capital is originally circulating capital, product of circulation, as well as producing circulation, tracing in this way its own course. From the present standpoint, money circulation now appears as itself merely a moment of the circulation of capital, and its independence is posited as a mere semblance. It appears as determined on all sides by the circulation of capital, to which we shall return. In so far as it forms an independent motion alongside that of capital, This independence is posited only by the continuity of the circulation of capital, so that this one moment may be held constant and regarded for itself. Capital a permanent, self-multiplying value which never decays. This value tears itself loose from the commodity which created it, remains, like a metaphysical, insubstantial quality, always in the possession of the same farmer, e.g., for whom it cloaks itself in different forms. Schism. 6. 26. In the exchange of labor for capital, the worker demands subsistence in order to live, the capitalist demands work in order to make a profit. Schism loccit. The master of the workshop gains, makes a profit from every increase in the powers of production which the division of labor brings about. Loccit. 27. Sale of labor equals renunciation of all fruits of labor. Cherbules, chxxvii. 28. The three component parts of capital do not grow evenly, i.e. matiere premiere, instrument, approvisionement. 29. Nor are they in the same relation in the different stages of society. The approvisionement remains the same for a certain period, regardless of how quickly the speed of production and consequently the quantity of products may increase. Thus an increase of productive capital does not necessarily entail an increase of the approvisionement which is destined to form the price of labor, it can be accompanied by a reduction of it. Loccit. 30. Influence of circulation on the determination of value. Circulation time equals time of devaluation. Difference between the capitalist mode of production and all earlier ones, universality etc. Propagandistic nature of capital. Abbreviation of circulation, credit. Storch. What the capitalist advances is labor. Malthus. Barriers to capitalist production. Thompson, 31. Inasmuch as the renewal of production depends on the sale of the finished products, transformation of the commodity into money and retransformation of money into the conditions of production, raw material, instrument, wages, inasmuch as the circuits which capital travels in order to go from one of these forms into the other constitute sections of circulation, and these sections are traveled in specific amounts of time, even spatial distance reduces itself to time, the important thing. E.g. is not the market's distance in space, but the speed, the amount of time, with which it can be reached, by that much the velocity of circulation, the time in which it is accomplished, is a determinant of how many products can be produced in a given period of time, how often capital can be realized in a given period of time, how often it can reproduce and multiply its value. Thus a moment enters into value determination which indeed does not come out of the direct relation of labor to capital. The frequency with which the same capital can repeat the production process, creation of new value, in a given period of time is evidently a condition not posited directly by the production process itself. Thus, while circulation does not itself produce a moment of value determination, for that lies exclusively in labor, its speed does determine the speed with which the production process is repeated, values are created, thus, if not values, at least to a certain extent the mass of values. Namely, the values and surplus values posited by the production process, multiplied by the number of repetitions of the production process in a given period of time. When we speak of the velocity of the circulation of capital, we postulate that delays in the transition from one phase to the next arise only from external barriers, not such as arise from the production process and circulation itself, such as crises, overproduction etc. Thus, in addition to the labor time realized in production, the circulation time of capital enters in as a moment of value creation, of productive labor time itself. While labor time appears as value-positing activity, this circulation time of capital appears as the time of devaluation. The difference shows itself simply in this: if the totality of the labor time commanded by capital is set at its maximum, say infinity, so that necessary labor time forms an infinitely small part and surplus labor time an infinitely large part of this then this would be the maximum realization of capital, and this is the tendency towards which it strives. On the other side, If the circulation time of capital were equals 0, if the various stages of its transformation proceeded as rapidly in reality as in the mind, then that 32 would likewise be the maximum of the factor by which the production process could be repeated, i.e. the number of capital realization processes in a given period of time. The repetition of the production process would be restricted only by the amount of time which it lasts, the amount of time which elapses during the transformation of raw material into product. Circulation time is therefore not a positive value creating element. If it were equals to 0, then value creation would be at its maximum. But if either surplus labor time or necessary labor time equals 0, i.e. if necessary labor time absorbed all time, or if production could proceed altogether without labor, then neither value, nor capital, nor value creation would exist. Circulation time therefore determines value only insofar as it appears as a natural barrier to the realization of labor time. It is therefore in fact a deduction from surplus labor time, i.e. an increase of necessary labor time. It is clear that necessary labor time has to be paid for, whether the circulation process proceeds slowly or quickly. E.g. in trades where specific workers are required, who can, however, only be employed for a part of the year because the products are, say, saleable only in a given season. In those trades the workers would have to be paid for the entire year, i.e. surplus labor time is decreased in exact proportion to the reduction in their possibilities of employment during a given period of time, but still they must be paid in one way or another. For example, in the form that their wages for 4 months suffice to maintain them for a year. If capital could utilize them for 12 months, it would pay them no higher, and would have gained that much surplus labor. Circulation time thus appears as a barrier to the productivity of labor equals an increase in necessary labor time equals a decrease in surplus labor time equals a decrease in surplus value equals an obstruction, a barrier to the self-realization process Selbstverwertungsprozess of capital. Thus, while capital must on one side strive to tear down every spatial barrier to intercourse, i.e. to exchange, and conquer the whole earth for its market, it strives on the other side to annihilate this space with time, i.e. to reduce to a minimum the time spent in motion from one place to another. The more developed the capital, therefore, the more extensive the market over which it circulates, which forms the spatial orbit of its circulation, the more does it strive simultaneously for an even greater extension of the market and for greater annihilation of space by time. If labor time is regarded not as the working day of the individual worker, but as the indefinite working day of an indefinite number of workers, then all relations of population come in here. The basic doctrines of population are therefore just as much contained in this first chapter on capital as are those of profit, price, credit, etc. There appears here the universalizing tendency of capital, which distinguishes it from all previous stages of production. Although limited by its very nature, it strives towards the universal development of the forces of production, and thus becomes the presupposition of a new mode of production, which is founded not on the development of the forces of production for the purpose of reproducing or at most expanding a given condition, but where the free, unobstructed, progressive, and universal development of the forces of production is itself the presupposition of society and hence of its reproduction, where advance beyond the point of departure is the only presupposition. This tendency, which capital possesses, but which at the same time, since capital is a limited form of production, contradicts it and hence drives it towards dissolution, distinguishes capital from all earlier modes of production, and at the same time contains this element, that capital is posited as a mere point of transition. All previous forms of society, or, what is the same, of the forces of social production, foundered on the development of wealth. Those thinkers of antiquity who were possessed of consciousness therefore directly denounced wealth as the dissolution of the community. The feudal system, for its part, foundered on urban industry, trade, modern agriculture, even as a result of individual inventions like gunpowder and the printing press. With the development of wealth, and hence also new powers and expanded intercourse on the part of individuals, the economic conditions on which the community rested were dissolved, along with the political relations of the various constituents of the community which corresponded to those conditions, religion, in which it was viewed in idealized form, and both religion and political relations rested in turn on a given relation to nature, into which all productive force resolves itself, the character, outlook etc. of the individuals. The development of science alone, i.e. the most solid form of wealth, both its product and its producer, was sufficient to dissolve these communities. But the development of science, this ideal and at the same time practical wealth, is only one aspect, one form in which the development of the human productive forces, i.e. of wealth, appears. Considered ideally, the dissolution of a given form of consciousness sufficed to kill a whole epoch. In reality, this barrier to consciousness corresponds to a definite degree of development of the forces of material production and hence of wealth. True, there was not only a development on the old basis, but also a development of this basis itself. The highest development of this basis itself, the flower into which it transforms itself, but it is always this basis, this plant as flower, hence wilting after the flowering and as consequence of the flowering, is the point at which it is itself worked out, developed, into the form in which it is compatible with the highest development of the forces of production, hence also the richest development of the individuals. As soon as this point is reached, the further development appears as decay, and the new development begins from a new basis. We saw earlier that property in the conditions of production was posited as identical with a limited, definite form of the community, hence of the individual with the characteristics, limited characteristics and limited development of his productive forces, required to form such a community. This presupposition was itself in turn the result of a limited historic stage of the development of the productive forces, of wealth as well as of the mode of creating it. The purpose of the community, of the individual, as well as the condition of production, is the reproduction of these specific conditions of production and of the individuals, both singly and in their social groupings and relations, as living carriers of these conditions. Capital posits the production of wealth itself and hence the universal development of the productive forces, the constant overthrow of its prevailing presuppositions, as the presupposition of its reproduction. Value excludes no use value, i.e. includes no particular kind of consumption etc., of intercourse etc. as absolute condition, and likewise every degree of the development of the social forces of production, of intercourse, of knowledge etc. appears to it only as a barrier which it strives to overpower. Its own presupposition, value, is posited as product, not as a loftier presupposition hovering over production. The barrier to capital is that this entire development proceeds in a contradictory way, and that the working out of the productive forces, of general wealth etc., knowledge etc., appears in such a way that the working individual alienates himself sich in tozard, relates to the conditions brought out of him by his labor as those not of his own but of an alien wealth and of his own poverty. But this antithetical form is itself fleeting, and produces the real conditions of its own suspension. The result is, the tendentially and potentially general development of the forces of production, of wealth as such, as a basis, likewise, the universality of intercourse, hence the world market as a basis. The basis as the possibility of the universal development of the individual, and the real development of the individuals from this basis as a constant suspension of its barrier, which is recognized as a barrier, not taken for a sacred limit. Not an ideal or imagined universality of the individual, but the universality of his real and ideal relations. Hence also the grasping of his own history as a process, and the recognition of nature, equally present as practical power over nature, as his real body. The process of development itself posited and known as the presupposition of the same. 33 For this, however, necessary above all that the full development of the forces of production has become the condition of production, and not that specific conditions of production are posited as a limit to the development of the productive forces. If we now return to the circulation time of capital, then its abbreviation, except for development of the means of communication and transport required to bring the product to market, means in part the creation of a continuous and hence an ever more extensive market, and in part the development of economic relations, development of forms of capital, by means of which it artificially abbreviates the circulation time. All forms of credit. It may be further remarked at this point that, since capital alone possesses the conditions of the production of capital, hence satisfies and strives to realize them, it is a general tendency of capital at all points which are presuppositions of circulation, which form its productive centers, to assimilate these points into itself, i.e. to transform them into capitalizing production or production of capital. This propagandistic, civilizing, tendency of property exclusively of capital, as distinct from the earlier conditions of production, the modes of production where circulation does not form the imminent, dominant condition of production, naturally do not meet the specific circulation requirements of capital and hence also do not provide for the working out of the economic forms as well as of the real forces of production corresponding to them. Production based on capital originally came out of circulation. We now see that it posits circulation as its own condition, and likewise the production process in its immediacy as moment of the circulation process, as well as the circulation process as one phase of the production process in its totality. Insofar as different capitals have different circulation times, e.g. one a more distant market, the other a near one a guaranteed transformation into money, the other a risky one more fixed capital, the other more circulating capital, this makes for differences among them in realization. But this happens only in the secondary realization process. Circulation time in itself is a barrier to realization. Necessary labor time is of course also a barrier, but at the same time an element, since value and capital would vanish without it. It is a deduction from surplus labor time or an increase in necessary labor time in relation to surplus labor time. The circulation of capital realizes value, while living labor creates value. Circulation time is only a barrier to this realization of value, and, to that extent, to value creation, a barrier arising not from production generally but specific to production of capital, the suspension of which, or the struggle against which, hence also belongs to the specific economic development of capital and gives the impulse for the development of its forms in credit, etc. Capital itself is the contradiction, in that, while it constantly tries to suspend necessary labor time, and this is at the same time the reduction of the worker to a minimum, i.e. his existence as mere living labor capacity, surplus labor time exists only in antithesis with necessary labor time, so that capital posits necessary labor time as a necessary condition of its reproduction and realization. At a certain point, a development of the forces of material production, which is at the same time a development of the forces of the working class, suspends capital itself. The entrepreneur can resume production only after he has sold the completed product, and has employed the price for the purchase of new materials and wages. Thus, the more prompt circulation is in bringing about these two effects, the more is he capable of beginning his production anew, and the more products does the capital supply in a given period of time. Storch, 34. 3. The specific advances of the capitalist do not consist of cloth etc., but of labor. Malthus, 9, 26. 3. The accumulation of the general capital of the community in other hands than those of the operative laborers, necessarily retards the progress of all industry save that of the usual remuneration of capital, which the time and circumstances afford to the holders of the capital. In the previous systems, the force of production regarded in reference to and subordinate to actual accumulations, and to the perpetuating of the existing modes of distribution. Actual accumulation and distribution are subordinate to the power of producing. Thompson, 3. 3.6. Circulation and creation of value. Equalization between different capitals in the conditions of circulation. Capital not a source of value creation. Circulation costs. Continuity of production presupposes suspension of circulation time. It follows from the relation of circulation time to the production process that the sum of values produced, or the total realization of capital in a given epoch, is determined not simply by the new value which it creates in the production process, or by the surplus time realized in the production process, but rather by the surplus time, surplus value, multiplied by the number which expresses how often the production process of capital can be repeated within a given period of time. The number which expresses this frequency of repetition may be regarded as the coefficient of the production process or of the surplus value created through it. However, this coefficient is not positively but negatively determined by the velocity of circulation. i.e., if the velocity of circulation were absolute, i.e., if no interruption in production resulting from circulation occurred at all, then this coefficient would be at its maximum. If the real conditions of e.g. wheat production in a given country permit only one harvest, then no velocity of circulation can make two harvests out of it. But if an obstruction in the circulation occurred, if the farmer could not sell his wheat soon enough, e.g. to hire workers again, then production would be delayed. The maximum of the coefficient of the production process or the realization process in a given period of time is determined by the absolute time taken up by the production phase itself. With circulation completed, capital is able to begin its production process anew. Thus, if circulation caused no delay at all, if its velocity were absolute and its duration equals zero, i.e. if it were accomplished in no time, then this would only be the same as if capital had been able to begin its production process anew directly it was finished, i.e. circulation would not have existed as a limiting barrier for production, and the repetition of the production process in a given period of time would be absolutely dependent on, identical with, the duration of the production process. Thus, if the development of industry allowed X pound of twist to be produced in 4 months with a capital of 100, then with that capital the production process could be repeated only 3 times per year, and only 3x pound of twist could be produced. No velocity of circulation could increase the reproduction of capital, or rather the repetition of its realization process, beyond that point. That could occur only in consequence of an increase in the forces of production. Circulation time in itself is not a productive force of capital, but a barrier to its productive force arising from its nature as exchange value. The passage through the various phases of circulation here appears as a barrier to production, a barrier posited by the specific nature of capital itself. All that can happen through the acceleration and abbreviation of circulation time, of the circulation process, is the reduction of the barrier posited by the nature of capital. The natural barriers to the repetition of the production process, e.g. in agriculture, coincide with the duration of one cycle of the production phase. The barrier posited by capital is the lag not between seeding and harvest, but between harvest and the transformation of the harvest into money, and retransformation of the money into, say, e.g. purchase of labor. The circulation artists who imagine that they can do something with the velocity of circulation other than lessen the obstacles to reproduction posited by capital itself are on the wrong track. Even madder, of course, are those circulation artists who imagine that credit institutes and inventions which abolish the lag of circulation time will not only do away with the delays and interruptions in production caused by the transformation of the finished product into capital, but will also make the capital, with which productive capital exchanges, itself superfluous, i.e. they want to produce on the basis of exchange value but to remove at the same time, by some witchcraft, the necessary conditions of production on this basis. The most that credit can do in this respect, as regards mere circulation, is maintain the continuity of the production process, if all other conditions of this continuity are present, i.e. if the capital to be exchanged with actually exists, etc. It is posited in the circulation process that the transformation of the capital into money is posited as a condition for the realization of capital through production, for the exploitation of labor by capital, or, the exchange of capital for capital is posited as barrier to the exchange of capital for labor and vice versa. Capital exists as capital only insofar as it passes through the phases of circulation, the various moments of its transformation, in order to be able to begin the production process anew, and these phases are themselves phases of its realization, but at the same time, as we saw, of its devaluation. As long as capital remains frozen in the form of the finished product, it cannot be active as capital, it is negated capital. Its realization process is delayed in the same degree, and its value in process processierender word negated. This thus appears as a loss for capital, as a relative loss of its value, for its value consists precisely in its realization process. This loss of capital means in other words nothing else but that time passes it by unseized, time during which it could have been appropriating alien labor, surplus labor time through exchange with living labor, if the deadlock had not occurred. Now let us imagine many capitals in particular branches of business, all of which are necessary, which would become evident if, in the eventuality of a massive flight of capital from a given branch, supply falling below demand, the market price would therefore rise above the natural price in that branch, and let a single branch of business require e.g. that capital A remain longer in the form of devaluation, i.e. that the time in which it passes through the various phases of circulation is longer than in all other branches of business, in which case this capital A would regard the smaller new value which it could produce as a positive loss, just as if it had so many more outlays to make in order to produce the same value. It would thus charge relatively more exchange value for its products than the other capitals, in order to share the same rate of gain. But this could take place in fact only if the loss were distributed among the other capitals. If a demands more exchange value for the product than there is labor objectified in it, then it can obtain this more only if the others obtain less than the real value of their products. That is, the less favorable conditions under which A has produced would be borne in proportional shares by all the capitalists who exchange with it, and in this way an equal average level would come out. But the sum of the surplus value created by all these capitals together would be lessened exactly by the amount of capital A's lesser realization in relation to the other capitals, only, instead of this reduction falling exclusively on capital A, it is borne as a general loss, as a loss shared proportionally by all the capitals. Nothing can therefore be more ridiculous than the notion, C.E.G. Ramsey, 37 that, apart from the exploitation of labor, capital forms an original source, separately from labor, of value creation, because the distribution of surplus labor among the capitals takes place not in proportion to the surplus labor time achieved by the individual capital, but in proportion to the total surplus labor which the totality of capitals achieved, and hence a higher value creation can be attributed to the individual capital than is directly explicable from its particular exploitation of labor power. But this more on one side has to be compensated by a less on the other. This is what average means, if it means anything at all. The question how the relation of capital to alien capital, i.e. the competition of capitals, distributes the surplus value among them obviously has nothing to do with the absolute amount of the surplus value. Nothing more absurd, then, than to conclude that, because one capital obtains a compensation for its exceptional circulation time, i.e. puts its relatively lesser realization to account as positively greater realization, now all capitals combined, capital can make something out of nothing, make a plus out of a minus, make a plus surplus value out of a minus surplus value or out of minus surplus labor time, and that it possesses, therefore, a mystical wellspring of value independent of the appropriation of alien labor. The manner in which the capitals among other things compute their proportional share of the surplus value, not only according to the surplus labor time which they set in motion, but also in accordance with the time which their capital has worked as such, i.e. lain fallow, found itself in the phase of devaluation, does of course not alter in the least the total sum of the surplus value which they have to distribute among themselves. This sum itself cannot grow by being smaller than it would have been if capital A, instead of lying fallow, had created surplus value, i.e. by having created less surplus value in the same time as the other capitalists. And this lying fallow is made good for capital A only in so far as it arises necessarily out of the conditions of the particular branch of production, and hence appears in respect to capital as such as a burden on realization, as a necessary barrier to its realization generally. The division of labor leaves this barrier as a barrier only as regards the production process of this particular capital. If the production process is regarded as conducted by capital as such, this lying fallow is a general barrier to capital's realization. If one imagines all production carried out by labor alone, then all the larger advances which it requires during its realization appear as what they are, deductions from surplus value. Circulation can create value only insofar as it requires fresh employment of alien labor, in addition to that directly consumed in the production process. This is then the same as if more necessary labor were used in the direct production process. Only the actual circulation costs increase the value of the product, but decrease the surplus value. To the extent that the circulation of capital, the product etc., does not merely express the phases necessary to begin the production process anew, this circulation, see Storch's example, does not form a moment of production in its totality, is hence not circulation posited by production, and, in so far as it creates expenses, these are faux frais de production. 38 The costs of circulation generally, in so far as their merely economic moments, circulation proper, are concerned, bringing the product to market gives it a new use value, are to be regarded as deduction from surplus value, i.e. as an increase of necessary labor in relation to surplus labor. The continuity of production presupposes that circulation time has been suspended. If it has not been suspended, then time must pass between the different metamorphoses through which capital must travel, its circulation time must appear as deduction from its production time. On the other hand, the nature of capital presupposes that it travels through the different phases of circulation not as it does in the mind, where one concept turns into the next at the speed of thought, in no time, but rather as situations which are separate in time. It must spend some time as a cocoon before it can take off as a butterfly. Thus the conditions of production arising out of the nature of capital itself contradict each other. The contradiction can be suspended and overcome only in two ways. Firstly, credit, a pseudo-buyer B, i.e. someone who really pays but does not really buy, mediates the transformation of capitalist A's product into money. But B himself is paid only after capitalist C has bought A's product. Whether the money which this credit man, B, gives to A is used by A to buy labor or to buy raw material and instrument, before A can replace either of them from the sale of his product, does not alter the case. Given our presupposition, he must basically give him both, i.e. all the conditions of production. These represent, however, a greater value than the original ones with which A began the production process. In this case capital B replaces capital A, but they are not realized at the same time. Now B takes the place of A, i.e. his capital lies fallow, until it is exchanged with capital C. It is frozen in the product of A, who has made his product liquid in capital B. Ramsey. Circulation time concludes therefore that capital is its own source of profit. Ramsey. Confusion about surplus value and profit and law of values. No surplus value according to Ricardo's law. Ricardo. Competition. Quincy. 39 Ricardo's theory of value. Wages and profit. Quincy. Ricardo. Wakefield. Conditions of capitalist production in colonies. The economist's absolute confusion in respect of Ricardo's determination of value through labor time, something which is founded on a basic defect of his own development, emerges very clearly with Mr. Ramsey. He says, after having previously drawn, from the influence of the circulation time of capitals on their relative realization, i.e. their relative share of the general surplus value, the nonsensical conclusion that, this shows how capital may regulate value independently of labor. 9, 84. R. 43, 40 or that capital is a source of value independent of labor. 41, he says, literally, a circulating capital, a provisionement, will always maintain more labor than that formerly bestowed upon itself. Because, could it employ no more than had been previously bestowed upon itself, what advantage could arise to the owner from the use of it as such? LOCCIT 49. Given two capitals of equal value, each produced through the labor of 100 men operating for a given time, of which the one is entirely circulating, the other entirely fixed, and may perhaps consist of wine kept to improve. Now, this circulating capital, raised by the labor of 100 men, will set 150 men in motion. Therefore the product at the end of the coming year will in this case be the result of the labor of 150 men. But still it will be of no more value than the wine at the termination of the same period, although only 100 men employed upon the latter. 50. Or is it asserted that the quantity of labor which every circulating capital will employ is no more than equal to the quantity previously bestowed upon it? That would mean, that the value of the capital expended equals that of the product. 52. Great confusion between the labor bestowed upon capital and that which it will employ. The capital which is exchanged for labor capacity, the approvisionement, and this he here calls circulating capital, can never employ more labor than has been bestowed upon it. The reaction of a development of the productive forces on present capital is beside the point here, but there has been more labor bestowed upon it than it has paid for, surplus labor, which is converted into surplus value and surplus produce, enabling the capital to renew this profitable bargain, where the mutuality is all on one side, on a more enlarged scale. It is enabled to employ more new living labor, because during the process of production a portion of fresh labor has been bestowed upon it beyond the accumulated labor of which it consisted before entering that process. Mr. Ramsay seems to imagine that, if a capital is the product of 20 working days, necessary and surplus together, this product of 20 working days can employ 30 working days. But this is by no means the case. Say that 10 days of necessary labor and 10 surplus days were employed on the product. Then the surplus value equals 10 surplus days. If the capitalist then exchanges these again for raw material, instrument, and labor, then he can set new necessary labor into motion with the surplus product. The point is not that he employed more labor time than is present in the product, but that he exchanges the surplus labor time, which costs him nothing, for new necessary labor time, in other words, precisely, that he employs the entire labor time bestowed upon the product, while he has paid only part of that labor. Mr. Ramsay's conclusion, that if the quantity of labor which every circulating capital will employ was no more than equal to that previously bestowed upon it, the value of the capital expended would be equal to that of the produce, i.e. no surplus value would be left, would be correct only if the quantity of labor bestowed upon the capital were wholly paid for, i.e. if capital did not appropriate a part of the labor without equivalent. These misunderstandings on Ricardo's part 42 obviously arise from the fact that he himself was not clear about the process, nor, as a bourgeois, could he be. Insight into this process is equals to the statement that capital is not only, as A. Smith thinks 43 command over alien labor, in the sense that every exchange value is that, since it gives its possessor buying power, but that it is the power to appropriate alien labor without exchange, without equivalent, but with the semblance of exchange. Ricardo knows no argument to refute those, like A. Smith and others, who fall into the same error regarding value as determined by labor, and value as determined by the price of labor, wages, other than to say, with the product of the same quantity of labor one can set sometimes more and sometimes less living labor into motion, i.e. he regards the product of labor in respect of the worker only as use value, only the part of the product which he needs to be able to live as worker. But how it comes about that the worker suddenly only represents use value in the exchange, or only draws use value from the exchange, is by no means clear to him, as is already proved by his arguments against A. Smith, which are never in general terms, but always about particular examples. But why is it, then, that the share of the worker in the value of the product is determined not by the value, but rather by the use value of the product, thus not by the labor time employed on it, but by its quality of maintaining living labor capacity? If he tries to explain this with, say, competition among the workers, then the answer which would have to be given is the same as that which he gives A. Smith about competition among capitalists, i.e. that competition may well even out, equalize the level of profit, but in no way creates the measure of this level. 44 Likewise, competition among the workers could press down a higher wages level etc., but the general standard of wages, or as Ricardo puts it the natural price of wages, could not be explained by the competition between worker and worker, but only by the original relation between capital and labor. Competition generally, this essential locomotive force of the bourgeois economy, does not establish its laws, but is rather their executor. Unlimited competition is therefore not the presupposition for the truth of the economic laws, but rather the consequence, the form of appearance in which their necessity realizes itself. For the economists to presuppose, as does Ricardo, that unlimited competition exists 45 is to presuppose the full reality and realization of the bourgeois relations of production in their specific and distinct character. Competition therefore does not explain these laws, rather, it lets them be seen, but does not produce them. Then Ricardo says, 2. The production costs of living labor depend on the production costs of making the values required to reproduce it. 46 While he previously regarded the product in relation to the worker only as a use value, he now regards the worker only as an exchange value in relation to the product. The historic process through which product and living labor come into this mutual relation is none of his concern. He is just as vague about the way in which this relation is perpetuated. Capital, with him, is the result of saving. This already shows that he misunderstands the process of its origins and reproduction. He therefore also imagines that production is impossible without capital, although he can very well imagine capital possible without ground rent. The distinction between profit and surplus value does not exist for him, proof that he is clear about the nature of neither one. His procedure already shows this from the very beginning. Originally, he makes workers exchange with workers, and their exchange is then determined by the equivalent, by the labor time reciprocally expended in production. Then comes the real problem of his economics, to demonstrate that this determination of value is not altered by the accumulation of capitals, i.e. by the presence d'ancienne of capital. Firstly, he has no inkling that his first spontaneous relation is itself only a relation abstracted from the mode of production resting on capital. Secondly, what he has available is a definite amount of objective labor time, which may of course increase, and he asks himself, how is it distributed? The question is rather how is it created, and there it is precisely the specific nature of the relation of capital and labor, or the specific and distinct character of capital, which explains this. As Quincy, X. 5, puts it, modern economics, the economics of Ricardo, is in fact concerned only with the dividends, while the total product is regarded as fixed, determined by the quantity of labor employed on it, its value appraised in accordance with that. 47 Accordingly, Ricardo has rightly been accused of not understanding surplus value, although his opponents understand it even less. Capital is represented as appropriating a certain part of the ready and available value of labor, of the product, the creation of this value, which it appropriates above and beyond the reproduced capital, is not presented as the source of the surplus value. This creation is identical with the appropriation of alien labor without exchange, and for that reason the bourgeois economists are never permitted to understand it clearly. Ramsay accuses Ricardo of forgetting that the fixed capital, which consists of capital not included in a provisionement, with Ramsay the raw material at the same time along with the instrument, is a deduction from the sum total available for distribution among capitalist and worker. Ricardo forgets that the whole product is divided not only between wages and profits, but that another part is necessary for replacing fixed capital. 9, p. 88. R. 174, note. Indeed, since Ricardo does not grasp the relation between objectified and living labor in its living movement, a relation not to be deduced from the dividends of a given quantity of labor, but from the positing of surplus labor, and does not, therefore, grasp the relation among the different component parts of capital, it therefore seems with him as if the entire product were divided into wages and profits, so that the reproduction of capital is itself counted as part of profit. Quincy, LOCCIT Notebook X. 5, gives this exposition of the Ricardian doctrine: if the price is tens, then wages and profit as a whole cannot exceed tens. But do not the wages and profits as a whole, themselves, on the contrary, predetermine the price? No, that is the old superannuated doctrine. p. 204. The new economics has shown that all price is governed by proportional quantity of the producing labor, and by that only. Being itself once settled, then ipso facto, price settles the fund out of which both wages and profits must derive their separate dividends. LOCCIT 204, 48. Capital here appears not as positing surplus value, i.e. surplus labor, but only as making deductions from a given quantity of labor. The fact that instrument and raw material appropriate these dividends then has to be explained by their use value in production, which then presupposes the absurdity that raw material and instrument create use value through their separation from labor. For this separation makes them into capital. Considered for themselves, they are themselves labor, accumulated labor. Besides, this clashes with sound common sense, because the capitalist knows very well that he counts wages and profit among the production costs and regulates the necessary price accordingly. This contradiction in the determination of the product by relative labor time, and the limitation of the sum of profit and wages by the sum of this labor time, and the real determination of prices in practice, comes about only because profit is not grasped as itself a derivative, secondary form of surplus value. The same is true of what the capitalist justly regards as his production costs. His profit arises simply from the fact that a part of the cost of production costs him nothing, hence does not enter into his outlays, his production costs. Notebook 6. February 1858. The chapter on Kapital, continuation. Any change that can disturb the existing relations between wages and profits must originate in wages. Quincy LOCCIT, X, 5, p. 205. This is true only in so far as any variations in the mass of surplus labor must be derived from a variation in the relation between necessary and surplus labor. But this can likewise come about if necessary labor becomes less productive and hence a greater part of the total labor falls to it, or if the total labor becomes more productive, hence necessary labor time is reduced. It is nonsense to say that this productive force of labor arises from wages. The relative reduction of wages is rather its result. But it arises, 1. From the appropriation by capital of the growth in the productive forces resulting from division of labor, trade which brings cheaper raw materials, science etc. 2. But this increase of the productive forces has to be regarded as being initiated by capital in so far as it is realized through the employment of a greater capital etc. Further, profit and wages, although determined by the relation of necessary and surplus labor, do not coincide with it, are only secondary forms of the same. The point, however, is this: the Ricardians presuppose a definite quantity of labor, this determines the price of the product, out of which labor, in wages, and capital, in profits, then draw their dividends. The worker's dividend equals the price of the necessaries of life. Hence in the existing relations between wages and profits, the rate of profit is at its maximum and that of wages at its minimum. Competition among capitals can change only the relation in which they share the total profit, but cannot alter the relation between total profit and total wages. The general standard of profit is this relation of the total profit to the total wages, and this is not altered through competition. Hence, where does the alteration come from? Certainly not because the profit rate voluntarily declines, and it would have to do so voluntarily since competition does not have this result. Hence it is due to an alteration in wages, whose necessary costs may rise, theory of the progressive deterioration of the soil in agriculture, theory of rent, in consequence of a decrease in the productive force of labor due to natural causes. Carey etc. replies, correctly, to this, but, in the way he explains it, incorrectly again, that the rate of profit falls, as a result not of a decrease but rather of an increase in the productive force. 1. The solution of the whole matter is simply that the rate of profit is not the same as the absolute surplus value, but is rather the surplus value in relation to the capital employed, and that the growth of productive force is accompanied by the decrease of that part of capital which represents a provisionement in relation to that part which represents invariable capital. Hence, when the relation between total labor and the capital which employs it falls, then the part of labor which appears as surplus labor or surplus value necessarily falls too. This inability to explain one of the most striking phenomena of modern production is the source of Ricardo's failure to understand his own principle. But the difficulties in which he thereby entangles his disciples may be seen in this quotation among others from Quincy. It is the common paralogism, that if upon the same farm you have always kept 5 men, and in 1800 their produce was 25 qrs, but in 1845 50 qrs, you are apt to view the produce only as variable, and the labor as constant, whereas virtually both have varied. In 1800 each qr must have cost part of a man, in 1845 each has cost no more than part of a man. LOCCIT 214. In both cases the absolute labor time was the same, 2 days, but in 1845 the productive force of labor had doubled in comparison with 1800, and therefore the cost of producing necessary labor was less. The labor bestowed upon one quarter was less, but the total labor was the same. Mr. Quincy should, however, have learned from Ricardo that the productive force of labor does not determine the value of the product, although it determines the surplus value, albeit not in step with the increase of the productive force. These arguments against Ricardo, as well as the desperate sophistries of his disciples, e.g. Mr. McCulloch, who cites surplus labor as the source of the surplus value of old wine compared with new wine, point to nor is value to be determined by the labor which the unit cost, i.e. the price of the single quarter. Rather, the price multiplied by the number constitutes the value. The 50 quarters in 1845 had the same value as the 25 in 1800, because they objectified the same amount of labor. The price of each single quarter, the unit, must have been different, and the total price, expressed in money, may have been different, for very different reasons. What Quincy says about the machine holds for the worker. A machine, as soon as its secret is known, will not sell for the labor produced, but for the labor producing. It will no longer be viewed as a cause equal to certain effects, but as an effect certainly reproducible by a known cause at a known cost. 84. De Quincey says about Malthus. Malthus in his Political Economy refuses to see, nay he positively denies, that if 2 men produce a variable result of 10 and 5, then in one case each unit of the result has cost double the labor which it has cost in the other. On the contrary, because there are always 2 men, Mr. Malthus obstinately insists that the cost in labor is constant. LOCCIT 215, note. In fact, the cost in labor is constant, because, by presupposition, just as much labor is contained in 10 as in 5. But the cost of labor is not constant, because in the first case, where the productive force of labor is double, the time belonging to necessary labor is in a certain proportion less. We shall go into Malthus's view immediately after this. Here, before we go further in the development of the circulation time of capital and its relation to labor time, it is proper first to examine Ricardo's whole doctrine about this matter, in order to establish the difference between our own conception and his more sharply. The quotations from Ricardo in Notebook 8. 3. First presupposition with him, competition without restriction, and unhampered increase of products through industry. 19r5. For this means in other words nothing other than that the laws of capital are completely realized only within unlimited competition and industrial production. Capital develops adequately on the latter productive basis and in the former relation of production, i.e. its immanent laws enter completely into reality. Since this is so, it would have to be shown how this unlimited competition and industrial production are conditions of the realization of capital, conditions which it must itself little by little produce, instead of the hypothesis appearing here as merely that of the theoretician, who places free competition and the productive mode of capital's existence externally and arbitrarily into the relation of capital to itself as capital, not as developments of capital itself, but as imaginary presuppositions of capital for the sake of purity. This by the way the only place in Ricardo where a faint notion of the historic nature of the laws of bourgeois economy With this presupposition, the relative value of commodities, this word meaningless, since absolute value is nonsense, is determined by the different quantity which can be produced in the same labor time, or by the quantity of labor relatively realized in different commodities. P4. Notebook, 19. Henceforth the first number for the page in the notebook, the second for the page in Ricardo. 5. Now, how one gets from value as equivalent determined by labor to the non-equivalent, i.e. to the value which posits surplus value through exchange, i.e. how one gets from value to capital, from one aspect to its apparent opposite, this does not interest Ricardo. The only question for him, how the value relation between the commodities can remain the same and can and must be determined by relative quantities of labor, although the owners of accumulated labor do not exchange labor equivalents in living labor, i.e. despite the relation of capital and labor. It is then a very simple arithmetical proof that commodity A and commodity B can exchange in relation to the labor realized in them, although the producers of A or B distribute product A, or the product B exchanged for it, in different ways among themselves. But since all distribution here proceeds on the basis of exchange, it appears in fact altogether impossible to explain why one of the exchange values, living labor, is exchanged according to the amount of labor time realized in it, while the other exchange value, accumulated labor, capital, is not exchanged according to the standard of the labor time realized in it. Brahe therefore believes that he is the first to draw the true conclusion from Ricardo with his equal exchange between living and dead labor. 6. That from the standpoint of exchange alone, the worker's pay would have to equals the value of the product, i.e. the amount of labor in objective form which the worker obtains in pay, equals the amount of labor in subjective form which he expends in labor, is so necessary a conclusion that A. Smith falls into it. 7. Ricardo, by contrast, avoids this fallacy. But how? The value of labor, and the quantity of commodities which a specific quantity of labor can buy, are not identical. Why not? Because the worker's product or an equivalent of this product is not equals to the worker's pay. I.e. the identity does not exist, because a difference exists. Therefore, because this is not the case, it is not the value of labor which is the measure of value, but the quantity of labor bestowed on the commodity. 19. 3. 8. Value of labor is not identical with wages of labor. Because they are different. Therefore they are not identical. This is a strange logic. There is basically no reason for this other than that it is not so in practice. But it ought to be so, according to the theory. For the exchange of values is determined by the labor time realized in them. Hence equivalents are exchanged. Thus a specific quantity of labor time in living form would have to exchange for the same quantity of labor time in accumulated form. What would have to be demonstrated is precisely that the law of exchange turns into its precise opposite. Not even a faint suspicion that it does so is expressed here. Or the suspicion would have to lie in the frequently repeated admonition against mixing them up, that the distinction between past and living labor cannot do the job either is readily admitted. The comparative quantity of commodities which a given quantity of labor will produce determines their past and present value. 19. 9. Where living labor thus even determines the value of past labor retroactively. Why then is capital not also exchanged for living labor in proportion to the labor realized in the capital? Why is it that a quantity of living labor is not itself equals the quantity of labor in which it has objectified itself? Labor is by nature of different quality, and it is difficult to compare different hours of labor in different branches of business. But this scale is very soon established in practice. 19. 13. For short periods, at least from year to year, the variation in this inequality is insignificant, and is therefore left out of account. 19. 15. This is nothing. If Ricardo had applied his own principle, the amounts of simple labor to which the different labor capacities are reducible, then the matter would have been simple. Generally, he is concerned straight away with the hours of labor. What the capitalist acquires through exchange is labor capacity, this is the exchange value which he pays for. Living labor is the use value which this exchange value has for him, and out of this use value springs the surplus value and the suspension of exchange as such. Because Ricardo allows exchange with living labor, and thus falls straight into the production process, it remains an insoluble antinomy in his system that a certain quantity of living labor does not equals the commodity which it creates, in which it objectifies itself, although the value of the commodity equals to the amount of labor contained in it. The value of the commodity includes also the labor of bringing the commodity to market. 19.18. We shall see that circulation time, in so far as it appears as determining value with Ricardo, is only the labor required to bring the commodities to market. The principle of value determination by the relative amounts of labor contained in the commodity is considerably modified by the employment of machinery and other fixed and durable capital. A rise or fall in wages differently affects two capitals of which one is almost entirely circulating, the other almost entirely fixed, likewise the unequal duration of the fixed capital employed. Namely, there is added the profit on fixed capital, interest, as well as the compensation for the greater length of time which must elapse before the more valuable of the two commodities can be brought to market. 19, 29, 30. The latter moment concerns only the duration of the production process, i.e. labor time directly employed, at least in Ricardo's example of the farmer and the baker. If one farmer's wheat becomes ready for the market later than another's, then this so-called compensation already presupposes interest, thus already something derivative, not an original aspect. Profit and wages are only portions in which the two classes of capitalists and workers partake in the original commodity, i.e. also in that exchanged for it. p. 31. The very great extent to which the production of the original commodity, its origin, is itself determined by these portions, the extent to which, therefore, it precedes these portions as basic determinant, proves that the original commodity would not be produced at all, if it did not contain surplus labor for capital. Commodities on which the same quantity of labor has been bestowed vary in relative value if they cannot be brought to market in the same amount of time. With a greater fixed capital, too, the higher value of a commodity is due to the greater length of time which must elapse before it can be brought to market. The difference arises in both cases from the profits being accumulated as capital, and is only a compensation for the time during which profits were withheld. 34, 35. This means absolutely nothing other than that capital lying fallow is reckoned in and up as if it were not lying fallow, but were being exchanged with surplus labor time. This has nothing to do with the determination of value. It belongs with price. In the case of fixed capital, it enters into the determination of value only as another method of paying for the objectified labor, abstracted from the profit. There is another principle of labor which nothing points out to the economic inquirer in old countries, but of which every colonial capitalist has been made conscious in his own person. By far the greater part of the operations of industry, and especially those of which the produce is great in proportion to the capital and labor employed, require a considerable time for their completion. As to most of them, it is not worthwhile to make a commencement without the certainty of being able to carry them on for several years. A large portion of the capital employed in them is fixed, inconvertible, durable. If anything happens to stop the operation, all this capital is lost. If the harvest cannot be gathered, the whole outlay in making it grow has been thrown away. This shows that constancy is a no less important principle than combination of labor. The importance of the principle of constancy is not seen here, because rarely indeed does it happen, that the labor which carries on a business, is stopped against the will of the capitalists. But in the colonies just the opposite. Here capitalists are so much afraid of it that they avoid its occurrence as much as they can, by avoiding, as much as possible, operations which require much time for their completion. Wakefield, 169, 14, 71. 9. There are numerous operations of so simple a kind as not to admit a division into parts, which cannot be performed without the cooperation of many pairs of hands. For example, the lifting of a large tree onto a wain, keeping down weeds in a large field of growing crops, shearing a large flock of sheep at the same time, gathering a harvest of corn at the time when it is ripe enough and not too ripe, moving any great weight, everything, in short, which cannot be done unless a good many pairs of hands help together in the same undivided employment, and at the same time. 168 LOCCIT. Combination and constancy of labor are provided for in old countries, without an effort or thought on the part of the capitalist, merely by the abundance of laborers for hire. The scarcity of laborers for hire is the universal complaint of colonies. 170 LOCCIT. Only the cheapest land in a colony is that whose price affects the labor market. The price of this land, as of all bare land, and of everything else which it costs nothing to produce, depends of course on the relation between the demand and supply. p. 332. In order that the price of waste land should accomplish its objects, namely of making the worker into a non-landowner, it must be sufficient for the purpose. Hitherto the price has been everywhere insufficient. 338 LOCCIT. This sufficient price, in founding a colony the price might be so low as to render the quantity of land appropriated by settlers practically unlimited, it might be high enough to occasion a proportion between land and people similar to that of old countries, in which case, if this very high price did not prevent emigration, the cheapest land in the colony might be as dear, and the superabundance of laborers as deplorable as in England, or it might be a just medium between the two, occasioning neither superabundance of people nor superabundance of land, but so limiting the quantity of land as to give the cheapest land a market value that would have the effect of compelling laborers to work some considerable time for wages before they could become landowners. 339 LOCCIT. Notebook 14. 71. These excerpts here quoted from Wakefield's Art of Colonization belong with the ones given above about the necessary separation of the worker from the conditions of property. Surplus value and profit. Example, Malthus. Profit and surplus value. Malthus, difference between labor and labor capacity. The peculiar assertion that the introduction of capital in no way changes the payment of labor. Carey's theory of the cheapening of capital for the worker. Decline of the profit rate. Wakefield on the contradiction between Ricardo's theories of wage labor and of value. The calculation of profit as distinct from the calculation of the real surplus value which capital posits in the exchange with living labor, made clear e.g. in the following example. It is a statement in the first report of the Factory Commissioners. Malthus's Principe of Polite Economy, 1836, 2nd ed. Notebook X, p. 42. The capital laid out in labor is 2,600, the surplus value equals 1,650, 850 interest plus 150 rents etc., makes 1,000 plus 650 profit. But 2,000:1,650 equals 100, thus the rate of surplus value is. According to the profit calculation it would have to be 850 interest, 150 rents and 650 profit, or 1,650:15,350, nearly 10.1%. In the above example, the floating capital turns over 167/70 times per year, the fixed capital turns over once in years, once in 200/13 year. Profit, 650 or about 4.210. The wages of the operatives. The profit is indicated here as 4.2, say it were only 4%. This 4% figured on an outlay of 15,350. But then we also have 5% interest on £10,000 and 5% on £7,000, £850 equals 5% of 17,000. From the actual annual advances made, we must deduct, 1. The part of the fixed capital which does not figure in the sinking fund, 2. That which is figured as interest. It is possible that capitalist A does not pocket the interest, but capitalist B. In any case they are revenue, not capital, surplus value. From the 15,350 pounds outlays thus deduct 850, leaves 14,500 pounds. Of the 2,600 pounds for wages and salaries there were in the form of salary, since of 14,500 is not 2,600 but, and 14,500 divided by this is 6. Thus, he sells the 14,500 at 16,000 or a profit of 1,500, makes 102/3%, but let us ignore these and say 10% of 100 is thus, out of 100, he would give, for advances wages and 10 profit. In detail. Advances. Wages. Sum. Reproduces. Profit. Pound st. 100. 110. 10. 10 of 162/3 or of 50/3 is exactly 60%. Thus, in order that, in the capitalist's calculation, an annual profit of 10%, it was slightly more, be made on a capital of 17,000 pounds, wherein labor makes up only 1/6 of the annual advances of 14,500, the worker, or capital, as you like, has to create a surplus value of 60%. Or, of the total labor time 40% are for necessary and 60 for surplus labor, they relate as 4:6 or equals 2:3 or. If, however, the advances on capital had been 50, the advances on wages also 50, then only 20% surplus value would have to be created in order that the capitalist should have 10%, 50/50 10 equals 110. But 10 to 50 equals 20:100 or 20%. If necessary labor in the second case posited as much surplus labor as in the first, then the capitalist's profit would amount to 30 pounds. On the other hand, if the rate of real value creation, the positing of surplus labor, in the first case, were only as great as in the second, then the profit would amount to only £3 1/3, and if the capitalist had to pay 5% interest to another capitalist, then he would have to carry an actual loss. This much arises simply from the formula, 1, that, in order to determine the size of the real surplus value, one must calculate the profit on the advance made for wages, the percentage which expresses the proportion between the so-called profit and wages, 2, the relatively smaller percentage made up by the proportion between the outlay in living labor and the total outlay presupposes a greater outlay in fixed capital, machinery etc., greater division of labor. Thus, although the percentage of labor is smaller than in the capital working with more labor, the mass of labor really set in motion must be significantly greater, i.e. a greater capital generally has to be worked with. The proportional part of labor out of the total advance is smaller, but the absolute sum of labor set in motion is larger for the individual capital, i.e. it must itself be larger. 3. If it is a case not of larger machinery etc., but of an instrument which does not set more labor into motion and itself represents no greater fixed capital, e.g. manual lithography, but merely replaces labor, then the profit of the capital working with the machine is absolutely smaller than that of the capital working with living labor. But the latter can make a percentage profit higher than the former, and thus throw him out of the market, etc. The examination of how far the rate of profit can decrease as capital grows, while the gross profit nevertheless increases, belongs to the doctrine of profit, competition. In his Principles of Political Economy, 2nd ed., 1836, Malthus has an inkling that profit, i.e. not profit, but real surplus value, has to be calculated not in respect of capital advanced, but of living labor advanced, whose value is expressed objectively in wages, but this leads him into playing games which become absurd if they are to serve as a basis for any determination of value, or for reasoning about the relation of labor to the determination of value. For example, if I take the total value of the finished product, then I can compare every part of the product advanced with the part of the outlay corresponding to it, and the percentage of profit in relation to the whole product is naturally the same percentage for any fractional part of the product. Say e.g. that 100 thalers brought 110, thus 10% the whole product, 75%, say, for the invariable part of capital, 25 for labor, i.e. 3/4 for the former, 1/4 for living labor. Now if I take 1/4 of the total product, i.e. of 110, then I obtain or 27 1/2. On an outlay of 25 for labor, the capitalist would have a gain of 2 1/2, i.e. 10%. Likewise Malthus could have said that if I take 3/4 of the total product, i.e. 75, then these 3/4 are represented in the total product by 82 1/2, then 7 1/2 out of 75 is exactly 10%. This obviously means nothing other than that if I gain 10% on 100, then the gain on every part of 100 amounts to as much as, when added together, will be 10% on the total sum. If I have gained 10 on 100, then on 2x50 I have gained 5 each time, etc. The fact that, if I gain 10 on 100, I gain 2 1/2 on 1/4 of 100 and 7 1/2 on 3/4 takes us not a single step further. If I have gained 10 on 100, how much have I then won on 1/4 of 100 or on 3/4? Malthus's insight can be reduced to this childishness. The advance for labor amounted to 1/4 of the 100, and the gain on it amounted to 10%. 10% of 25 is 2 1/2. Or the capitalist, if he has gained 10 on 100, has gained on every part of his capital, i.e. 10%. This gives the parts of the capital no qualitative character whatever, and it therefore holds for fixed capital etc. just as well as for the part advanced in labor. Moreover, this only expresses the illusion that each part of the capital is involved to an equal degree in the newly created value. Nor has the 1/4 of the capital advanced for wages created the surplus value, rather, the unpaid living labor has done so. However, from the relation of the total value, here the 10 thalers, to wages we can see what percentage of labor was not paid, or, how much surplus labor there was. In the above relation, the necessary labor is objectified in 25 thalers, the surplus labor in 10, thus they relate as 25:10 equals 100:40, 40% of the labor was surplus labor, or, what is the same, 40% of the value it produced was surplus value. It is quite true that the capitalist can make this reckoning. If I make 10 on 100, then, on wages, equals 25, I have made 2 1/2. It is impossible to see what use this calculation is. But what Malthus wants to do with it will be seen shortly when we go into his determination of value. However, it is clear from the following that he indeed believes that his simple arithmetical example contains a real determination. Suppose the capital be expended only for wages, £100 expended in immediate labor. The returns at the end of the year 110, 120, or 130, it is evident that in each case the profits will be determined by the proportion of the value of the whole produce which is required to pay the labor employed. If the value of the produce in the market equals 110, the proportion required to pay the laborers equals of the value of the produce, or the profits equals 10%. Here Mr. Malthus does nothing more than to express the original advance, £100, as a relation to the total product 100 is of 110. Whether I say I gain 10 on 100, i.e. of 100, or I say I of the 110 are gain, it is the same. If the value of the product is 120, the proportion for labor equals and the gain 20%, if 130, the proportion required to pay the labor equals and the gain equals 30%. Instead of saying, I gain 10 on 100, I can also say that of the 110 were the advances, or, 20 on the 100, the advances amount only to of 120 etc. The character of these advances, whether in labor or otherwise, has absolutely nothing to do with this other arithmetic form of expressing the matter. If a capital of 100 has brought in 110, then either I can start with the capital and say I gain 10 on it, or I can start with the product, with 110, and say that I advanced only on it beforehand. The relation is, of course, the same. Now assume that the capitalist's advances do not consist entirely of labor. The capitalist expects an equal benefit on all parts of the capital he advances. That means simply that he distributes the benefit he has made, and whose origin may be quite obscure to him, among all parts of his outlays equally, entirely abstracting away their qualitative difference. Suppose 1/4 of the advances, for labor, direct, 3/4 consisting of accumulated labor and profits, with any additions which may arise of rents, taxes and other outgoings. Then strictly true that the profits of the capitalist will vary with the varying value of this 1/4 of the produce compared with the quantity of labor employed. Not quantity with Mr. Malthus, but rather compared with the salary paid. Thus strictly true that his profits will vary with the varying value of the 3/4 of his profits compared with the advances in accumulated labor, i.e. the gain relates to the total capital advanced, 10:100, as every part of the total product, 110, does to the part of the advance corresponding to it. For example, Malthus continues, a farmer employs £2,000 in cultivation, of which 1,500 in seed, keep of horses, wear and tear of his fixed capital, etc., and £500 on immediate labor, and the returns at the end are 2,400. His profit 400, on 2,000 equals 20%. And it is immediately obvious that if we took 1/4 of the value of the produce, namely £600, and compared it with the amount paid in the wages of the immediate labor, the result would show exactly the same rate of profits. LOCCIT 267, 268. Notebook X, 41, 42. It is equally obvious that if we took 3/4 of the value of the produce, namely 1,800, and compared it with the amount paid in the advances on accumulated labor, namely with 1,500, the result would show exactly the same rate of profits. 1,800:1,500 equals 1815 equals 6:5. And 6 is more than 5, hence 20%. Malthus here has two different arithmetic formulae in mind and gets them mixed up. Firstly, if I make 10 on 100, then on every part of the 100 my gain is not 10 but 10%, i.e. 5 on 50, 2 1/2 on 25 etc. To gain 10 on 100 means to gain on each part of the 100, and consequently the profit has to show up also as profit on wages, and if the profit is distributed evenly among all parts of the capital, then I can say that the rate of profit on the total capital varies with the rate of profit on each of its parts, including e.g. the part advanced as wages. Secondly, if I gain 10% on 100, then the total product 110. Now, if wages formed 1/4 of the advances equals 25, then they form only a part of 110, i.e. they form a fraction that is smaller by, and it will form an ever smaller part of the total product in proportion as the latter has risen in comparison with the original. This is again only another way of calculating. 10 is of 100 but only of 110. I can therefore say that as the total product grows larger, each of the fractional parts of the original capital forms a relatively smaller part of it. Tautology. In his work The Measure of Value Stated and Illustrated, London, 1823, Notebook 9, Malthus asserts that the value of labor is constant and is hence the true measure of value generally. Any given quantity of labor must be of the same value as the wages which command it, or for which it actually exchanges. P5, LOCCIT. 9, 29. He is speaking here, of course, about wage labor. The truth is rather, any given quantity of labor is equals the same quantity of labor expressed in a product, or, each product is only a specific quantity of labor, objectified in the value of the product, which is measured with respect to other products by this quantity. Wages, however, express the value of living labor capacity, but in no way the value of living labor, which is expressed, rather, in wages plus profit. Wages are the price of necessary labor. If the worker had to work 6 hours in order to live, and if he produced for himself as mere worker, then he would daily receive the commodity of 6 hours of labor, say 6d. Now the capitalist makes him work 12 hours, and pays him 6d. He pays him 1/2 d per hour, i.e. a given quantity of 12 hours of labor has the value of 12d, and 12d is indeed the value for which the product exchanges, when it gets sold. On the other hand, the capitalist commands with this value, if he could reinvest it in mere labor, 24 hours. The wages command, therefore, a much greater quantity of labor than they consist of, and a given quantity of living labor actually exchanges for a much smaller one of accumulated labor. The only thing that is sure is that the price of labor, wages, must always express the quantity of labor which the laborers want in order to keep soul and body together. The wages of any quantity of labor must be equal to the quantity of labor which the laborer must expend upon his own reproduction. In the above instance, a man would set to work 2 men for 12 hours each, together 24 hours, with the quantity of labor afforded by one man. In the case above, the product would be exchanged for another product with a value of 12d, or for 12 hours of labor, and this would be the source of its profit of 6d. Its surplus value for the capitalist. The value of products is determined by the labor contained in them, not by that part of the labor in them which the employer pays for. The value of the product is constituted by labor done, including that not paid for, but wages only express paid labor, never all labor done. The measure of this payment itself depends on the productivity of labor, for the latter determines the amount of necessary labor time. And since these wages constitute the value of labor, labor itself posited as commodity, this value is constantly variable, and is the opposite of constant. The amount of labor which the worker works is very different from the amount of labor that is worked up into his labor capacity, or which is required to reproduce his labor capacity. But he does not sell as commodity the use made of him, he sells himself not as cause but as effect. Let us listen how Mr. Malthus exerts himself to get the matter clear. The conditions of the supply of commodities do not require that they should retain always the same relative values, but that each should retain its proper natural value, or the means of obtaining those objects which will continue to the producer the same power of production and accumulation. Profits are calculated upon the advances necessary to production. The specific advances of capitalists do not consist of cloth, but of labor, and as no other object whatever can represent a given quantity of labor, it is clear that it is the quantity of labor which a commodity will command, and not the quantity of any other commodity, which can represent the condition of its supply, or its natural value. 17, 18, 9, 29. Already, from the fact that the capitalist's advances consist of labor, Malthus could have seen that the matter has not become clear. Posit that the necessary labor time is 6 hours, also a, b, 2 men each of whom works for himself but who exchange with one another. Let A work 6 hours, B 12 hours. Now if A wants to eat up the 6 extra hours worked by B, if he wants to consume the product of B's 6 surplus hours, there is nothing he can give him other than 6 hours of living labor, say the next day. B now has a product of 6 hours of labor more than A. Now posit that under these circumstances he begins to fancy himself a capitalist and stops working altogether. Then on the third day, the only thing he could give in exchange for A's 6 hours is his own accumulated product of 6 hours, and, as soon as this exchange was accomplished, he would have to begin working again himself, or starve. But if he continues to work 12 hours for A, and A continues to work 6 hours for himself and 6 for B, then they exchange exactly 12 hours with one another. The natural value of the commodity, says Malthus, consists in its giving back to its possessor through exchange the same power of production and accumulation. His commodity consists of 2 quantities of labor, 1 quantity of accumulated labor plus 1 quantity of immediate labor. Thus if he exchanges his commodity for another which contains exactly the same total quantity of labor, then his power of production and accumulation has remained at least the same, equal. But it grew, because a part of the immediate labor has cost him nothing, while he sells it nevertheless. Yet Malthus comes to the conclusion that the quantity of labor of which the product consists is paid labor only, hence equals to the sum of the wages, or, that wages are the measuring rod of the value of the commodity. If every amount of labor contained in the commodity were paid for, then Mr. Malthus's doctrine would be correct, but it would be equally true that his capitalist would have no advances of labor to make, and his powers of accumulation would become totally forfeited. Where is the profit to come from, if no unpaid labor is performed? Well, thinks Mr. Malthus, from the wages for accumulated labor. But since labor done has ceased to work, it also ceases to draw wages. True, the product in which it exists could now be again exchanged for living labor, but posit that this product equals 6 hours of labor, then the worker would give 6 hours of living labor and would receive the advances, the capitalist's 6 hours of done labor, in return, so that the capitalist would not have budged a single step forward. Living labor would very soon be in possession of his dead labor. The reason Malthus gives, however, is that because no other object whatsoever can represent a given quantity of labor, the natural value of a commodity consists of the quantity of labor which a commodity will command, and not the quantity of any other commodity. That means a given quantity of labor can be represented only by a quantity of living, immediate, labor. Not no other object whatsoever, but rather every object whatsoever can represent a given quantity of labor, namely every object in which the same quantity of labor is contained. But Malthus wants the quantity of labor contained in the commodity to be measured by, to be equal to, not the quantity of living labor which it can set in motion, but the quantity of paid labor which it sets in motion. Posit that the commodity contains 24 hours of labor, he thinks, then, that the capitalist can buy 2 working days with it, and if the capitalist paid all of this labor, or if the quantity of labor done equals the quantity of paid living labor, then he could buy only 24 hours of living labor with his 24 hours of done labor, and his powers of accumulation would have gone to the wall. But the capitalist does not pay the worker the labor time, the amount of labor, but rather pays him only the necessary labor, while forcing him to work the rest free of charge. Thus, with the 24 hours of done labor he may perhaps set 48 hours of living labor into motion. Thus he in fact pays 1 hour of done labor for 2 hours of living labor, and thus gains 100% on the exchange. The value of his commodity now equals 48 hours, but is in no way equal to the wages exchanged for them, nor equal to the wages for which it then in turn exchanges. If he continues in the same way, his 48 hours of done labor will buy 96 hours of living labor. Posit that no capitalists exist at all, but that the independent and mutually exchanging workers work more than necessary to live, because they want to accumulate too, etc. Call that part of the work which the worker does in order to live, wages, and the surplus time he works in order to accumulate, profit. Then the value of his commodity would be equals to the total amount of labor contained in it, equals to the total sum of living labor time, but in no way equals to the wages he paid himself, or equal to the part of the commodity which he would have to reproduce in order to live. Because the value of a commodity equals a specific quantity of labor, Malthus says it is equals to the quantity of necessary labor, i.e. wages, contained in it, and not equals to the total sum of labor contained in it, its totality is equals to a fraction of it. But the worker's powers of accumulation evidently would arise only because he has worked more than necessary to pay himself his wages. If a specific quantity of living labor time were equals to the time required for the worker to live, then a specific quantity of living labor would be equals to the wages which he produces, or the wages would be exactly equal to the living labor which they set in motion. If such were the case, capital would of course be impossible. If the worker, in the whole of his working time, can produce not a farthing more than his wages, then with the best of wills he cannot squeeze out a farthing for the capitalist. Property is the offspring of the productivity of labor. If one can produce only for one, everyone a worker, there can be no property. If one's man labor can maintain 5, there will be 4 idle men for one employed in production. Ravenstone. 11. We saw above how Malthus's fantasizing profundity expressed itself in a purely childish kind of calculation. What lay behind this, by the way, was the doctrine that the value of labor was constant and that wages constituted price. Because the rate of profit on a total capital can be expressed as the same rate on the fraction of the capital made up by wages, he asserts that this fractional part constitutes and determines the price. Exactly the same profundity as here. If commodity A equals an amount of X commodity, he thinks that this can mean nothing else than that it equals X living labor, for only labor can represent labor. From this he concludes that commodity A equals the amount of wage labor which it can command, and that therefore the value of labor is constant, because always equals to the commodity by which it is set in motion. The nub of it is simply that the amount of living labor and the amount of wage labor are identical for him, and that he believes that every fractional part of wage labor is really paid for. But X living labor can be, and, as wage labor, always is, equals X, Y necessary labor, wages, plus Y surplus labor. X dead labor can therefore set in motion X, Y necessary labor, wages, plus Y surplus labor time, i.e. it always sets in motion as many additional hours of living labor time as there are hours of surplus labor time over and above necessary labor time contained within X hours of labor. Wage labor always consists of paid and unpaid labor. The value of labor is constant, thus means nothing other than that all labor time is necessary, i.e. wage-producing labor time. There is no surplus labor time but, nevertheless, there are powers of accumulation and capital. Since wages are always equal to a given quantity of labor, namely the quantity of living labor which they set in motion, and since this is the same quantity of labor contained in the wages, therefore the value of labor is constant, for it is always equals to the quantity of objectified labor. The rise and fall in the price of commodities, not of the value of labor. If a worker gets 8 silver per week or 16, this comes about only because the price of shillings has risen or fallen, but the value of labor has remained the same. In both cases he obtains a week of done labor for a week of living labor. Mr. M proves this as follows. If labor alone, without capital, were employed in procuring the fruits of the earth, the greater facility of procuring one sort of them compared with another would not, it is acknowledged, alter the value of labor, or the exchangeable value of the whole produce obtained by a given quantity of exertion. 12. This means nothing but that each of the commodities, regardless of their quantity, would be determined by the labor contained in it, despite the fact that, depending on the degree of its productivity, it would express itself in one case in more, in another in fewer, use values. We should, without hesitation, allow that the difference was in the cheapness or dearness of the produce, not of the labor. 13. We would say labor is more productive in one branch than in the other, or, alternatively, the product costs more or less labor. We could not speak of cheapness or dearness of labor, since no wage labor existed, and hence an hour of immediate labor would always command an hour of objectified labor, which would naturally not prevent one hour from being more productive than another. But still, to the extent that we distinguish the part of labor necessary for subsistence from the part that is surplus labor, and if any hours of the day are at all worked as surplus time, then it is the same as if every fractional part of labor time consisted of a part necessary, and a part surplus labor, done by the immediate laborers. It could still not be said that the value of labor, i.e. wages, the part of the product exchanged for necessary labor, or the part of the total labor which is employed for the necessary product, are constant. The fractional part of labor time which reproduces wages would vary with productivity, thus, with the productivity of labor, the value of labor, i.e. wages, would constantly vary. Wages would be measured both before and after by a definite use value, and since the latter constantly varies in its exchange value depending on the productivity of labor, wages would change, or in other words the value of labor. Value of labor presupposes in principle that living labor is not equal to its product, or, what is the same, that it is sold not as an acting cause, but as itself a produced effect. The value of labor is constant means nothing further than that it is constantly measured by the quantity of labor contained in it. A product may contain more or less labor. Therefore sometimes a greater, sometimes a lesser portion of product A may exchange for product B. But the quantity of living labor which the product buys can never be greater or smaller than the done labor which it represents, for a given quantity of labor is always a given quantity of labor, whether it exists in the form of objectified or in the form of living labor. Thus if more or less of a product is given for a specific quantity of living labor, i.e. if wages rise and fall, then this comes about not because the value of labor rose or fell, for the value of a specific quantity of labor is always equal to the same specific quantity of labor, but rather because the products have cost more or less labor, because a greater or lesser quantity of the products thus represents the same quantity of labor. Thus the value of labor remains constant. Only the value of the products changes, i.e. the productivity of labor changes, not its values. This is the pith of the theory of Malthus, if you can call such a shallow fallacy a theory. First of all, a product which has cost only half a working day may suffice for me to live and work a whole day. Whether or not the product possesses this quality depends not on its value, i.e. the labor time bestowed on it, but rather on its use value, and the exchange which takes place in this regard between living labor and the product of labor is not an exchange between both as use values, but rather their relation lies on the one side in the use value of the product, on the other side in the conditions of the existence of living labor capacity. Now, if objectified labor were exchanged for living labor, then according to the laws of exchange value the product which equals half a day of work could only buy half a day of living labor, even though the worker could live from it for a whole day of work, and if his entire working day were to be bought, then he would have to obtain a whole working day in the product, with which, according to the assumption, he could live for 2 working days. But on the basis of capital, living labor and done labor do not exchange with one another as exchange values, as identical quantities, the same quantity of labor in objectified form as value being equivalent to the same quantity of labor in living form. Rather, what is exchanged is a product, and labor capacity, which is itself a product. Labor capacity is not equals to the living labor which it can do, equals to the quantity of labor which it can get done, this is its use value. It is equal to the quantity of labor by means of which it must itself be produced and can be reproduced. The product is thus in fact exchanged not for living labor, but for objectified labor, labor objectified in labor capacity. Living labor itself is a use value possessed by the exchange value, labor capacity which the possessor of the product, the capitalist has acquired in trade, and whether he has acquired less or more of this living labor than he has spent in the form of the product, wages for labor capacity depends on the amount of living labor paid to the worker in the product. If an amount of labor were exchanged for an amount of labor, regardless of whether it were living or objectified, then of course every amount of labor would be equal to itself and its value equal to its amount. The product of half a working day thus could buy only half a working day. But then in fact no wages would exist, and no value of labor. Labor would have no value distinct from that of its product or the equivalent of its product, no specific value, and it is precisely the latter which constitutes the value of labor, wages. From the fact, therefore, that a specific quantity of labor equals a specific quantity of labor, or also that a specific quantity equals itself, from the great discovery that a specific quantity is a specific quantity, Mr. Malthus concludes that wages are constant, that the value of labor is constant, namely equals to the same amount of labor objectified. This would be correct if living labor and stored up labor were exchanged for one another as exchange values. But then there would exist neither value of labor, nor wages, nor capital, nor wage labor, nor Malthus's inquiries. All of these are based on the fact that living labor appears as a use value and living labor capacity as an exchange value opposite the labor stored up in capital. Malthus calmly proceeds, the same holds if capital and profits enter into the computation of value and the demand for labor varies. 14 Here we have the whole profundity. As soon as capital and profits are introduced, living labor capacity begins to be bought, and therefore a smaller portion of stored-up labor is exchanged for a larger portion of living labor. It is a general characteristic of this profundity that the entry of capital, which posits wage labor and which for the first time transforms labor into wage labor and labor capacity into a commodity, introduces no change whatever, either into the realization of labor or into the realization of stored-up labor. Capital, a specific form of the relation of labor to its product and to its value, is, according to Malthus, entering without changing anything. It is just as if he allowed of no change in the constitution of the Roman Republic other than the introduction, the entering of emperors. He continues, if an increased reward of the laborers takes place without an increase in the produce, this is possible only with a fall of profits. To obtain any given portion of the produce the same quantity of labor is necessary as before, but profit being diminished, the value of the produce is decreased, while this diminution of profits in reference to the value of wages is just counterbalanced by the increased quantity of labor necessary to procure the increased produce awarded to the laborer, leaving the value of labor the same as before. p. 33, 34 LOCCIT Notebook 9, 29. According to the presupposition, the product contains the same quantity of labor. But its value is supposed to have diminished because profits have fallen. However, if the labor time contained in the product has remained the same, how can profits fall? If wages rise while total labor time remains the same, not for momentary causes such as e.g. that competition has become favorable for the workers, then this means nothing other than that the productivity of labor has fallen, that a greater amount of time is necessary to reproduce labor capacity, that, therefore, a larger part of the living labor set in motion by capital falls to necessary labor and a smaller part to surplus labor. Let us leave these trivia for later. Only the following final quotation now for the sake of completeness, inversely in the opposite case. A smaller quantity of the produce would be awarded to the laborer and profits would rise. A given quantity of produce, which had been obtained by the same quantity of labor as before, would rise in value on account of the rise of profits, while this rise of profits, in reference to the wages of the laborer, would be balanced by the smaller quantity of labor necessary to obtain the diminished produce awarded to the laborer. MP 35, LOCCIT 9, 29. What he says on this occasion about money prices in different countries, proceeding from his principles, to be looked at later. For example, commodity A can buy 1 working day, it pays only a half, the necessary half, but it exchanges for the whole. The amount of the total labor purchased by the commodity is then equal to necessary plus surplus time. Thus if I know the price of necessary labor equals X, then the price of the whole labor equals 2X, and I could in this way appraise the newly created commodity in terms of wages, and thus establish the prices of all commodities in wages. But this would indeed be anything but a constant value. Through the confusion that in civilized countries an average time must indeed be worked for wages, say 12 hours, regardless of the wages and regardless of how many of these 12 hours are necessary or surplus labor time, Mr. Carey as well, who reduces the amount of labor to working days, and indeed they can be reduced to living work days, is led to make the assertion that, because the same capital costs constantly less labor time to reproduce, a machine of 100 pounds will, for example, cost after a time only 50 pounds owing to the growth of the productive forces, and hence will be the result of half as much labor time, working days, or hours, whichever you like. From this Mr. Carey concludes that the worker can obtain this machine, with half as many working days as before. 15 He commits the little mistake of regarding the growth of surplus labor time as if it had been gained for the worker, whereas the whole matter comes down to just the opposite, namely that the worker spends less of his whole working day working for himself, and more for capital, hence that the objective power of capital grows rapidly over against him, in a specific relation with the increase of the productive forces. Mr. Carey lets the worker buy or borrow the machine, in short, he transforms him into a capitalist. and he is supposed to achieve this increased power over capital precisely because the reproduction of a specific quantity of capital costs less necessary labor, i.e. less paid labor, thus wages fall in relation to profit. In America, as long as the worker there still appropriates a part of his surplus labor for himself, he may accumulate enough to become e.g. a farmer, etc. Although that too is already coming to a halt now. In places where wage labor in America can still get somewhere rapidly, this happens through the reproduction of earlier modes of production and property on the foundation of capital, e.g. the independent peasantry. In short, he regards the working days as working days belonging to the worker, and instead of concluding that he has to produce more capital in order to be employed for the same labor time, he concludes that he has to work less in order to buy the capital, to appropriate the conditions of production for himself. Point 16 If he produced 20 machines and can now produce 40 owing to increased productivity, then indeed the single machine becomes cheaper, but, because a smaller part of the working day is necessary in order to produce a given quantity of it, it does not follow that the product of the working day rose for the worker, but rather the reverse, that less living labor is employed for the production of a given quantity of machinery. By the way, Mr. Carey, whose aim is harmony, himself finds that if the rate of profit declines, then the gross profit rises, because an ever larger capital is required in proportion to employed living labor, and it therefore becomes ever more impossible for the worker to appropriate the necessary sum of capital, the minimum of capital required for the productive employment of labor at the new stage of production. A fractional part of the capital requires less labor time for its reproduction, but a larger mass of capital is required in order to realize the lesser labor time. The growth of the productive forces expresses itself in a continuous decline of the part of capital consisting of labor compared with that laid out in advances, machinery, etc. Carey's entire bad joke, which was of course grist to Bastiat's mill, rests on his transformation of the labor time or working days necessary for production into labor time belonging to the worker, whereas this time belongs in fact to capital, and an ever smaller portion of it remains for the worker in proportion to the growth in the productive force of labor. The less living labor time a given capital has to buy, or, the greater the total sum of the capital and the less the living labor employed by it relative to its size, the greater, according to Mr. Carey, the chance for the worker to become owner of capital, because capital is reproduced by less living labor. The greater the capital and the smaller the number of workers it employs, relatively, the greater the chance these workers have of becoming capitalists, for has not capital now been reproduced with fewer working days? Cannot it therefore also be bought, gained with fewer working days? Take a capital of £100, employing 50 on advances, 50 on labor, and making 50% profit, for the decline of the rate of profit is Carey's chief hobby horse and belongs with his theory. Let each pound in wages be equal to 1 working day equals 1 worker. Now take another capital of £16,000, which uses 14,500 in advances, 1,500 in wages, let this also equals 1,500 workers, and makes only 20% profit. In the first case the product equals 150, in the second, for convenient calculation's sake let the fixed capital turnover in 1 year, equals 19,200, 3,200 profit. Here we have the most advantageous case for Mr. Carey. The rate of profit has declined from 50% to 20, i.e. by 60%. In the one case, a product of 50 is the result of 50 living work days. In the other case, a product of 3,200 by 1,500 workers. In the first case the result of 1 working day a product of 1, in the second the result of 1 working day a product of 2. In the second case less than half the labor time is necessary to produce a value of 1 as in the first. Now, does this mean that in the second case half the worker's day produces for himself, while the other produces only 1 in twice the time, i.e. that he is on the high road to becoming a capitalist? He would first have to acquire a capital of £16,000, and buy alien labor instead of working himself, before this decrease in necessary labor time would aid him in the least. All it has done this way is created an infinite gap between his labor and the conditions of its employment, and decreased the rate of necessary labor, thus, in proportion to the first relation, thrown more than 6 times as many workers into the street. These workers thrown into the street are now supposed to console themselves with the thought that if they had the conditions to work independently, or rather to work as capitalists, then they themselves would have to hire fewer workers. In the first case the entire capital necessary is £100, and there is more of a chance here for the individual worker in an exceptional case to save up enough, and, with a special combination of luck, himself become a capitalist at the same level as capitalist A. The labor time which the worker works is the same with A and B, although the total sum of working days needed by the capitalists is essentially different. For every 6 workers needed by the first capitalist, the second needs not quite 1. The remainder therefore have to work just as much and more surplus time. That capital needs fewer living work days at the stage of production to which it has risen along with the forces of production is the same thing, according to Carey, as that the worker needs fewer working days to appropriate capital for himself, probably with the working days of the unoccupied workers because the capitalist needs fewer workers to realize his immense capital. The worker employed by him can, with less labor, make the greater capital his own. Such is the logic of Mr. Carey, the harmonizer. In connection with Ricardo's theory, Wakefield says, Notebook 7, p. 74, LOCCIT 231 note. Treating labor as a commodity, and capital, the produce of labor, as another, then, if the value of these two commodities were regulated by equal quantities of labor, a given amount of labor would, under all circumstances, exchange for that quantity of capital which had been produced by the same amount of labor. Antecedent labor would always exchange for the same amount as present labor. But the value of labor, in relation to other commodities, in so far, at least, as wages depend upon share, is determined, not by equal quantities of labor, but by the proportion between supply and demand. 17. Dormant capital. Increase of production without previous increase of capital. Bailey. Bailey, Money and its Vicissitudes in Value etc., London, 1837, Notebook v. p. 26 seq, has remarks about dormant capital which can be set in motion through faster circulation. According to him, through a greater volume of currency, he should have said money, and tries to demonstrate that if capital were always fully employed in a country, then no increase of demand could bring about an increase of supply. The concept of dormant capital belongs within circulation, since capital which is not in circulation is asleep. The relevant quotations are, much capital and productive skill may exist in an inert state. Those economists are wrong who believe that the number of laborers and the quantity of capital are certain definitive powers who ought inevitably to produce a determinate result in any country where they exist. p. 54. Far from the amount of commodities which the existing producers and the existing capital bring to market, being fixed and determined, it is subject to a wide range of variation. p. 55. Thus not essential to an increase of production that new capital or new laborers should arise, e.g. in a country where there is a want of precious metals. Some commodities or, what is the same, the power to produce them, may be in excess at one place, other commodities at another place likewise, and the holder of each wishing to exchange their articles for those held by the other, but kept in a state of non-intercourse for want of a common medium of exchange, and in a state of inaction because they have no motive for production. 55, 56. In the circulation of capital, money appears doubly, as the transformation of capital into money as well as realization of the price of the commodity, but here this positing of prices is not a formality. The transformation of the product into money is here the retransformation of capital into value as such, independently existing value, capital as money or money as realized capital. Secondly, in the role of mere medium of circulation, this is where it serves merely to retransform capital into the conditions of production. In this second moment, a definite amount of money has to be present at once in the form of wages, as medium of circulation, means of payment. Now the fact that money plays this double role in the circulation of capital makes it appear in all crises as if money were lacking as medium of circulation, whereas capital lacks value and hence cannot monetize itself. The mass of circulating money may even increase at the same time. A particular section must be made for the new aspects of money when posited as moment of the circulation of capital, partly as the medium of its circulation, partly as capital's realized value, as itself capital. When we speak of interest etc. Bailey continues, the labor made active by no means depends on a country's available capital alone. It depends on whether food, tools, and raw materials are distributed slowly or rapidly to those parts where it is wanted, whether it circulates with difficulty or not, whether it exists for long intervals in inert masses, and so as a result does not furnish sufficient employment to the population. 56, 57. Gallatin's example, LOCCIT 68, of the western counties of Pennsylvania. 18 Political economists are inclined to regard a given quantity of capital and a given number of workers as production instruments of a uniform power or operating with a certain uniform intensity. The producer who employs a certain capital may have his products on hand a long time or a short, and while he waits for the occasion to exchange them, his power of producing is stopped or retarded, so that in a given period, such as 1 year example, he may produce only half of what he would, had a prompt demand been present. This remark is equally appropriate to the laborer who is his instrument. The adjustment of the various occupations of men in society to each other must, at least imperfectly, be effected. But there is a wide distance between the stages in which it is realized. Every expedient that facilitates traffic is a step towards this adjustment. The more unimpeded and easy the interchange of commodities becomes, the shorter will be those unproductive intervals, in which men, eager for work, seem separated by an impassable barrier from the capital, which, although close at hand, is condemned to barren inertness. P. 59, 60. General principle, that a new demand will be met by fresh exertions, by the active employment of capital and labor before dormant, and not by the diversion of productive power from other objects. The latter possible only if the employment of capital and labor in a country were capable of no further growth. The exportation of the goods perhaps does not directly set new labor in motion, but it does then absorb commodities on hand as dead stock, and sets at liberty capital tied up in an unproductive state. P. 65. Those who assert that an influx of money cannot promote the production of other commodities, since these commodities are the sole agents of production, prove that production cannot be enlarged at all, for it is required for such an enlargement that food, raw materials, and tools should be previously augmented, which in fact is maintaining that no increase of production can take place without a previous increase. But is this not the economic theory of accumulation? Or in other words, that an increase is impossible? P. 70. Now it is admittedly argued that if the buyer goes to market with an increased quantity of money and if he does not raise the prices of the commodities he finds there, then he gives no additional encouragement to production. If he raises the prices, however, then if prices are proportionally enhanced, the purchasers have no greater power of demand than before. 73. It is to be denied as a general principle that a purchaser cannot give additional encouragement to production, unless his demand raise prices. Apart from the circumstance that the preparation of a larger quantity admits of a more effective division of labor and the employment of superior machinery, there is in this matter that sort of latitude, arising from a quantity of labor and capital lying unemployed, and ready to furnish additional commodities at the same rate. Thus does it happen that a considerable increase of demand often takes place without raising prices. 73. Wade's explanation of capital. 19 Labor as mere agency of capital. Capital, collective force. Civilization, together with my remarks about it. All social powers of labor as powers of capital. Manufacture. Industry. Division of labor. Formal unification of different branches of labor etc. by capital. Accumulation of capital. Transformation of money into capital. Science. Original accumulation and concentration the same. Free and coerced association. Capital as distinct from earlier forms. John Wade, History of the Middle and Working Classes etc., 3rd ed., London, 1835, Notebook p20, says, labor is the agency by which capital is made productive of wages, profit, or revenue. p161. Capital is stored up industry, provided to develop itself in new and equivalent forms, it is collective force. p162. Capital is only another name for civilization. 164. Like all productive powers of labor, i.e. those which determine the degree of its intensity and hence of its extensive realization, the association of the workers, the cooperation and division of labor as fundamental conditions of the productivity of labor, appears as the productive power of capital. The collective power of labor, its character as social labor, is therefore the collective power of capital. Likewise science. Likewise the division of labor, as it appears as division of the occupations and of exchange corresponding to them. All social powers of production are productive powers of capital, and it appears as itself their subject. The association of the workers, as it appears in the factory, is therefore not posited by them but by capital. Their combination is not their being, but the being Dasein of capital. Vis-a-vis the individual worker, the combination appears accidental. He relates to his own combination and cooperation with other workers as alien, as modes of capital's effectiveness. Unless it appears in an inadequate form, e.g. small, self-employed capital, capital already, at a certain greater or lesser stage, presupposes concentration both in objective form, i.e. as concentration in one hand, which here still coincides with accumulation, of the necessaries of life, of raw material and instruments, or, in a word, of money as the general form of wealth, and on the other side, in subjective form, the accumulation of labor powers and their concentration at a single point. Under the command of the capitalist. There cannot be one capitalist for every worker, but rather there has to be a certain quantity of workers per capitalist, not like one or two journeymen per master. Productive capital, or the mode of production corresponding to capital, can be present in only two forms, manufacture and large-scale industry. In the former, the division of labor is predominant, in the second, the combination of labor powers, with the regular mode of work, and the employment of scientific power, where the combination and, so to speak, the communal spirit of labor is transferred to the machine etc. In the first situation the mass of accumulated workers must be large in relation to the amount of capital, in the second the fixed capital must be large in relation to the number of the many cooperating workers. But the concentration of many, and their distribution among the machinery as so many cogs, why it is different in agriculture does not belong here, is, however, already presupposed here. Case 2 therefore does not need to be specially examined here, but only case I. The development proper to manufacture is the division of labor. But this presupposes the preliminary gathering together of many workers under a single command, just as the process through which money becomes capital presupposes the previous liberation of a certain amount of necessaries of life, raw materials, and instruments of labor. The division of labor is therefore also to be abstracted away here as a later moment. Certain branches of industry, e.g. mining, already presuppose cooperation from the beginning. Thus, so long as capital does not exist, this labor takes place as forced labor, serf or slave labor, under an overseer. Likewise road building etc. In order to take over these works, capital does not create but rather takes over the accumulation and concentration of workers. Nor is this in question. The simplest form, a form independent of the division of labor, is that capital employs different hand weavers, spinners etc. who live independently and are dispersed over the land. This form still exists alongside industry. Here, then, the mode of production is not yet determined by capital, but rather found on hand by it. The point of unity of all these scattered workers lies only in their mutual relation with capital, which accumulates the product of their production in its hands and, likewise, the surplus values which they created above and beyond their own revenue. The coordination of their work exists only in itself, in so far as each of them works for capital, hence possesses a center in it, without working together. Their unification by capital is thus merely formal, and concerns only the product of labor, not labor itself. Instead of exchanging with many, they exchange only with the one capitalist. This is therefore a concentration of exchanges by capital. Capital engages in exchange not as an individual, but as representing the consumption and the needs of many. It no longer exchanges as individual exchanger, but rather, in the act of exchange, represents society. Collective exchange and concentrative exchange on the part of capital with the scattered working weavers etc., whose products are collected, united through this exchange, and whose labors are thereby also united, although they proceed independently of one another. The unification of their labors appears as a particular act, alongside which the independent fragmentation of their labors continues. This is the first condition necessary for money to be exchanged as capital for free labor. The second is the suspension of the independent fragmentation of these many workers, so that the individual capital no longer appears towards them merely as social collective power in the act of exchange, uniting many exchanges, but rather gathers them in one spot under its command, into one manufactory, and no longer leaves them in the mode of production found already in existence, establishing its power on that basis, but rather creates a mode of production corresponding to itself, as its basis. It posits the concentration of the workers in production, a unification which will occur initially only in a common location, under overseers, regimentation, greater discipline, regularity, and the posited dependence in production itself on capital. Certain faux frais de production are thereby saved from the outset. On this whole process compare Gaskell, where special regard is had to the development of large industry in England. 20 Now capital appears as the collective force of the workers, their social force, as well as that which ties them together, and hence as the unity which creates this force. Afterwards as before, and at every stage of the development of capital, this all continues to be mediated through the many exchanging with it as the one, so that exchange itself is concentrated in it, the social character of exchange, it exchanges socially with the workers, but they individually with it. With craft production, the main concern is the quality of the product and the particular skill of the individual worker. The master, as master, is supposed to have achieved mastery in this skill. His position as master rests not only on his ownership of the conditions of production, but also on his own skill in the particular work. With the production of capital, and from the very outset, the point is not this half-artistic relation to labor, which corresponds generally with the development of the use value of labor, the development of particular abilities of direct manual work, the formation of the human hand etc. The point from the outset is mass, because the point is exchange value and surplus value. The principle of developed capital is precisely to make special skill superfluous, and to make manual work, directly physical labor, generally superfluous both as skill and as muscular exertion, to transfer skill, rather, into the dead forces of nature. Now, with the presupposition of the rise of manufacture as the rise of the mode of production of capital, slaves are combined in themselves, because under a single master, it is presupposed that the productive force of labor, still to be brought to life by capital, does not yet exist. It is a presupposition, therefore, that necessary labor still takes up a great portion of the entire available labor time in manufacture, hence that surplus labor per individual worker is still relatively small. Now, this is compensated on one side, and the progress of manufactures is correspondingly accelerated, by the fact that the rate of profit is higher, hence that capital accumulates more rapidly in relation to its already existing amount, than it does in big industry. If out of 100 thalers 50 go for labor and surplus time equals 1/5, then the value created equals 110 or 10%. If out of 100 only 20 went for labor and surplus time equals 1/4, then the value created equals 105 or 5%. On the other side, manufacture obtains this higher profit rate only through the employment of many workers at once. The greater surplus time can be gained only by collecting together the surplus time of many workers in relation to capital. Absolute, not relative surplus time predominates in manufacture. This is even more the case originally, where the scattered, independent workers still realize a part of their own surplus labor for themselves. For capital to exist as capital, to be able to live off profit, as well as to accumulate, its gain must equals the sum of the surplus time of many simultaneous living work days. In agriculture, the soil itself with its chemical etc. action is already a machine which makes direct labor more productive, and hence gives a surplus earlier, because work is done here at an earlier stage with a machine, namely a natural one. This the only correct basis of the doctrine of the physiocrats, which in this respect considers agriculture in comparison with a still quite undeveloped system of manufacture. If the capitalist employed one worker in order to live from that one surplus time, then he would obviously gain doubly if he himself also worked, with his own funds, for then he would gain, in addition to the surplus time, the wage paid the worker. He would lose in the process. I.e., he would not yet be in the situation of working as a capitalist, or the worker would only be his helper, and thus he would not stand in relation to him as capital. Thus, in order that money may become transformed into capital, it is necessary not only that it should be able to set surplus labor in motion, but also that there should be a certain quantity of surplus labor, the surplus labor of a given mass of necessary labor, i.e. of many workers at once, so that their combined sum is sufficient for it not only to lead an existence as capital, i.e. to represent wealth in consumption in contrast to the worker's life, but also to set aside surplus labor for accumulation. From the outset, capital does not produce for use value, for immediate subsistence. Surplus labor must therefore be large enough from the beginning to allow a part of it to be re-employed as capital. Thus, whenever the stage is reached where a certain mass of social wealth is already concentrated in one hand, which is objectively capable of appearing as capital, first as the exchange with many workers, later as production by many workers in combination, and is capable of setting a certain quantity of living labor capacities to work simultaneously, then, at that point, production by capital begins, which thus from the outset appears as the collective force, the social force, the suspension of individual isolation, first that of exchange with the workers, then that of the workers themselves. The workers' individual isolation still implies their relative independence. Hence their regroupment around the individual capital as the exclusive base of their subsistence implies full dependence on capital, complete dissolution of the ties between the workers and the conditions of production. The result will be the same, or it is the same in another form, when the point of departure is the particular form of exchange which is presupposed for capital to exchange as capital, where money must already represent many exchangers or possess a buying power surpassing that of the individual and his individual surplus, one which, while belonging to an individual, is already more than individual, and belongs to him as a social function, in his capacity as representative, within exchange, of the social wealth, and it arises on the other side from the conditions of free labor. The detachment of the individual from the production conditions of labor equals the regroupment of many around one capital. This continual progression of knowledge and of experience, says Babbage, is our great power. 21 This progression, this social progress belongs to and is exploited by capital. All earlier forms of property condemn the greater part of humanity, the slaves, to be pure instruments of labor. Historical development, political development, art, science etc. take place in higher circles over their heads. But only capital has subjugated historical progress to the service of wealth. Before accumulation by capital, there is presupposed an accumulation which constitutes capital, which is a part of its conceptual determination. We can hardly call it concentration yet, because this takes place in distinction to many capitals, but if one still speaks only of capital generally, then concentration still coincides with accumulation or with the concept of capital, i.e., it does not yet form a particular aspect. However, capital does indeed exist from the outset as one or unity as opposed to the workers as many. And it thus appears as the concentration of workers as distinct from that of work, as a unity falling outside them. In this respect, concentration is contained in the concept of capital, the concentration of many living labor capacities for one purpose, a concentration which does not in any way need to have been established in production, or penetrated production, at the origin. Centralizing effect of capital on labor capacities, or positing of itself as the independent and external unity of these many available existences. Rossi says in his Cours d'économie politique 22, Notebook, p. 26, social progress cannot consist in the dissolution of all association, but in the replacement of the forced and oppressive associations of times past by voluntary and equitable associations. The highest degree of isolation is the condition of the savage, the highest degree of forced, oppressive association is barbarism. Apart from these extremes, history shows us a great diversity of varieties and shadings. Perfection is found in voluntary associations, which by their union multiply the forces, without taking away the energy, the morality, and the responsibility of individual authority. p. 354. Under capital, the association of workers is not compelled through direct physical force, forced labor, statute labor, slave labor, it is compelled by the fact that the conditions of production are alien property and are themselves present as objective association, which is the same as accumulation and concentration of the conditions of production. Rossi. What is capital? Is raw material capital? Wages necessary for it? Approvisionnement, capital. The way of conceiving capital in its physical attribute only, as instrument of production, while entirely ignoring the economic form which makes the instrument of production into capital, entangles the economists in all manner of difficulties. Thus Rossi asks, LOCCIT. Notebook, 27. Is the raw material truly an instrument of production? Is it not rather the object on which the productive instruments must act? p. 367. Thus capital is entirely identical for him here with the instrument of production in the technological sense, according to which every savage is a capitalist. Which Mr. Torrens in fact asserts in the case of the savage who throws a stone at a bird. 23. Incidentally, even from the standpoint of the purely physical abstraction, i.e. of abstraction from the economic category itself, Rossi's remark is one-sided and shows only that he has not understood his teachers in England. Accumulated labor used as instrument for new production, or produce pure and simple applied to production, the raw material is employed for production, i.e. submitted to transformation, just as well as the instrument, which is also a product. The finished result of production in turn becomes a moment of the production process. The statement means nothing more than that. Within the production process it may figure as raw material or as instrument. But it is an instrument of production not in so far as it serves as an instrument within the direct production process, but rather in so far as it is a means of the renewal of the production process itself, one of its presuppositions. More important and more to the point is the question whether the approvisionment forms a part of capital, i.e. wages, and here the entire confusion of the economists is revealed. It is said that the worker's payment is capital, because the capitalist advances it him. If all workers' families had enough to live for a year, there would be no wages. The worker could say to the capitalist, you advance the capital for our common project, and I contribute the labor, the product will be divided among us in such and such proportions. As soon as it is realized, each will take his share. p. 369. Then there would be no advance to the workers. They would nevertheless consume even if the work stood still. What they would consume would belong to the consumption fund, and not at all to capital. Therefore, the advances to the workers are not necessary. Hence wages is not a constituent element of production. It is an accident, a form of our state of society. Capital, labor, land, by contrast, are necessary in order to produce. Secondly, the word wages is used in a double sense. One says that wages are a capital, but what do wages represent? Labor. He who says wages says labor and vice versa. Thus if the wages advanced are a component of capital, then there would be only two instruments of production to speak of, capital and land. p. 370. And further, basically the worker consumes not the capitalist's possessions but his own. What is given to him as reward of labor is his proportional share of the product. p. 370. The capitalist's contract with the worker is not among the phenomena of production. The entrepreneur lends himself to this agreement, since it may facilitate production. But this agreement is nothing but a second operation, an operation of a quite different nature, grafted onto a productive operation. In another organization of labor it may disappear. Even today there are kinds of production where it has no place. The part of the fund which the entrepreneur devotes to the payment of wages does not make up a part of capital. It is a separate operation, which undoubtedly may speed the course of production, but which cannot be termed a direct instrument of production. 370. To conceive labor power, while abstracting from the worker's means of subsistence during production, is to conceive a being existing only in the mind. He who says labor power, thereby says worker and means of subsistence, laborer and wages. The same element reappears under the name of capital, as if the same thing could be simultaneously part of two different instruments of production. 370, 371. Now here there is a great deal of confusion, legitimate because Rossi takes the economists at their word and equates the instrument of production as such with capital. First of all, he is quite right that wage labor is not an absolute form of labor, but he forgets in the process that capital is not an absolute form of the means and materials of labor either, and that these two forms are two different moments of one and the same form, and hence rise and fall together, that it is nonsensical, therefore, for him to speak of capitalists without wage laborers. Note his example of the workers' families who can live for a year without the capitalists, hence are owners of their conditions of production, who perform their necessary labor without the permission of Mr. Capitalist. The capitalist whom Rossi has approaching the workers with his proposal thus is no other than a producer of instruments of production. The solicitation means nothing more than a division of labor mediated through exchange with the outside. The two then divide up the common product among themselves even without any agreement, through simple exchange. The exchange is the act of division. A further agreement is not necessary. What these worker families would then exchange would be surplus labor, absolute or relative, made possible for them by the instrument, either new secondary labor in addition to their old labor, from which they could live year after year before the appearance of the capitalist, or through the application of the instrument in their old branch of work. Here Mr. Rossi makes the worker the owner and vendor of his surplus labor, and has thereby happily extinguished the last trace which might brand him a wage laborer, but has also thereby wiped out the last trace which makes the instrument of production into capital. It is true that the worker basically does not consume the capitalist's possessions, but his own, but not exactly as Mr. Rossi means, because it is only a proportional part of the product, but rather because it is a proportional part of his product, and because, if the semblance of exchange is stripped away, the payment consists of the fact that he works a part of the day for himself and another part for the capitalist, but only so long as he obtains permission to work at all, as his work permits this division. The act of exchange itself, as we have seen, is not a moment of the direct production process, but rather one of its conditions. Within the total production process of capital, which includes the different moments of its exchanges, its circulation, this exchange is, however, posited as a moment of the total process. But, says Rossi, wages appear twice in the account, once as capital, the other time as labor, thus the wage represents two distinct instruments of production. If the wage represents the instrument of production which is labor, then it cannot represent the instrument of production which is capital. Here another muddle, arising because Rossi takes the orthodox economic distinction seriously. Wages figure only once in production, as a fund destined to be transformed into wages, as virtual wages. As soon as they have become real wages, they are paid out, and then only figure in consumption as the worker's revenue. But what is exchanged for wages is labor capacity, and this does not figure in production at all, but only in the use made of it, labor. Labor appears as the instrument of the production of value because it is not paid for, hence not represented by wages. As the activity which creates use values, it likewise has nothing to do with itself as paid labor. In the hand of the worker, the wage is no longer a wage, but a consumption fund. It is wages only in the hand of the capitalist, i.e. the part of capital destined to be exchanged for labor capacity. It has reproduced a saleable labor capacity for the capitalist, so that in this regard even the worker's consumption takes place in the service of the capitalist. He does not pay for labor itself at all, only for labor capacity. This he can do, however, only if this capacity is set to work. If the wage appears twice, it is not because it represents two different instruments of production, but because it appears the first time from the viewpoint of production, the second time from the viewpoint of distribution. This specific form of distribution, however, is not an arbitrary arrangement which could be different, it is, rather, posited by the form of production itself, is only one of its own moments considered from another angle. The value of the machine certainly forms a part of the capital laid out in it, but the machine does not produce, as value, although it brings the manufacturer income. The wage does not represent labor as an instrument of production, any more than value represents the machine as instrument of production. It represents only labor capacity, and, since the latter's value exists separately from it as capital, a part of the capital. Insofar as the capitalist appropriates alien labor and buys new alien labor with it, the wage, i.e. the representative of labor, does, if Mr. Rossi wishes to put it this way, appear doubly, 1. as the property of capital, 2. as representative of labor. What actually worries Rossi is that the wage appears as the representative of two instruments of production, of capital and of labor. He forgets that labor as a productive force is incorporated in capital, and that, as labor in esse, not in posse 24, it is in no way an instrument of production distinct from capital, but is, rather, that without which capital would not be an instrument of production. As for the distinction between wages as forming a part of capital and at the same time the worker's revenue, we will come to that in the section on profit, interest, with which we shall conclude this first chapter on capital. Malthus. Theory of value and of wages. Capital to do with proportion, labor only with portion. See my remarks on surplus value and profit. Ricardo's theory. Carry contra Ricardo. Malthus, the wage has nothing to do with proportion. Malthus's theory of value. In connection with the above-mentioned work, The Measure of Value etc., Malthus returns to the theme again in his definitions in Political Economy etc., London, 1827. He remarks in the latter, no writer that I have met with, anterior to Mr. Ricardo, ever used the term wages or real wages, as implying proportions. Profits, indeed, imply proportions, and the rate of profits had always justly been estimated by a percentage upon the value of the advances. But wages had uniformly been considered as rising and falling, not according to any proportion which they might bear to the whole produce obtained by a certain quantity of labor, but by the greater or smaller quantity of any particular produce received by the laborer, or by the greater or smaller power which such produce would carry of commanding the necessaries and conveniences of life. M. 29, 30. Notebook X, p. 49. The only value produced by capital in a given production is that added by the new amount of labor. This value, however, consists of necessary labor, which reproduces wages, the advances made by capital in the form of wages, and of surplus labor, hence surplus value above and beyond the necessary. The advances made in the form of material and machine are merely transposed from one form into another. The instrument passes into the product just as much as does the raw material, and its wearing out is at the same time the product's formation. If raw material and instrument cost nothing, as in some extractive industries where they are still almost equals zero, the raw material always, in every extractive industry, metal and coal mining, fishing, hunting, lumbering in virgin forests etc., then they also add absolutely nothing to the value of the production. Their value is the result of previous production, not of the immediate production in which they serve as instrument and material. Surplus value can therefore be estimated only in proportion to necessary labor. Profits is only a secondary, derivative, and transformed form of the surplus value, the bourgeois form, in which the traces of its origin are extinguished. Ricardo himself never grasped this, because he, 1. always speaks only of the division of an available, ready amount, not of the original positing of this difference, 2. because this understanding would have forced him to see that there is a relation between capital and labor which is entirely different from that of exchange, and he was not allowed the insight that the bourgeois system of equivalence turns into appropriation without equivalent and is based on that. 3. His statement about proportionate profits and wages means only that if a certain total value is divided into two portions, any quantity at all is divided in two, then the magnitude of the two parts is necessarily in inverse relation. 25 And then his school justly reduced the matter to this triviality. His aim in asserting the proportionality of wages and profits was not to get to the bottom of the creation of surplus value, for since he begins with the presupposition that a given value is to be divided between wages and profit, between labor and capital, he thereby presupposes this division as self-evident, but rather, firstly, it was to counter the common determination of prices by asserting the correct one, of value, in that he showed that the limit of value is itself not affected by its distribution, different division among profits and wages. Secondly, to explain not the merely transitory, but rather the continuing decline in the rate of profit, which was inexplicable to him on the presupposition that a fixed portion of value goes to labor. Thirdly, in explaining the decline of profit by the rise of wages, and the latter in turn by the rise in value of agricultural products, i.e. the rising difficulty of their production. Thereby at the same time to explain ground rent as not being in conflict with his determination of value. This at the same time furnished a polemical weapon for industrial capital, against the exploitation of the progress of industry by landed property. But at the same time, driven by simple logic, he had thereby proclaimed the contradictory nature of profit, of labor, and of capital, despite his efforts to convince the worker afterwards that this contradictory character of profit and wages does not influence his real income, and that a proportional, not absolute, rise of wages is harmful to him, because it hinders accumulation, and the development of industry then benefits only the lazy landowner. Still, the contradictory form had been proclaimed, and Carey, who does not understand Ricardo, could therefore abuse him as the father of the communists etc., where he is again right in a sense he himself does not understand. 26 But the other economists, who, like Malthus, want to have absolutely nothing to do with the proportional, and hence contradictory, nature of wages, desire on the one hand to hush up the contradiction, on the other hand they cling to the notion that the worker simply exchanges a specific use value, his labor capacity, for capital, and hence gives up the productive force, the power of labor to create new value, and that he has nothing to do with the product, and hence the exchange between capitalists and workers, wages, is concerned, like every simple exchange where economic equivalents are presupposed, only with quantity, the quantity of use value. As correct as this is in one regard, it also introduces the apparent form of barter, of exchange, so that when competition permits the worker to bargain and to argue with the capitalists, he measures his demands against the capitalist's profit and demands a certain share of the surplus value created by him, so that the proportion itself becomes a real moment of economic life itself. Further, in the struggle between the two classes, which necessarily arises with the development of the working class, the measurement of the distance between them, which, precisely, is expressed by wages itself as a proportion, becomes decisively important. The semblance of exchange vanishes in the coarse process of the mode of production founded on capital. This course itself and its repetition posit what is the case in itself, namely that the worker receives as wages from the capitalist what is only a part of his own labor. This then also enters into the consciousness of the workers as well as of the capitalists. The question for Ricardo is actually only what proportion of the total value do necessary wages form in the course of development. It always remains only the necessary wage, hence its proportional nature does not interest the worker, who always obtains the same minimum, but only the capitalist, whose deductions from the total income vary, without the workers obtaining a greater amount of use values. But the fact that Ricardo formulated the contradictory nature of profit and wages, even if for quite different purposes, already shows by itself that the mode of production founded on capital had, by his time, taken on a form more and more adequate to its nature. In the cited definitions, Notebook 9, p. 49, 50, Malthus remarks in regard to Ricardo's theory of value, Ricardo's assertion, that as the value of wages rises, profits proportionally fall and vice versa, is true only on the presupposition that commodities in which the same amount of labor is contained, are always of the same value, and this is true in one case out of 500, and necessarily so, because with the progress of civilization and improvement, the quantity of fixed capital employed steadily grows, and makes more various and unequal the times of the returns of the circulating capital. LOCCIT 31, 32. This concerns prices, not value. Malthus remarks in connection with his own discovery of the true standard of value, firstly, I had nowhere seen it stated, that the ordinary quantity of labor which a commodity will command must represent and measure the quantity of labor worked up in it, with the addition of profits. By representing the labor worked up in a commodity, with the addition of profits, labor represents the natural and necessary conditions of its supply, or the elementary costs of its production. Secondly, I had nowhere seen it stated that, however the fertility of the soil might vary, the elementary costs of producing the wages of a given quantity of labor must always necessarily be the same. 196,197, means only, wages always equal to the labor time necessary for their production, which varies with the productivity of labor. The quantity of commodities remains the same. If one regards value as the general power of purchase of a commodity, then this relates to the purchase of all commodities, of the general mass of commodities. But this is quite unmanageable. Now, if anyone should object, it cannot for a moment be denied that labor best represents an average of the general mass of productions. 205. A large class of commodities, like raw produce, rise with the progress of society, compared with labor, while the manufactured articles fall. Thus not far from truth to say that the average mass of commodities which a given quantity of labor will command in the same country, during the course of some century, may not very essentially vary. 206. Value must always be value in exchange for labor. 224, note, LOCCIT. In other words, the doctrine is, the value of a commodity, the labor worked up in it, is represented by the living work days which it commands, for which it may be exchanged, and hence by wages. Living work days contain both time and surplus time. Let us do for Malthus the biggest favor we can do for him. Let us namely assume that the relation of surplus labor to necessary labor, hence the relation of wages to profit, always remains constant. To begin with, the fact that Mr. Malthus speaks of the labor worked up in the commodity with the addition of profits already demonstrates his confusion, since these profits can form nothing other than a part of the labor worked up. What he has in mind with this is profits above and beyond labor worked up, which are supposed to come out of fixed capital etc. This can only affect the distribution of the total profit among the different shareholders, but not its total quantity, for if everyone obtained for his commodity the labor worked up in it plus profits, then where would these latter come from, Mr. Malthus? If one person obtains the labor worked up in his commodity plus profit, then the other has to obtain labor worked up profit, profit here regarded as the excess quantity of real surplus value. This is therefore null and void. Now posit that the labor worked up equals 3 working days, and, if the proportion of surplus labor time is as 1:2, then these have been obtained in payment for 1/2 working days. The workers indeed worked 3 days, but each of them was paid only half a day. Or, the commodity which they obtained for their 3 days of labor had only 1/2 days worked up in it. Thus, all other relations being the same, the capitalist would obtain 6 working days for the 3 working days worked up in his commodity. The matter is correct only because surplus labor time is posited as equals to necessary labor time, hence in the second case only the first is repeated. Relative surplus value obviously restricted not only by the relation cited earlier, but also by the degree to which the product enters into the worker's consumption. If the capitalist could obtain twice the number of cashmere shawls, owing to an increase in the productive forces, and if he sold them at their value, then he would have created no relative surplus value because the workers do not consume such shawls, and thus the time necessary for the reproduction of their labor capacity would remain the same as before. But this not so in practice, because in such cases the price rises above the value. At this point in the theory it does not concern us yet because capital is here regarded in itself, not in a particular branch. That means, he will pay the wages of 3 days and get 6 days of work, with each half a day he buys a day, hence with days, equals 3 days, 6 days. To assert, then, that the working days a commodity commands, or the wages it pays, express its value is to understand absolutely nothing of the nature of capital and wage labor. It is the pith of all value creation and of capital creation that objectified working days command a greater number of living ones. It would have been correct if Malthus had said that the living labor time a commodity commands expresses the measure of its realization, the measure of the surplus labor it posits. But this would only be the tautology that it posits more labor to the extent that it posits more, or it would be the expression of the opposite of what Malthus wants, that surplus value arises because the living labor time a commodity commands never represents the labor worked up in it. Now we have finally done with Malthus. Aim of capitalist production value, money, not commodity, use value etc. Chalmers. Point 27, Economic Cycle. Circulation Process. Chalmers. We have demonstrated above, in the development of the concept of capital, that it is value as such, money, which both preserves itself through circulation and also increases itself through exchange with living labor. That, hence, the aim of producing capital is never use value, but rather the general form of wealth as wealth. The cleric Th. Chalmers, in the otherwise in many respects ridiculous and repulsive work, on political economy in connection with the moral state and moral prospects of society, 2nd ed., London, 1832, has correctly struck upon this point, without at the same time falling into the asininity of types like Ferrier etc., who confuse money as the value of capital with the really available metallic money. Point 28 In crises, capital, as commodity, is not exchangeable, not because too few means of circulation are available, but, rather, it does not circulate because it is not exchangeable. The importance assumed by cash in times of crisis arises only because, while capital is not exchangeable for its value, and only for that reason does its value appear opposite it in the money form, there are obligations to pay off. Alongside the interrupted circulation a forced circulation takes place. Chalmers says, Notebook 9, p. 57 when a consumer refuses certain commodities, it is not always, as is assumed by the new economists, because he wants to purchase others in preference, but because he wants to reserve entire the general power of purchasing. And when a merchant brings commodities to market, it is generally not in quest of other commodities to be given in return for them, he will extend his general power of purchase of all commodities. It is useless to say that money is also a commodity. The real metallic money for which a merchant has any use does not amount to more than a small fraction of his capital, even of his moneyed capital, all of which, though estimated in money, can be made, on the strength of written contracts, to describe its orbit, and be effective for all its purposes, with the aid of coin amounting to an insignificant proportion of the whole. The great object of the moneyed capitalist, in fact, is to add to the nominal amount of his fortune. It is that, if expressed pecuniarily this year by £20,000 example, it should be expressed pecuniarily next year by £24,000. To advance his capital, as estimated in money, is the only way in which he can advance his interest as a merchant. The importance of these objects for him is not affected by fluctuations in the currency or by a change in the real value of money. For example, in 1 year he comes from £20,000 to £24,000, through a fall in the value of money he may not have increased his command over the comforts, etc. Nevertheless, this is his interest just as much as if money had not fallen, for else his moneyed fortune would have remained stationary and his real wealth would have declined in the proportion of 24 to 20. Commodities, i.e. use value, real wealth, thus not the terminating object of the trading capitalist. The illusion of the monetary system, however, was that it regarded real metallic money, or paper, would change nothing, in short, the form of value, as real money, as the general form of wealth and of self-enrichment, whereas precisely as money increases as the accumulation of general power of purchase, it undergoes a relative decline in its specific form as medium of exchange or also as realized hoard. As assignation in real wealth or productive power, the capitalist's money gains 1,000 forms, quite apart from expenditure of his revenue in purchases for the sake of consumption. In the outlay of his capital, and when he purchases for the sake of production, money is his terminating object, not coin, nota bene. 164, 6. Profit, says the same Chalmers, has the effect of attaching the services of the disposable population to other masters, besides the mere landed proprietors, while their expenditure reaches higher than the necessaries of life. 78 Notebook 9, p. 53. In the book just referred to, Chalmers calls the whole circulation process the economic cycle. The world of trade may be conceived to revolve in what we shall call an economic cycle, which accomplishes one revolution by business coming round again, through its successive transactions, to the point from which it set out. Its commencement may be dated from the point at which the capitalist has obtained those returns by which his capital is replaced to him, whence he proceeds anew to engage his workmen, to distribute among them, in wages, their maintenance, or rather the power of lifting it, to obtain from them in finished work, the articles in which he specially deals, to bring these articles to market, and there terminate the orbit of one set of movements, by effecting a sale, and receiving in its proceeds, a return for the whole outlays of the period. The intervention of money alters nothing in the real character of this operation. 85 LOCCIT. Notebook, p. 54, 55. Difference in return. Interruption of the production process, or rather its failure to coincide with the labor process. Total duration of the production process. Agriculture. Hodgskin. Unequal periods of production. The difference in the return, in so far as it depends on the phase of the circulation process which coincides with the direct production process, depends not only on the longer or shorter labor time required to complete the article, e.g. canal building, etc., but also, in certain branches of industry, agriculture, on the interruptions of the work which are due to the nature of the work itself, where on the one hand the capital lies fallow, and, on the other, labor stands still. Thus the example given by A. Smith, that wheat is a crop taking 1 year, the ox a crop taking 5 years, etc. 29. Therefore 5 years of labor are employed on the latter, only 1 on the former. Little labor is employed, e.g. on cattle raised on pasture. At the same time, in agriculture, the labor applied, e.g. during the winter, is also little. In agriculture, and to a greater or lesser degree in many another branch of production, There are interruptions given by the conditions of the production process itself, pauses in labor time, which must be begun anew at the given point in order to continue or to complete the process. The constancy of the production process here does not coincide with the continuity of the labor process. This is one moment of the difference. Secondly, the product generally requires a longer time to be completed, to be put into its finished state. This is the total duration of the production process, regardless of whether interruptions take place in the operations of labor or not, the different duration of the production phase generally. Thirdly, after the product is finished, it may be necessary for it to lie idle for some time, during which it needs relatively little labor, in order to be left in the care of natural processes, e.g. wine. This will be, conceptually, approximately the same case as I. Fourthly, a longer time to be brought to market, because destined for a more distant market. This coincides conceptually with case 2. Fifthly, the shorter or longer period of the total return of a capital, its total reproduction, insofar as it is determined by the relation of fixed capital and circulating capital, is concerned obviously not with the immediate production process and its duration, but rather takes its character from circulation. The total capital's period of reproduction is determined by the total process, circulation included. Inequality in the periods necessary for production 30. The difference of time required to complete the products of agriculture, and of other species of labor, is the main cause of the great dependence of the agriculturists. They cannot bring their commodities to market in less time than a year. For that whole period they are obliged to borrow from the shoemaker, the tailor, the smith, the wheelwright, and the various other laborers, whose products they need and which are completed in a few days or weeks. Owing to this natural circumstance, and owing to the more rapid increase of the wealth produced by other labor than that of agriculture, the monopolizers of all the land, although they have also monopolized the legislation, are unable to save themselves and their servants, the farmers, from being the most dependent class in the community. Thomas Hodgkin, Popular Polit Econ. 4 Lectures etc. London, 1827, p. 147 Note. Notebook 9, p. 44. The natural circumstance of all commodities being produced in unequal periods, while the wants of the laborer must be supplied daily. This inequality in the time necessary to complete different commodities, would in the savage state cause the hunter etc. to have a surplus of game etc., before the maker of bows and arrows etc. had any commodity completed to give for the surplus game. No exchange could be made, the bow maker must be also a hunter and division of labor impossible. This difficulty contributed to the invention of money. 179, 180. LOCCIT. The concept of the free laborer contains the pauper, population and overpopulation etc. It is already contained in the concept of the free laborer, that he is a pauper, virtual pauper. According to his economic conditions he is merely a living labor capacity, hence equipped with the necessaries of life. Necessity on all sides, without the objectivities necessary to realize himself as labor capacity. If the capitalist has no use for his surplus labor, then the worker may not perform his necessary labor, not produce his necessaries. Then he cannot obtain them through exchange, rather, if he does obtain them, it is only because alms are thrown to him from revenue. He can live as a worker only in so far as he exchanges his labor capacity for that part of capital which forms the labor fund. This exchange is tied to conditions which are accidental for him, and indifferent to his organic presence. He is thus a virtual pauper. Since it is further the condition of production based on capital that he produces ever more surplus labor, it follows that ever more necessary labor is set free. Thus the chances of his pauperism increase. To the development of surplus labor corresponds that of the surplus population. In different modes of social production there are different laws of the increase of population and of overpopulation, the latter identical with pauperism. These different laws can simply be reduced to the different modes of relating to the conditions of production, or, in respect to the living individual, the conditions of his reproduction as a member of society, since he labors and appropriates only in society. The dissolution of these relations in regard to the single individual, or to part of the population, places them outside the reproductive conditions of this specific basis, and hence posits them as overpopulation, and not only lacking in means but incapable of appropriating the necessaries through labor, hence as paupers. Only in the mode of production based on capital does pauperism appear as the result of labor itself, of the development of the productive force of labor. Thus, what may be overpopulation in one stage of social production may not be so in another, and their effects may be different. E.g., the colonies sent out in antiquity were overpopulation, i.e. their members could not continue to live in the same space with the material basis of property, i.e. conditions of production. The number may appear very small compared with the modern conditions of production. They were, nevertheless, very far from being paupers. Such was, however, the Roman plebs with its bread and circuses. The overpopulation which leads to the great migrations presupposes different conditions again. Since in all previous forms of production the development of the forces of production is not the basis of appropriation, but a specific relation to the conditions of production, forms of property, appears as presupposed barrier to the forces of production, and is merely to be reproduced, it follows that the development of population, in which the development of all productive forces is summarized, must even more strongly encounter an external barrier and thus appear as something to be restricted. The conditions of the community were consistent only with a specific amount of population. On the other side, if the barriers to population posited by the elasticity of the specific form of the conditions of production change in consequence of the latter, if they contract or expand, thus overpopulation among hunting peoples was different from that among the Athenians, in turn different among the latter from that among the Germanic tribes, then so does the absolute rate of population increase, and hence the rate of overpopulation and population. The amount of overpopulation posited on the basis of a specific production is thus just as determinate as the adequate population. Overpopulation and population, taken together, are the population which a specific production basis can create. The extent to which it goes beyond its barrier is given by the barrier itself, or rather by the same base which posits the barrier. Just as necessary labor and surplus labor together are the whole of labor on a given base. Malthus's theory, which incidentally not his invention, but whose fame he appropriated through the clerical fanaticism with which he propounded it, actually only through the weight he placed on it, is significant in two respects: 1, because he gives brutal expression to the brutal viewpoint of capital; 2, because he asserted the fact of overpopulation in all forms of society. Proved it he has not, for there is nothing more uncritical than his motley compilations from historians and travelers' descriptions. His conception is altogether false and childish. 1, because he regards overpopulation as being of the same kind in all the different historic phases of economic development, does not understand their specific difference, and hence stupidly reduces these very complicated and varying relations to a single relation, two equations, in which the natural reproduction of humanity appears on the one side, and the natural reproduction of edible plants, or means of subsistence, on the other, as two natural series, the former geometric and the latter arithmetic in progression. In this way he transforms the historically distinct relations into an abstract numerical relation, which he has fished purely out of thin air, and which rests neither on natural nor on historical laws. There is allegedly a natural difference between the reproduction of mankind and e.g. grain. This baboon thereby implies that the increase of humanity is a purely natural process, which requires external restraints, checks, to prevent it from proceeding in geometrical progression. This geometrical reproduction is the natural reproduction process of mankind. He would find in history that population proceeds in very different relations, and that overpopulation is likewise a historically determined relation, in no way determined by abstract numbers or by the absolute limit of the productivity of the necessaries of life, but by limits posited rather by specific conditions of production, as well as restricted numerically. How small do the numbers which meant overpopulation for the Athenians appear to us? Secondly, restricted according to character. An overpopulation of free Athenians who become transformed into colonists is significantly different from an overpopulation of workers who become transformed into workhouse inmates. Similarly, the begging overpopulation which consumes the surplus produce of a monastery is different from that which forms in a factory. It is Malthus who abstracts from these specific historic laws of the movement of population, which are indeed the history of the nature of humanity, the natural laws, but natural laws of humanity only at a specific historic development, with the development of the forces of production determined by humanity's own process of history. Malthusian man, abstracted from historically determined man, exists only in his brain, hence also the geometric method of reproduction corresponding to this natural Malthusian man. Real history thus appears to him in such a way that the reproduction of his natural humanity is not an abstraction from the historic process of real reproduction, but just the contrary, that real reproduction is an application of the Malthusian theory. Hence the inherent conditions of population as well as of overpopulation at every stage of history appear to him as a series of external checks which have prevented the population from developing in the Malthusian form. The conditions in which mankind historically produces and reproduces itself appear as barriers to the reproduction of the Malthusian natural man, who is a Malthusian creature. On the other hand, the production of the necessaries of life, as it is checked, determined by human action, appears as a check which it posits to itself. The ferns would cover the entire earth. Their reproduction would stop only where space for them ceased. They would obey no arithmetic proportion. It is hard to say where Malthus has discovered that the reproduction of voluntary natural products would stop for intrinsic reasons, without external checks. He transforms the immanent, historically changing limits of the human reproduction process into outer barriers, and the outer barriers to natural reproduction into immanent limits or natural laws of reproduction. 2. He stupidly relates a specific quantity of people to a specific quantity of necessaries. 31 Ricardo immediately and correctly confronted him with the fact that the quantity of grain available is completely irrelevant to the worker if he has no employment, that it is therefore the means of employment and not of subsistence which put him into the category of surplus population. 32 But this should be conceived more generally, and relates to the social mediation as such, through which the individual gains access to the means of his reproduction and creates them, hence it relates to the conditions of production and his relation to them. There was no barrier to the reproduction of the Athenian slave other than the producible necessaries. And we never hear that there were surplus slaves in antiquity. The call for them increased, rather. There was, however, a surplus population of non-workers, in the immediate sense, who were not too many in relation to the necessaries available, but who had lost the conditions under which they could appropriate them. The invention of surplus laborers, i.e. of propertyless people who work, belongs to the period of capital. The beggars who fastened themselves to the monasteries and helped them eat up their surplus product are in the same class as the feudal retainers, and this shows that the surplus produce could not be eaten up by the small number of its owners. It is only another form of the retainers of old, or of the menial servants of today. The overpopulation, e.g. among hunting peoples, which shows itself in the warfare between the tribes, proves not that the earth could not support their small numbers, but rather that the condition of their reproduction required a great amount of territory for few people. Never a relation to a non-existent absolute mass of means of subsistence, but rather relation to the conditions of reproduction, of the production of these means, including likewise the conditions of reproduction of human beings, of the total population, of relative surplus population. This surplus purely relative, in no way related to the means of subsistence as such, but rather to the mode of producing them. Hence also only a surplus at this state of development. 3. What is not actually proper to Malthus at all, the introduction of the theory of rent, at bottom only a formula for saying that in the stage of industry familiar to Ricardo etc., agriculture remained behind industry, which incidentally inherent in bourgeois production although in varying relations, does not belong here. Necessary labor. Surplus labor. Surplus population. Surplus capital. As to production founded on capital, the greatest absolute mass of necessary labor together with the greatest relative mass of surplus labor appears as a condition, regarded absolutely. Hence, as a fundamental condition, maximum growth of population, of living labor capacities. If we further examine the conditions of the development of the productive forces as well as of exchange, division of labor, cooperation, all-sided observation, which can only proceed from many heads, science, as many centers of exchange as possible, all of it identical with growth of population. On another side, it is also inherent in the condition of the appropriation of alien surplus labor that, in addition to the necessary population, i.e. that which represents necessary labor, labor necessary for production, there should be a surplus population, which does not work. The further development of capital shows that besides the industrial part of the surplus population, the industrial capitalist, a purely consuming part branches off, idlers, whose business it is to consume alien products and who, since crude consumption has its limits, must have the products furnished to them partly in refined form, as luxury products. This idle surplus population is not what the economists have in mind when they speak of surplus population. On the contrary, it, and its business of consuming, is treated by the population fanatics as precisely the necessary population, and justly, logically, so. The expression, surplus population, concerns exclusively labor capacities, i.e. the necessary population, surplus of labor capacities. But this arises simply from the nature of capital. Labor capacity can perform its necessary labor only if its surplus labor has value for capital, if it can be realized by capital. Thus, if this realizability is blocked by one or another barrier, then, 1. Labor capacity itself appears outside the conditions of the reproduction of its existence, it exists without the conditions of its existence, and is therefore a mere encumbrance, needs without the means to satisfy them. 2. Necessary labor appears as superfluous, because the superfluous is not necessary. It is necessary only to the extent that it is the condition for the realization of capital. Thus the relation of necessary and surplus labor, as it is posited by capital, turns into its opposite, so that a part of necessary labor, i.e. of the labor reproducing labor capacity, is superfluous, and this labor capacity itself is therefore used as a surplus of the necessary working population, i.e. of the portion of the working population whose necessary labor is not superfluous but necessary for capital. Since the necessary development of the productive forces as posited by capital consists in increasing the relation of surplus labor to necessary labor, or in decreasing the portion of necessary labor required for a given amount of surplus labor, then, if a definite amount of labor capacity is given, the relation of necessary labor needed by capital must necessarily continuously decline, i.e. part of these labor capacities must become superfluous, since a portion of them suffices to perform the quantity of surplus labor for which the whole amount was required previously. The positing of a specific portion of labor capacities as superfluous, i.e. of the labor required for their reproduction as superfluous, is therefore a necessary consequence of the growth of surplus labor relative to necessary. The decrease of relatively necessary labor appears as increase of the relatively superfluous laboring capacities, i.e. as the positing of surplus population. If the latter is supported, then this comes not out of the labor fund but out of the revenue of all classes. It takes place not through the labor of the labor capacity itself, no longer through its normal reproduction as worker, but rather the worker is maintained as a living being through the mercy of others, hence becomes a tramp and a pauper, because he no longer sustains himself through his necessary labor, hence, through the exchange with a part of capital, he has fallen out of the conditions of the relation of apparent exchange and apparent independence. Secondly, society in its fractional parts undertakes for Mr. Capitalist the business of keeping his virtual instrument of labor, its wear and tear, intact as reserve for later use. He shifts a part of the reproduction costs of the working class off his own shoulders and thus pauperizes a part of the remaining population for his own profit. At the same time, capital has the tendency both to posit and equally to suspend this pauperism, because it constantly reproduces itself as surplus capital. It acts in opposite directions, so that sometimes one, sometimes the other is predominant. Finally, the positing of surplus capital contains a double moment. 1. It requires a growing population in order to be set into motion. If the relative population it requires has become smaller, then it has itself become correspondingly larger. 2. It requires a part of the population which is unemployed, at least relatively, i.e. a relative surplus population, in order to find the readily available population for the growth of surplus capital. 3. At a given stage of the productive forces, the surplus value may be present, but not yet in the proportion sufficient to be employed as capital. Not only a minimum of the stage of production, but posited for its expansion. In this case surplus capital and surplus population. Likewise, a surplus population may be present, but not enough, not in the proportions required for more production. In all these investigations, the variations in sales, contraction of the market etc., in short, everything which presupposes the process of many capitals, has been intentionally abstracted away. A. Smith. Work as sacrifice. Senior's theory of the capitalist's sacrifice. Proudhon's surplus. A. Smith. Origin of profit. Original accumulation. Wakefield. Slave and free labor. Atkinson. Profit. Origin of profit. McCulloch. A. Smith's view is that labor never changes its value, in the sense that a definite amount of labor is always a definite amount of labor for the worker, i.e., with A. Smith, a sacrifice of the same quantitative magnitude. Whether I obtain much or little for an hour of work, which depends on its productivity and other circumstances, I have worked 1 hour. What I have had to pay for the result of my work, my wages, is always the same hour of work, let the result vary as it may. Equal quantities of labor must at all times and in all places have the same value for the worker. In his normal state of health, strength, and activity, and with the common degree of skill and facility which he may possess, he must always give up the identical portion of his tranquility, his freedom, and his happiness. Whatever may be the quantity or composition of the commodities he obtains in reward of his work, the price he pays is always the same. Of course, this price may buy sometimes a lesser, sometimes a greater quantity of these commodities, but only because their value changes, not the value of the labor which buys them. Labor alone, therefore, never changes its own value. It is therefore the real price of commodities, money is only their nominal value. Ed. by Garney, Volume I, pages 64, 6. Notebook, p. 7. 33 In the sweat of thy brow shalt thou labor. Was Jehovah's curse on Adam. 34 And this is labor for Smith, a curse. Tranquility appears as the adequate state, as identical with freedom and happiness. It seems quite far from Smith's mind that the individual, in his normal state of health, strength, activity, skill, facility, also needs a normal portion of work, and of the suspension of tranquility. Certainly, labor obtains its measure from the outside, through the aim to be attained and the obstacles to be overcome in attaining it. But Smith has no inkling whatever that this overcoming of obstacles is in itself a liberating activity, and that, further, the external aims become stripped of the semblance of merely external natural urgencies, and become posited as aims which the individual himself posits, hence as self-realization, objectification of the subject, hence real freedom, whose action is, precisely, labor. He is right, of course, that, in its historic forms as slave labor, serf labor, and wage labor, labor always appears as repulsive, always as external forced labor, and not labor, by contrast, as freedom, and happiness. This holds doubly, for this contradictory labor, and, Relatedly, for labor which has not yet created the subjective and objective conditions for itself, or also, in contrast to the pastoral etc. state, which it has lost, in which labor becomes attractive work, the individual self-realization, which in no way means that it becomes mere fun, mere amusement, as Fourier, with Gris et like 35 naivete, conceives it. 36 Really free working, e.g. composing, is at the same time precisely the most damned seriousness, the most intense exertion. The work of material production can achieve this character only, 1. When its social character is posited, 2. When it is of a scientific and at the same time general character, not merely human exertion as a specifically harnessed natural force, but exertion as subject, which appears in the production process not in a merely natural, spontaneous form, but as an activity regulating all the forces of nature. A. Smith, by the way, has only the slaves of capital in mind. For example, even the semi-artistic worker of the Middle Ages does not fit into his definition. But what we want here initially is not to go into his view on labor, his philosophical view, but into the economic moment. Labor regarded merely as a sacrifice, and hence value positing, as a price paid for things and hence giving them price depending on whether they cost more or less labor, is a purely negative characterization. This is why Mr. Senior, for example, was able to make capital into a source of production in the same sense as labor, a source sui generis of the production of value, because the capitalist too brings a sacrifice, the sacrifice of abstinence, in that he grows wealthy instead of eating up his product directly. 37 Something that is merely negative creates nothing. If the worker should, e.g. enjoy his work, as the miser certainly enjoys Senior's abstinence, then the product does not lose any of its value. Labor alone produces, it is the only substance of products as values its measure. Labor time, presupposing equal intensity, is therefore the measure of values. The qualitative difference between workers, in so far as it is not natural, posited by sex, age, physical strength etc. and thus basically expresses not the qualitative value of labor, but rather the division and differentiation of labor, is itself only a product of history, and is in turn suspended for the great mass of labor, in that the latter is itself simple, while the qualitatively higher takes its economic measure from the simple. The statement that labor time, or the amount of labor, is the measure of values means nothing other than that the measure of labor is the measure of values. Two things are only commensurable if they are of the same nature. Products can be measured with the measure of labor, labor time, only because they are, by their nature, labor. They are objectified labor. As objects they assume forms in which their being as labor may certainly be apparent in their form, as a purposiveness posited in them from outside. However, this is not at all apparent with e.g. the ox, or with reproduced natural products generally, but in which this being has, apart from itself, no other features in common. They exist as equals as long as they exist as activity. The latter is measured by time, which therefore also becomes the measure of objectified labor. We will examine elsewhere to what extent this measurement is linked with exchange, not with organized social labor, a definite stage of the social production process. Use value is not concerned with human activity as the source of the product, with its having been posited by human activity, but with its being for mankind. In so far as the product has a measure for itself, it is its natural measure as natural object, mass, weight, length, volume etc. Measure of utility etc. But as effect, or as static presence of the force which created it, it is measured only by the measure of this force itself. The measure of labor is time. Only because products are labor can they be measured by the measure of labor, by labor time, the amount of labor consumed in them. The negation of tranquility, as mere negation, ascetic sacrifice, creates nothing. Someone may castigate and flagellate himself all day long like the monks etc., and this quantity of sacrifice he contributes will remain totally worthless. The natural price of things is not the sacrifice made for them. This recalls, rather, the pre-industrial view which wants to achieve wealth by sacrificing to the gods. There has to be something besides sacrifice. The sacrifice of tranquility can also be called the sacrifice of laziness, unfreedom, unhappiness, i.e. negation of a negative state. A. Smith considers labor psychologically, as to the fun or displeasure it holds for the individual. But it is something else, too, in addition to this emotional relation with his activity. Firstly, for others, since A's mere sacrifice would be of no use for B. Secondly, a definite relation by his own self to the thing he works on, and to his own working capabilities. It is a positive, creative activity. The measure of labor, time, of course does not depend on labor's productivity. Its measure is precisely nothing but a unit of which the proportional parts of labor express a certain multiple. It certainly does not follow from this that the value of labor is constant, or, follows only in so far as equal quantities of labor are of the same measured magnitude. It is then found upon further examination that the values of products are measured not by the labor employed in them, but by the labor necessary for their production. Hence not sacrifice, but labor as a condition of production. The equivalent expresses the condition of the product's reproduction, as given to them through exchange, i.e. the possibility of repeating productive activity anew, as posited by its own product. By the way, Smith's view of labor as a sacrifice, which incidentally correctly expresses the subjective relation of the wage worker to his own activity, still does not lead to what he wants, namely the determination of value by labor time. An hour of work may always be an equal sacrifice for the worker. But the value of commodities in no way depends on his feelings, nor does the value of his hour of work. Since A. Smith admits that one can buy the sacrifice sometimes more cheaply, sometimes more dearly, it becomes distinctly peculiar that it is supposed always to be sold for the same price. And he is indeed inconsistent. Later he makes wages the measure of value, not the amount of labor. The slaughter of the ox is always the same sacrifice, for the ox. But this does not mean that the value of beef is constant. Now, although equal quantities of labor always have the same value as regards the worker, they appear sometimes of smaller, sometimes of larger value for him who employs the worker. He purchases them sometimes with a smaller, sometimes a larger quantity of commodities. For him, therefore, the price of labor varies like that of any other thing, although in reality it is only the commodities which are sometimes dearer, sometimes cheaper. P. 66 A. Smith, LOCCIT Volume I. Notebook, p. 8. The way in which A. Smith lets profit arise is very naive. In the primitive state, the product of labor belongs wholly to the worker. The quantity, including also the greater difficulty etc. of labor employed to obtain or to produce an exchangeable object is the only circumstance which governs the quantity of labor which this object can on the average buy, command, or obtain in exchange. But as soon as a stock accumulates in the hands of private persons, the value which the workers add to the object dissolves into two parts, of which one pays their wages, the other the profit which the entrepreneur makes on the sum of the stock which has served him to advance these wages and the materials of labor. He would have no interest in employing these workers if he did not expect from the sale of their works something more than is necessary to replace this fund, and he would have no interest in employing a larger in preference over a small amount of funds if his profit did not stand in some proportion to the volume of the funds employed. LOCCIT p. 96, 97. N. p. 9. C. A. Smith's peculiar view that before the division of labor, where everyone produced everything necessary, no stock was necessary. As if, in this state, while he finds no stock in nature, he would not have to find the objective conditions of life, in order to work. Even the savage, even animals, set aside a reserve. Smith can at most have in mind a situation in which the impulse to labor is still a direct, momentary instinct, and then a stock still has to be present in nature in one way or another without labor. Notebook, p. 19. Smith is confused here. Concentration of the stock in a single hand then not necessary. In volume. 3 of his edition of A. Smith, Wakefield remarks, the labor of slaves being combined, is more productive than the much divided labor of freemen. The labor of freemen is more productive than that of slaves, only when it comes to be combined by means of greater dearness of land, and the system of hiring for wages. Note to p18. Notebook 8, p1. In countries where land remains very cheap, either all the people are in a state of barbarism, or some of them are in a state of slavery. Note to p20. Profit is a term signifying the increase of capital or wealth, so, failing to find the laws which govern the rate of profit, is failing to find the laws of the formation of capital. p55. Atkinson, W., Principles of Political Economy, London 1840. Notebook, p2. Man is as much the produce of labor as any of the machines constructed by his agency, and it appears to us that in all economical investigations he ought to be considered in precisely the same point of view. Every individual who has arrived at maturity, may, with perfect propriety, be viewed as a machine which it has cost 20 years of assiduous attention and the expenditure of a considerable capital to construct. And if a further sum is laid out for his education or qualification for the exercise of a business etc., his value is proportionally increased, just as a machine is made more valuable through the expenditure of additional capital or labor in its construction, in order to give it new powers. McCulloch, The Principles of Policon, London, 1825, p. 115. Notebook, p9. In point of fact, a commodity will always exchange for more labor than it was produced by, and it is this excess that constitutes profits. p. 221, McCulloch LOCCIT. Notebook, p. 13. The same gentle McCulloch, about whom Malthus rightly says that he sees it as the proper task of science to equate everything with everything else, 39, says, the profits of capital are only another name for the wages of accumulated labor, p. 291, LOCCIT. Notebook, 14, and hence no doubt the wages of labor are only another name for the profits of living capital. Wages really consist of a part of the produce of the industry of the laborer, consequently, they have a high real value if the laborer receives a comparatively high share of the product of his industry, and vice versa. 295 LOCCIT. Notebook, p. 15. Surplus labor. Profit. Wages. Economists. Ramsey. Wade. The positing of surplus labor through capital has on the whole been so little understood by the economists that they present striking phenomena of its occurrence as something special, as a curiosity. Thus Ramsey, with night work. Likewise John Wade, example in History of the Middle and Working Classes, 3rd ed., London, 1835, p. 241, Notebook, p. 21, says, the standard of wages is also connected with the hours of work and rest periods. It was the policy of the masters in recent years, before 1835, to usurp on operatives in this respect, by cutting or abridging holidays and meal times and gradually stretching the hours of work, knowing that an increase of 1/4 in the time of work is equivalent to a reduction in wages by the same amount. Immovable capital. Return of capital. Fixed capital. John St. Mill. John St. Mill, Essays on Some Unsettled Questions of Political Economy, London, 1844. The few original ideas of Mill Jr. are contained in this narrow little volume, not in his fat, pedantic magnum opus. Whatever is destined to be employed reproductively, be it in its existing form, or indirectly by a previous, or even subsequent, exchange, is capital. Suppose I have laid out all my money in wages and machinery, and the article I produce is just finished. In the interval, before I can sell these articles, realize the gain, and lay it out again in wages and tools, will it be said that I have no capital? Certainly not. I have the same capital as before, perhaps a larger one, but it is tied down, and is not disposable. p55. Notebook, p36. At all times a very large part of the capital in a country lies idle. The annual product of a country never achieves in height what it could, if all resources were devoted to reproduction, if, in short, all the country's capital were in full employment. If every commodity on the average remained unsold for a length of time equal to that required for its production, then it is clear that at any one time not more than a half of the productive capital of the country would in reality perform the function of capital. The employed half is a fluctuating portion, composed of various elements, but the result would be that every producer would be capable of producing each year only half the supply of commodities which he could produce if he were sure of selling them at the moment of their completion. LOCCITP 55, 56. This, or something similar, is, however, the usual state of a very great part of all capitalists in the world. P56. The number of producers or vendors who turn over their capital in the very shortest time is very small. Few have so rapid a sale of their commodities that all goods which their own or borrowed capital can supply them can be cleared out as quickly as supplied. The majority do not have an extent of business at all adequate to the amount of capital they dispose of. It is true that in communities where industry and trade are practiced with the greatest success, the contrivances of banking enable the owner of a capital greater than he can himself employ, to apply it productively and to derive a revenue from it. Still, even then, there is a great quantity of capital which remains fixed in the form of implements, machinery, buildings etc., whether only half employed or in complete employment, and every dealer keeps a stock in trade, to be ready for a possible sudden demand, although he may not be able to dispose of it for an indefinite period. P56. This constant non-employment of a large part of capital is the price we pay for the division of labor. The purchase is worth what it costs, but the price is considerable. 56. If I have 1,500 thalers in the shop and take in 10%, while 500 lie idle to ornament the shop, it is the same as if I invest 1,000 thalers at 7.5%. In many trades there are a few dealers who sell articles of equal quality at a lower price than other dealers. This is not a voluntary sacrifice of profits. From the consequent overflow of customers they expect to turn over their capital more rapidly, and to be the winners by keeping the whole of their capital in more constant employment, although on a given operation their gains are smaller. P56, 57. It is questionable whether there are any dealers for whom one additional buyer is of no use, and for the great majority, this hypothesis altogether inapplicable. An additional customer is for most dealers equivalent to a growth of their productive capital. It enables them to transform a part of their capital, which lay idle, and perhaps would never have become productive in their hands until a customer had been found, into wages and instruments of production. A country's aggregate product for the following year is hence increased, not through pure exchange, but by calling into activity a portion of the national capital which, had it not been for the exchange, would have remained unemployed for some time longer. 57, 58. The advantages gained from a new customer are, for the producer or dealer, 1. Say, a part of his capital lies in the form of unsold goods, producing, during a longer or shorter time, nothing at all, then a part thereof is called into greater activity and becomes more constantly productive. 2. If the additional demand exceeds what can be supplied through liberation of capital existing as unsold goods, and if the dealer has additional resources, e.g. in government bonds, but not in his own trade, then he is enabled to obtain on a portion of these, no longer interest, but profit, and thus to gain the difference between the rate of interest and of profits. 3. If all his capital is employed in his own business and no part stored up as unsold goods, then he can conduct a surplus business with borrowed capital and gain the difference between interest and profit. 59. Turnover of capital. Circulation process. Production process. Turnover. Capital circulates. Likewise fixed capital. Circulation costs. Circulation time and labor time. Capitalist's free time. Transport costs. Now back to our subject. The phases through which capital travels, which form one turnover of capital, begin conceptually with the transformation of money into the conditions of production. Now, however, that we begin not with capital in the process of becoming, but capital which has become, we can see that it travels through the following phases: 1. Creation of surplus value, or immediate production process. Its result, the product. 2. Bringing the product to market. Transformation of product into commodity. 3. Alpha, entry of the commodity into ordinary circulation. Circulation of the commodity. Its result, transformation into money. This appears as the first moment of ordinary circulation. Beta, retransformation of money into the conditions of production, money circulation. In ordinary circulation, the circulation of commodities and the circulation of money always appear distributed among two different subjects. Capital circulates first as a commodity, then as money, and vice versa. 4. Renewal of the production process, which appears here as reproduction of the original capital, and production process of surplus capital. The costs of circulation break down into costs of movement, costs to bring the product to market, the labor time required to effect the transformation from one state to the other, all of which actually come down to accounting operations and the time they cost. This is the foundation of a special, technical money trade. Whether the latter costs are to be considered deductions from the surplus value or not will be seen later. If we examine this movement, we find that the circulation of capital, through the operation of exchanges, opens up at one point to release the product into general circulation, and to constitute itself out of the latter